in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope, the stars explore. In your inner, the starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, it came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZ's don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't
Oasis Gaming and South Built Esports set the bar high for the first day of VCTPH Stage 2. Today, the rest of the cavalry arrives. Superstars and hotshots, young bloods in black and yellow, the King of Kings, and the dethroned champions. The heated battle for the Philippine region continues. It's day 2. Let's see what these teams can do. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. Four teams made their Stage 2 debut yesterday, and now we're bringing in the rest of the squads, and we're dancing, having a fun time here on the panel, as Azurai just demonstrated, with 3 matches coming up for Day 2. I'm Mika Fabs, and this is the Updraft. So, gentlemen, 2 different shades of gold and the vets going head-to-head. Some fan favorites in our matches today as well. Good thing I've got Fluffy and Azurai with me on the panel. Looks like they're feeling, very relaxed, very chill today. Which is all in well because we have quite a day for us today. And, Fluffy, as we mentioned earlier, we had some exciting matches yesterday. But I think it's going to be really interesting to see, the other half of our teams here at the VCT. How are you feeling about today's matches?
I'm really excited for today because the first day yesterday, we had the 4 very established teams coming out, like showing their new strats, their evolutions, showing how they're going to bring up things like the Astra or a Batman filling in that KJ instead of that normal Cypher role that we have on the side of APH. But today, we have a different story. We have 2 teams that we've seen previously playing in VCT, but 2 teams that went through the gauntlet that is the open qualifiers, showing that they're part of the best in RRQ and Alpha Esports.
I really enjoyed how... Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say I really enjoyed how yesterday's matches were just indicative of how just prepared every team was coming into the start of Stage 2.
Yeah, and again, Oasis Gaming and South Built Esports setting the bar high so far, with very, very clean victories. I mean, Azurai, did you expect that things were going to go 2-0 all the way yesterday?
I honestly did not. I thought it could actually have gone like 3 maps per the series because of how close some of these matches are. Maybe not so much the Oasis Action PH, because I think we still saw the issues that Georgie and the rest of Action had to go against. But that South Built versus Now specifically really showed how South Built grew as a team. No longer are they the group stage South Built that tends to lose at the very start of tournaments and comes back when, it's playoff stage or playoff portion already of the tournament. They come out with guns blazing. That being said, now it's Esports also kind of hitting a sort of wall as of the moment. Not sure what's happening with them. Maybe it's the composition, maybe it's the execution, but they still haven't had the cleanest of games. They made it very close, but not close enough that they could have actually netted a W in the match that they went up against South Built.
True. To add to what Asarai was saying about the game, especially the second series, the SBE game, it really shows that it's not the same SBE, the slow start kind of feel that we see normally from them or what people expect for VCT. And aside from that, even composition-wise, they're starting to adapt to the newer meta, I guess, if you want to say it like that. They're bringing in stuff like the KO for Icebox and stuff. And when you look at that compared to how they played during the finals or grand finals for stage 1 on the same map against Nows as well, it looks like a very different team, very proactive indeed.
And it's going to be really exciting to see them, of course, South Built Esports go up against Team Secret later on. We're going to have time to dive into that a bit more, but I think it's safe to say that, for South Built Esports, I know we did peg them as a team that, kind of like had that slow start, but I think, that playoffs experience did, of course, do them very, very well indeed. And on the side of Oasis Gaming, Fluffy, of course, you're very, very proud of your former team over here, but they still have quite a long way to go for Action PH. Would you say that Action PH maybe was a little bit of a primer and things might be a little bit more difficult for Oasis Gaming from here on in?
Well, hopefully both teams or all teams actually, have a lot to gain, especially because it's only the first week. Mm-hmm. We've seen this in the past where teams, even APH as an example for the stage 1, where they start off super strong, just like how Oasis started very strong yesterday. But, there's always that chance that just one game or one round loss could damage that momentum and then slow down eventually. So hopefully both teams actually just constantly keep improving from now on.
Yeah, and it's going to be so interesting to see. Of course, these teams are only meeting each other once. So any weaknesses that might be exposed with one team, Asarai, might not necessarily be the same in another.
Yeah, and what's kind of good about that is just it keeps these teams not really expecting the same thing over and over again, which could be good for maybe more inexperience of these teams. I know that might not be the best phrase or sentence to go by because everybody has already VCT experience, but I think with regards to how we've kind of described these teams when we were discussing them during our study session and everything, some of them still feel like they haven't reached that next level. They might still be caught in early 2022 and even late 2021 style of play. But it's such a different landscape now when you look at, again, teams like Oasis Gaming, that South Built Esports have really brought, I think, a different level of Valorant competition right now to stage 2. So with all that being said, this kind of mix of matchups, I think, is just better overall for us.
We're going to dig into that a little bit later. I do want to touch on that point for a future match. But you know what's better for everybody? Of course, thanking all of our sponsors who are right behind our backs. We want to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with the mothership, Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board. We also want to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home, Fiber Strong, Family Strong. With the new G5 Only 2099 ng Globe at Home, game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. We would also like to thank our official gaming hardware partner, Asus ROG. VCT 2022 is brought to you by Asus Republic of Gamers. The ROG Falcon is the perfect solution for Valorant players with a 65% form factor, up to 450 hours of wireless connectivity, and the new ROG NX switches. Every strike becomes an extension of your intention. I love that, an extension of your intention. So pay attention mention because we have to mention. You have to go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the ROG Falcon NX wireless mechanical gaming keyboard. I was channeling little Lin-Manuel Miranda there. I love that line. I had to bring it out. And of course, you can also head on over to our other streams listed here. For the Filipino broadcast, we have Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. While for English broadcast, we have Twitch, YouTube, and Vera Esports. So I hope you guys do send some love as well over to the Filipino broadcast. We know it is a lot of fun there, and you never know what to expect. I think that's a very diplomatic way to describe the Filipino broadcast. You never know what you're gonna expect. knowing laughter coming over from Azurai.
There's a good amount of flavor in the Filipino broadcast. It's the Filipino flavor.
That's for sure.
Yeah. No, of course. I mean, come on. We do love our strong flavors here in the Philippines. I mean, sinigang and all of the lovely marinated meats that you can find. And we do have our tournament format. Before I get too hungry, I haven't eaten breakfast, you guys. I just,
oh no,
it's very early in the morning for me, in my opinion. This is our tournament format, and it is a single round robin with all matches being a best of 3. 6 teams, the top 6 teams will advance into the playoffs and take home the lion's share of $30,000 US. And Azurai, we did talk about this earlier about how each teams that since they meet each other just once, and they have to figure out what they keep doing wrong, because I don't know what's up with me today. I'm sorry. But yes, they're not getting any second chances with their matches. And, for example, with Oasis Gaming and Southbuilt Esports, Action PH, and with Nows yesterday, that was it for those matches.
Yeah, it feels like you're just going to get thrown into multiple dimensions when you try to go into this single round robin type of tournament. Again, it does keep you on your toes on the most part. And what I think it will do overall is just to make sure that these teams, or rather these teams, will have to do their due diligence with the research, because if they're not able to figure stuff out, if they try to do one thing against this one team and another thing on this other team, it might not work out. Because the thing with VCTPH, we've experienced throughout all these months, throughout this past 2 years, is there's always that different flavor that each and every team bring, right? Before, when we saw Bren Esports, now Team Secret, they were very controlled, lots of strategies, good synergy and all of that we saw with gaming, good executions, everything like that. We also saw Alpha Esports, Action PH, very gung-ho, all about that incredible aim. So if you're not able to kind of understand how to tread this different landscapes altogether, you're not really going to have a very successful time competing in what is now stage 2.
Yeah, to add also, I think that one of the strengths of this format is that you really have to focus internally, look at yourself as a team, and focus on battering down your own strategies instead of primarily focusing of what you're going to face. Although that's equally important, it's also very good to have a strong core and foundation in your own team.
Yeah, it's about you now. You gotta focus on yourself and have that self-love. Take it a step further. Hope it takes you to the playoffs. And Fluffy, we have our match schedule up here. Which match are you looking forward to the most?
I think that the most interesting one would be the first game, in my opinion, for Bren against the new, at least for VCTPH, RRQ.
It's good we have you on the panel then for this, so that we can get your thoughts about this. Azurai, what about you? Which match are you looking forward to the most? Which match do you think is the spiciest?
I will have to go for 2. If Fluffy said it's game 1, I am looking at series 2 and series 3, because I think I said this yesterday when we were in the panel with G10, that this is a very very important thing for Team Secret and Team Secret fans, because there's so many things that they kind of left unanswered back then. They didn't have a boot camp, they were having internal issues, stuff like that. But this time there are no more excuses left for Team Secret, and they're going to go up against an SBE that, if this is the same SBE we saw yesterday, will be a definite challenge for them. And then on this third series, both A teams, Alpha Esports and Qeon PH, teams that arguably you'd say have very similar process with how they play their matches. This is going to be something that will just show if you're the better team, then you will win, because they just play a very similar game.
We know our fans are very much looking forward to that third match as well. I'm personally looking forward to game 2, just because, of course, I am a huge fan of Team Secret. I think it was unfortunate that the sole representatives to Valorant champions got eliminated from stage 1. I think they will be back with a vengeance. It's you don't want to be on the end of a Team Secret that's out for blood, so to say. So it's gonna be. I think they're using the stage 2 to really reclaim that. So we're gonna see a lot more of aggression, I think, from this Team Secret. But that's gonna be a little later on. Of course, we have our first series coming right up, but we are going to go to a very quick break. When we return, it's going to be RQ and Bren Esports. VCT will be right back. Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. Mika Fabs here leading the panel with Fluffy and Azurai. And we've got our first match of the day coming right up. It is going to be RRQ versus Bren Esports. This is the first time, gentlemen, that RRQ is making an appearance here at the VCT. Am I right?
Yeah, so RRQ is an established VCT team, but not here for VCTPH. They're relatively new, although they have a roster that is very familiar to a lot of people. But speaking of the match that I said a while ago would be, for me, the most interesting, it's like RRQ is a team that is, at least as an org, new, but Bren is one of those orgs that's just, in my opinion, kind of like a constant here that we see on VCT. We saw them in Stage 1 playing really well. They still have that core members of Savvy, EJ, Hot Sauce, Brain Freeze, but with the loss of Josh S and the addition of Symbol, it's going to be very interesting this time around. It's a small change for some, but depending on the team dynamic, that has a big deal. They've always had that superstar, collegiate star power. We have Savvy, very cracked. When he gets to pop off, the game's tempo really shifts for the whole team, especially falling back on that weird flex / initiator role. When he sets up his team to do something great, they can really pull it off. But the real question for them is it just potential? Or because there's so many players that have that probable future in the scene possibility to be like the best team, but they really have to show up every game. And like we mentioned, with that new format, you only have one shot against this team. So yeah, I feel like it's going to be very interesting, especially because the players actually from both series, the whole series, know each other really well.
Yeah, they actually do. Before that, I do want to add to the thing that you talked about with Bren, right? They have the right pieces. It's an incredible roster, but I do always like to go to this analogy that if you've watched like Kuroko no Basket, the anime, this team feels like the Uncrowned Kings, wherein in another era, they could... Did somebody just sigh? I just heard someone sigh. Anyways, in another era, if there wasn't a Team Secret, if there wasn't maybe an SBE, this could have been the team that could have really topped off VCT in the Philippines. Right now, it seems like they're still figuring things out, whether you're talking about how Savvy could be a great duelist player and all of that, but EJ has to also be a duelist player, so that's going to put maybe a weird kind of strain for Bren moving forward. So I'm very excited to see how that is. And to the point that you mentioned with them having teammates on either side, if not all of the players are present right now from the SV Empire roster. So we have EJ, Hot Sauce, Symbol on Bren's side. And then for RRQ, we have, I believe, Draxi and Nexi. It's a bit of a reunion for this first best of 3 that we're going to see for today. And it makes me feel like they're going to try to one-up each other, because now they know that the stakes are very high, thinking that we got to show them who's the better ex-SV Empire team coming into this best of 3.
Well, we're gonna give Azurai a little bit of a moment to hold his giggles in and everything, and we're gonna take a closer look at our first team, RRQ. A team that is no stranger to any esports fan in Southeast Asia, and now they are looking to make their mark in VCTPH with Azurai, sort of an ensemble cast from VCT stages of yore. Does this give them an advantage?
I think it does, because again, this is a roster that arguably has incredible star power. It was kind of interesting that RRQ actually invested to go for the Philippines, but I am not going to shy away from saying that's the really good investment that they just gone. You see Rabbit, he is one of the players on Hashira before during stage 1, 2021, that was able to beat out Bren Esports on one of their highs in the tournament, right? We have Kelly S, who also was, I believe, from former Archangel before. Always will remember that part where I really wanted to always see him on the Duelist, now on another team that seemingly might fit him much better. And then we do have, again, SV Empire ex-members with Nexi and Draxi. Great support system for the rest of RRQ. So I'm very, very looking forward to seeing how well they're going to be performing, because they also were able to beat out a lot of very good teams in the open qualifier bracket, presumably, or most notably, Kadaliman and Team Secret.
Actually, I like that you brought up Nexi and Draxi. Fluffy, we've kind of pegged them as like the mainstays, some of the mainstays here at the VCT. How do you think they're impacting this brand new team that they're a part of?
I think that if you had to get 2 players, they're one of the dynamic duos that it's probably the best that you can get. They're basically, people like to say that they're like the honor students of VCT because they have perfect attendance all the time. They always somehow, no matter what team, no matter what flag they're under, they always make it at least to playoffs. They're really proven that they are part of the best, and it's to add them into another veteran roster composed, like what Asarai mentioned, of veterans from other teams. I feel like if they can work out their group composition and how they work together as a team, it could be very, very good.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Nexi and Draxi, like, these are like, OGs all the way back to even like First Strike days, right? They have been present in the highest sort of competitive setting for Philippine Valorant ever since. So it's no surprise that they were picked up with such a large organization such as RRQ. But speaking of large organizations in Southeast Asia, their opponents are in another shade of gold, you might say, mixed with black this time. Let's take a look at Bren Esports. Everyone seems to be unanimous in how they describe Bren Esports. Bren Esports is that stellar student from a younger class who you just know is going to do something great with their lives. Fluffy, you mentioned earlier how this team is full of potential. Do you think that potential is going to actually transform into something even more, starting with this match?
I mean, I think it shows from the results from the open qualifiers. Both of these teams coming out from that gauntlet, but Bren Esports, with majority of their team coming from stage 1 and moving on to stage 2 because their stage 1 run was, I think, cut short a little and not what they were expecting. But now coming into stage 2, going through that open qualifier gauntlet, going through 2-0 in every map, I feel like they are down for everything. They're putting all cards on the table, going for the full force, trying to take it this time, because although potential is the operative word, I think that they're at least showing results wise that it is maybe now the time.
Okay, so Bren having a lot of potential here. I'm curious, what usually causes, their downfall, so to say, here at VCT? What do they usually need to watch out for if they want to graduate with flying colors, Fluffy?
I feel like just like any student, overachieving is one of the pitfalls that they can fall into. They're a solid team, especially when Savvy's doing, and EJ especially are making the moves for the team. Otsaw is always being a staple there. But the moment that they overextend, when things kind of fall into some kind of chaos that they're not used to, the team can look a bit shaky. But I feel like with the guidance of their coach, Evo, who was formerly also a pro player, that's a lot of experience and veterancy that you can add into a squad that is relatively young, and that can maybe balance it out for this match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I may just add a little bit there. Sorry. I also wanted to kind of add that before, when we saw them back in stage 1, for this year, I actually kind of felt that there was a huge similarity between Bren and Oasis, not just in terms of the storyline, but the play style. The only real difference that I saw there was what you mentioned with EJ and Savvy 8K, I think being just more the aggressive players. And we did really see that kind of come in through that stage one. Whether they've kind of tempered down a little bit or added a little bit more control has yet to be seen. And honestly, one of the more I'm not sure if you can call it underrated, but not as much talked about player on Bren, at least for me, has got to be Hot Sauce. We saw this guy come in from Fulcrum Esports. He was, I think, the only notable player that I saw in that particular roster when I saw it last year, and being picked up by Bren, it was amazing. But there was that one factor, I think, last stage where maybe his nerves caught him off. Maybe it was him being forced to always clutch for Bren that might have strained him too much. And the longer the tournament continued, the less that he was able to perform. Maybe this offseason break is what just the doctor ordered for Bren to just recuperate and, you know, just recover from what was not the most ideal of that last stage.
Well, hopefully everything is ideal for them this time around as we head into our map vetoes. Gentlemen, I'm really eager to hear your thoughts about this. You know, who do you think the vetoes, or the picks rather, favor so far? Just looking at what we have here, we have Bind, we have Icebox, and we have Haven. Fluffy, let's start with you.
I'm not surprised at all that Bind made it through. That's the first thing that I'd like to note. Both teams very, very, very good on Bind. Haven, I think, is a map which will be the decider, which is very leaning towards Bren Esports, in my opinion. They're very strong on that map. So for me, the only question on the Bren side is how good is their Icebox? Because that, for me, is the map that will set the tone for the whole series.
What about you, Azurai?
I have to agree. Like, Icebox was... and you remember how you just said, like, a couple of minutes ago that they were having issues during stage one. This was the map that really put the strain on Bren. So that second map will be the make or break for them. I feel like this is still a very 50-50 map selection that we have. I think both teams just not willing to show off the other more not unused maps in VC or in the Philippines, you know, like the Fracture, like the Breeze. That's why we're not seeing it here. So this is just a nice little even spread of map selection for this series. Yeah,
to add on what Azurai was mentioning, for RQ side as well, looking at how they've played in the past, their Icebox also is, at least in my opinion, a pretty 50-50. Although I'm sure that both teams are confident in Bind, and both teams are kind of shaky, at least from the last time we saw them on Icebox. So I really think Icebox will be the deciding factor for the series, and I really think that it can make it to a 3-map series.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that, actually, of whether you guys think that this is going to go the full 3 games, given that, you know, if both teams do well on Bind, if Icebox is a question mark, and we know that, you know, one Haven does favor Bren Esports, you know, that kind of like leads us into our predictions. Are you guys saying that this could be a Bren Esports win for the first match of the day, Azurai?
Ooh, I mean... Yeah, I got the hot seat at the very start of the day. All right, but
yeah, you had a lot of energy there. So
I do. I definitely do. Okay, I'll put this out there. I really have admiration for both of these teams. I'm a super fan of both Hot Sauce and Nexi, but looking at how the track record earlier on for RRQ is, I'll have to put at least my eggs in this first series for RRQ.
Oh, interesting. Fluffy, you agree? Disagree?
Oh, I really want to say Bren because I feel like it's their time. But honestly, based on statistics, as an analyst, first and foremost, I think it's going to go to RQ.
Not like this, man.
Not like this.
Oh, that's very interesting. I was actually going to ask as well because, you know, in our story meets, we were saying how Bren's chemistry seems to be at, you know, pretty much at a high right now, and you know, so I'm really curious to see how they'll be going up against RRQ, which is a team that probably hasn't gelled together or had as much time to gel together, rather. But you guys are saying that, you know, you guys are both favoring RRQ, so like it's like interesting. Azurai has such a huge smile on his face right now. I wonder if you want to add a little bit more to that. I'm wondering if there's a little bit more behind, you know, these giggles that have been going on for the whole pre-show.
I don't know. It's just.
I'm putting you on the spot.
I really am. But if I'm just gonna say it, even though I did, select RRQ for the team that I think will win this series, I think it's still gonna be a close one. I have to, sound off with Fluffy that it definitely is possible that we're gonna go for map 3, especially again that we're seeing this Bind Icebox Haven kind of tandem of 3 map selection. I think all of these players have good experience on this. They already have good experience with, competing against each other and playing with each other. So there is a good understanding of how these teams can go. The only real difference right now is during the times that they have scrimmed, before Stage 2 has started, is that enough time that there is some extra sauce that they can bring to this best of 3 that will differentiate this? Or is there a specific player that's going to pop off from Bren or RQ that's going to lead the charge? We'll just have to see.
I think that one of the teams have something special in mind, because if you think about it from like the pro standpoint, right? Both teams are confident in 2 out of 3 of the maps, but the second map, both teams let Icebox through. So someone is going to show something, I feel like, in this match, because there has to be a reason why either team or both teams let this map, which statistically is not their strongest, in. So they have to be prepared for something. And coming off of open qualifiers and both teams doing really well, I'm sure that if they're confident with their plan, whichever team's plan that is, they can really pull it off on the second map, and that can decide everything.
Asarai, you mentioned earlier about certain players popping off. I'm actually really curious to hear who you think we should have our eyes on for this particular matchup from both teams.
Yeah, for Bren, gotta start it off. I think it always has to be Savvy and EJ. These are the teams that we've already deemed as incredibly cracked, as the Zoomers would talk about it. But also, some eyes would definitely have to be put on Symbol because of the fact that he has replaced one of the players of Bren here. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, we'll just have to see. Symbol does have a lot of veterancy with how he's kind of played before. And again, he has a lot of experience already with EJ. Maybe he can quell EJ to say, dude, stop. Or maybe I'm going to set something up for you, because I believe he is going to be playing that initiator for Bren moving forward into this series.
Right. And on the other side of things, looking at RRQ, for me, although we talk about Nexi and Draxi a lot, it's actually a 6-man roster. They're bringing in 2 of the players that we had last Stage 1 under the Zeal's banner. They have Tuge and Flash both playing. In my opinion, I feel like the player that I would watch this series, if they're bringing him in, because I don't know which configuration they might be picking for the map, whichever they practice, but if he's in it, I think Tuge is one of the players that is always been very consistent. He's a top player. He's always grinded, even in ranked. He's always one of the higher grinders, very consistent player. But even in the competitive matches, we always see him in those 1v4, 1v5 situations and turning the tide for Zeal's Esports back in the day. So now that he's in this team, I feel like it's a great addition. Aside from having that Nexi Draxi firepower, having him just to be that consistent gatekeeper for the team, I feel like will allow the other 2 to be a bit more free for how they move around.
Actually, really interesting as well. I'm curious if you guys have any kind of predictions as to any big surprises that we might see lineup wise. Are we seeing unconventional agents, maybe unconventional compositions going to be played in this series? From what you guys know, from what you guys have seen the qualifiers, or maybe you've seen from some of these player streams that they might be testing out. Fluffy, what do you think?
I'm still on the fade high, honestly. I think on Haven, it's not that bad. Icebox, it could be really good. I'm a firm believer in Fade can fit in comps where they don't necessarily rely on the flash, but maybe for the first game, not so much, since Haven, we see Bren normally rely on that breach more often, or other initiators. But I feel like it would be a surprise for the other team if they pick it in a map like Icebox.
Shoutouts to Fluffy's 81,000 views on YouTube for his Fade lineup. But yeah, I think if ever it's going to be a team that will bring out something a little bit more different into this, it has to be RRQ, especially that they are being coached by an ex-CSGO pro with Robotics, if I'm not mistaken. So shout out to Robotics out there, giving them some much needed clairvoyance on how they're going to be approaching Stage 2.
Well, I think we're ready for any surprise that might come our way. It is day 2, so let's get this party started with RRQ and Bren Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Okay, nagulo tayo dun. Hey guys, what is up? Phil here, back at it again. Here is the VCTPH Week 1, Day number 2. We are guys for today. My name is Phil. In possession, together with me is Ray right here. And today is a very, very special day. Kasi it's gonna be gold versus gold, which is apparently ang rason kung bakit ako nagsuot ng gold. And mga kaibigan, it's gonna be RRQ versus Bren Esports. Pwede nating sabihin na makakalaban ng RRQ yung dati nilang kakampi, which is si Nexi and Draxi versus Symbol. And this is gonna be really hot.
At si Hot Sauce. Diba? Mga dating SB Empire. Magkakalaban na sila ngayon. At nakita nga natin na ito yung mga we have RRQ new roster, pero syempre ang tagal na din nilang na-build yung roster nila as of now. Tapos kumuha sila ng dalawa coming in from Zills. And now, going in, on the other side naman, ang Bren. Marami silang pagkakamali no stage 1. But I think right now, it's looking stronger. Nasa kanila this time around the VIL. And I'm excited kung ano magiging surprise natin. Dahil they've been quiet all throughout. Unlike si RQ, ang dami nilang sinasalihan na tournaments before VCT started. But as for Bren, nagpa-practice talaga sila all together. And I think this is the time already na pwede na lang ipakita yung mga tinago nila all throughout the past month.
Yes, for sure. And syempre mga kaibigan, talagang sobrang init itong game na to. Kasi kausap ko yung coach kanina ng RRQ, which is apparently si Robotics, and kapatid niya si Draxi dito sa RRQ. And doon ang pag-usapan namin kanina, it's just at Longbo na daw siya nagko-coach dito. So it's gonna be interesting kung ano ba yung pwede nang ipakita. Kung ano ba yung pwede niyang i-share dito sa mga kabataan. Kasi hindi ko naman sinasabi na matanda na si Robotics, pero parang ganun na nga. Kasi back then matagal na siya nagko-compete eh. Kasi ibang klase talaga pag veterano yung nagko-coach sa inyo. Kasi yung mga tao niyan, madami ng na pagdaanan ng mga yan sa mundo ng FPS eh. So at least, diba, yung sinashare niya yung mga experience niya as a veteran, and syempre sinashare niya yung mga experiences niya doon sa mga new bloods, which is itong mga kabataan na to. And if ever na nag-combine yun, that is really big, really.
And I'd love to see that. Yung mga binibigay na experience ng mga veterans sa mga youngsters ngayon is very, very important. And at the same time, pagdating sa RRQ at saka sa Bren, may although kahit may mga youngsters, meron ding mga sabihin natin veteran, but as what we can see right now, Vil, sa side ng RRQ, I'm very interested. Tuge will not play as that controller, but instead with that Sky. And alam naman natin that when it comes to kay Tuge, ang lakas talaga ng individual plays na. He's giving a lot of impact plays last time when he was in his old team. But at the same time naman, ang Bren, it's more of the foundation talaga that they always have with that agent selection here in Bind. So both of these teams are very strong pagdating sa Bind. I think it's interesting to see how they'll play it. And knowing itong Bren, they might have those solid foundations. I think yung RRQ ready sila to actually go up against them.
Yeah, we're gonna see that later on kung ano ba yung mangyayari dito sa game na ito mga kaibigan. And ulitin ko, maglalaro tayo ngayon sa Bind, which is, ito ang mapa ni Brimstone. Ito ang mapa ni Raze. So, talaga makakita tayo ng high impactful plays for sure. And sabi nga ni Robotics kanina, pag may ascent daw, bibigyan niya ako ng isang malaking fade. So, ang tanong kung mangyayari ba yun sa mga susunod na araw dito sa side ng RRQ. Just like what you've said, andito yung mga players ng Zil, which is andito si Tuge, diba? Andito si Tuge, si Rabbit. Ano yan, galing Hashi rin. Like sinabi nga dun sa panel, sila yung tumalo dun sa 2021 Bren Esports.
Lost
sa stage 2 yun eh. Stage 2 yun. Ano ba stage 2 yun eh? Basta yun. Tinalo nila yun. And talagang nakita natin yung growth nila as a team, and it's really impactful to see na talagang makikita ulit natin sila ngayon sa stage 1 na talagang every stage andito sila. talagang wala silang absent talaga no? Talagang mag-perform sila and makikita natin sila all the time dito sa VCT.
Oh, that's a good start. Tuge was able to take down Javi. Pasunod-sunod na ata mga miyembro kagad ng Bren in just a blink of an eye. Pero EJ takes down Tuge. But then, yung hold sana ng Bren na papuntang bilong hindi naging successful after that shutdown mula kay Tuge. So after that flash, hindi talaga sila nakakuha at all kasi may utilities din na tinapon sa kanila ang RRQ. So, they're trying to play along. Kapag siguro nakapitas si Brain Freeze and EJ, that might be possible. Pero low on HP as Jaxi takes him down. At dalawa na lang ang natitira sa Bren.
It's all up to Brain Freeze and Symbol kung ano magagawa dito sa game nito. Pero apparently sa game na talaga nawala dito. Pero yun nga, it's fine. I mean, Sky, Initiator, at least hindi pa naman si Rabbit para lang at least makakuha siya ng information na sa Brain. Ay makalaban na pero yung nga lang Nexi catches 2 already but Brain Freeze with a big kill making it 2v3 pero Rabbit, I mean Symbol, knows it already kung nasa yung mga ibang players dito ng RRQ para lang at least makapasok sila dito sa may veto. Pero yun nga lang medyo delikado to kasi tatlo ang nagbabantay dito sa may spike. Nakapalipit sila 13 seconds and dalawa ang sumilip sa'yo pero Symbol muntik na niyang makuha yung big ROG clutch pero Kelly S with a big swing, with a kill, with a headshot, and RRQ gets round number 1.
Looking great, looking good ang RRQ kagad Vil. But then, yun nga bilis ng pick-offs kagad ng RRQ. They're quite prepared as what we can see their expectations sa side ng Bren. And the ipit na nga din sila kagad. I think nung the fact na nakabawas sila kagad ang dalawa sa Bren, sa pistol round pa lang in Bilong, it was already hard sa Bren to actually come in. So, uy, ganda talaga na Sorry, na-distract ako sa knife ni Avi. Pero, aggression sana gagawin ng RRQ sa bats pero buti na lang tinapon kaagad ni Javi ang kanyang paint shells.
Ano bang meron sa knife ni Javi? Matalas ba yan, Ray Ray?
Oh, matalas. Kumikinang-kinang pa.
Diyos ko.
Kumikinang-kinang.
Ibang klase talaga pag kumikinang ang mga bagay-bagay at baka may masabi pa akong hindi karapat dapat kaya si Kelly S mga kaibigan. Oh! Pinasabog ang bungo ni EJ dito sa may cubby pero kaya pa ba to ng Bren na makapasok dito kahit naka-classic lang sila and well at least si Simple meron naman siyang sheriff so probably he can get probably 2 or 3 shots if ever na makakuha siya pero walang hot sauce with that swing. Oh! Kelly S completing that kill, completing that round. Napakabilis na pangyayari dito in RRQ winning that free round doon sa round na yun. Well, Bren Esports up for them para lang at least makabawi na dito kahit papano. They have the money, they have the economy, they have the firepower, they have the strategy, and all they're gonna do is talagang try to explode the heads of RRQ dito sa game na to. And syempre RRQ, this is the first time na talaga makakast natin sila dito sa Valorant. And a big shoutouts nga pala sa manager nila. Itatago ko na lang sa pangalang LAN Rygates.
Ang ganda nung pangalong nickname ng manager ng RRQ. But then, sa Fobay, biglang nabawas kagad si Kenny S together with Nexi at sumunod na kagad si Draxi. As then, yung aggression lang ng ginawa ng Bren to actually tackle down ng RRQ is really quick and Hot Sauce goes in for the plant. So, mahirap na para kay Rabbit na siguro maganda dito. Just make sure to come up with those pickoffs. At least isa or dalawa, okay na yun para sa ekonomiya nila for the next round.
Yeah, it's all about the economy. Pero kung napapansin mo, wala pa rin talagang bawas ang Bren Esports dito. Bawas naman daw kahit armor lang. Yan sinasabi ng Bren Esports para lang at least makabawi ng konti ang RRQ. The clock is ticking already. There's a lot of smokes down dito sa may U-Hall. Pero nga lang, Tuge with that flash. Pwede siya makakuha ng dalawa dito. Pero nga lang, napakadami nagbabantay dyan. Pero si Savvy, hey, we're gonna go down to the hands of Tuge as well. Pero Symbol, pinakilig si Rabbit with a shock dart. And Symbol will gonna end the life of Tuge as well. What semi-flawless lang. Kasi may namatay na dalawa. Semi-flawless time for the side of Bren Esports. Well, ito na ang tunay na gun round. Meron ng Vandal, meron ng mga rifle ang mga players dito ng RRQ. Pero makakayanan pa ba nila ito or hindi pa or hindi na? Well, I mean, para sa akin, Ray, if ever you're gonna ask me kung ano predictions ko dito, man, we can see probably we can see a game number 3. Knowing na ikaw pa'y kasama ko.
Parang may galit ka sa akin, Villa.
Wala, ikaw pa.
Uy, kahapon hindi na-deny ng Honey Grace ang Ray-Rakers. Pero gusto ko lang din i-shoutout ang isa sa mga player dito ng Oasis. Itatago natin siya sa pangalang Bray, aka Wild Oreo. So big shoutout sa'yo. Yan.
Wild Oreo.
Wild Oreo. Ayan.
Idol yan eh. Idol yan sa Wild Oreo. Kahapon nakita natin sila nag-switch eh.
Nag-Viper.
Oo, nakita natin sila, nag-switch sila ni Reaper, di ba? Parang, gulat na lang tayo si Reaper nag-KO, no? Kaya talagang, dito sa VCT Stage 2, this is the last stage na rin eh. So, pero talaga tayo makakita dito ng mga switch-ups if ever, ng mga new strategies para syempre, all or nothing na to. Ito yung last one eh. Hindi ka na, wala nang next stage eh. Di ba? Kasi isipin mo, May ngayon, VCTPH, the next month, VCT APAC, the month after that, Masters, then LCQ, then Champions. Back then, may Stage 3. Meron pa silang isang tsansa. Pero ngayon, this is the last chance of all these players na makapasok sa Champions. Mga kami, pero sa VAK, come again, dito sa may Lamzo, but Kelly S. Gonna destroy everything na makita na para na syempre makakuha pa sila ng early lead dito sa game na to. Sa VAK, is gonna destroy Draxi. No more smokes for the side of RRQ right now. Pero paano pa sila makakapag-retake dito if ever, knowing na wala na rin talaga silang smokes?
Yung mga hirap na bagay sa side ng RRQ looks like on a spree. Ang katulad ni Haven, if he starts good, alam mo na magiging effective to. Makukuha talagang momentum ng Bren. Pero si EJ kumukuha lang ng information ngayon as he tries to hold in. But Javi, so once again, takes down 2. At puro post-plant na ng ginagawa ngayon ng Bren as they wait for the angles coming from RRQ. At si Rabbit na lang kagad ang natitira. He goes for a save. No way in already for him to actually get the defuse. And Bren actually takes this round once again with a 2-2. At napaka-important to dahil full buy mula sa RRQ and yet magsisave na sila most probably sa next round video.
Yeah, they need to save up. I mean, kung itutuloy-tuloy pa talaga ito ng Bren Esports, talagang magkakaproblema ang RRQ dito in terms of economy kasi pupunta sila sa isang sitwasyon na may pera, wala, may pera, wala, may pera, wala. Paikot-ikot lang yun hanggat di sila nanalo ng round. And syempre, for Bren Esports, ang gagawin lang nila dito is just gonna save. They're not gonna save. They're just gonna buy out everything hanggat mawalan sila ng pera. Ganun lang yan, man. I mean, paikutin nyo lang yung pera. Hindi yung tipong bili-bili kayo ng bili ng kung ano-ano. Life.
Napatamaan ka ba?
Wala akong pinapatamaan kasi semi ganun ako eh. Pero syempre, minamanage ko naman lahat ng finances ko, di ba? Hindi yung, uy, may bagong ganyan, may bagong skin, bibili. Syempre, actually speaking of kanina, inis na inis ako sa store ko eh. Kasi kahapon kasi, di ba last day ng RGX, bumili ako. Kasi sabi ko sa sarili ko, hanggat hindi na malabas yung Ruination Spectre, bibiling ko yung RGX Spectre. So binili ko. Bigla akong, kinabukasan kanina, binuksan ko yung Valorant ko. Tapos meron akong nakita, tawag din yung Protocol Spectre. Parang ang ganda nito. Parang malarobocap yung galawan nitong Spectre na to.
Optimum Pride ba?
Optimum Pride. Ako talaga eh. Pero, I mean, nangyari na dapat nangyari. Nabili na natin ng RGX. Hindi naman pwedeng paiba-iba ka ng skin, di ba? Kasi mali mo, makakalimutan mo. Kailangan na natin tanggapin kung ano yung nasa harapan natin. Hindi yung naghahanap pa tayo ng iba. Nasa harapan mo na, pinagpalit mo pa!
Paano kapag top 2 ka lang pala? Yun! Hanggang top 2.
Oo.
Hirap doon, best. Pero
Sabi Super MJ, hi sa manager naming Ray at mahal kong VIL. Isipin mo, ikaw manager lang, tas ako mahal ni Super MJ, di ba?
Shoutout nga pala kay MJ. Sana kumain ka na. Ayan. Ayaw nagugutom ka. Uy! Tumingin! Sa iba! Si Rabbit! Ginulat ni EJ kagad. Sumama na rin si Kelly S. Pero advantage din kasi pagdating sa baril. Ayan. Mabilis na take yun. Kahit makapita si Rabbit, he'll be traded off kagad ni Symbol most probably. Sorry, nalilito lang ako. Sorry.
Pero kung napapansin mo, halos wala pa rin talagang bawas ang Bren Esports dito. RRQ, they need to adjust na rin talaga sa strategy na ginagawa ng Bren Esports dito. I mean, yes, this is the new Bren Esports, pero yun nga lang yung mga players dito, syempre, mga luma na rin talaga, pero nga lang, together, we're gonna shut down EG right now. Nexi with another one, just come on! Nexi popping off with a 2K onto that Headhunter. Pero yun nga lang, the damage has been done already, and Bren Esports winning the fifth round again, but Nexi, it's just isipin mo it takes 100 pesos para syempre mapatay mo yung Bren Esports sa ulo. So, in terms of economy, nanalo doon ng RRQ.
Talagang na-ROI kahit papano, diba? Pero still, the frags are really important sa RRQ. And even if they'll lose this round because of the disadvantage ng Barel, I think they're quite prepared already sa pinapahitan ng Bren. Usually here in B, they come up with a 3-2 na split. So, if RRQ will just be able to hold off yung angles na yon and much more become disciplined, talagang makakabawi naman sila against Bren. Pero to si Kelly S naghabol pa rin, but Javi pa rin ang mabubuhay on the other side. Sinabayan natin kasi na Hunter's Fury ni Simbo, so medyo naging distracted nga talaga ang RRQ doon, Bill.
Si Tuge, mga kaibigan, nakatingin lang sa langit. Let's see if ever meron siya makukuha dyan sa hookah. Pero, Jaxi, just doing all these spot shots para lang syempre makakuha siya ng enough damage if ever talaga meron matamaan yan. If kung wala, well, at least nagparinig siya dito na huwag kayong pumunta dito sa B kasi may tao dito. Pero yun nga lang, wala silang idea kung nasa ba yung exact position ni kaibigang Nexi. Men, Nexi, apakan mo ako pa ang magsasorry sa'yo.
Sorry, P. But Nexi holds of the angles, gets down to si EJ kagad, tsaka si Antos. Paano natanig kagad si Tuge? Piruin mo. Yun lang nag-audition lang sila kay Nexi, pero hindi pa pala. Ang init pa ni Symbol siya ni Brain Freeze.
Kala mo naman talaga no? Syempre, mainit ang panahon, di ba? Pero mas mainit dito sa bayan. Kita mo naman talaga, disyerto yung labanan nila. Pero yun nga lang, double shock, they're not gonna tag anyone dito sa game na ito. Pero nga lang, Brain Freeze, we're gonna plant the spike already. 45 seconds para ma-diffuse nila ito. The clock is ticking already. Draxi, dito lang sa may elbow. Is he gonna catch one? Meron tao doon sa may loob, which is Symbol, mga kaibigan. Pero yung nakita na nga yung Siko. Pero Molly, para mo palabas si Symbol dyan sa may loob. Pero kailangan na mag-swing out. Draxi will gonna go down into the hands of Symbol pa rin. It's a fight. Diyos ko po! Inupuan ni Symbol, mga kaibigan! 500 crouches per seconds! Talagang tinutut yung control, ladies and gentlemen! Men! Napakabilis ang pagdudut ni Symbol! Inupuan niya yung dati niyang kakampi! Namiss mo ba to, ha? Namiss mo ba to? Yan ang sinabi ni Symbol kay Draxi, mga kaibigan.
Miss me? Sabi niya, no? Do you miss me, bro? Grabe,
Diyos ko!
Ay, ang init kagad,
Men! Ewan ko, parang talagang binigay ni Symbol yung kwek-kwek kay Draxi.
Katulad sinabi ni Asoran kanina.
Oo.
Ang init kagad ng RRQ versus Bren. Tatandaan nyo, dating teammates yan.
Men. Okay lang yan. Pabayaan natin sila kasi dati sila nag-nice one baby sa isa't isa. Okay lang yan, men. Pabayaan na natin sila. Pero Diyos ko po, si Draxi mukhang talagang merong lunch na quick ngayon.
Lunch na quick ngayon. At Javi, talagang when he starts to pop off talaga, he's gonna be consistent all throughout. At nakikita natin the impact days, nagiging consistent na siya. And I think I'm happy to see him with that raise. Unlike kapag nag-i-initiator siya. Kasi Fico, ang ganda ng pag-win niya pa natin na angles. Eh, sila ba yan nakakaganda ng showstopper? He gets okay, pero may buhok!
Will not kill my ally.
Kinulateral ni Nexi yung dalawa, mga kaibigan. Ano ang gagawin nga? Next step ng Bren Esports, pero well, it's fine. Meron naman siyang revive though. So mabubuhay na ulit yung pinatay dito ni Nexi if ever. Pero yun nga lang, Kelly S, that showstopper not gonna tag anyone. Savvy 8K with that perfect position, perfect angle, just to shut down lahat na papasok sa CT. And meron pa siyang trade sa loob. Pero yun nga lang, talagang nagkaswigan na talaga yung mga players. Pero EJ will get that 2K as well. Pero Rabbit, the only man remaining, will gonna go down to the hands of Hot Sauce. It's just the positioning lang din talaga ng Bren Esports. Isipin mo, hindi lang isa yung nag-hold ng isang angle. Dalawa. Kasi meron tayo tinatawag na parang body system kumbaga. And syempre, just the trade-off lang din talaga ang gusto nila mangyayari dito. I mean, yes, if ever namatay yung nasa harapan na nagpipick for the side of Bren, okay lang yan. Kasi merong pa rin nakatingin sa likod. So the trade-off, it's just really clean.
I'm loving to see how atong Bren, even if may katulad ni Nexi, who always shuts at least 2 of them down, kahit dalawa na lang sila, katumbas 4 ng RRQ eh. Diba nakita natin, yung mga 2v3s, they're still winning it, and ready na sila sa trades, which is usually yung mistake nila no stage 1. Pero ngayon, medyo nahuli kagad sila, and Kelly S was able to get down heavy, hindi na nga kagad nakuha nila ang controls here in map. But then, they're still gonna be committing with the plat, at 3 na lang kagad na natitira sa Bren side.
Yeah. Pero big shoutout nga pala kay PPGL. Nagkukulit na kami ni PPGL dito. Alam mo niya, men, nakalista na yan. Pero ito na nga rin talaga. Let's see if ever makakapasok ba yung mga players ng RRQ dito sa may side na to. Kasi it's just napapalibutan na talaga ng Bren Esports. Pero yung Symbol! 1v1 with a great one. Symbol, can he get that post? And Nexi says no to Symbol. Ang tanong, papawian pa ni Nexi si Symbol, mga kaibigan. Ipapakita pa ni Tok Neneng. Direct ipakita mo hindi naupuan mga kaibigan. Ang ginagawa nila kasi nila is tactical crouch. Siyempre, kailangan nila magbanat ng buto.
Pag si Nexi talaga sa mga crucial situations, talagang malaki yung aasahan mo sa kanya. And that's really a good sign. So, kita mo naman, pinaglaruan lang. Buti hindi pa siya nagta-tactical crouch. Pag sinimula ni Nexi yan, yun na talaga.
Oo. Ito na yung tactical crouch talaga inahanap natin. Alam mo naman, tanghali na, di ba? Ano bang masarap na kainin sa tanghali? Siyempre, balot.
High blood ka talaga doon.
Talaga sasakit talaga yung leg mo mamaya, di ba? Hindi pa akala mo meron kang stiff tick, pero yung pala, iba na yun. Pero ito na si Savvy 8K pushing in already dito sa may Hoka. Pero it's just a trade-off na talaga pwede nang gawin dito ni Kelly S at saka ni kaibigang Tuge. Pero are they gonna commit or not? But before they're gonna do that, they need that information first before they're gonna go in. Kelly S, mga kaibigan, super low on HP. And all ang pwedeng gawin dito sa V8K, syempre talaga mag-bout na lang din talaga. The damage has been done already and enough ng information. Pero nga lang, perfect flash, perfect pick onto the side of Kelly S and Tuge. The synergy is real dito sa Hoka, dito sa bind.
Parang napansin ko, lumakas bigla si Symbol kasi may may bebe buff. Grabe talaga. Napakatamis ng pag-ibig.
30 seconds left.
Sana all.
Wala. So sa akin, yung sa akin matamis. Yung sa'yo baka ibang lasa ng pag-ibig. Pero ayoko na magsalita dito kasi baka may masabi pa. Pero kala EJ! Fast pick onto 2. Jaxi and Rabbit is now down to the count. Pero EJ, mga kaibigan, just a short like a melody in my head. Pero it's fine. Meron naman siyang Sword of Force. So pwede pa siya makabawi if ever. Retake and post plant is on again here in A. Nexi! Hindi na matamaan dito. Nabaril ni EJ sa gitna ng tawag doon ng legs.
Pero to,
1v2. Nexi. I mean, sa totoo lang, talagang sobrang gumawa rin talaga doon for the side of Bren Esports, actually EJ. Napakabilis ng take na dito sa dalawa agad na napatayin niya, pero yun nga lang. At least RRQ na hanap na rin nila ang kanilang strat. Ang kanilang comfy place. Para syempre makapag-retake na lang talaga tuloy-tuloy. Pero kung napapansin mo, Rere, it's like most of the time, napaplant ng Bren Esports yung spike. So, that is the next thing siguro pwedeng gawin ng RRQ na you need to prevent a Bren Esports from planting that spike in order for them na hindi makakuha ng plus 300. Kasi once na plant nila yung spike, ano yung parang yung momentum masishift sa kabila, masishift sa Bren Esports eh. Kahit gano'ng kasolid mo na plant yung spike. I mean, kahit gano'ng kasolid mo na pigilan yung RRQ, yung Bren Esports, at pag na-plant ng Bren yung yung spike, malilipat sa Bren Esports yung lead eh. Kasi ang gagawin naman ng Bren Esports is mag-antay sa top ng RRQ para makapag-diffuse.
Pero,
hindi ko alam kung nag-gets mo ako pero feeling ko gets mo na ako nun.
Gets mo kita, Vil. Nag-gets
Salamat,
ka na. Kahit yung mga takneneng, yung mga kwek-kwek. Pero, tingin ko din, Vil, every time na kahit ma-plant din kasi ng Bren yung spike, as long as buhay pa si Nexy, I think this is really hard eh. Kasi kahit si Nexy na lang mag-isa, parang kaya pa niya eh. 1v5, no problemo.
Napakadami nangyayari dito mga kaibigan. Ito na yung long kadug ni symbol. Pinaghahampas yung mga players dito ng RRQ mga kaibigan. Pero wala mo natatamaan kahit isa. Pero Kelly S. Dito lang sa may likod. But EJ, well, that big push. We're gonna take down Kelly S again. 5v2 onto this game right now. Ramit and Nexy. Can they hold? Can they get that retake dito sa B? This is gonna be really hard for them to do so. They don't have any utilities at all. Rabbit, yes, meron siyang Hunter's Fury, pero mahirap na gamitin yan knowing na dalawa na lang sila, knowing na 5 pa ang kalaban mo. And in order for you to get that, you need to kill one, at least one. Pero, the smartest thing to do is back off. Hindi na kailangan lumaban. Uulitin ko, kunyari pag dalawa na lang kayo, pag 5 pa yung kalaban nyo, hindi kayo bayani. Hindi kayo bayani, mag-save na lang kayo.
So, ganda na yun. Lalo na, alanganin na, magagaling pa sa city side yung sa halls rather, ang mga taga-RRQ. It's really hard already to get that retake. Pero alam mo yung meron sa RRQ, rather sa Bren, they have this confidence talaga. Even if they lose a round, even if they lose yung post plants nila sometimes, lalo na pag undermad sila, it's gonna be a 3v5 against RRQ. The next round, mas well and improved and mas coordinated muli sila. Diba kita mo? Nilabas kagad nila yung Hunter's Fury, nilabas din kagad na yung ultimate ni Brimstone. It's very important to actually clear those angles kasi usually napapunish sila kagad ni Nexy coming in from sa elbow. So after that, coordinated na sila. They will be picking off yung mga anchor ng B-site and that's how they were able to get that round 10. Pero ngayon, na 2-round lead muli ang Bren. Anong next na meron yung RRQ? Kasi nag-a-adjust lang naman sila every time that Bren comes up with something. And good way yun sa RRQ na nakakapag-keep up din naman sila sa face.
At saka naman talaga yun mga kaibigan eh. Talagang it's all about the adjustment lang din talaga na pwede nang gamitin per round. Yung mga tipong hindi naman to one-sided. Lahat talaga nag-adjust kasi every round nag-iiba yung mga sector if ever. Pero Diyos ko po, kitang-kita sa V8K nakasilip ang ulo ni Nexy mga kaibigan. But the retake is now on for the 3 players of RRQ right now. We have Rabbit, Kalias, and Jackson from VCT. But can they get that big retake? I think this is gonna be a really hard take na naman sa kanila na talagang Bren Esports. Nakuha ulit nila yung groove na kailangan nila dito. And for RRQ, hindi sila makapasok if ever. Dalawa na naman ang nagbabalik sa kanila. Pero wala silang choice kundi kailangan nila papasok agad dito. And Salvi 8K and Hot Sauce says no already. And ang question, is this gonna be a 7-5 or 8-4 pagkatapos nitong first half ng game na to? Well, in terms of money, medyo broken by sila in a sense na hindi sila lahat naka-rifle, hindi sila lahat naka-Vandal and Phantom. Yung iba naka-Spectre lang. They need to make the most out of all these utilities na hawak nila. Medyo kulang, pero kailangan mo sulitin. Kasi bukas, paggising mo,
wala na siya.
wala na siya. Baka may mahal na siyang iba.
Oo, paggising ko nga, ganun nangyari. Pero, this time around, nanalo na rin finally si Nexy against Javi. They always know that when it comes to hookah, they really need to add a lot of firepower. And Bren, gonna be shutdown na nga ba kagad si Javi yan. Shutdown na siya. So ngayon, wala silang choice kundi kumuha kagad ng control na manggagaling sa may A-short. And now while waiting, I think RRQ still has a lot of, ayun na nga, nilabas na yung mga ultimates just to tackle them down. And mukhang Jackson will be able to take them out with a 2K. At si EJ na lang together with Hot Sauce ang natitira.
Hot Sauce mga kaibigan, makikipag 1v1 sa 5 si Hot Sauce. Medyo mahirap to, pero okay lang yan. Kasi pag na-clutch mo naman yan, Diyos ko po, may bago ka ng pang-cover photo. Pero it's fine, kasi bubuhayin naman dito si Savvy 8K. Ito na, ang duo. Pero Diyos ko po, natatlo na nakita mo. Paano Hot Sauce? Huwag ka na shoutout niya agad! Mid! Pagkalabas sa teleporter, dalawang ulo agad ang pumutok! But Hot Sauce! We're gonna go down into the hands of Nexi. Muntik na! Kunti na lang! Diyos ko! Nakatagalan ka tuloy ni Nexi, men! Wala ka nagawa!
Naapakan ni Nexi! Hindi nakagalaw. Diba, sabi ko sa'yo, Bill, basta pag underman na yung Bren, tapos si RRQ, buhay pa si Nexi, alam mo matatalo yung Bren eh. Alam mo, 15-7? Mas mataas pa siya sa kills kaysa sa mga taga-Bren, yung pinatapag si EJ. Although mas well-distributed yung kills ng Bren. Si Nexi palang-palo, 15-7. Ay, ano ba kinain ni Nexi?
Actually, fan ako ni Nexi. Die-hard fan talaga ako ni Nexi. Ever since last year, mga kaibigan. Ako yung leader ng Nexi Fans Club, mga kaibigan. Kaya pag nagkalat, pag nakita ko to si Nexi, men, hindi ako magkadalawang isip, talagang yayakapin ko to. Pero kung napansin nyo, sabay-sabay talaga sabay-sabay silang pumasok ng teleporter, sabay-sabay din silang namatay.
Pero wala pa rin silang nagawa kay Nexi.
Oo.
At
shoutout nga pala kay Jack D. Lambino. Shot puno.
Sabi ni
parang nung binasa ko yung pangalan niya, parang kulang na lang Coke eh. Kulang na lang Coke.
Omsim, no?
Oo. Nung binasa ko yung pangalan niya, parang sinasabi ko, shit, ay secret. Pero yun, basta yun. Dito sa game na to, mga kaibigan, I mean, at least Bren Esports, sila ang merong lead dito, Ray. Tumigil ka.
Sila. Nga. Hit lang. Siyempre, iniisip ko muna yung sabihin ko kasi ayoko mawala ng trabaho. Baka dalawa na lang sila caster eh.
Pareho lang tayo. Change topic.
Alam mo yung, pero still good half sa RQ. They're really quick to adjust. Yun yung meron about them against Bren. Pero Bren kasi mas coordinated nga sila sa attacking kasi they will just be doing the setups and finally committed to the site. Pero ngayon na nag-change tayo ng sides, ano ang meron naman ng Bren sa defending nila? Kasi mga chamber natin yung palong-palo eh. EJ versus Nexi. Ganito pala ang mga chambers na parehas na teams.
Parang
palo-palo.
Reunion ng SB Empire to eh, no?
Oo.
Diba? Andito si Hot Sauce. Andito si Symbol. Andito si Nexi. Andito si Kelly S. Diba? Sama-sama sila, men.
Ano yan? Happy family sila. Happy family. Ito, nag-iba yung ano. Ito si Hot Sauce, may maliit na gulong. Pwede na makita, speaking of, napit na sila na kagad si Jaxie habang nagkukuskus sila ng yelo papuntang site actually.
Pero it's fine. At least makakabawi pa naman sila dito kahit paano if ever talaga nakakuha sila ng early kills if ever. Pero nga lang, 50 seconds in, hindi pa talaga nakakapasok ng RRQ dito. Napakaganda ng holding ginagawa ni Savvy 8. He's using all the utilities on hand para syempre hindi sila makapasok sa may short. Pero kailangan sabay, in order for these players na makapasok sa short, kailangan sabay na sa showers. Pero ito na nga yun talaga. Rabbit, we're gonna go down to the hands of Savvy 8 kaya hindi mo talaga alam kung nasa mga Savvy dito eh, no? Kasi minsan nasa short, minsan nasa showers. It's really unpredictable yung mga galawan nila dito.
Si Abby sumusunod doon. Kung kanina may nang tactical couch. Yung isa may nantatagtad ng bala sa puno. At umiinit talaga itong mga taga-Bren. And ito, maganda ng plano ni Hot Sauce dito. Even just on that small angle, really shot down. Yung gustong execution once again ng RRT. Tapos alam na ng Bren, kung sila magkocommit. And that's it. Javi together with Hot Sauce, they really went well with the good hold here in A-site at ngayon, panalo na naman nila ang pistol round, which is very important, di ba? Para lang talaga lumamang sila against RRQ dun.
Pero, at least ang Bren Esports, sila naman ang may lead dito, winning that first round sa may second half. And paano papasukin ng RRQ to? Yes, they can be really aggressive with Kelly S, together with the flash of Tuge. Pero yun nga lang, kailangan din siyempre suportahan ng Rico ni Rabbit and Draxi with all these smokes on hand. Pero before that, kailangan talaga muna nilang ubusan din yung mga utilities ng Bren dito eh. Kasi once na makapasok sila, ito, like yung boombot na yan, pero sila makapasok agad, sila ng boombot eh. Wala na pain shells eh. So, if ever na papasok sila, it's gonna be really flawless if ever. Pero at the end of the day, ang problema na din talaga ng RRQ dito is merong Spectres ang Bren Esports. And knowing na puro Clasico talaga ang RRQ, at least dito na sila babawi sa third round mga kaibigan. They have all the firepower na ngayon and we really can, actually we can actually see a 6-9. Nice!
Hey. Nice. Si 3K! Dati 8K ngayon 3K lang Pero gusto makita ng nice score syempre, Phil, di ba? Kahapon nakita kami ng nice score ni Honey Glaze. Pero ngayon, I think yung Bren, uy, aggressive na si Hatsos. Naging attacker na si Hatsos ngayon.
Okay, Hatsos, palong-palo eh, no? Naghahanap na pwedeng mapatay. Ito, naririnig ito ngayon ng RRQ if ever. Pero nga ng Kelly S catches one! The second one right now, pero yung nga lang at least sa tail off na talaga ito ng Brain Freeze. Pero kung napapansin nyo, sobrang palong-palo ng Bren Esports. Kasi at the end of the day, sila naman, parang lamang naman ng RRQ dito if ever. I mean, lamang naman ng Bren Esports dito if ever. So they have their round to lose. Which is ito yung ginagawa nila. Palong-palong naghahanap ng pwedeng mapatay. Isipin mo naman, defending sila pero sila yung naghahanap ng away. Diba?
Oh.
Parang ito yung tahimik sa klase, pero siya pa talaga yung starter. If ever. Pero kung ng Drax, magandang position dito. Tamang crossfire. Nag-crossfire sa Valorant. Ang RRQ if ever. May nakatingin sa kanan, pero wala silang idea na meron din kaliwa. And Brain Freeze. We're gonna go down. Tamang tugsugs lang. And 6-9. Mapapanice ka talaga.
Totoo nga. Nasulat na naman sa Vilbli ang ginawa, ang scoreline right now. Pero ito, very important sana to sa side ng Bren to actually take down Kelly S. But after na namatid siya dito ng Hot Sauce, they got distracted up against tackling him down. Tapos nakapress pa siya ng dalawa. So, sobrang layo na at alam na rin yung information saan sila manggagaling. So, that was really smart from RRQ. You just get Kelly S na humiwalay sa kanila and try to take some pick-offs. And finally, naging nalito ang Bren kung saan pupunta ang mga taga-RRQ. Pero, RRQ kailangan nila mag-timeout ngayon. Dahil usually sa mga full buy, napapanish sila kagad ng...
Siyempre, di ba? Ano na sila, kailangan muna nila magpahinga.
Ayan, mamahinga muna, mamahinga.
Oo. So, nung naging 6-9, siyempre, after that, kailangan mong magpahinga. Yun yung ginagawa nila. Bakit? Tama naman, di ba? What we see is what we say, ladies and gentlemen. Di ba?
What you see, it's what you get.
Oo, di ba? After ng scoreline na yun, anong gagawin? Magpahinga, time out muna. Kasi kailangan nilang pag-isipan kung ano ba yung next na position nila dito sa mapa na to. Ano ba tayo? Mag-A ba tayo? Mag-B ba tayo? Yung iba ba nasa showers? Yung iba ba nasa long? Pag-isipan natin yan, ladies and gentlemen. Ganun ang ginagawa nitong team na to. Pero isipin mo naman, diba? Game na, pero naka-time out pa rin. Pero huwag nyo nang pansinin yan. Kasi ito ng mga players ito mga kaibigan talaga papasok sila sa B. Pero at least si Symbol tsaka si Javi, nagbabantay lang sila onto these positions, onto these angles, waiting for RRQ na makapasok. And kung napapansin mo, maganda yung position dito ni EJ if ever. Nasa teleporter lang siya. Knowing a chamber, he can actually rendezvous out of the battle if ever meron bang pumasok dito sa may hookah.
Kaso wala. Lahat ng mga miyembro ng RRQ nandito sila mismo sa may ilong. Pero
I've
Javi
got your trail.
is trying to contest pero sinabayan lang kagad dito ng kanyang speakers at sabay-sabay na nga sila papasok. So most likely bibigyan ng Bren ng side and they will just go for a retake. But suddenly, the utilities itself, Rabbit will be able to take down Symbol kagad the spot off na siya sa may side ng elbow. Pero hot sauce! Tumutok lang, Bill! May kasama pang rest pero ito sulit to apologize already.
Pero ito, 2v4 out of this game right now to get the only man remaining, the pride of Zeal Esports back then. Catches 1, catches 4. It is gonna be the first ace of the day. Pero Brain Freeze waiting patiently to get with that big ace.
So much more.
Winning that game.
Diyos po!
7-9 already. Sobrang worth it nung time out. Nung isang minuto silang nagsama-sama. Isang minuto silang nag-usap-usap. At Diyos ko po, Tugi, meron ka ng pang-hashtag food challenge. Meron ka ng bagong ipopost sa Valorant PH, ladies and gentlemen.
The 3v1! Tumutok pala armor yan ha! 22 HP na Dreams! Tinik kasi ni Brain Freeze. Baka sakaling makukuha pa niya. Pero hindi! When it's Tugi, we're talking about he can get that ace every time na nag-iinit siya. And kaya gusto ko siyang mag-sky, gusto ko siyang mag-ibang role. Kasi ganito yung unleashable na... grabe, ito yung parang i-unleash ang kanyang pangyarihan. Pero ito na nga, Bren. Grenade! Save na naman sila ngayon na at mukhang may pag-asa talagang mahabol sila ng RRQ.
Oo! Pero si KLS talaga lumilipad na. Kasi syempre, kasi grabe kasi dito sa bind no? Grabe yung simoy ng hangin dito. Wala ka talaga magagawa. Dito talaga lumipad na. Pero, merong tao sa elbow. Nagbabantay lang si kaibigang Symbol. Ang simbolo ng Bren Esports. Waiting under that corner. Waiting for someone to push. But EJ, Headhunter, apat na putok na lang ang pwede ng gawin sa Headhunter na ito. Medyo mahal kasi 100 yan kada putok eh. Pero Lexi, catches one already. Pero Brain Freeze mga kabi, is he gonna push or not? Brain Freeze will gonna be down as well, but Traxi will gonna... Tuge! Patay na! Tama na! EJ, isipin mo patay na, binabaril mo pa, pre, kalma! EJ, nakikipag 1v1 sa 5. Traxi ang nakakuha. 8-9, ito na ba ang comeback ng RRQ?
Comeback sa comeback, no? Bill? RRQ? I think with this type of play that they're doing already on the attacking side, sobrang mahihirapan at mapapanish ang Bren with that with the flashes coming in from Tuge. Tapos si Kelly S nakakuha na rin ng momentum. Although it took so much time kay Kelly S to actually warm up already, di ba? First half medyo malamig. I think ngayon ito na yung oras talagang pumapalo na si Kelly S together with Tuge. Pero buti na lang, that was a smart way already sa Bren na mag-time out na. Dahil kanina nanalo nga sila ng first 2 rounds here in the second half. Pero mukhang nag-break yung chain reaction sana na makakuha sila ng momentum. At napaka-importante itong round na to. They lose this. RQ, I think, tuloy-tuloy na to para sa kanila. And pwedeng mag-stuck na lang sa 9 ang score ng Bren kapag talagang hinayaan nila tong round 18 na mapupunta sa kamay ng RRQ.
Si Cholesterol nag-chat na. Boss Phil, alala mo ba ako? Inaalagaan mo ba ako? Tropa mo ba si St. Peter, pre? Ay,
Bill, may tanong ako sa'yo. Gusto ka ba?
Ha?
Gusto ka ba? Ayun. Buti ka pa.
At ikaw, hindi ba?
Hindi.
Baka kasi hindi mo ginalingan. Kailangan mo muna kasing galingan para
kailangan magalingan. Sorry, kailangan magpa-radiant.
Kasi kung mediocre lang, alam mo yun, parang ano lang, wala talaga. Siyempre kailangan mong galingan, di ba? Siyempre kailangan mo rin siyang i-impress, di ba? Hindi naman to one-sided eh. Ang pag-ibig, mga kaibigan, kung mahal ka, dapat mahal mo rin.
Alam ko, pag mahal ka, pupuntahan ka.
Hindi. Parang give and take yan, di ba? Kung binigyan ka, bigyan mo rin. Di ba? Ganun lang yan, di ba? Ganun lang yun. Kasi alam naman natin, pag gumugusto, binibigyan. Alam naman yan.
Too easy.
Easy.
Ay. Grabe talaga ang mga taga-RRQ. Mainit-init to. Pero Bren, what's cooking na kaya sa side nila, diba? Tapos si EJ, parang excited na siya may ma-pick off. If he gets Kelly else, that's big sa side ng Bren. Pero talaga naghihintay lang ng mga taga-RRQ. Kita mo parang gumamit lang kanina ng mga repolyo si Ituge. Pero meron na kagad ulit ngayon sa round na to.
30 seconds left.
Pero ito na Kelly as with a showstopper, ladies and gentlemen. See if everybody siya makukuha or wala. Pero tamang molly lang din talaga. Pero ito na, Kelly, yes! Gonna shot that one. Pero nga lang Hot Sauce with a big trade to get mga kaibigan with a wall down. We're gonna take down Hot Sauce. Pero ito na yung sagot ni Savi 18. Napakadaming showstopper na nangyayari dito sa A. Pero orbital strike all towards sa triple and they have an idea. Diyos ko po, natamaan pa ng lintik si Savi 8K. Pero 1v2. Let's see. Tuge, ilalabas pa natin yung bird niya para ma-flash yung dalawa. Pero Bren Esports with that quick thinking, mga kaibigan.
Ang bilis.
With that swing, isipin mo naman si Symbol, dinudot-dot men, binabaril-baril pa.
Talagang
patay.
mainit.
Patay na. Binabaril mo pa. Double dead na talaga.
Tinatigil eh. Yung feel ko na sayang lang din yung orbital strike. Pero pinush pa rin kagad ng mga taga-Bren. Sige, ako pala sa'yo, got you, fam. Sabi ni EJ kay Symbol. And finally, sabi ko nga that round 18 was really a big round sa Bren to actually take this. Pero ang RRQ on the other side, compose lang talaga sila every time they can take a split. Si Javi sumilip lang, Vil!
Napakabilis ang ginagawa dito. I mean, isipin mo, isang silip, isang swing, boom! Type at sa academy talaga agad.
Type at sa academy. Sumilip lang. Nakapitas pa. Sana all ganyan.
Diba? Isipin mo, pagkasilip mo, meron kang agad nakuha. Diba? Ikaw nakatambay ka na, wala pa rin. Oh.
Kaya nga eh. Pag silip mo, meron na din siya iba. Pero!
Aroy. Sakit na.
Sakit talaga yan.
Siyempre, kailangan mong bantayan, di ba? Oh. Lagi nga akong binabantayan ni Commander eh.
Nakatingin na ba sa'yo si Commander?
Tulog si Commander. Tulog si Commander. Pero yung kalahating tenga pinapakinggan na ako, men.
Gising pa rin. Pero RRQ, uy, bilis bibigyan ng Bren yung side. Okay. Lang to, I think they're quite ready. May Hunter's Fury, meron din kagad orbital strike mula kay Bane, please.
Oo. Pero ito na, Rabbit, ladies and gentlemen. With that recon ball, not gonna attack anyone. Sinabi pa talaga nakikita. Pero yun nga, Diyos ko po, tamang wall bang lang talaga. Pero napakarami na nangyayari dito. Orbital strike with that Hunter's Fury nalalabas si Symbol ngayon. Pero si Brady Viz nakakuha na isa Symbol as well with that kill on to one. Rabbit super low on HP. 5v2 on this game right now. The clock is ticking already. The Aljo with the spot one as well. Si Rabbit super low. Pinakilig ni Symbol ngayon. Pero let's see if ever makakabawi pa ba ito. Pero sabi ni Draxi, muntik pa sana makakuha siya ng isa. Pero nga lang Hot Sauce with a big trade-off ending everyone dito sa may B. Napakadaming kinomit na ultimates ng Bren Esports. At ang sabi nila, okay lang yan. Worth it naman.
Out of charges.
Ano worth it?
Dami ko sinabi
Okay. Okay lang yan. Kaya tayo shoutcasters kasi marami tayong sinasabi. Kaya okay lang yan. Kaso, eto. RQ, they lose this, it's over. Dahil kita mo na may matitira na lang pera, di ba? Pero on the other side naman ng Bren, keep calm, stay composed. Dami na nang ginamit earlier on that previous round, on that round 19. Pero it was all worth it to actually clear out every angle that they have. Pero ngayon, magpapaka-aggressive ba sila or they will just be taking on those angles? I think they're quite aware already na si Nexi ready na kagawin to the force. Kaya ang ginawa nila, mag-stay muna tayo sa site at hihintayin natin pumasok ang RRQ.
Ito na si Pastor Chamber, mga kaibigan. Do you want to pray? Let's pray. Yan ang sabi ni Nex dito. Pero for EJ, yes, he's gonna get the tour de force anyway with a kill, if ever. Kasi syempre, isang ultimate order lang din naman talaga ang kailangan nila. Pero yun nga, wala silang idea at all si Hot Sauce at si Brave Peace nandito. They can actually smoke out yung itong showers if ever, and that's the thing that they're gonna do. Pero where are the utilities of Bren Esports dito if ever, para syempre talagang mahanap pa nila kung nasa ba yung RRQ. Pero yun nga lang, nilabas na nga nalabas si Chicho Dog dito sa may showers. Pero ito na, ang Hunter's Fury na rin talaga nila pwedeng ilabas ni Rabbit. Let's see if ever meron siya makukuha wala. Pero mukhang wala ka trabaho dito except sa V8K. Nexi mga kaibigan with a tour de force. Not gonna psych anyone as well. Nexi, super low. Where is the spike na pwede lang ipatito pero nga Rabbit? That first kill is gonna be really huge for them na makapasok pero nga EG mga kaibigan with a big trade of hot sauce catching one. Rabbit, we're gonna go down into the hands of a symbol again. Ladies and gentlemen, Bren Esports in the match point already.
Alam na nila eh. Alam na ng Bren. Paano ba nila i-shutdown ng RRQ and hindi pa gumagalaw yung mga trade-offs ng RRQ even if Nexi has the food force. Yung mga taga-Bren hindi sila natakot mag-commit sa mga in-duels at actually assume lang nila ang RRQ works better sa kanila and looking at this one, hindi lang si EJ, hindi lang si Javi yung nagpa-pop off sa kanila, kundi si Hot Sauce, si Symbol together with Brain Freeze. Ang ganda ng disiplina mula sa Bren, how they are really composed this time around. But then, RRQ, babalik na nga sila ngayon. And looks like Jaxi, sabi niya, masyadong agresibo si EJ and he was able to take him down at 5 na lang. 5 pa ang meron ng RRQ. At mukhang napipick off na isa-isa na naman ang mga taga-Bren.
Natin natin if makakabalik talaga yung RRQ dito yung FR pero nga Hot Sauce! With a big take! With a 2K! May kasama pang foul! 2v3 onto this game. Naging basketball na ba? Sorry.
Valorant to.
Sorry. Papangarap ko talagang makasi Kobe pero kung nasan ka man, mahal kita. Mukhang dalawin, boss. Pero, Rabbit mga kaibigan, let's see if ever makakasagila ka nga ng Brain. Oh my God! Rabbit! Ginawang barbecue si Brain at Symbol! Diyos ko po! Inagtad pa! Ginawang shawarma yung dalawa! Ginawang zigzag! Ginawang Beta Pro Maxes! Ginawang barbecue! Inuhog! Ginawang isaw!
May bebe buff si Rabbit.
Grabe naman talaga si Rabbit.
Mapagmahal! Boss Rabbit,
mapagmahal.
187 mobs tayo.
You know, bam bam! Ginagawa niyo dyan. Ang problema kasi napakadikit ng zoning nila. I mean, kasi ang problema kasi sa zoning mga kaibigan, is pwede kang makolateral ng ganun. Actually, hindi naman collateral yun, pero sobrang magkatabi sila, kaya talaga itutuloy lang talaga ni Rabbit yung pag-spray niya. And syempre, ang maganda sa mga ganun is makakapag-trade off ka agad. Kasi syempre, hindi mo alam kung sinong babarilin mo. Yung kaliwat kanan ba? O ano? Saan? Sorry.
Dami mo sinabi, Bes.
Dami ko sinabi, diba?
Dami mo sinabi. Oh, yun lang. Medyo, I think, kailangan kumalma dito ng Bren. Pero si EJ naglabas na ng operator. Kung hindi ka tumatama sa mga AR, gumamit ka na lang kagad ng operator. And now, mag-audition. EJ got talent! He gets the third! Pero nang shade of Hituge, pero siya na lang kagad. Brain Freeze gets him. And Bren, sila ang mananalo dito sa 5 minute 39 against RRQ.
1-0 already dito sa black and yellow team. Bren Esports, ladies and gentlemen, kitang-kita naman natin yung mga RRQ yun. Pero RRQ yung napakita natin. Pero at least, diba, dun sa mga ginagawa ng talaga ng Bren Esports, they're actually being really that aggressive. Sometimes nagkakaroon sila ng konting mistakes, pero at least talaga nakakapag-adjust talaga sila agad. And syempre, to be honest, this is actually one of the best maps talaga, best matchups talaga na pwede natin makita dito. Kasi, I just wanna tell you guys, once na makakita tayo ng Nexi or Draxi or any SCB Empire player dito sa VCT, one thing is for sure, they're gonna be really, really explosive. Promise. Totoo yun, gano'n talaga nangyayari dito. And talaga napakita talaga to ng mga players natin ngayon dito sa game number 1 natin dito sa Bind. And it's just, there's a lot of mistakes. Pero nangyari na dapat nangyari. All gonna do is just trying to move on. And syempre hoping na hindi na mangyari sa susunod na map. Pero GG's para sa RRQ. That is actually a really hard-fought match between Bren Esports.
I think it's a good opportunity din sa Bren to actually win this. Kasi pagdating nga sa Icebox, I think mas maganda talaga yung play ng RRQ against Bren. So if Bren loses this, I think it's just gonna be RRQ all over again with a clean streak. Pero ito talaga yung ginawa ng Bren. It started all good especially nung first half pa lang with a 5-7 tapos nakakuha pa nga sila ng rounds. Although, itong mga taga-RRQ talagang nakabawi sila. Sobrang importante nga na naging consistent yung Bren all throughout sa mga next rounds na kailangan nila. Yung 8-9, yung round 18 na yon na pinakitaan kagad ng Bren, I think it's already a sign, Vil, na may papanalo nga nila yung bind map against RRQ.
Sorry guys, Valorant pala to, hindi basketball.
Kalma lang.
Kalma lang. Pero, for the side of Bren Esports, all they're gonna do is just continue their momentum towards game number 2 because apparently, ang pumili nitong mapa na to is Bren Esports. So, next map is actually Icebox, which is pinili ng RRQ, and we're gonna get to see these players na talaga makakabawian dito sa malamig na pwesto ng Icebox. Isipin mo, after sila maglabanan sa mainit, syempre kailangan nilang magpalamig dito sa Icebox. Pero look at that, Hot Sauce being the MVP of this game. 2.6 KDA. As long as nag-perform ka,
Last player standing.
Gucci up talaga.
Si Hot Sauce talaga, I think is one of the players na seek them out. Sobrang underrated in a way, di ba? Even if nakikita mo natin yung magic na meron si Hot Sauce, but I think right now, na mas comfortable na siya dito sa mismong roster ng Bren compared sa Stage 1. No, sobrang laki ng impact na ginagawa niya with that Sage. He's able to trade off every time. Si EJ together with Happy, every time they try to go aggressive. He's always the backup guy. No, and that's good sa side ng Bren. But I think overall, Vil, ang well-coordinated talaga nila ngayon. Right. All of those retakes are very clean. The attacking side, the setup, sobrang ganda. And going up against RRQ, hindi madali. Kalabanan na katulad ng RRQ with how Nexi unleashes his beast with that chamber, di ba?
Yeah. And talagang
flawless.
Kailangan talaga natin mag-adjust if ever. I mean, if ever na hindi talaga gumagana yung strat natin, ito yung ginagawa na ano eh, no? Isipin mo, naka-defending ang Bren dun sa second half na yun. Pero sila pa talaga yung naghanap ng gulong. Ito yung shisha ball moment na ginawa ni Tugi. Ito yung mga players ng Bren Esports. Ayan yung face ka. Ito yung rabbit. Bam! Ginawang shawarma yung dalawa. Na-extra-rice pa. EJ. Ito yung sobrang bilis na 3K niya with an operator, mga kaibigan. It's gonna end up again with a 1-0 still in favor of Bren Esports. And
para di masak si Javi
sumasayaw-sayaw pa si Ish no? Pero big shoutout nga rin pala kay Ish, mga kaibigan. Once again, you are watching VCTPH Stage 2 Week 1 Day number 2. Pero Ray, before we end the first game, what are your final thoughts dito sa match na nakita natin?
Think itong final thoughts ko, marami pang pwedeng mangyari sa next map. Dahil unang mapa pa lang to, syempre, at tignan natin kung
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam.
Hindi pa rin syempre tapos ang laban between RRQ and Bren. As pupunta tayo, papuntang Icebox syempre. My name is Ray. Kasama ko dito syempre si Vil. At kahit kanina, tumigil ang mundo. Balik tayo sa zoom in pa yan. So, makakas na laban between RRQ together with Bren. Pero sabi ko nga kanina may gusto pang i-unleash ang mga katulad ng RQ, especially in Icebox. I think they're one of the teams that's also good in Icebox. But as for Bren, ano na naman ang new surprise nila sa atin mula nang galing tayo sa Bind and now we're gonna go to Icebox.
Yeah, napakaraming mga pwedeng mangyari dito sa Icebox and for sure we get to see all these jet plays na rin naman talaga. And sana mag-fade sila pero nakadepende naman sila kasi alam naman ako ang pinakamagaling mag-fade sa Pilipinas. Pero walang no? Walang break, walang preno no? Pero yeah, we've seen it already dito sa game na to and it's just Bren Esports winning that game number 1 dito sa mapang pinili nila. Pero dito sa mapang pinili ng RRQ, makakabawi pa sila or it's just Bren Esports, itutuloy nila ang momentum na nakuha nila dito sa game number 1 and for RRQ, it's time for them to get that game number 3 if ever sila ang manalo dito sa game number 2. Well, mauuwi naman tayo sa Haven pagkatapos. So, kung napapansin mo, ang Bind kasi semi-malaking map, semi lang, pero naman sa game number 2, game number 3 natin, it's gonna be a really huge map like Icebox and Haven for sure. Pero mga kaibigan, I mean, for sure mag-iiba sila dito ng strategy. I mean, syempre magkaiba strat ng Bind and Icebox for sure. Pero yun nga lang, ano ba ang kukunin nilang mga composition dito? Are they gonna go on to that comfort picks or probably they're gonna stick to the meta dito sa Icebox? Probably gonna get at that Viper, Jet, Chamber, Sage.
No,
kahit sino man or hindi, nagsabi ko ng Jet or Reyna or something like that. Pero yeah, bahala na sila if ever kasi at the end of the day, sila naman talaga ang naglalaro dito. Hindi kami.
Taga-kastame, taga-yo-yo. Pero alam mo, kahapon SBE wala silang comp ng duelist. And na-shutdown talaga nila yung mga taga-Naos. Walang nagawa si Blurred, hindi rin makapag-asem si Jelicious, hindi rin talaga kagad makapag-aggressive ang mga katulad ni Blast. So, that was really a big problem coming in from the side of Naos. At ngayon kaya, makakita rin ba tayo ng same comp as what SBE did? Like, double Sentinel, tapos KO talaga, and that we have other things pa to actually take in. But I think knowing that these two teams nag-duel din talaga sila sa mga katulad ni Kelly S together with Javi as their duelist, kailangan natin tignan if they're still gonna be having those composition kung saan kailangan nila magkaroon ng duelist. But I'm expecting a chamber once again. Siguro most likely si EJ and si Nexi na naman. So, excited. Or Nexi with that Sage. Alam naman natin na pag si Nexi naka-Sage dito sa Icebox, sobrang aggressive niya at the same time. May battle Sage na tayo mula sa side ng RRQ. So, yun yung mga predictions lang namin pagdating sa mga pick-offs nila. Pero I think mas importante to sa side ng RRQ. Syempre, if they lose this, it's gonna be a clean streak for Bren Esports side. But at the same time naman ng Bren Esports, I think Icebox is one of the maps talagang kailangan nila tugunan ng practice all over before we start stage 2. So I think they really improved here sa Icebox.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about the improvement din talaga ng mga players natin dito. Syempre, hindi lang naman improvement na kailangan nilang gawin. Syempre, yung adjustments pa rin talaga ang pinaka-top priority for sure. Kasi mahirap mag-improve kung hindi ka nag-a-adjust. Mahirap gumawa ng isang play kung hindi ka talaga nag-a-adjust. And syempre, as the time goes by, hindi naman talaga tayo mas stick lang or mas stuck sa isang pwesto dito. All we need to do is move forward and try to apply all the strat, all the plays, all the adjustments that we did back then in order for us to get that big W here in this kind of competition. Pero kung napapansin mo, medyo wala atang duelist dito ang gagawin ng RRQ. Pero let's see if ever kung sino ba ang kanilang gagamitin dito if ever. And just like what I've said a while ago, talagang for the side of Bren Esports, ito yung sinabi ko kanina, well, except Sova, ito yung mga comfy picks talaga na meta picks kumbaga ng Icebox. Kasi ito yung nakita na natin dun sa stage 1, ito yung composition na yun. Pero kung napapansin mo, RRQ will play without a duelist here in this map, Icebox. At sila pa ang attacking dito. And for sure, they're gonna use KO as their duelist dito sa game na to, men.
Sabi na meron ding magiging team na talagang makukuha nila yung meta mula sa Masters 1. So, on the other side, we have Bren here. They're still gonna be sticking with that double sentinel but still giving spaces with that jet. And tatandaan natin, walang KO ang Bren. So that's gonna be the biggest question. Paano kapag na-knife sila ng ilang seconds din yun, di ba? Na mapapunish, di sila makakagamit ng utilities at all. So may delay mula sa setup nila. But if they get the first pickoffs, if they get the KO every time here in RRQ side, babalaki na talaga yung magiging advantage nila. So kaabang-abang yung mga ganitong composition ng mga teams kasi you can learn a lot from it. But then, kung ang SB kahapon, sobrang linis ng kanilang executions kahit wala silang duelist, ganun din ba kalinis ang gagawin ng RRQ?
Yeah. Pero, ito na! Ang mga tropa ng Bren Esports and RRQ para makabawi na dito kahit papano. This is gonna be a 1-1 or natapos sila agad to ng Bren if ever. Pero kung napapansin mo, Savvy 8K trying to be really aggressive right now. Blocking, garage agad para syempre makakuha siya dito ng orb. Pero wala silang idea kung nasan ba ang mga players dito ng Bren Esports. Nasa long ba, nasa kabila ba, or naka-back out na sila.
Back off lang. Hindi nakapag-control ka agad dito sa VMA ng mga katulad ng RRQ Sabi ng Bren, haharangan ko kayo. And Javi! Siya ngayon na magsisage. Okay. Maganda yan na binigay nila yung sage kay Javi dan si EJ naman with that jet here. I think kahit nakasage si Javi, dubilis yan. Battle sage as usual. At si Nexi naman on that stage. Every time, I think I'm expecting from him to actually more pop off. Pero Javi tries to bail out dahil nakita nga kagad ang kanyang posisyon and he can just delay so much. And gwagwang patintero pero quick setups lang mula sa side ng RRQ pero medyo naipit sila nakapag-take na ng mga taga-Bren! And Javi takes down Nexi. May gusto pang sumunod pero Kellyas was able to take him down.
Yeah. Napakabilis ang pangyayari dito ng nakikita natin mga kaibigan pero for the side of these two teams, still 4v4 pa rin Rabbit getting all these spot shots mga kaibigan, super low. Wala na pwede mag-heal sa kanya because Nexi is now down, 14 seconds in, and that is Dash. We're gonna plant the spike already. Hot sauce and Symbol gonna take down these players and take an RRQ. And 6 seconds, I think this is gonna be a round for Bren Esports and talaga knowing na wala naman talagang age at talagang Oh, Diyos ko po, Brain Freeze, nakaturbo yung control mga kaibigan, Diyos ko po, ayaw tumigil mga kaibigan, talagang nanginig si Brain Freeze, 1,000 clutches per second. Diyos ko, nakaturbo no? Binutibot Pag nakita mo yung control ni Brain Freeze, man, burado na yung CTRL na word, wala letters. Burado na, sa kakadundot niya ng control mga kaibigan.
Nabuga ko yung tubig ko.
Ayun, Diyos ko yun tinurbo. Diyos ko po.
Nagpasato na yung keeper.
Diyos ko po parang dinutdok talaga parang pinag-practicean Ang bilis ko na mag-text.
Nabasahin yung mic ko.
What we see is what we say.
Taylor, wag ka magselos. Ay, nako po. Daming sinasabi. Tignan mo. At ngayon, ay, rabbit na lang ang natitira. Uy, si EJ gumamit na masyal! At Hot Sauce will be taking down the rabbit. And it's 2-0. Bren takes it.
Ay, pinag-isipin na terror.
Oo nga, dami Evas
Oo, isipin mo.
Ban nyo nga to.
Pa-terror pa, pwede naman terror. Pero ito na mga kaibigan, ito rin talaga yung mga players natin yung at least. Panoorin mo natin ang replay. Symbol catches 2. Talaga with the third one, pero nga Lexi mga kaibigan Jesmo. Pero, ito talaga grabe pala yung turbuhan na nangyayari dito. Grabe si Brain Freeze, man. Nanggigil
With sound effects?
With matching lip bite pa.
Uy, nakita mo na ba in person si Brain Freeze?
Hindi pa.
Hindi, nakita mo na siya na. Di mo na siguro napansin.
Okay.
Wow.
Tinanong mo pa ako, di ba? Tinanong mo pa ako. Pinapapangunahan mo rin pala ako. Pero nakasama ko na si Javi at saka si Hot Sauce. Tropa yung mga yan, men. Si AJ mga kami is gonna go down to the hands of Kelly S. Pero Dito repossession kasi wala rin naman talaga halos sa barrel ang Bren Esports. Yes, they have all these specters. Si Javi, mala security guard pa ang galawan dito with that Bucky pero ano, Symbol with a shutdown one na sa pangyayari dito pero gusto ko po, ayaw tumigil! Bros, don't think, ladies and gentlemen! Pero tugi! Diyos ko po! Natamaan na naliligaw na bala! Si Javi, muntik na!
Ang agre!
Oo.
Agre lang talaga ng RRQ doon. Press W! Ay, nakita may post si Super MG na bura yung W eh. Kaka-raise me. Nabura na eh. Sa keyboard. Kawawa. Dramatic get sadness. Sayang. Hindi niya sana bibitawan eh. Pero syempre pag underman ka na, pag masakit na, bibitawan mo na.
Oo. Ganun na. Pero syempre, hindi ka naman martir, di ba?
Oo, hindi naman ako martir.
Oo, hindi ka martir ka na i-endure lahat mga bagay-bagay na nakakatiyo.
They found my trap.
XD. Ay. Pero, ganda ng ginawa doon ng RRQ. Sabi sa inyo yung RRQ, tong comp nila, how they perform sa Icebox, it's really shutting down the types of duelists. Kung kapang nga si Blurred, shutdown na SB, di ba, pag-entry? Ano kayang next sasagot nila kay AJ?
Oo, tama yan. Makikita natin yan. Pero si Josh, wala na dito sa Pilipinas no? Nasa nasa Japan na, pero ito na yung long dog na pwedeng ilabas ngayon ni Symbol, mga kaibigan. Nilabas na ang una, pero pangalawa wala pa rin tumama. Next, ladies and gentlemen, hindi siya matamaan dito ng long dog ni Symbol, pero it's fine kasi si Kelly SM ito na makakapatay ng isa dito. And 5v3 on this game right now. Nexi, natag siya ng isa pero nga together with a swing and take down 2. Kinapapad dito si Bren, pero delikado siya kasi natamaan siya ng utility KO. Pero Rabbit, mga kaibigan, at least naka-trade off na rin dito ng dalawa, mga kaibigan. And RRQ, kahit wala silang duelist, really wanna prove na kayang-kaya talaga na makapag-entry, kayang-kaya na makapasok dito. Kasi kung napapansin nyo, grabe ang utility usage ng RRQ dito if ever. That, yes, wala silang dash, wala silang satchel, wala silang leer tapos pasok, wala silang ganun, wala silang slide or anything like that para makapasok sa isang site. Pero okay lang yan kasi meron naman silang mga utilities dito. Ilan ba ang flashes ng RRQ? They have two. They have a lot of smokes right now. They have the headhunter of Kelly Has. They have Rabbit for them to do that shock darts, Recon, and Aldron. And syempre, Nexi to complete the day with that wall and a spike being planted by him. Do you think that's gonna be enough for you na makapag-push sa isang site? Well, we can see right here. Mukhang oo. Mukhang enough nga.
And yun yung mayroon. Talagang if you don't have a duelist, it takes so much practice. Especially here in sa PH, di ba? Mga teams natin sobrang aggressive, especially here in the APAC scene. Pero ngayong RRQ, I think yung form talaga nila napaka-importante. And buti na lang, round 5, nag-call na nga ng timeout kagad ng Bren. They need to reset. Somehow, kalma tayo guys. We got the first 2 rounds pero RQ keeps on shutting us down. Draxi also is popping off with that KO. A big problem for us. Sinimulan ni Brain Freeze ang momentum ng Bren. Pero ayun, Tekpos na. Sabi ko na natin sa inyo. Eto na! Yay! Ang nangyayari sa Tekpos.
Sa letrang T, Tekpos.
Ay, naku po.
Siyempre, pag maganda ang laban, di ba, siyempre kailangan muna natin to. Pero at least, di ba, at least nararamdaman natin ang feeling paano maging bagahe. Di ba?
Ang bago kunin sa airport. No?
Oo, tama. Bago ilagay sa
yung cart.
Sa aeroplano. Pero mukhang joke lang ng Tekpos, mga kaibigan, kasi napakabilisan lang naman yun. Pero alam ngayon ni Hot Sauce na mayroong tao dito sa may bilong, which is apparently si Kelly S. Knifeful gonna be denied dito na binato ni Drax, mga kaibigan, shutdown mo agad. Next is now down. And Brain Freeze, hindi ata siya na-reveal dito kahit pa paano, pero walang Hot Sauce. Sila pa rin talaga ang may lamang dito, pero meron Vipers, pero mga players dito ng RRQ, mga kaibigan, para syempre talaga manalapasin dito sa round na to. Kasi they have the utility, they have the firepower. All they gotta do is win, no matter what. Kelly S, mga kaibigan, nakakoach siya ng isa. Pero paano pa babawiin ng Bren Esports to if ever knowing na yes, 4 sila, pero it's just the sheriff lang din na meron sila. 1 tap to the head, yes, pwede mangyari yun, pero ang tanong ko, tatama ba? Pero Kelly S, mga kaibigan, tamang lineup lang din talaga if ever talaga meron tao sa taas. That's the thing na gagawin ni Kelly S ngayon. They know it already na wala talaga magagawa ang Bren Esports dun sa round na yon. And it's just the positioning lang din talaga ang kailangan nilang gawin and puntahan para mas talaga maging flawless pa ang round na yon. Time! Feeling ko, ano na ako no? Feeling ko makipag 1v1 ako kay Shay, di ba?
1v1 kay Shay. Pero na, ikaw pag magkakaroon ka ng rapper name, Bill, anong pangalan?
Ha?
Pag rapper na name.
Lil Chicano.
Lil Chicano, ano yun? Ay, pangalan na. Parang parang Latin na ewan eh. Pero, Kelly's! Nagkita sila ni Simple! Nag-meet up! Nag-EB sa food court! Pero walang nangyari, pero buti na lang si Brain Freeze!
EB sa food court? Galawan ko dati yun
Mga text.
Oo, galawan ko dati yun, man.
Ginawa ko din yun eh. Sa anime cosplay convention, mag-EB kayo, tapos doon kayo mag-picture, magpa-photoshoot.
Naalala ko dati, ang pangalan ng clan ko dati, Rhythm of Heart Society. Ayan.
Otaku Brigade Society.
Ayan. Yung mga tipong GM no? Isipin mo. Isipin mo sa text pero merong now playing pero EJ mga kaibigan nakakuha na agad ang dalawa dito. Sinarge siya ang dashing outside pero EJ ang sa dito. Pero Braxy mga kaibigan, we're gonna take down and win this round again. May pera ang Bren Esports pero RRQ pa rin talaga ang nangyari doon. And the no duelist setup ng RRQ is working dito sa Icebox.
Ay, naku po. Ay, mga text clan na yan. Memories. Even si PG pag... Stay down. One enemy remaining. Kinso, si Draxy. Hindi nila in-expect. Naghihintay lang. Nagluluto lang sa may kitchen. And RRQ really is putting on a big show against the Bren this time around naman sa may Icebox, diba? Sabi sa inyo, dapat yung bind talaga ipanalo ng Bren kasi sa Icebox, malaki yung probability na mahihirapan sila against RRQ. Pero ngayon si Kelly, slowly but surely, pero makakuha ng information kagad yung Bren. Pero may advantage pagdating sa barrel! Pero si Simple natutok ang crosser against kay Kelly S. J Rabbit sinabayan kagad ng kanyang Atlas Fury pero walang nangyari. Nag-tap lang ngayon ang mga katulad ni Simple. May respawn mula kay Javi just to confirm the possibility of this one. At hinarangan!
Hinarangan, you shall not pass! Yan ang sabi ni Javi 8K. Saan ka pupunta, Rabbit? Kanina ka pa kumukulit. Pero eto na. Tamang silip lang dito na ginagawa ni Rabbit mga kaibigan. Pero ang problema is yung spike nasa kabilang dako ng paroroonan niya. Pero nga lang to get to the rescue! All the way from elbow, naging 2v2 pa nga. Pero Rabbit, andito lang sa may taas ng pipes, mga kaibigan. Mukhang makakabawi pa ata mga pilisip ng RRQ. Putting ito a 1v1 situation right now. Javi versus Tuge. What you gonna do, boy? Pero ito na, nasa baba ngayon si kaibigang Javi, super low on HP. Pero mukhang ma-J Rizal pa nga si Tuge dito, mga kaibigan. Pero mukhang hindi ata makinis sa V80 kung nasa ba si Tuge. Pero ito na, garawang action star, nakasabit pa. Kaibigan Tuge, saan ka pupunta? Diyos ko po. Medyo mainit pa yun. Yung drop na yun, narinig ngayon ni Javi kung nasan sa Tuge for sure. Pero 40 seconds and all you need to do is plant that spike already. Sa V8K, ang gagawin nila is magantay. Pero yun na Tuge! Pa rin na makakakuha ng kill na yun! 5-2! That is a 2v4 situation, ladies and gentlemen. But still RRQ winning the team fight!
RRQ Tuge! Alam nyo guys, mahilig talaga ako, fan talaga ako ng mga controllers, how they manipulate with the use of their smokes. And si Tuge talaga is really one of the particular players na natutuwa akong panoorin kapag nag-controller. And yun, ginawa na naman niya ang just Tuge things here in Icebox once again with that Viper and the 3K up for grabs sa kanya. And kahit may probability na manalo yung Bren doon, biglang nag-iba na naman yung ihip ng hangin and RRQ finally leading with 3 rounds, Vil.
Big shoutout nga pala kay Mr. Jack the Reaper na nasa Vietnam ngayon para sa ating torneo ng SEA Games, ladies and gentlemen. But still, Bren Esports, they need to do a timeout. They need to rethink kung ano ba ang ginagawa nating mali, mga pare. Wala silang duelist pero bakit? Anong nangyayari sa atin? Napipick off tayo one by one. Kung napapansin mo, hindi talaga nagpo-push on ng RRQ kasi it's really hard for them to do that kasi wala silang duelist. So ang kailangan ng gawin ng RRQ dito is PPP. PFP pala. Play for picks.
Kala ko profile picture.
Hindi, pwedeng PPP. Play for picks yun. Tama na yun, PPP yun. Shoutout nga pala kay Auntie Zamora. Happy birthday sa'yo.
HBT!
Men, palong-palo ako ngayon. Di ko alam kung bakit. Grabe.
Ay, grabe.
Anong nakain ko ngayon? Palong-palo ako.
Ang saya-saya mo!
Let's go!
Sige pa. Ano ba ito? Hindi ka sabihin yung isa kasi mahirap na. Mawala na, maging 3 na lang yung PH broadcast, di ba? Pero ayoko, gusto ko 4 pa rin tayo. Happy fan.
Tama. Huwag ka maingay kasi tandaan mo si Ray tahimik lang. Pero, it's time! Nagkakasilipan lang sila dito. Talon-talon ang tamang jump pick lang kumbaga. Ang unang sumilip, Taipats.
Taipats?
Promise, ang unang sumilip Taipats dito, men, maniwala ka sa akin. Bam! Pero hindi nasilip, hindi tumama. Sayang sana yun eh. Pero yun na yun eh. Narito si Brain Fees mga kaibigan, nalalabas na kanyang snake para hindi makapasok dito mga players dito ng RRQ. Pero, tulad na sinabi ko, tamang T40 lang. Pray for picks. Pero Diyos ko po, tugi! Ilang Viper's Pit pa ang gagawin mo sa first half na to? May Viper's Pit ka na naman, my guy?
May G.
My G?
Magi!
Grabe ka naman talaga, my G!
Uy, na ano lang yung wall, nasira. Pero, commit pa rin. Pero si Avi ang pinigilan, 14 seconds na lang. Iko-commit pa kaya ito ng RRQ si Game Knockdown, pero pinipigilan. Paano nga lang Brain Freeze together with Avi? No choice. Pero we still have that 2v2 EJ na lang. Yan ang tunay na Bren na J. Pero nagsilipan sila. Hatsos gets the perfect timing. Gets kaya si Draxi na lang. 2v1, ay 3v1 na din. Buhay pa pala si Hatsos. Sorry akin, hindi ko napansin. Yun. Na-wallbang na headshot sa ulo.
Wallbang na, headshot pa. Dili kita kailangan makita. And now, Chamber, gonna get that ultimate na lang din talaga. Ultimate orb kasi si EJ medyo malayo pa eh. Double operator setup ang gagawin ng Bren Esports ngayon. Merong tao sa A, merong tao sa B. And for sure, EJ pupunta siya dito sa A. And he's gonna get that verticality dun sa may generator. And for the side of course, ganun talaga mangyayari. Jet main ako eh. Pero dito naman ngayon for hot sauce, there's a chance na baka nasa taas siya ng yellow or nasa baba. Pero yun nga lang, there's a chance na alam din talaga to ng RRQ na this is the thing that they're gonna do. So all they need to do is adjust and maximize all the utilities that they have in order for them para lang syempre manalo dito sa game na to. Kasi to be honest, medyo mahirap talaga to for RRQ na wala silang duelist dito knowing na attacker pa sila. Pero wala naman tayong magagawa kasi ito yung pinili nila. Time.
Syempre pag pinili mo.
Uy, shoutout nga pala kay Moja. Ako naman pasigaw Lods. Ian Cruz. Kay Moja mga kaibigan, hello sa'yo.
Dami talaga BFF ni Will.
Same.
Malabas na naman ang mga analyst natin bakit hindi daw nag-heal si Javi. Maririnig siya eh. Ganun din eh. Naunahan lang siya ni Tuge. Natalunan eh. Pero si Tuge, ano yan? Jumping lesson yan.
Yung ginawa ka nila Tuge, bigyan ng tawag na jumping lesson. Sim, pwede, di ba?
Siya si Viper eh.
Sipin mo, Mystic Rush na, nag-critical pa.
Coming ahead.
Di ba? 30 damage na nga lang yun, kumrit pa, di ba? Last stand talaga.
Pero, double operator setup ang meron ng Bren para lang talaga mapigilan. Actually, ang smart netong ginagawa nila. That's actually one of the ways that you can shut down yung RRQ. Dahil nga, utility-based eh. Sabi ng mga Vil, diba? So maganda yan. If mechanically skilled naman yung players mo, kayang headshot sa ulo, one-shot headshot. Hoy! Nagkasalisa sila! BJ still gets Kellyas! May pangalawa pa! Tapos sumunod na kagad si Hatsos against Rabbit. May rest na mula kay Nexi. Pero alam na nga nila kung saan manggagaling ang mga taga-RRQ.
Pero ito lang yung long doon nilalabas yung ibiging symbol ulit. Pero let's see if ever meron siya masasampal dito mga kaibigan. Si Nexi nabawasan ng arin talaga. Pero tamang hilan din ang gagawin niya para mas hindi pa siya mamatay sa mga susunod pang round. Pero nga lang EJ, catches one, catches three already with that operator. Let's see if makakaapat pa siya dito. Pero yun nga lang kailangan talaga nila mag-back out dito mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang Nexi with that big 2K. Pero nga lang 2K nakaisa pa with that wall bang as well. Pushing it to a 2v2 situation right now. Pero nga lang simple mga kaibigan nakakuha lang isa dito sa may backside. And ano ba ang magandang sanang ginawa ng RRQ? Kasi if ever na makakabakback, yes, pwede silang makback eh. Pero ang tanong, syempre, may oras ba? Nasan ba yung jet? Alam mo yun? It's all about the objectives lang din talaga. Siguro feeling ko the best thing that they can do is probably sana pinitik lang nila konti yung spike eh. Hawak nila yung spike, di ba? Sana kahit pinarinig lang nila eh. Take time lang kumbaga. Kalma lang. Kasi there are times that you don't really need to fight. And just stick to that objectives that you need to do rather than take a fight.
Importante ito. Uy! Tumama. Pero alam na nila saan manggagaling ang mga taga-RRQ. Mahabol ang Bren. Marunong sila maghabol, Vil. At ang RRQ, na-predict kagad nila, naharangan na nga sila. Meron pa kagad Ecoms. Kaya talagang punish ang RQ sana sa gusto na lang i-execute. Kasi kung nakapita sila against Bren, that's a big opportunity to commit papuntang B-site eh. Pero di na lang ginawa dahil alam na nga ng Bren saan sila manggagaling. And this is just a good old. Once EJ will be popping off ng kanyang operator, tas makakapunish na naman siya ng dalawang mula sa RQ, mahihirapan talaga yung RQ. Talagang titigil yan sa 5. Ay! Ooh! Kelly is timing to timing!
Iba talaga eh, pag 2 to 4 mga kaibigan. Tapos pagkapansin mo, nag-swing si Kelly S na nakascope na siya. At saka ang gagawin ni EJ doon is pa-scope pa lang siya. Talagang mauunahan talaga siya ni Kelly S dito if ever. Pero nga lang pinapakilig ngayon, si Sage. Si Nex, sinatamaan siya ng shocknet pero Diyos ko po na nerf na yan. Hindi na ganun kalakas yung bawas if ever you're gonna check it last time. Pero ito lang yung sinasabi ko na sa inyo. Lagi sumisilip yung mga players dito ng RQ kay Kelly S. Dito napapunish na agad ni Kelly S to kasi nakasilip siya. Pero tamang nade lang din talaga mga kanila. Si ever mahuhuli pa siya. Pero yung nga lang, dalawang putok. Hindi pa. Namatay na agad si Javi 8K dito. Pero yun nga lang, meron pang live si Draxiel. Still gonna get that kill on that super wide swing na ginawa ni Symbol. 6-4. Now in favor of RQ. And ang tanong, may pera ba ang Bren?
Alos aret, man! Maganda na sana pagpigil ni Javi eh. Pero nga lang yung KO eh. May fragment pa, may flash pa, lahat. Nasa iyo na ang lahat. Pero, nagdisiplina lang dito si Draxi. May post lineup pa, naipit si Javi. That's really beautiful mula sa kanya. And now that he's popping off, talagang alam mo na palong-palo ang Qeon. They're really utilizing it na pabor sa RRQ to shut down ng Bren. Pero kayo na mid-take, gagawin na ulit nila. Next is finally taking down Javi dahil may advantage din sila pagdating sa mga baril. Pero Hotness will be using ang kanyang 2D force but not gonna be working as next. Talaga press W, he gets a third.
Oh, freeze! Catches one dito na sa may boiler pero medyo delikado siya dito mga kaibigan pero kung napapansin niyo talaga sinagasaan ng RRQ ang Bren Esports mid to A ang nangyari ang ginawa nila pero EJ gonna get that phantom na rin mga kaibigan pero nga lang Kelly still gonna get that kill. Brain freeze so only man remaining with that sheriff. Is he gonna get that big ROG catch or not? Maybe no! Yan ang sabi ni Kelly S and 7-4. And dito naman ngayon sa last round ng first half natin mga kaibigan, mangyayari ba ang nangyari kanina? Mababawi ba to ng Bren Esports or talaga itutuloy ito ng RRQ 7-5 or 8-4? That's the thing that they need to do.
Talagang every time we have this comp like RRQ, even if medyo crucial lang first half, once na naging settled na sila, mahihirapan na talaga ang teams against them and that's what's currently happening sa side ng Bren Esports. But then, kung 5-7 to, okay na din yung half ng Bren. Kailangan lang hindi sila magpa-shutdown ng that attacking kasi yun yung mas crucial pa. Kailangan nilang harapin, pero Brain Freeze sees ang Robocop na si Draxi at wala na kagad knife na gagamitin pero may respa naman palag mula kay Nexi. Mauulit lang ang mga bagay-bagay. Pero, kailangan na maging careful ng RRQ ngayon.
They need to be careful kasi baka matamaan sila ng ligaw na bala. Yun yung ginawa ni Brain Freeze dito mga kaibigan. Catching one. Nexi now down. Slow push ang gagawin ng RRQ dito mga kaibigan. Pero ito rin talaga yung pinapakita ng Hunters. Feeling meron si Rabbit para at least get that information. Kaya sabi yung mga players dito ng Bren Esports mga kaibigan nga natamaan siya ng dalawa. Brain Free, isa lang pala yung natamaan which is parity sa symbol. Pero nga Brain Free is gonna take down 2. Pushing ito a 2v3 situation right now. EJ, napakaganda ng posisyon ng kuya mo. Waiting for that initial rotation na pwedeng gawin dito ng RRQ and EJ capitalizing that position, that angle for him to take down 2. 7-5 RRQ ang lamang dito.
Pero good half pa rin sa Bren. Despite na alam ng RRQ paano sila figure out. Pero ito yung next question 5-7, it's still favoring RRQ. Bakit? Mag-switch tayo ng side. At yung role nga ng KO is to really delay so much time, especially with the jet. Hindi ka makakuha ng cloud burst, hindi ka makakapaggamit ng iyong utilities once you want to clear out the side. So, kailangan talaga ng tulong mula sa ibang teammates ni EJ. Pero knowing that EJ is really popping off sa first half, siguro talaga may pag-asa ang Bren to actually win the pistol and to stay consistent here in Iceboxville.
Tama ka dyan, kaibigang Hirier. Pero, dito ngayon, sa tao lang, itong matchup na to, maganda ang defending ng RRQ. Why? Kasi yun nga, ilan ang initiator nila? 2. Ilan ang sentinel nila? 2. Meron silang controller? Yes, to get with that Viper. Diba? Medyo mahirap makapasok dito pag ganito ang lineup natin, boy. Medyo talagang usual not pass talaga, di ba? So, makikita natin yan kung ano bang nasa isip ng BRN dito. Pero halftime pause muna tayo. Kailangan mo nalang mag-usap-usap, mag-nilay-nilay. Alam mo ba, this year ko lang nalaman ibig sabihin ng nilay.
Ano ibig sabihin nilay-nilay?
Actually forgot. Pero parang mag-isip-isip ata. Mag-isip-isip ata. Ang pagdinilay-nilay lagi yun sa mahal na araw. Ayan.
Tama. Nilay-nilay kahulugan.
Kahulugan.
Ang nangangahulugan daw ay nagmumuni-muni. Mag-iisip-isip.
Muni. Ayan.
Nagmumuni-muni.
Muni. Di ba yun yung kailangan natin para magbayad ng mga bagay na binili natin? Kailangan natin ng muni. Ang corny ko, di ba? Muni. Muni. Tito joke, ladies and gentlemen.
Tapos yung kata din niya ni ano, di ba? Jessie James. Not about the money.
Oh, yun nga. No. Same.
Ay, nako! Ito talaga nangyayari na kasama namin ni Bill. Pero, pistol round. Who will get it? Bren ba? Or RRQ? Pero ito, inarangan lang ng yelo. Kailangan magkuskus ni
ng yelo.
At ni Javi.
Siyempre, mainit. Kailangan nila maghalo-halo dito. Tamang kuskus na ng yelo, mga kaibigan, pang bili ng halo-halo at siyempre ng mais con yelo at banana con yelo. Ano banana con yelo? Saging con yelo pala, sorry.
Mais con yelo, no?
Oo, mais. Hindi, actually, I'm not a fan of mais con yelo.
What?
Ano pa rin ako? Yeah, saging con yelo ko. I'd rather pick saging than mais. Pero,
share ka na.
Hindi okay. Hindi Civil War. Pero, eto na! Ang pagpasok ng Bren, mga kaibigan, medyo matagal pa rin talaga yung pagpasok dito. Inuubos nila yung charge ng smoke na meron si Tuge. Pero sino ba ang unang sisilip dito? Probably si EJ pa rin talaga para mas makapasok sila. Pero ito na, dire-diretso sila dito sa may B, mga kaibigan, plus that wall. Para mas hindi na makapasok dito yung mga players ngayon ng RRQ. Pero yun nga lang, that is the spike being planted by the side of Bren Esports. Pero, paanong retake ang pwedeng gawin dito ng RRQ? They don't have any duelists. They have 2 initiators, they have 2 sentinels, and 1 controller. They have a huge chance for them on getting this. Pero yun nga lang, mga kaibigan natin, Savvy, Vertical on it to get. Kenny is with another one right now. Tamang trade of front trade. Pero nga natin si Rabbit! With that big shot start kill, ladies and gentlemen. Pero nga lang, Simple trying to live up for his team. Pero yun nga lang, andito si Kelly S, andito si Nexi at si Draxi, just wrecking the faces of Bren Esports here in this game, here in this map. And ito ang power ng walang duelist, mga kaibigan. Napakadami nilang sentinel, napakadami nilang initiator, meron pa sila isang controller. Paano kayo makakapag-post plant doon? Isipin mo sila yung lamang sa ganyang composition. Tapos, attacking pa sila noon. Tapos, mas mahihirapan pa ang Brent pa sa defending ng RRQ dito.
Diba talagang yung comp ng RRQ sobrang well-balanced. It's really effective on the defending side. Pero hanggang ngayon, ako naka-move on na. Yung comment section, hindi pa. Tungkol sa hindi pag-heal ni Javi.
Men.
Tanong nyo na lang siya.
Second half na, hindi pa rin kayo tapos dyan.
Ang totoong debate ngayong araw, bakit hindi nag-heal si Javi?
Meron kasi mga bagay na hindi dapat maingay kasi pag nag-heal kasi may naririnig yun. Pag narinig yun, malalaman na yung posisyon. Pero ito na yung pagpasok ng Bren, mga kaibigan. Kasagasaan ata yung RRQ. Pero sabi ng RRQ, kasagasaan nyo kami. Pero kami naman yung may parinig mo.
I would apologize to them, but alas, they are dead.
Ginagalit niyo si Georgie! Nagko-comment na umiinit ang ulo, pero mas mainit ang mga taga-RQ. Pero makikita ba tayo muli deal ng nice score? Or 5-10?
There's a chance. There's a chance.
Sorry, Spectro.
Yo! Big shoutouts nga pala sa kay
I would
Mr.
apologize then, but alas.
Charles Victor Villar. Ayan. Sa mga kaibigan ni Tor, hello kay John Sulayaw. Hello sa inyong lahat. And yan, ano kayo yun? Pamangkin ko yun. Anak siya ng pinsan ko. Pamangkin ba yun? Pamangkin ba yun?
Pamangkin ko.
Second ano? Second pamangkin. Hindi ko alam kung meron pang ganun pero bahala na. Pero ito yung mga kaibigan si Regum 8K. Wala ko siya nakuha dito kahit isa. Pero waiting for that entry na pwede nilang gawin dito para lang syempre pa-nice one yung score nila. Pero RRQ with that kind of composition, with that kind of firepower, can they still win this team fight or not, Ray Ray?
Okay, it's really important sa RRQ to actually get this round. Pero kompleto pa rin yung RRQ. Pero nakita ni Javi, natantaran niya yan ang RGX buff. He gets to most lineups ang meron ang mga taga-Bren, and Symbol takes down Nexi. Ay Traxi na lahat, Kelly's nakasalalay ang round na to, pero looks like Bren still manifests with the 3-round lead ng RRQ, and our score will be 6-9. Nice.
Ano tawag dito?
Ano yan?
Sabi ni Larson Torres, Vil, long time no see. Unang nood ko dito, grade 10 pa lang ako. Ngayon, mahal na ata kita. Love you. Ano ba sa akin? Kasi hindi kami nakita ni Georgie noong media day. Sayang. Hindi ko siya natiris. Umuwi na kasi kami nun eh. I mean, hindi pala ako, wala pala ako nun yung day.
Wala ka nun. Kami yung, nakarating. Pero, nakita ko lang SB tsaka Naos.
Yeah, pero.
Yeah. Okay.
Charging up that dash na meron ngayon si AJ, pero not gonna be able to pull off everything pinangalan. Kelly S.
Down A.
Putok. Sabay bamba out. That is something that he did! Yeah! Diba? May mali pa sa sinabi ko! Wala! Oh, come on! Pero, uy, 6-9 pala yung score. Nice! Sorry.
Kanina pa sinabi! Kaya nagtataka ka, hindi ka sumabay sa akin, Seb!
Sorry. Sorry akin, pero yung Regum ball, we're gonna repeat the rest of the sinabi niya, pero ang symbol, the only man remaining, we're gonna shut down by Kalies. 6-10!
Nice! delay. Ayan, okay na. Ay, tatlo na lang, RRQ. Rakers. We're gonna go to Haven. Ang mga paborito
nga pala. Shoutout nga pala sa Ultimate Tito. Tatago ko siyang Jessie. Si kaibigan Jessie Bash. Ayun nga pala, hindi ako magkakasmamaya ng laban nila kasi maglalaro ako. Yun lang yun. Ang magkakas ng next game ng TS and SBE, si Rere at si Honey Glaze. Mamaya ako, ang gagawin ko, maglalaro ako.
Kailangan na siya masyado ng Team Secret
tulog pa kasi si Dubstep, kaya maglalaro na ako. Sidestep in na.
Siya taga-press ng keyboard. Si Dubstep na daw bahala sa mouse.
Oo. Tinurbo. Anong tinurbo ko? Pinagsasabi ng tinurbo. Walang ganun. Mabilis lang ako magsalita. Pero ito na, Draxi nakapatay na with that wall bang to the headshot. Diyos ko po. Pero, walang pera ngayon ang Bren Esports, mga kaibigan mo. Ang pupunta ata tayo sa game number 3. Kelly S. with a kill onto Symbol right now. Pushing ito a 5v2 situation ngayon. Sa game nito, ganyan nga nung Kelly S. Nakaisa pa pero it's all up to Brain Freeze. 1v5, 1v1 sa 5. Brain Freeze, mga kaibigan. Hindi ko natamaan dito siya. Pero Diyos ko po, sasaksakin pa! Diyos ko po! Ay! Grabe naman talaga! Pagkapatay, tamang turbo lang mga kaibigan. Tapos tingin sa likod, nakapatay pa ng isa. Diyos ko!
Umaan 80! Lumingon pa sa iba! Nandyan na yung para sa'yo! All in one na! Tumingin ka pa sa iba!
Kita mo naman yung pagkaputok ng ulo ng isa, tamang tactical crouch, mga limang pumps. Tapos tingin sa likod, nakapatay pa ng isa. Pero ang problema, napakadaming utilities doon. It's really hard for you to live on that round knowing na 5 pa ang kalaban mo, pero ang importante nakadalawa pa.
Okay. Ay!
Palong-palo talaga ako ngayon. Hindi ko alam kung anong meron sa akin. parang Gina G o mag-cast today, alam niyo yun?
Na-miss
Guys,
kasi
alam
natin
ko, ramdam na ramdam
mag-cast.
niyo yun.
Kahapon din palong-palo ako eh. Sa cast namin ni Jace eh.
Actually, kahapon nag-a-adjust pa ako eh. Nag-a-adjust ako kasi medyo matagal ako hindi nakapag-cast. Pero ngayon, eto na, ramdam ko na agad, man, VIL is back. Ramdam ko na ngayon eh, na talagang sumasapi na agad sa akin lahat eh. Na pwedeng sumapi sa akin eh. Huwag lang masamang espiritu kasi nakakatakot yun, man.
Eto na naman tayo sa mga ultimate ang tunay na laban talaga ay nasa comment section.
Totoo yan,
Hindi
men.
talaga sila titigil na nanalo na yung Arctic. Pupunta na ata tayo ng map 3.
Hil lang yan, utang na loob, hil lang yan, tigil na kayo.
Tama.
Patapos na tong game number 2.
Inom na lang kayo ng tubig, guys. Masyado mainit. Ay, naku po. At ngayon, uy! Hindi tumama si KDS. Next try. Okay. NT.
Tatawa sa mga pinag-isabugan.
Oo. Safe pa naman.
Sabi ni Jack Daniel, sino po pumili ng mapa na Icebox? Ako! Hindi si RRQ pa. Pero eto na. 5v4 onto this game. Snakebite para hindi mag-swing dito si Tuge.
Here. Ay. Bawas si KDS. Ang mga taga-Bren, commit na pero ano lang naman. Rest lang, I got you best. Sabi ni Rex si KDS, second try, second chance para maibawi. And
grabe naman talaga.
Yung ganda nito, gato plant. Pero sana di sila mabawasan na medyo mahirap-hirap yan.
Planted sa snowman mga kaibigan. Pero ngayon, papalibot ng mga players ngayon. Diyos ko po, natamahan pa nga dito sa natin mga kaibigan. Draxi with the quick retake lang din pero it's fine. Ito na ngayon si Draxi mga kaibigan with that ultimate. Tatlong zweng yan. Yung ultimate na pair na all the way sa yellow. It's actually Bren Esports. Isa sa yellow, isa sa snowman. Clean retake dito ginawa nga ng
na.
Ano diba? Bren Esports na natin. Hindi retake pero post plant. Sorry.
7-11. Ang ano mas gusto? 7-11.
Why? Yan ang pinipindot niya. Di ba?
Player standing.
Palo! Napakaligalig talaga ng PH broadcast. Shoutout nga pala sa mga nanonood sa Twitch, sa YouTube at sa Facebook. sa
Itong mga players na to talagang kala mo hindi mabubuhay pag hindi nanunurbo eh.
Nang tactical ka, mainit talagang laban ng Bren tsaka RRQ.
Kumbaga ganito yung tunog.
Paano?
Ganun yung tunog, Ben eh. Linear switches, come on. Pero but still, diba? Ganun yung tunog eh. Turbo eh.
Narinig ka?
Oo, men.
Rinig hanggang Pasay ah.
Partida, kagigising lang yun.
Kagigising lang. Kaso, walang sage diff dito. Diba? Talagang composure lang mula sa Bren tsaka RRQ. Pero, itong round 19, kailangan ng paggalawin ng baso ng Bren Esports para makahabol sila against RRQ. RRQ lose this, it's gonna be over. Pero may pagkikita na nga ngayon ang mga taga RRQ. Sabi nila, dito lang tayo guys. Hintayin natin silang pumush papuntang either of the sides. Pero hindi yata ng Bren na mag-asim itong RRQ. Pero may tech pause pala. Tech pause agad ang mangyayari. Shoutouts nga pala sa mga audience natin.
Oo.
Yun. Talagang ang magkakas mamaya ay ako siya si Honey Glaze sa SB versus Team Secret. Battle of the Titos of Manila.
Battle of the Titos. Kaya kaya excited na ako dyan eh. Pwede mangyari.
Ay. Mainit talaga ang mga debate ngayon. Pero I think ito yung problem talaga eh. Mahirap i-execute yung walang eagles. Pero, EJ takes down 1-2! Magbilang na kayo! We're counting it! Hindi nag-audition eh, kundi talagang nakatutok lang kagad yung crosser ni EJ sa mga ulo ng RQ to get together with Nexi, the anchors of B side. And finally, clearing out B. And Bren ata, ito na yung hinihintay nating comeback. Ito na ba yun? Hindi daw sa mag-X ang comeback, kundi sa laro ng Bren Esports against RRQ ngayon. At may hold na nga sila. Brain freeze, waiting na lang siya sa may isang flank. May dalawa pa na may pag-asang makita niya. And if he punishes one, this might be the round na pwedeng mag-change ang gears ng Bren Esports.
Yeah, we're gonna see that dito sa next round na to, if ever. Pero ito na nga mga kaibigan, mukhang makakabawi na rin talaga ang Bren Esports dito kasi in terms of head count lamang pa rin naman talaga sila, pero the clock is ticking already. Iko-commit ba to ng RRQ? Probably not. I mean, they have a lot of rounds to lose anyway. At the end of the day, 4 pa rin talaga yung lamang nila, pero after this, it's gonna be 3. Pero, ang problema lang din talaga kasi if ever iko-commit nila to, wala silang pera next round dito, Ray. Look at the money of Rabbit. It's 150. Kelly, yes, 950. Kukulangan sila sa utilities dito for sure. And, doon sa mga nagtatanong, ito pa rin yung patch na si Chamber, 2 pa yung trademark niya, hindi na lang
Out of
isa.
my way! May nag-comment, Wardell Ego.
Poison's gone.
Tawang-tawa ako, sorry. Pati si Wardell nandito na, lahat na ata nandito. Kayday de la Cruz. Ay, naka po. Pero, 8-11 trees, rounds away ang Bren before they can finally make this into a tie. And it really puts a lot of pressure, to be honest. Pero kung magiging composure na, may composure lang sila, pwede talaga maging posible. At sinimula na kagad ni Hot Sauce taking out to get. That was a good Viper's ult mula sa side ng Bren, pero may konting punishes pa kay Rabbit to actually use its Hunter's Fury. Pero si Hot Sauce nakabang na nga kagad na there's just the refrags all over again. He gets 2. At na-clear kagad ng Bren. 9-11. Count it, guys. Malaki pa ang pag-asa ng Bren to make this into a clean 2-0. Kalaban ng
9-11 it is. Ang makikita natin ngayon mga kaibigan, pero ito na talaga yung mga players ng Bren Esports, unti-unti silang kumukuha ng pagbagon dito kasi iniisip nila as long as hindi pa naman 13, ito hindi pa 13 ng RRQ is kayang-kaya pa rin talaga ng Bren Esports to. So, in terms of money, they have everything that they need in order for them to win this. They have the Vandals, they have the Operators, pero yun nga ng RRQ, all they need to do is just save up. They have the Bucky, just Spectres, probably Sheriff in the Classic as well. But RRQ, mga kaibigan, they need to adjust. Pero, Bren Esports gonna go here from mid to A. Take by just to defend A even longer. Pero yung nga na simple, mga kaibigan, lurking already lang sa may backside. Pero that is Rabbit! Shutdown simple agad. 4v3 onto this game right now. Wala pa rin talaga nakukuhang decent na rifle ang mga players dito ng RRQ. Yes, they have decent guns. They have the Bucky, they have the Spectres. Pero ang problema is kailangan mo labanan ang Bren na malapitan. Kasi we all know that all these guns is really not effective sa malayuan. Pero yun nga lang, at least si Rabbit nakakuha na siya ng Vandal dito. So apparently they have something to lean on. So Rabbit siya ang mag-anchor dito sa round na to for sure. Pero as long as di pa napaplant yung spike, pero paano ba nila gagawin yun? Men, napakahirap nito. Kasi for the longest time ever, nandito pa rin talaga sila sa spawn ng kalaban nila. Pero the clock is ticking already and they need to go in. Wala silang idea na si Tugen nandito lang sa may likod, mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga lang si Rabbit far away dito sa may belt left though. And just waiting for the inevitable. Waiting for that entry na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng Bren Esports. But now Tugen, mga kaibigan, going in already. Wala siya makitang isa pero meron tayo sa may likod niya. Pero that is a Hunter's Spear from the side of Rabbit right now just to deny the possible plant na pwedeng gawin dito ng Bren Esports. Pero nga lang, Hot Sauce with a kill onto next. It's all up to 1. 1v3 onto this game right now. Rabbit, can he get that clutch? Pero yun nga lang, medyo mahirap to kasi it's just the positioning of Bren Esports really that good. Meron pa tayo sa may kanya and they need to check all the corners in you para syempre hindi ka mahuli. And that is Davi 8K capitalizing that angle, capitalizing that position, and still Bren Esports trying to get that big 2-0 dito sa game na to. And for RRQ, they have the money already and let's see if ever ba na magma-match point na ang RRQ. Time!
Okay, Kapabil. Nahihingal ka ata doon.
Dami ko sinabi,
Dami
no?
mo sinabi, Bill. Daig mo pa ang panelist. But, sabi nga, di ba? Take small steps forward. Bren is doing it just one round away. And this is very important once again sa kanila. They take down RRQ. Malamang na malamang magkakaroon tayo ng one of the greatest comebacks sa araw na ito. At Tuge, maganda rin yung pwesto niya kaya. He takes out that ultimate. Punish talaga ang RRQ kapag kinomit nila ang papunta sa may B main. Pero they're trying to risk it all. Kay EJ nakasalalay ang kamay kung makakapitas ba siya or not. Pero careful din siya kasi may crossfire mula kay Rabbit siya, kay Draxi. So maganda din yung posisyon ng RRQ to get at least something once it gets into the earth. Pero hindi nakita! Hindi nakita! Ay, naku po! Maganda yung ginawa ni EJ. Nagtagu-taguan at walang information. Ang mga taga-RRQ kung meron bang nasa mid.
Yeah. Pero, on to this game, ladies and gentlemen, see if ever talaga makakakuha ba ng isang RRQ dito or hindi na. Pero, EJ, ladies and gentlemen,
30
trying
seconds
to
left.
spot out anyone, try to lurk out these players din talaga, pero tamang isang
Spike
kill lang din,
down
that's gonna be
A.
huge for sure. Pero nga, EJ, narinig niya, makakadalawa pa ata! EJ with that big push, with that big flank na ginawa niya, nakadalawa pa. Pushing ito a 4v2 situation right now, ladies and gentlemen. The clock is saying already. Pero kung napapansin nyo, yung isa medyo malayo pa. Si Tuge, men.
Revealing area.
Layo pa na dito. Pero, mukhang mag-11-11 pa ata, make a wish. Ang sabi ng Bren Esports, sana manalo sila dito, sana mag 2-0 pa. Pero RRQ, ladies and gentlemen, kailangan nila lumaban dito for them to close out this game to a 1-1. Rabbit waiting for that kill. Tamang exit flag sa rin talaga. Kasi if ever mamatay sila dito, men, wala silang pera! Time!
Nag-comment si Taylor. Inaway siya.
Seryoso? Oo
Sabi
nga, no?
kasi ni Taylor, ang corny daw ng shoutcasters.
Tapos sabi ni Karen Losada, huwag ka na makisali pa pansin. Yan, kasi papansin ka pala eh!
Ang hihilit ng ulo ng mga tao. Pero dikit na yung laban between Bren at RRQ.
Spike down A.
Pero to, di ba? Hindi na infohan, hindi nakita ng CCTV na may nagtatago eh. Napaka-crucial na information na yun to actually see EJ. Pero, inaway si Taylor. Get out of my way! That's balik na tayo. May pag-asa pa ito maging 11 overtime or 13-11?
May nagtatanong anong oras laban ng secret? It's time! Pero, Diyos ko po, mukhang nabaliktad na ata ang laban mga kaibigan. Mukhang Bren Esports na ata makakuha nito. Pero let's see if ever mangyayari. Kasi sabi nga na si Bren Esports, men, hanggat hindi pa tres ang RRQ, kayang-kaya pa yan. Pero RRQ, tamang phantom lang and mga sheriff na meron sila dito, pero can they get that defend? Can they get the defense on dito sa B? Pero baka hindi pa talaga sila dito umaalis mga kaibigan. Pero katanabuhay na kayo isa, pero kalatuge the only man na merong phantom binubuhay ang mga players ng RRQ.
You want to play?
Right
Let's
now,
play.
Kelly S, the only man remaining. Wala siyang baril. Tamang classic na talaga ang meron siya. Wala din siyang ultimate right now. Wala siyang ultimate. Oh no! Diyos ko po, Kelly S, classic lang sa kalam. Kaya mo pa ba to?
Kayang-kaya pa yan when it's Kelly as we're talking about. Pero konting swing-swing lang ang kailangan niyang gawin. Meron pa siya yung hunter ngayon. Time is ticking. Okay. Kalma lang ba? Still may kita ni Atsos! And Bren! Come back! 4 rounds! Isa na lang before they can take this one out! At walang choice ngayon ng RRQ. Bilhin na lahat ng kailangan ngayon. Pero hindi sila makakabili ng operator deal. Comeback talaga. Ito totoo. Gusto ng 2-0 ng Bren Esports.
It's a shame you had to die, but you are not part of
Ito
me.
na. Ito na si Bill na palong-palong mga kaibigan. Na-comeback! Kumambak! Ang Bren Esports, pero is this gonna be an OT or not? Nakasalala ito sa mga buhay ng RRQ, ladies and gentlemen. Pero ano, hot sauce with a huge kill! We're gonna take down Kelly as agad-agad, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no!
Saan daw mapapanood yung VCT Singapore? VCTPH na, sorry.
VCT, ano? May naghahanap ng VCT Singapore, may sa Singapore. Oh, hanapin niyo yan sa mga bansa nila. Hindi ko alam.
Hindi ko din alam.
Mga bawal taga Singapore? Hindi naman, di ba?
Tatagalog nga kami.
Oh. Pero Diyos ko po, nothing to win, nothing to lose itong mga players na to. Kasi if ever talaga manalo pa ang RRQ dito, syempre isang OT pa mangyayari. Pero ang problema na wala sila ng isang sentinel. Pero they're gonna switch it up. They're gonna go here and B instead. And B it is. Yan ang sabi ng Bren Esports mga kaibigan. And they have 45 seconds remaining bago matapos itong round na to. Isa pa ba or wala na?
Medyo mahirap na to sa RRQ ha. Ready si Draxi with his ultimate for the retake. Pero nga lang, kikita mo naman yung mga taga-Ben nakakabuhat. Nakabaw natin lahat. Mapapanish nga ba ng RRQ to? Pupunta tayo sa checklist natin na Ray-Rakers papuntang OT. Pero si Hot Sauce ayaw na umoti. Gusto manalo. Gutom na gutom. 3v4 ang meron. Pero na-reveal ko na sa Breakfast. Nag-audition. Breakfast got talent talaga ang meron, Bill.
Oh! Draxi, buhay na buhay. Pero ano sabi ni Hot Sauce? No! That is a huge comeback na ginawa ng Bren Esports, ladies and gentlemen. We really thought that RRQ would win that. Pero yun nga lang, sabi ng Bren Esports, no! Hanggat hindi pa 13 ang RRQ, kayang-kaya pa natin to. And that is the thing that they proved. We really thought that RRQ, we're gonna win dun sa mapang pinili nila. Pero yun nga lang, Bren mga kaibigan, biglang kumambak pa. And for the side of RRQ, that is actually a really big punch sa kanila mga kaibigan. EJ, tamang bebe buff lang din talaga. Tamang wallpaper lang din. Ako nasa lock screen pa. Pero, men, isipin mo. Talagang for the side of Bren Esports, really thought na makakita tayo ng game number 3. Pero pagdating ng second half, biglang umikot ang bola. Oh, umikot yun. Oh, clockwise yung pag-ikot. Pero yun nga, it's just, what happened to RRQ? What happened sa kanila? There's a lot of mistakes, yes. There's a lot of things na talaga hindi nagkakacheckan ng corners, pero nga lang, it's still the adjustments lang din talaga ng mga players na to. Yes, mataas yung score. I mean, sa totoo lang we're actually expecting that RRQ would win it kasi nga sobrang dami na, yung, ang ganda nung ang ganda nung lineup nila for defending. You have a lot of initiators, you have a lot of sentinels, you have one controller. Diba? Lamang na nga kayo dun sa lamang na nga kayo sa attacking, which is apparently dapat logi kayo dun. Pero yun nga lang, what happened to RRQ?
I think
hindi nila na-close out yung game. Ilan to? Sorry, Rere, pero 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is actually 8. 8 rounds in a row. Doon nanalo. And syempre, ano score ng RRQ doon? 11. Napako sila sa 11.
Alam mo yung naging problema ng RRQ, hindi na nila challenge masyado eh. Yung katulad ng Bren, pero I think yung one particular thing doon is yung Aldro. Hindi na spot si EJ eh. Tapos, after that, nag-crash down bigla yung RRQ, pero actually hindi lang yun yung round na particular na nakita natin eh. Biglang na-curse yung RRQ na ipako sa 11. They can't seem to get a good shot down. There's no timing already coming in from Draxi on the last few rounds na nananalo ang Bren. And it was really tilting that you weren't able to get that particular information at nakakapag sneaky pa nga si EJ, but still, good game well played mula kay Draxi. But I think itong composition ng RQ, sobrang ganda. Pero nahirapan na naman sila mag-finish off ng game, and this is usually their problem, Vil. Pagdating sa RRQ, mag-close out ng game kahit lamang na sila. Yun yung nagiging problem nila when they go up against other teams din. Pero as for Bren, calm lang sila and compose. Ilang rounds yung hinabol nila? 5 rounds. At napakahirap bumawi. Every time na 11 yun, na 1 round, malulose nila at it's gonna be a 2 and match point. Naging kalmado lang sila. They trusted that PG will be able to come up with something even if may KO ang kalaban.
Yeah, and for the side of RRQ, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, that's actually a big GG na rin talaga for the side of them. I mean, at least, di ba? This is actually the first time na rin talaga nagkakasama sila dito sa sa VCT. Hindi natin masasabi na debut, no. Kasi ever since last year nandito sila. Last year, VCTPH 2021, Stage 1. Sila na rin nandito. They have every experience na pwede nila magamit dito. Pero syempre, at the end of the day, just the better team who's gonna win the game.
At talagang big all throughout Bren at Stage 1, ang dami talagang improvement na kailangan nilang ayusin. But after this one, sobrang nakakahinga yung team. Sobrang composed sila. The setups are really good. The retakes also are really clean. And ito yung, I think mas importante ito kaysa sa bind back. Dito kasi natin may kita yung mga comebacks and especially sa composition ng RRQ na lugi ang Bren in a way. Pero ano ba ginawa ng Bren? They still remain really on that momentum na they need to trust whatever they have with that opposition. And the practice talaga nila to on going up against that KO, going up against RRQ. At talagang, kita mo, yung mukha ni Brain Freeze. So may gawin, nakapag-tactical touch eh.
I mean, they're actually, I mean, sobrang dami nakita talaga nagkaturbuhan na nga dito sa game na to. I mean, at the end of the day, talaga mag-friends pa rin talaga ito mga players to. Pero at least, sa game number 1 mga kaibigan, nakita na natin, it's gonna be 2-0 in favor of Bren Esports. Pero next game, eto na! It's time! Sidestep in, ladies and gentlemen. Hindi magkakasi Kuya Bill next game kasi maglalaro si Kuya Bill. Pero, it's time for the game number 2 later on after a very, very short break. Once again, we are cast for the day. My name is Phil and so with me is Ray right here. You're watching VCTPH Stage 2, Week 1, Day number 2. Don't touch those browsers. See you later.
The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Welcome back, guys. You are watching VCTPH Stage 2, where the 2-0 streak apparently continues, with Bren Esports taking the first series of the day. A pleasant surprise for our panel, who actually thought that this would go to a Game 3. Fluffy, you guys thought that, Icebox would actually be RQ's map.
Yeah, I thought that for the first map on Bind, it was pretty textbook play coming into that game from Bren Esports, especially because it's their pick. But moving on into Icebox, as you mentioned, it seems like a very 50-50 map for them. The most important thing that I think that I noticed during the game is that later on, especially when they went for that 7-round comeback, they started defaulting a lot more, which gave them more options. They realized early on that maybe we shouldn't take up these straight-up fights, and if we just play the time and play the discipline, we can get more out of the round.
I actually was just gonna ask you that, because it felt like there was a lot more contact that we saw from Bren there. Maybe they kind of just felt that being too complicated with how they approached the rounds was their downfall. They were kind of getting outmatched by RQ in a lot of those, and once they just started to slow the pace just a teeny tiny bit, use their numbers more than anything else, and wait for that stimulus, it worked actually phenomenally for them. Because one thing that did kind of struck me the most, especially from RQ there, was they got incredibly antsy starting to, when they wanted to close out that round, especially when it was already 11-6.
Right, I think that's a really great observation. You can see the confidence coming in from RQ. Of course, from a team standpoint, right? It's your map. It's probably practice. Statistically speaking, it's not the best for Bren, but then, and you get that early lead, it's almost, in a way, in the bag for you. All you have to do is seal the deal. But, like you mentioned, it felt like at a certain point, they stopped necessarily playing for the round win. Like, it's more like playing not to lose, like, because we only need X amount of rounds left. And instead, they gave their hand to Bren Esports to play on. They gave them the momentum to be proactive instead of them. And since RRQ was forced into that reactive role, they didn't have the correct response at times, and it just gave Bren the opportunity to win the series.
And speaking of...
that's really interesting. Oh, go ahead, Azurai.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to say, speaking of Bren, I really have to say, I am amazed at how EJ has just... I felt like he's just a whole different person, especially in the second Icebox map. That that flank that he did on Boiler was just so good. Not because of how clean his aim was, but the timing of it all. Look at that. He just heard everything, and he even picks up this nice little three-piece. That was a perfect time to show that highlight. That was so good.
Oh, and the joy. Oh my gosh, you can really... It seems like we're at the playoffs already with that reaction, you know? It seems like we are at the top, and this is just the first day for them for the group stages. And it's gotta be, you know, it's gotta be an upper for morale indeed. It's, you know, it's a vindication for what they've been practicing for leading up to stage 2. And we did talk about EJ just previously. We also have to mention this guy, our MVP of the series. It's going to be Hot Sauce. And, you know... Fluffy, we were just of course we were just talking about how Bren was so methodical, I guess, and like how they were able to come back from Icebox, because we did see that RRQ was, you know, we went in with a lot of confidence on Icebox, and Bren, they kind of just like they took those, you know, moments to breathe, those timeouts as well, to really just recover, and you just saw them improving, getting better and better and better every batch of rounds that they had to take those breathers.
Exactly. I think it's the discipline that comes off, especially with the familiarity of being in a team that's primarily at its core been together for a long time. And like you mentioned, for MVP for the series, Mr. Hot Sauce right there, he was so strong, not just in the Icebox game, but also on Bind. On Bind, I think he dropped something like 25 kills, where normally you would look at a team like Bren, and the first thing that comes into mind is those very hot players and duelists like Savvy on that role, or EJ, but really it was Hot Sauce who held that map together for them and secured most of their rounds, which is great on his part as that role, especially on a Sage. A very supportive character, but you know, in Valorant, everyone at the end of the day is still a weapon holding agent. So if you can pull off the plays like that, then it's a great burden to lift your team off.
And I kind of love how you pointed that out, because he was so proactive with using those walls, whether it was just to plug up a certain corner, which gives more, you know, angles of freedom for Bren to move, or actually use it, that one play that Raph kept gushing about, where they just use the wall to peek out of hookah, and then it's like one on the top of the wall, one on the front of the wall itself. It was a really good way to see how much Hot Sauce really has come back into his confidence, because again, that was one of the things that I kind of saw, or a lot of us saw during stage 1, that we might have lost, or it wasn't just clicking for him. But this stage 2, it's very much different.
Well, we can actually ask him about that, Azurai, as we welcome him onto the panel for a quick interview representing our winners for our first series. We have Hot Sauce on the line, I believe in the HQ of Bren Esports, where they have just been celebrating. So I think he will be flanked by the rest of the team indeed. Hot Sauce, welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. And, you know, just after, of course, I know you guys are all smiles. I bet you guys are ready to celebrate. But I just want to jump off of Azurai's point and, you know, ask you personally how you're feeling and how you think that, you know, you've grown from stage 1 all the way now to stage 2. I think there were some smiles over there. Can you hear me? Just checking.
Yeah, I could hear you. I could hear you loud and clear.
Nice. Awesome. Okay, so Hot Sauce, I just wanted to jump off of Azurai's point a little earlier about how you seem like an entirely different player. So can you let us know, like, personally, how do you think you've grown from stage 1 coming into stage 2?
From stage 1, we figured out a lot of, you know, loopholes. We discussed where are we much better at, where we could, you know, capitalize on the strats that we make, and you know, just support each other, get the trades, understand your role, and yeah, those are the things that we worked out on for stage 2, and here we are. It seems like you know, there's a really big change.
Yeah, and I think it feels different as well. Just give us a little bit of an insight from the team, morale-wise. How is the team feeling now compared to stage one, and how is it? I mean, like you're smiling already. I can already feel the positivity from you guys. I think you guys are feeling really good.
We're feeling really proud of how far we've come from where we were and where we are right now. Like we've seen a lot of improvements. We made a lot of changes in our gameplay. Yeah, as I said, like just understanding the role and doing what you got to do. Just don't get the frags. You don't need to be the star player to get the frags or whatever. If it's your day, it's your day. And as long as we support each other, get the trades, we're gonna do fine.
Definitely is your day to day with that amazing victory. Now, we also saw like an ice box. I just wanted to point out that, of course, there were some times we saw that you guys were actually really slowly analyzing and getting up to RRQ. Can you share with us like how crucial those timeouts were, those little moments for you guys to be able to regroup? How crucial were those for the team on Icebox to finally get a read on your opponents?
Well, I'll be honest, we don't even know how far we are from their score, to be honest. Like, we're not minding the score. Like, we're just playing play by play, just do what we gotta do. Just trust the caller, trust the mid-round calls, trust every player of the team. And, if he's gonna make a play, go for it, man. And, we're just gonna support you throughout. And, it's what happened. You don't know. We were really surprised, to be honest. That's why everybody was screaming at the camera. And, everybody was going wild.
So it looks like it was just as much as a surprise for you guys as it was for everybody. But that was an amazing series indeed. You guys will be up against Nows next. Any thoughts you'd like to share about going up against that team?
Yeah, so they were qualified in APAC, right? So, we got to prepare, just play our game, stick to what we practiced. And I think we could go further in this tournament. So I trust my teammates. I love my team. To all the supporters, my family, love you all, guys, and we're gonna do this for you. It's Bren comeback.
There we go, straight into the shoutouts. Thank you so much, Hot Sauce. I hope you guys have a great celebration. I think you guys are ready already to have a good one. So I hope you guys do enjoy the rest of your day, and congratulations again on your win.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks.
I love how they clapped afterwards. You can just feel how happy these boys are. It's so pure and it's so precious, and that's amazing. Also, that Hot Sauce mentioned that hey, we weren't even keeping track of the score. We were just playing our game. Did you guys feel that while you were casting that, Asarai?
Oh yeah, I felt like maybe not that, but I did feel like there was a lot more cohesion when we saw that 7-round comeback from them. There was just that glimmer of what we saw on Bind come into that later stages of Icebox. So that kind of just evened out, or just got completed when he said that during the interview. So it was really nice to kind of at least hear what was going through their heads when that comeback happened.
Yeah, Fluffy, anything to add to that? I mean, after we've gotten an inside peek of what really went through the heads of Bren Esports during that map.
I feel like overall, it just speaks to the level of these players are playing at. You have to have that pro-winnable mindset. You can't really focus on the entire picture right now, because every player just has to really focus on winning every round you can. Sometimes that means that you just W key and you just take a side and play all confidence. But a lot of the time, making a quick adjustment is a sign of a great team. And doing an adjustment like that, choosing to play it slow, choosing to go for the picks, really does show the experience of that team and the potential they can have. And earlier on in the panel, we were wondering if they're going to show up today, and it looks like Bren Esports is stepping up for this stage too.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting indeed to see the rest of their matches, but we are going to be heading into another one after a quick break. When we return, we've got Nows Esports. We got Team Secret and South Built Esports. We kind of had a little bit of a flashback or a flash forward to tomorrow's matches, but we've got Team Secret and South Built Esports coming right up. Don't go anywhere.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on weed. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on.
You're watching VCTPH Stage 2, and we're into our second series of the day. And now we've got Raph and G10 joining us on the panel. Welcome, gentlemen. I hope you guys have had a good lunch to give you guys some energy for the series that we have today. Raph, I think it's going to be a banger indeed, because we have got two of the most veteran teams coming right up. I'm watching you guys. I'm watching
All right,
you guys.
Ralph.
I'm representing.
You're the young.
Yeah.
You're the youngest here. We get it. We get it. It's okay.
Great job, and you're as beautiful as the day I lost you. Welcome back. It's been such a pleasure. But yes,
I
just
know.
so much mounting excitement.
It feels good to be back. It feels good to be back, but I have to say, okay, all right, somebody's maybe asking for something for me. What do you want, like coffee or something?
Maybe.
That's Aguinaldo from the Tita. That's what he wants.
Well, you know what? Thank you for that wonderful compliment, Raph, on live. I might say thank you so much. But we'd also like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. We also want to thank all of our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home, Fiber Strong, Family Strong, with the new G5 Unli 2099 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. And we'd also like to thank our official gaming hardware partner, Asus ROG. VCT 2022 is brought to you by Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the powerful ROG Strix Scar series powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. No holds barred performance with a crisp QHD 20Hz esports ready display and improved intelligent cooling design with liquid metal. The ROG Strix Scar is the only choice for the best competitive advantage in any esports title. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGX VCT 2022. Yes, can be a little bit complicated. It can be a little bit complicated to say, but it actually makes sense if you see it right there on your screens. That's for more information about the ROG Strix Scar series. Now, gentlemen, we have Team Secret and South Built Esports. I have been looking forward to this match, G10. This is a bit of a grudge match.
Yeah, this is, as Raph said, something that we've seen before, something that, a lot of people who are into the Valorant esports scene in the Philippines learn to look forward to. Team Secret definitely has gotten fame, from when they were kind of still the Bren roster. They had the whole bring Bren to Berlin thing, and then Team Secret acquired them. And they've kind of made their brand, right, as the best in the Philippines at a certain time. But now, SBE, they come around and they're like, no, we've been the best for a while in different games as well. So now we're here to come take the crown for VCT. And I absolutely love that storyline because it's just South built. They have so many old pros. Of
there he goes again.
He does it again.
Come on, man. Like old and relatively speaking, career-wise,
Oh yeah, I mean,
sure, some of them have families, but they are some of the longest storied names. As
absolutely
well
storied. The families, whether it be families, and the esports families, they've been together for the longest time. But for you, Valorant endemic folk. Just to enlighten you guys, not the Bren roster, the ex-Bren roster and now the Secret roster have been around since the first strike days, since the beta days, when they were still a droid and then moving up in the world to Bren and now Secret. And they've honestly achieved everything they could have achieved in the last 3 years, barring champions. I'm still pretty sure that is their goal. But for now, there are many, many roadblocks, even in our local scene.
That's right, and they are far from done. And let's take a closer look at the team that first put the Philippine Valorant team on the worldwide map at Champions. Let's take a look at Team Secret. first team from the Philippines to make it onto the international Valorant stage. However, now everybody wants a piece of that crown. Since stage 1, other teams have shown that they can bleed, but Raf, I still wouldn't want to be on the other end of a Team Secret match, especially when they're out to reclaim that crown.
Oh yeah, these are names that need no introduction. This is royalty, as you've mentioned. They've taken as many crowns and as many names, but their recent performances needs just a little bit of inspection. We know Team Secret as that domineering force, that ever so unstoppable juggernaut of our local scene, but lately, and I mean in the last 3 months, even in our last stage, a little bit of mortality and a little more curiosity towards the questions that they've been raising, a little bit of an identity crisis as well when we saw some of their maps. But we'll be getting into that, a little later. Just getting really excited for this matchup because a lot of us and a lot of the panel, if not all of us, are yet again excited for this El Clasico.
Yeah, and I'm definitely a Team Secret fan myself. But of course, there was that disappointing run in stage 1 and G10. I'm just curious, what were some of the challenges from stage 1 that you think we're hoping not to see, I guess, from Team Secret here on stage 2?
Speaking of challenges that Team Secret have to overcome, that we don't want them to see, I think we're going to be seeing that exactly right here. This is the very, very first challenge that Team Secret really has to kind of overcome to prove that they still have it, that they're still the best in VCTPH, or they could be, because undeniably, at the moment, Team Secret, they have made a historical impact. They have been huge figures for the community, but SBE is just tippy top of the game right now, and we saw that in their match yesterday as well.
Speaking of which, we are going to go to the team that set the momentum for yesterday. We have Southbuilt Esports. Let's take a closer look at the boys from Southbuilt. Riding on a high from yesterday's victory, momentum might be in their favor. And while Team Secret is still one of the most formidable opponents here at VCT, Southbuilt Esports looks ready for the challenge. G10, you were mentioning a while ago how yesterday we saw, Southbuilt just, I think even just a little teaser of what we might be seeing in stage 2.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yesterday was... we were able to see SB at the top of their form at the first stage, at the group stages of VCT. That's something that we're not quite used to because, we always refer to them as a slow burn team. They get better as time goes on. But yesterday, they just came out swinging, got a 2-0 versus Nows. And Team Secret, man, this match is the El Clasico. I am so excited to see it, and I'm going to show a little bit of my own age here because the first time I casted for an FPS game, a lot of the core of these two teams were on one team together. A lot of people forget that Southbuilt Esports was actually, the core of this was actually Bren as well. So a lot of Bren alumni in this little El Clasico that we have, but they've made their own big steps in Valorant. They've made their bones here. And I just want to be able to see if, Secret can now oust SBE from their dominant perch.
Yeah, Raf, yesterday Southbuilt Esports mentioned that they did come from the regional playoffs, of course, which with a lot of lessons learned. And now they're coming into stage 2 knowing that they do have the edge. They are in prime position to get back on the international stage again. And, what kind of effect do you think this gives them, over the rest of these teams?
I think there's a lot of confidence, but I feel like this has to circle back around all the problems that they had coming into stage one, because they did come off that international influence from the other teams. So maybe they were rattled a little bit by that C playstyle that has evolved while they were away. But that being said, right, Mika, we go back to the point too where they had a bit of an identity crisis at the end of stage one. But it's the complete opposite for South Built from yesterday. South Built, they looked realized. They looked like they knew what they were trying, or at least how they want to play and how efficient they can be. It's going to be a ruthless matchup. As G10 said also, he did say it's Secret's time to oust South Built from that dominance, which is interesting because South Built, we know them as the Secret Killers, and potentially the flip of the story just boggles my mind. Again, I'm pretty sure everybody's as excited as I am.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you said it. They are the Secret Killers. This squad was made from the ground up to beat the best. And, you know, they have been able to do that here locally. I want to see if South Built can keep it going and continue it, you know, even internationally, because that's what we want. We want Team Secret to not be the only team to represent for the Philippines.
That's right. And we're going to see if they can keep that 2-0 streak ongoing, not just for themselves, but also for VCT so far. We haven't had a map 3 just yet, but we're going to jump into the map vetoes for this matchup. And right now, we're seeing that we are going to split Breeze and Haven. Raph, any initial thoughts on how this might go?
As I mentioned, Secret in the last few months, they've been a little shaky. I think it's smart that they banned Fracture, because Fracture is one of those maps where we're kind of exposed to when it comes to Team Secret. They use that Neon, they use that Sage combo as well, but ultimately it didn't really give them that victory that they wanted. We saw that configuration with Jeremy on this as well. Breeze has been, well, it's been a bit of a mixed bag here, especially when
Not
the
a
defensive
breeze.
side. Oh yeah, absolutely. It hasn't been a breeze. Very, very clever split. I am not entirely too sure how this is going to pan out for Secret, because at one point in their careers, and up until now, South Built has been very impressive. And just to go back, at one point they were touted as the split team for the entire APAC. The consistency is still there, but I'm feeling this map veto is leaning towards the southernmost regions of South Built Esports.
G10, do you want to jump on this? What are your thoughts on the map picks?
I absolutely love that Team Secret brought Breeze along, because Breeze, you know, it is a map that we all need to get familiar with. You know, everybody from the panel to the casters to the teams themselves. This is, you know, a little bit of a doozy of a map. So seeing Team Secret pick it, I know that they have, you know, quite a few strats, some maybe surprising things in for SBE. I do think we may be seeing a game number 3 here, because Raph did say South Built kind of looking to beast this, but I think at the very least we're gonna get to Haven, our map number 3.
But you know, we said that also in the first series. So yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, we said it in the first series as well. Interesting though. I'm wondering if you guys think that this is going for, you know, on the side of Team Secret, or will this go to South Built Esports? It's time for you guys to show your biases or non-biases. Raph, we'll start with you. What's your prediction for this?
As much as I love both these teams, and honestly, my love for them is equal, because these are both fabled teams. Again, so storied, but as I mentioned, the veto is really leaning towards South Built, and the form that they showcased yesterday, if that comes back today, especially that they've been tailored to be the Terminators of Team Secret, then I think South Built might just have this. It's gonna be a grueling series though. I'm pretty sure this is gonna go 3 maps.
G10?
Yeah, South Built 2-1 is my prediction. Just yeah, that's it, man. South Built 2-1. I don't think that Team Secret, you know, they have been looking a little shaky. I don't think that even if they have creativity with Breeze, they may not have all the juice in them to win the first and third maps at the same time. But, you know, we can be proven wrong, and we kind of consistently have been so far. But this time, I think I'm going to be right this time. I think being on the side of SBE is going to be pretty good for me this time.
I'm I'm going to carry over what I said in other broadcasts. I am not voting against Team Secret. I'm just going to go all for Team
Okay.
Secret because
Okay.
there's something funky goes on whenever I don't. So I'm just going to say this is going in favor of Team Secret. I do
Man.
hope we see, 3 maps. I think, with these two teams, I think we deserve a map 3. We deserve to see, a map 3. So let's get right into it. Our second series of the day. This is Team Secret versus South Built Esports. Casters, take it away.
Battle of the Expos ng Go Go Go! Kami ang your shoutcasters, si Rere. At kasama ko nga dito si Honey Glaze at may kita na natin sino ba ang mas matanda. Is it going to be Team Secret or is it going to be South Built Esports? At dahil magkakalaban ng mga ex-teammates, ang mga titos of Valorant, at nakapag-maintenance na nga ba si Tito Mo Pro at si Tito Jesse Bash. Yan ang mga kailangan natin abangan ngayon. Pero ikaw, Honey Glaze, ito yung mga fights na kailangan natin mapanood. Dahil it's SB and Team Secret we're talking about.
Totoo yan, Ate Nakita natin, sobrang ganda na startup ng SBE kahapon. Nakita natin yung laganap ng maintenance dito ni Tito Pro and the first series na nakita natin sila dito sa VCT Stage 2. So I'm very excited to see dahil nakausap kita about our math vetoes dito ng dalawang teams, no? Nakakagulat na kinuha nila dito yung breeze, kinuha nila dito yung split. Pero split kasi this is APAC ng SBE. Ang breeze naman ay pinili kanina ng Team Secret. So I'm very curious kasi wala pa silang record of playing in split or mababa yung record na lang playing in breeze rather in the VCT Stage 1. So let's see kung magkakaroon ba tayo ng changing of the tides dahil ito nga ang possibly the momentum shift na pwedeng maibigay natin dito for Team Secret or sa SBE.
This is so exciting dahil ang SBE, we've seen them defeat Naos yesterday sa kanilang map pick in split. Walang TS naman. Pagdating sa split, may mga games talagang napapanalo nila at merong mga games na hindi nila napapanalo based lang sa performance nila last stage. Pero nga lang, maraming pinagdaanan ng Team Secret ng SBE throughout the past month. Nagpahinga nga. Pero looks like I'm excited to see that KO once again. So maglalaro nga ba ang mga with that Sky double initiator is what we have onto the side of Team Secret. Well, SB, it's still the form that they have here. Double Sentinel, Chamber, X, Sage. Marami talagang pagbabago, maraming changes ang meron tayo. Pero gagana nga ba muli ang double initiator na plano ng mga nakakalaban ng SBE dito, Honey Glaze?
Yeah, that is going to be a big question. Ate Rere, nakita natin dito yung mga players natin na eto na naman ang magiging setup nila. Kahapon nagulantang tayo sa no duelist setup ng SBE. So this time in the map of split, parang ito pa rin naman ang gusto nilang mangyari. They have here Jet, pero excited sana ako dito makakita ulit ng Neon. Pero since yesterday hindi ito gumana laban sa SBE, I think it won't be a huge problem na Jet pa rin naman ang maaalalayan nila dito. We have a race for the other team and an Omen. So quick entries, follow up with the Sentinels dito. Good holds, nakita natin. Papi Chulo, wag natin kalimutan din si Flippy sa mga holds sila dito in split. And they are the ones attacking pa dito laban sa Team Secret. So let's see kung ano yung magiging momentum ng Team Secret dito laban sa pagpigil nila ng SBE.
SBE versus Team Secret, the battle of the maintenance. Sino ang mas lamang? Sino ang mas sikat? Si Wits maglalaro! Nawala si Jeremy muna sa round na to, kundi si Wits with the Sky. So may mga pagbabago ang Team Secret. So they're gonna be getting Wits ngayon. Hindi muna si Jeremy. And let's see if it's gonna work out right now. Kasi ako, I'm so happy na may mga teams talaga na nakakapag-relax about with that 6-man roster. So not bad pa rin to. Plus sa side din naman ng SBE. Meron pero hinarangan ni Jessie Bash ang muka ng mga taga-SBE and Dubstep finally taking on against this. They know how to stop them. Sumunod si Wits. Sumunod ang mga miyembro nag-audition. Wits Got Talent at si Papi Chulo na lang kagad ang natitira.
Ang bilis ng mga nagiging pangyayari dito, hindi ko na lang din nasundan dahil nandito yung mga crossfire na nilaro nila here in Valorant. That is such a win for the side of TS dahil nga nagulantang dito eh. Yung SBE at Ray nakapag-satchel sila, yes, pero with that wall, hindi sila nakapag-position kaagad to go in further to get in those skills na nakaabang na nga dito for assist. Pero nakita naman natin, it was quick na response from Wits all the way from Rams ang nakatulong din dito kay Jessie Bash para makakuha ng pick-off. And ayun na nga, ang first round of this half napunta sa Team Secret.
Ang si Vil, guys, sa mga nagtatanong nasan, siya kasi naglalaro ngayon kay Dubstep. Kinailangan siya, minessage siya ni Dubstep. Sabi, Vil, ikaw na. Nahihirapan na ako mag-jet muna, ikaw muna. Sub ka sa akin. Ang nakahawak sa keyboard, si Vil. Ang nakahawak sa mouse, si Dubstep. Kaya hindi mo na siya yung magkakast ngayon.
Oo,
Huwag kayo mag-alala,
saning
guys.
puwersa.
Oo. Marami kasing games yung Team Secret. Meron pa silang 6 games or 7 pa ata. Okay, mag-alala. Umiinit ka agad yung ulo ng mga tao. Kanina nga matindi ang tanong sa comment section, bakit hindi nag-heal si Sabi? So next nating tanong, dito sa Team Secret at SB, abangan natin. Pero so far, maganda ang performance ng Team Secret. Nanalo sila ng pistol. Hindi na nanalo ng pistol ang Team Secret. Kahit SB, hindi rin nanalo ng pistol yan. Pero bahala na lang sino ang mas mananalo ng pistol round. But at least ngayon, after that huge wall lang mula sa burst sana ng SBE papuntang A-site, napigilan kagad yung pag-iinit ng SBE.
Yeah, really is a punisher for SBE na gusto sana mag-arangkada kaagad inside the site since we have here Pro with the guiding light. Sama mo pa ng quick response pa dito nila assist going in further with those satchels. Pero sabi mo nga with Jessie Bash, yung timing lang din talaga ng wall na nakapag-satchel na sana dito all the way to ramp sana si assist. Hindi tuloy na agapan nito at nagkaroon tayo kaagad ng maagang agapan ni Lewits para makuha nga yung mga trade-offs na yun. Isipin mo Ate Rhea, 3 ang nabatay ni Wits kaagad in that first round. Tapos, na-follow up dito ni Dubstep. So, ang laking bagay nito for Jessie Bash na sila mismo yung nakapagbigay na space dito for their initiator and even have their duelist. Pero, technical pause lang naman saglit and we are going into our round number 2. Pero 0 point, makakatagpo nga ba? And yes, makakatagpo nga ng SBE members here all the way from B-Main.
Akala ko maaga ang tech post na naman eh. Kinahabahan ako. Pero huwag kayo mag-alala guys, Team Secret this time around. Naka-bootcamp back na yan. Nakakasama na sila. All together. Stick together ang Team Secret ngayon. Pero may konting noises lang mula sa SB pero hindi sila magpupush muna. Ayan. Naghihintayan lang sila. Marunong sila maghintay. Kaya ganyan na nangyayari. Pero si Borkum mo, nakaabang no. Uy! Uy! Kumuha lang naman ng orb, Borkum! Nag-farm lang naman ng orb. Ayaw mo papapitasin pero napitas na nga kagad si Tito mo Pro ni Tito mo Dubstep. At spam mid ang gustong gawin ng SBE. May kahalong pagkain ng spam. Naging spam mo Shubi. Sumunod si Papi Chulo. At 3 na lang kagad ang natitira sa SBE side.
Nakaabang na sila kaagad dito. Going in for the jiggle and the jump picks laban kay Dubstep. Dahil nakaabang na rin talaga yung crosser niya to get in another member. 2 na wala sa kanila. Wala na tayong blood sa maasahan dito. So let's see and hope for the best for them. Dahil may blind naman dito with the guiding light. Let's see naman kung makakapasok nga ba sila. Look at those trades. 2K for TS. Pero let's see kung makakaganti pa rin naman dito si Assist. With those smokes, pwede niya ma-utilize dito na pwede siyang umikot around them. But unfortunately, no time intended. There's the finisher. There is the 2-round advantage na kaagad ng Team Secret laban sa Salted Esports.
Si Vil no 3-0? Totoo ba hindi na mamamatay si Vil? Hindi na mamamatay si Vil. Ang galing ni sidestep. Ang galing. Pero daw nangaagaw ng kill si Wits eh. Paano ba yan? Sidestep. Inaagawan ka ni Wits Serino ng... Okay lang yan. NT. But on the other side, nakita siguro, nag-homework tong Team Secret nung nakita nila yung lineup ng SB. Paano nila shinutdown yung Nawas yesterday? With that Breach X KO comp na meron yung Nawas. Kaya sabi Team Secret, okay, we kinda have already idea on how SB performs here sa mismong split. At even if it's one of our maybe kind of maps na hindi natin nakikita usually sa Team Secret side, Pwedeng aangas talaga ang Team Secret on their strategy against SBE. Pero split push lang muna, mid take rather, ang nanggagaling sa SBE. At kinagat ni Pro si Dispenser. Pero kailangan niyang umalis muna. Meron ng fragment na tinapon si Kito mo Dispenser para mapigilan ang SBE.
Yeah, pinaperso nila dito ang SBE na push na lang. Going Vents, going A. Dahil nakaredy naman na rin dito, sina Wits. There's the blinds, yes, para makakuha ng info at without any info na magagather niya dito here in A main, yun na lang din talaga yung magiging speculation niya na pupersa yung SBE dito. It's either B tower or here going in A. So, ang magiging sagot dito is yung Trailblazer. Makakuha nga ba siya ng info? No? Yes? And let's see kung magiging worth it nga ba sa SBE dito yung mga binili nila. Dito yung sagot kaagad din siya, getting in Just Bash, at nabasag na rin kaagad yung wall. Nandito naman yung mga cage given to us by Cypher. This is a good opening for SBE to go and rampage in A. But unfortunately, si Dubstep dito nag-aabang lang din all the way from A main. There's the possibility na maubos dito ang SBE even that they have here so many rifles on their hands. There's one remaining member all the way from A main na head tap pa ni Kuya Dubstep. There's only one more game or one more member remaining here all the way from backside, but there is no time intended for Ja para makapag-plant in ng spike at least na-save in niya pa yung kanyang rifle.
Ang lakas ng Team Secret! Nag-delay! Inapon lang lahat ng utilities na meron sila just to be able to counter SBE at walang nagawa at all ang SBE. Na-delay sila. Although na-clear naman na lahat ng member halos ng Team Secret. Pero yung oras, time is gold. At dahil lang kay Dispenser, na-delay lahat. Okay, kaya pa. Pero si Dubstep, mainit o may tap sa ulo. At wala na nga nangyari ngayon nasa side ng SBE. And this is crucial. I think pagka 4-0 na to, kailangan na mag-timeout ng SBE para lang talagang ma-secure yung mga next rounds against Team Secret. But now, Borkum is quite aware already saan sila manggaling. Pero spoiler! Spoiler! Patay na si Wits! Pero nauna pa kagad yung ating naka-overlay. Grabe naman yung hub natin. Nanggugulat. Ganyan talaga guys, kaya sa Multiverse of Madness huwag kayong mang-spoil. Pero there's the flash coming in from Dispenser, pero natakil on na kagad siya. Nauna na naman ang mga taga-Barracks. Barracks versus SBE versus Team Secret ang nangyayari. Pero nga lang si Dubstep, he gets 2. And Jesse Bash also just a follow-up. Si Papi Chulo na lang. Will he be able to get the clutch? Hindi pa ata. Dahil pwede na counter ano. I'll just stick myself here, sabi ni Jesse Bash. Hindi ko na to bibitawan, sabi niya. At hirap niyan, Papi Chulo. Panalo na ang Team Secret bago pa siya makapitas. And that's just it. 4 consecutive rounds winning ang Team Secret.
Malinis dito ang bawat segundong makakuha ng mga holds, makakuha ng retake dito ang following members natin from Team Secret. Nakalimutan natin yung mga following angles na sinesecure dito ng Team Secret laban sa SBE once na pumasok sila inside. At naubos sila immediately even though na nakapag-plant na nga sila. And we have here the replay na kung saan kinage na yung sarili niya. Just bash dito para ma-secure niya na nga yung pagde-defuse in the spike. So, will this be it? Will this be the first round na makukuha na ng SBE ngayon? Dahil nangangamba pa tayo na magkaroon pa rin naman ng momentum dito ang Team Secret. Lalo na't mid na naman ang gustong puntiryahin dito ng SBE. Magwawagi nga ba sila, Ate Ray?
Yan ang mga katanungan na nila sagutin. Pero si Borkum agre. Controller diff ba against Ja? Uy, teammate! Sabi niya yun, no? Teammate kita dati Hello, teammate! Magkaka-age reveal na ba tayo ngayon? Sino ba ang pinakamatanda sa Team Secret roster versus SBE? Ayoko sabihin kung sino. Pero sure ako nagme-maintenance na yun May kahapon nag-tweet yung Southbelt Esports ng maintenance. Sabi ko, ano yung next na buff? Ano na ba? High blood checker na ba? Yung
next na check up na.
High blood checker na. Yung binibili sa Shopee. By the way, not sponsored. Pero si Dubstep po nag-iintay. Boom! Oh my goodness! Si Papi Chulo pa! Ang nakapag-headshot sa ulo will be able to release the new red theft. Ang ganda ng call sana doon. Pero nga, nabuti there's the refrag coming in from Team Secret Wits. But there's just the control coming in from SB going to B-side. At si Borkum na punish na nga din kagad.
Grabe ang ginawa dito ng SBE at Ray. We have the following members sa TS na akala nila magpo-push na ang SBE dito sa A. Pero little they didn't know, parang pinakilig lang sila dito at without going in for the commitment. We have here a 4v2 situation. Still good enough pa rin naman sa TS na meron pa rin naman silang time, meron pa rin naman silang eco. Pero look at this. Both of them playing all the way from B Tower. Makakakuha nga ba sila ng info? Lalo na the constant na utilities ditong ginagamit nila dyan is just on point para mapigilan pa yung pagpwesto or even have the exit frags dito nila Jessie Vash. Pero mukhang hindi na nila ipopursue pa to. They will be going in for the save. At ito na nga yung first round na makukuha na ngayon ng SBE laban sa Team Secret.
Talagang konting punishes lang mula sa SB. Pero good call kay Papi Chulo, ha? High risk, high reward yung ginawa niya. Sinilip niya talaga si Tito mo Dubstep. At buti na lang napitas nga din niya. After that, that's already a sign that they can actually commit to B-side. Kasi usually nga si Dubstep yung nagiging problema nila. Si Dubstep will be able to get and secure some kills. And right now, 3 rounds away na lang ang SB before they can finally tie this against Team Secret. Pero nga lang, may pera pa rin naman ang mga taga Team Secret. At makita natin si Wits gagamit ang operator. Oh, tapos Blade Storm mula kay Dubstep. So, interesting. Magandang pangitain ata to sa Team Secret, pero SBE, syempre, minsan natatagalan lang talaga si Aziz, natatagalan lang talaga si Flippy mag-warm up. Pero finally, when they'll be able to get those pag-iinit, mahihirapan din siguro ang Team Secret. Pero to, mid-control na naman ang kailangan nila i-clear out, taking out yung mga ecoms. Pero Rafters is quite out in the open sa side ng SBE.
Good thing enough for them na i-utilize nila yung timing ng mga smokes nila dito. Kundi masasayang They have the following smokes na limited lang for the Omen compared dito sa Astra. Pero let's see kung ano yung magiging decision nila dahil namuwasan na kaagad sila ng isa. We have the blinds, yes, and the stars pang pwedeng maging reason kung bakit pa sila madedelay. Double pick ang magaganap dito and there's also the molly na naka-ready na nga dito for dispenser to use all the way from the tower and there is the B-molly pero makikita naman natin dito, the blind is already in synergy with the picks na ginawa dito ng dispenser but with the resurrection, meron na kagad tayo dito for the 3 pero yung headshot dito ni Wits ay maka-counter out yung pagpasok na nga dito ng SBE but unfortunately hindi siya makaka-react on time and that's all up to Dubstep na hindi nakaligtas dito kay Pro all the way from V-Heaven. You will be traded off by Jess Bash and there's also the rest. Nakaabang naman dito all the way from backside ang dalawa with that operator at hand. Let's see kung makakaligtas mga siya. Pero hindi na with just the patience dito ni Assist. Jess Bash dito, ano pa ba ang dapat niyang gawin? Lalo na naka-crossfire dito yung dalawa. Waiting all the way from Cyber Cage. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to flick that out. Laban kay Papi Chulo. Another round in the making for SBE. And this is a good starting point para magkaroon na ng tuloy-tuloy na momento mga SBE.
Bill! Pati dito mama yung Blade Storm! Ano ba naman yan? Nasipa yung monitor. Napatay yung monitor. Kanina daw nasipa daw ni Jessie Vash. JC Vash. Hindi daw, it's not Jessie. It's JC. Pero unti-unti na nakakapag-adjust ang SB at ngayon, ikaw ang Team Secret, di ba? Ang bilis lang talagang mag-iba ng momentum. Kagaya lang ng feelings sa'yo ng crush mo. Akala mo ikaw na talaga. Lumipat! Saan lumipat? Hindi na sa Sage main. Lumipat sa Sky main. Yun naman pala yung kailangan. Lumipat. Pinagpalit sa malayo. Pero Papi Chulo, alam na niya na magpupush yung Dubstep. Headshot sa ulo against Papi Chulo. And lalabas na mga repolyo. Gagawa na nga sila kagad ng sinigang sa Samisu. Pero Aziz, napigilan kagad siya. Buti nag-stattion out. He tries to go with the ball, but he will be able to get on board kung sumunod na din kagad si Tito Pro with the kill. Pero sunod-sunod, ginagawang aim labs ni Aziz ngayon. Ang mga taga-Team Secret at si Dubstep na lang together with Jessie Bash ang natitira ngayon as SB is still 4 and kicking.
Decision making ni Assist at Rere is just on point. Talagang tiniis niya yung mga mollies ditong binigay ni Dispenser para makakuha ng isa. He was blinded off pero unfortunately nakaabang na kaagad yung ilan din dito sa SBE. So that is a good one. Especially makikita dito natin ang retake. Dubstep was able to go in for the kill. Ito yung tinutukoy ko eh. Yung tiniis na yung molly mismo, yung fragment mismo ng ating KO. At tuloy-tuloy na yung pagpasok niya. Hindi ito inasahan ng Team Secret na aarangkada na kagad. Pupuwersa ang SBE to get inside the side, plant in the spike, at immediately pick off that KO from just the flick na ginawa dito nila Pro, nila Assist, and now but that operator again at hand, pero masasagutan siya dito ng mga blind. Let's see kung makakapasok pa rin ba sila dito ng B, lalo na si Dubstep naman ngayon. Si Phil ngayon ang may hawak ng operator.
Si Sidestep yan. Pick
Sidestep,
of the risk. Sabi nga,
yeah.
pick of the risk. Sabi pa natin ni Bill, pero Dispenser nakaabang pa rin sa mid. Uy, si Dispenser, di na siya Sentinel ngayon. Isa na siya KO. Alam mo sabi niya? Uy! Si Optimum Pride, oh! Ganon. Uy! Si Optimum Pride! Si Aziz ngayon on the other side. Nagabang. Kung may makikita siya, aware siya na may isa. Pero Borcom still tries to contest this. Sabi niya, may idol. Pero mukhang wala pa. May idol. Pero Flippy din, no? Ready, oh. Sabi ni Flippy, ako naman, Aziz, di ka tumatama ako muna. Pero, they try to take at least one once again sa may mid. Pero pinapitas nga ang isa. Jessie Vash, nakabos sa may wall. Pero nag-bail out na nga din siya kagad. Contest lang ang ginagawa ngayon. Sige! Magtama na yung fucking Borcom takes down against sa Flippy. There's just a trade coming in from him. A 4v4, pero time is ticking sa side ng SBE at mukhang gusto nilang mag-commit sa B-side. Audition! Borcom got talent! It's Borcom time! As he gets 3, Papi Chulo na lang at si Jana Tigana Bear dice sa Dubstep with the operator. At aware sila na isa pa mula sa Team Secret, hindi mula sa SBE. At sabi ko sa inyo, it's a DB Dubstep X Borcom support sa my B-side.
Balikan natin yung mga specific angles na hinold dito ni Borcom. They were just winning out the fundamentals dito laban sa SBE. Look at that, 3K for this guy. At unfortunately, yes, nakaabang nga doon si Ja, pero naskita naman natin yung quick reaction time ni Ja or ni Dubstep para mapatay dito si Ja. At sumunod na nga dito si Papi Chulo. It was a good body system for the side of SBE, pero ang naging makatarungan din kasi dito for Team Secret is that nagpatuloy sila sa mga trades. Look at that clean of a composure for Assist. He was able to at least deny another kill na makukuha sa kanya dito ni Dubstep. Pero yung Siko na nakalitaw dito kay Assist, yun ang naging reason kung bakit pinul pa rin ni Dubstep dito yung trigger. At ngayon, 3 members na lang Atireri ang natitira kaagad sa Team Secret.
Ang bilis ng mga hold up. Parang active ang mga taga-Team Secret ngayon. They're winning it. Pero Papi Chulo, ginulat si Borcom. Ano sinabi niya? Bulaga. At may neural theft. Parang every round may neural theft si Papi Chulo. Hindi nawala na. Pero mukhang nakanilig na si Jessie Vash. Si JC Vash. Sabi niya, tara na dito guys. Dito sila magko-commit. Let's try and take them out. And with that slow orb, he was able to take Flippy out. At si Pro na lang together with Papi Chulo natitira. Pero si Dispenser nasa likuran lang ni Pro. At
one enemy
nakita yung barrel. Yung barrel ng barrel. And Papi Chulo all by himself. But will he be able to get clutch knock Dispenser right up ahead? And Team Secret still gets this round against SB 6-3. All the cards. Nilalay na nga nila isa-isa. Pero to, si Dubstep mainit nakita yung yung tagiliran ni Aziz. Sabi niya, may nakikita ako dito I see you, I see you. You see me? I can't see you.
Parang ang nangyari na lang dito is kinutuban niya na may nakaabang or may natrap dito sa corner na ito dahil nga sa molly dito ni Dispenser. Kaya naman ngayon, medyo mapapasa naman tayo for Eco, for Spy, for the side of SBE. Will it be worth it? No. Dahil nakasagot ka agad dito with the operator shot, si Dubstep. Another trade naman dito, all the way from mid ang magaganap naman. All in favor of Assist and Ja. They will be able to diminish in B side. The B tower is already blinded by the lights dito. Give it to us by Pro. Pero ano ba yung gagawin nila? They are welcomed by the bullets dito ni Jessie Vash. Another member goes down. Si Ja pa yung nawala dito. Wala tayong controller, wala tayong Econ. But unfortunately, yung ulo ni Tito Pro nakalitaw laban kina Borcom. And now, They are in a -1. Ano pa ang gagawin nila dito? Ano ba? Alam na alam pa. Saan ka nakalingon? We have your top goes in for 3K. Dahil lang hindi nila inasahan na sa ranks pala si Kuya Modabi para makuha na yung 7-point advantage sila dito laban sa SBE.
Palong-palo si Villa. Grabe naman si Sidestep. The operator lang sa kalam. Operator got talent, oh. OGT. 1. Bilang tayo, Next. 2. Diba? 1, 2. At, sabi dito, may naririnig daw nagkakast manok. Hindi ko alam kanino galing yan. Hindi ko alam yan, guys. Basta, ang alam ko lang kanina, nag-optimum pred, naging transformer na ako. Pero ito, Dispenser. Pero pro
Oh my
still,
gosh.
naunahan sa edad. Si Dispenser. Napag-alaksan FR daw kasi to si Pro eh. Kaya ganyan tumutok ngayon si Tito Mo Pro. Pero si Tito Mo Pro, alam nyo, mahilig kumanta yan. Kinakanta ng mga side A, mga pang 1980s. Minsan The Beatles pa nga eh. Parang kasing edara na niya yung tatay ko. Pero ito na nga, balik na tayo sa chance na yun ng Team Secret to actually get this round once again. Pero mukhang hindi pa papayag ang SBE.
Kasi kahit mawala dito si Dispenser, meron pa rin naman tayong wits. Nakaabang siya dito here in A main. And with those blinds, kahit na wala silang fragments dito, wala silang 0 point dito, they can still have the info with just a guiding light. At yun na nga yung nag-prop in para malaman na may nag-aabang na nga dito all the way from A. So with that being said, this is a go signal para magamit na nila yung Cosmic Divide. Pero arangkada pa rin naman dito ang SBE to go into Rams. Yung barrel na naman dito ni Jan, naka-pick through. Pero we have here assist with the showstopper eliminating Inwits. Dubs naman dito para makakuha din ng pick kina-assist. And there's just one remaining member. Sneaky and steadily siyang umaarangkada dito all the way from A main. So let's see kung makakakuha nga ba siya ng pick dito dahil inaabangan na siya ni Tito Pro.
Nagkakas din daw yung manok. Sabi ng audience. Trippy. Sino ba yun ang manok yan? Si Bunso ba yan? Si Bunso ba yan? Saan ba natin dadalhin yan, ha?
Tinola,
Magbebenta
adobo.
ba tayo ng itlog? So, sino talaga ang nauna? Manok o ang itlog?
Ayan.
Right answers only. Sino ba ang nauna? Ako o siya? Joke lang. May halaga nga ba ako sa'yo? Pero balik na muli tayo. 7-4 SBE. Umirag-irag. Ano may sinabi ni Aziz doon? Hop in!
No.
Hop out! Nakita ko dito nag-comment yung bebe ni Aziz.
Ayun.
Malakas ka pala pag nag-aaway tayo. Uy, wala kami dyan, ha? Nagkakas lang kami.
Basta lang kami.
Wala kami dyan. Okay? FYI lang, ha? Wala kami dyan, ha? Talagang hindi ko alam. Pero sana all may award. Balik na tayo. Team Secret, SBE. With control parati yung gustong i-focus ng SBE. Kasi usually may taga Team Secret talaga na mag-aabang sa kanila. Kasi kailangan na lang i-contest yun. Pero as they clear out rafters always, kasi walang nasa Team Secret na nasa rafters to actually get that hold, nagsistick together lang eh, ang mga taga-SBE.
SBE kasi dito, alam nilang kaya nila mag-engage further for a body-body system. Pero look at that. Masyadong maaga na nag-pull onto the trigger dito si Borcom. Kaya naman nakaganti rin kaagad dito with that pick off ang SBE. There's also the trade-off na ginawa nila laban kina Dispenser, but this is an open site for them to secure. Flippy dito just securing in that pick off laban dito kina Jesse Bash, and they know exactly where Dubstep is. With that operator, he needs to class this out. Dahil nga, this is already the last round in the making. Tapos, naaapisoa pa siya dito. Inaabangan siya ni Papi Chulo all the way from mid. Tapos, ang dami pang mga ecoms dito, Ate Rayray, na bumubungad sa kanya. So, with that being said, ano pa ang pwede niyang gawin dito? Lalo na't bubulagayin siya dito ng manok ni Tito Pro. Makakakuha ng pick dito with the wide swing si Assist, and that is a good half for SBE. At least, 2 rounds lang yung kailangan nilang habulin sa Team Secret.
GH! Sabi ng both teams. Nakita ko eh. Sabi ni Dispenser kay Flippy, GH. Good half. SB, di ba? Ang tagal! ang tagal mag-warm up ng mga tito, pero nung sabi ni Pro, inom lang ako alak sa Nefar. Okay
I
na
got
daw.
you.
I got you. Mag-maintenance lang ng sandali si Pro. Pero on the
Oo.
other side, Team Secret, 15-7! Si Sidestep!
Grabe!
Ang init talaga. Nagko-comment pa yan So every time may pause,
Multitasking.
nagko-comment si Sidestep. Kita-kita mo.
Bawat patay niya.
Oo, lahat
nagko-comment.
napapansin niya. Pati yung manok, pati yung movements. Grabe talaga tong si Sidestep. 15-7. Ipagsama-sama mo yung kills ng teammates, almost the same. 7-5. Hot boo. Pero, once the Dubstep gets a good momentum talaga, you already know that he can punish ang mga taga-SB. Biruin mo, nagkaroon tayo na ng Dubstep Got Talent. Kung si Wits meron kanina, meron din daw si Dubstep. At still ang SB, sa defending side na nga ba sila makakabawing yun or hindi nila mapapunish si Dubstep together with Wits and Dispenser. So yun ang mga questions na kailangan nilang gawin, pero may mga nang totondo talaga. Sneaky! At talagang Honey Glaze, ito na ba ang oras na makakabawi ang SBE or may momentum na talaga ang Team Secret?
Tingin ko pwede dahil meron naman sila dito, Papi Chulo and Flippy. Huwag natin kalimutan yung dynamic duo na ito na nakita natin yesterday on forward na napugo nila yung Naos with just the angles na sinesecure dito nila Papi Chulo, yung timing ng mga slow orbs dito nila Flippy, and yung angles nga na hindi maisisecure dito ng kanilang duelist. There was no aggression, hinihintay lang nila pumasok dito yung mga members ng Naos yesterday inside the site at doon na sila makakakuha ng magandang pick-off and even have here the possible retakes ng SBE na kung saan, as statistically saying, na doon sila talaga nagiging malagana pagdating sa mga retakes. So now, ang magiging problem na lang dito is paano nyo mapipigilan yung mga blinds, paano nyo mapipigilan dito yung mga timing ng mga utilities dito ng members natin from Team Secret. At lalo na ito, full on rush. Hindi ito Naos. Ito ay Team Secret na patuloy na mag-aarakada dito here in mid. They might possibly get in here B tower. Pero dalawa yung nakaabang sa kanila. Possibly 3 na nga din dahil meron na din dito na si Flipping nakaabang na rin all the way from the back. And there's no commitment yet for the side of Team Secret. Ate Rayray, hindi pa sila magpapatuloy dito in B tower. Pero maglilipat naman sila. Lilipat naman sila dito going into B main.
Security ang kailangan ng Team Secret so that they can have that advantage against SBE. Pero mabilis ang push. Kasama pa yung mga lahat. Tinitignan. Dubstep. May ecoms nga lang pero mukhang lalamangan ni Papi Chulo na gold lang. Sige, pumunta. Si Dubstep, si Dispenser nakapag-rotate na din kagad ang SBE after taking some huge kills here. And Wits na lang together with Borkuman natitira. Pag ito na clutch ni Wits, tunay nga naman na Ebe buff. Pero si Aziz, alam na
30 seconds left.
Magkikita sila, mag-meet up. EB, Grand Eyeball sa food court ng samahan ng Otaku Brigade Society. Pero ito na nga. 79 HP, no armor, 1 flash, 35 seconds pa bago yung second flash. Kukuha na nga ng impormasyon si Tito Mo Wits. And there it is. Flippy! Yumuko! Na headshot sa hulo si Wits, and SBE will be able to win this. So most likely, Honey Glaze, 7-7 ang magiging scoreline ngayon dahil nga ang mga taga-tito natin ng Team Secret ay natatalo ng pistol. Magugulat kayo pag nananalo ng pistol yan. Pero ang SB din na napanalo nga nila to, it's very important nga para sa kanila. At last time, gaya nga sinabi mo, Honey Glaze, problema ng Naos ang defending side ng SBE every time. So this might be the problem ng Team Secret.
Yeah, dalawa kasi yung sentinel nila dito. They have the slows, they even have your jazz sa mga timing ng mga smokes niya, and even have your assist with those wide picks na ginagawa niya dito here in B. At ginatihan nila! Ginatihan nila ng wall dito ang Team Secret here in A main. So, madedelay sila dito. There's the stars na i-commit nila. But unfortunately, nag-reposition na kasi dito si Flippy, and Flippy just goes in with the sprays. Goes in for 2. Si Jan nakakuha pa ng isa na. It's all up to Daddy Dispenser dito. Mag-aabang na nga all the way from B main. Pero ang magiging problema dito, Ate Rayray, is si Papi Chulo pa yung nakaabang sa kanya.
Pero itong round na to, I think it's really hard lang talaga sa SP, pero na-trap si Dispenser, pupuntahan na ni Papi Chulo so that he'll be able to take it out, but Aziz is right there sa may flank side at Dispenser, babagsak na rin. So we can really see here ang kailangan i-face talaga ng Team Secret. Even if you have that double flashes, as long as SB is just waiting up ahead sa inyo, may traps pa mula kay Papi Chulo on where he gets information usually, it's gonna be tackling down talaga ang Team Secret. Pero, syempre, advantage pa lang naman ng SP ang kanilang gun round. Ang second buy mula sa kanila. So, ngayon na full buy, maybe Team Secret just stick together. Makakuha na nga sila ngayon ng advantage against SBE. Pero nga lang, on the other side, ang katulad ni Jessie Bash, kumukuha na siya ng pickups. Baka kasi may mag-agra sa kanila sa beam. And unfortunately, wala. Pero sisimula na nakagari Dubstep ang kanya pag-edit dito sa may A-site rather. At kailangan niya i-duel to. Naglabas ng Ububot. At Aziz still gets Dubstep. Ang bilis ng scoping niya doon at bumagsak. Will be able to change it to a Phantom. And trap na naman ang Team Secret na shutdown si Dubstep. Next problem they have to face, won't be able to secure A-site. B-site ang next nilang contestable angle ngayon. At kung nakabawas si Dispenser, that's the time they can rush in. Pero looks like binabantayan talaga siya ng maigi ni Flippy ngayon. Actually, eradicating him, but yan na yung sign. Dispenser takes him out. Magbuwal na nga kagad sila, pero there's the paranoia coming in from Ja. Saktong-sakto kay Ja ngayon. Pero the refrags is actually speaking up. Dispenser na lang together with Borko man natitira. Sino nga ba ang mas lamang ngayon? Dispenser or ang mga katulad ng SBE? But Pro, wala sa edad yan. Nasa maintenance yan. Borko is gonna go down in RNG. He gets the 3. And it's gonna be 7-8. SBE leading by 1 at full buy pa to ng Team Secret.
Dito natin masasabi na hindi talaga nagkakaroon ng palya ang SPE dito with their specific angles to hold on to the defending side. Ang daming echoes ang pinaglaruan ni Dubstep doon sa A-Tower at Rere hindi siya nakakuha ng magandang reaction time para mapatay niya yung naka-martial lang. Biruin mo 3 rounds na kaagad na nanalo dito ang SPE while they are defending labas sa Team Secret na ang ganda ng early game nila, ang ganda ng first half nila. Pero ano ang nangyari? Naiipit sila dito sa mga bawat flanks, naiipit sila dito sa magandang holds at they cannot even get inside the sites before pa sila mabawasan. So ano pa ang magiging decision dito ng members natin from Team Secret, especially now that we have here ang economical damage dito for Team Secret. At lalo na makiipit na naman sila dito here in mid with all of those smokes. Mukhang ang decision nila ay makapasok na kagad. Look at that decision na ginawa dito ni Borkum. Was able to get inside at nagulat na lang din sila dito na may nakapatay na dito kay Flippy dahil nakaabang si Borkum doon with just a frenzy. 1 member down pero 2 naman ang napitas sa TS.
Go round talaga ang Team Secret. Hirap talaga sila so far how SBE tries to eradicate ang double initiator. Kasi, to be honest, yung comp talaga ng SB ngayon is you can actually tackle down ang double initiator even with those flashes. Pero nga lang, sinabayan na din kagad ni Ja with that paranoia. Leaves Dispenser and Wits, pero nakuha na ng gun dito si Wits, so that can be possible sa side ng Team Secret to take this one out. Pero kay Ja ngayon, nakasalalay ang kamay ng SBE. Pero merong nasa likod. Dispenser gets a tap, goes out against 2, but Aziz will be able to take him out. And 2 rounds ng leading ang SBE. Napako sa 7. Ang Team Secret so far, no rounds yet to win sa second half. And SBE, 4 rounds na nga silang consecutive na nananalo. So after this, magkakaroon na ba tayo ng technical pass? Ay, technical pass yun. Baka mabati ko Siguro tayo out mula sa Team Secret. Kasi kailangan Pag usually 4-0 ka na so far sa kalaban mo, I think it's time already to call a timeout. And perfect timing yan mula sa Team Secret. Kasi di nila ma-shutdown Even if sabihin natin 2v2s, na ipapanalo pa rin ng SB, they just hold their angles. The next problem that they have to face is si Ja. So far, kung nakita mo nga Honeygliss, parati silang napapanish ng paranoia niya. Nade-delay sila, Tapos kasabay pa kagad si Pro na hindi nila ma-shutdown din after all.
Dagdagan mo pa yung nice timings pa dito ni Jan na magamit yung mga utilities niya. Tulad nga ng sinabi mo, Ate Rere, yung kanya mga shoutouts up dito and even the paranoia, on point para magkaroon siya ng advantage dito. To go in with the White Wings at magkaroon sila ng magandang follow-up dito, eliminating in Team Secret. Pero let's hope for the best for Team Secret dahil they had the momentum in the first half. Dapat magkaroon din sila dito ng pang-punish factor dito sa Southbeat Esports. Southbeat kasi they just make it worth it sa kanilang composition ngayon. Napasalit-salit na lang dito kung saan pupwesto si Papi Chulo. Nandun din naman si Tito Mo Pro. And there's also the consecutive na magiging pushes dito nila Ja and even have her the assist para makakuha sila ng magandang timing to get in frags by frags laban dito sa Team Secret. And Team Secret, mid na naman na tirere ang kukuhanin nila and they won't be able to find in anyone pero at least na-diminish nila dito yung trap ng isang Cypher and they can possibly get in A main. So let's hope na makapasok nga sila dito dahil we have the Trailblazer that might have an advantage and an info dito kay Dubstep and Dispenser was able to get in one. There was the trade. That is a good body-body system dito sa side na nga ng SBE dahil nagkaroon tayo ng trade-offs laban sa TS.
Kasalanan talaga ni PTC to eh. Kaya nag-aaway-aaway na naman mga tao sa comment section ng mga analyst at saka mga coach natin, saka mga casters natin, mga proud commentator sa comment section. Dahil kay PTC to, di pa naglalaro ng APAC yan ha, pero kasalanan talaga niya hanggang ngayon. Flip, tapos na yung APAC, tapos na yung Masters, kasalanan pa rin ni PTC ang lahat ng nangyayari. Pero Flippy, that's a good angle, hold. Pero, nakapasok na ang SB sa A-site. Hindi sila maingay pero aware ba sila na si Ja nasa likod nila? Backstab by Ja. Coach backstab nyo, naging si Ja na, but Flippy takes down na JC Vash. At muli, nakaiwit sa Borkum ang kasagutan ngayon if they'll be able to get this. They were able to plant the spike, but going up against 4, Borkum contest daggers together with Ritz. Kumala mo! Ritz got talent out. It's gonna be 1v1 Pro versus Borkum. Sino ang mas lamang? Sino ang mas makakakuha? And Borkum still gets it! A 2v4 situation! Nagising ang Team Secret after that timeout! Naisalba ni Wits ang araw ng Team Secret before SB can finally manage to get that 2-round difference against them. Niruin mo, nag-phantom lang at narinig na nga kung nasaan si Tito Mo Pro. Baka maging tie pa nga to against SBE.
Inabangan kasi ni Tito Borkum dito si Flippy na nanggaling na nga dito sa B-side na nakakuha nga ng pick laban kay JC Vash pero hindi siya pinabayaan dito na makakuha din ng retake against Team Secret. Was able to plant the spike. Again, that was a very commendable 2v4 situation dahil composure lang ang meron dito kay Kuya Wits na nakakuha siya ng 2K but now, hindi na sila magpapatumpik-tumpik pa. Karaka-raka papasok na into A side. They will be able to get in one. There's a follow-up na ibibigay na nga dito ni Dubstep pero nandito naman si Dispenser na namatay sa mga kamay ni Assist and now it's all up to the remaining members dito ng kabilang team para sa retake and will it happen for them though? Dahil si Borkum dito nakita kung saan na nga dito nagta-travel sa Flippy and now it's all up to Papi Chulo and Ja. They still have your smokes and the paranoia all the way from top side naman dito si Papi Chulo and let's see kung makakakuha nga ba siya dito dahil si Ja, he needs to get in that wide swing and he will get in that kill. Dito naman si Papi Chulo uuwi ng magandang kill dito laban kina JC Bash but unfortunately JC Bash was just ready enough for the 3K to make it happen to a 9-9 scoreline, equalizing in the factors na ang ganda nga ng habol dito ng SBE, ang ganda nga ng head lead nila into the second half pero 2 rounds lang din naman itong hinabol ng Team Secret.
Ang lakas talaga ni Vil, 16-13. Mainit yung laban ng Team Secret at SB pero mas mainit ang laban sa comment section. Bakit kasi hindi pa rin nag-heal si Javi at bakit kasalanan ni PTC ang lahat? Pero meron na nga Georgie versus viewers ang nasa comment section. Di ba ang init? Nag-iinit na nga yung mga tito natin eh. Pero mas mainit talaga ang ulo ng mga tao ngayon. 2:30 na kasi mainit-init dito sa Pilipinas. Pero nga lang, Team Secret, pwede na lang i-capitalize tong round na to. Bakit? Full buy! Dapat hindi niya nasasayangin to against SBE. Borkum gets a good opening against Aziz. He was able to spot him out. Susunod pa kagad na katulad ni Pro. Yep! He gets sumubang! Manipis! Pero, nakapitas pa nga si Borkum flipping together with Papi Chulo. Pero mukhang naging aggressive ang SBE just to handle those angles. Pero nga na backstab na nga kagad si Papi Chulo ngayon at si Flippy na lang kagad na natitira. Ano na ang makaklatch ni Flippy dito? May rest siya na available but is it gonna be worth it? Okay. May nakuha na nga information kung saan siya magalit. Pero magagaling nga doon. Pero uy! May pag-asa ba? May pag-asa ba tayo kay Flippy? Ito na ba ang tinatawag nating Hana Buff? Yan ang pangalan ng bebe ni Flippy. Itatago natin sa pangalang si Hana. Pero, magiging Hana Montana happy si Flippy ba? Or it's just gonna be Team Secret getting that double digit scoreline against SB already. Pinalipad ang ibon. Pinaglalaroan na lang siya. May oras pa ba? May oras pa. Pero still dispenser. Patitigilan na ang mundo na Flippy. At nag-iba na ang ihip ng hangin. Galing sa 7-9, tayo ay 10-9, Team Secret winning consecutive rounds.
Ito na ang magiging problema ng SBE and they need to have the timeout para mapigilan nila yung momentum na nabubuo dito for Team Secret. Imagine, Ate Ray, dalawa lang yung nakaklatch kanina for a 2v4 sa scenario. At napaabot ba ito ng Team Secret to a 2-digit scoreline laban sa SBE na kanina pa nga mainit dito in our second half. Pero at the very least kasi, there was also the time and situation sa parang yung Southbit Esports Bibo, yung lumalapit na sa mga crosshairs dito ng Team Secret. Kaya naman isa-isa silang napipitas at nagkakaroon ng opening dito ang Team Secret. Pero this is a good timing for the timeout para mapigilan nila yung pag-changing of the tides dito ng Team Secret. Dahil nag-iinit na si Dubstep and there's also Burkum na nagpatuloy na nga dito sa mga flanks all the way from mid para masuportahan niya dito yung mga papasok all the way from A-main. So this is a good synergy between the teams and between the players na alam nila kung ano dapat na i-rescue nila dito sa mga napipigilang pumasok. So once na may makita sila dito, ay naiipit na nga dito sa the dispenser to get inside of A, they will be having the chance to get inside of B tower and that is a good amount of momentum and also a good amount of communication for Team Secret para makuha nila yung 10-9 at 3 rounds na lang para makuha nila itong game number 1.
Talagang kailangan nilang mapigilan to sa side ng Team Secret or else it's gonna be over till it's over. Pero may ult pa naman na pwedeng gamitin si Aziz just to be able to take them out. Pero si Dubstep, pinaglaruan lang ngayon si Pro. Alam na nila kung saan nanggagaling si Pro eh. If they take off at least 1, it's gonna be possible. And 4 remaining na lang mula sa SBE. Pero Team Secret waiting lang sila. So kumukuha lang sila ng early pick-offs. And kapag nakuha nila yon, posible naman na may papanalo nga nila. Pero to, naglalakad na sila papuntang B-main. Pero may magandang plano si Flippy together with Papi Chulo kasi that's what they usually do pag nagsastock sila. At nahuli na nga kagad sa trap ang mga taga-Team Secret. Pero still, commit tayo ng commit! Walang matatakot sa commitment! Pero nga lang, Papi Chulo gets it. But there's just the rest mula kay Dispenser trying to clear it out. May rest nga pala kay Dispenser mula kay JC Bash. At ang mga taga-SB, they try to go for a retake instead.
5v5 na kaagad, Ate Rere. At may ipit na din dito si Ja all the way from mid. So let's see kung makakaligtas pa nga ba siya dito laban kina Dubstep and hindi na nga kaagad. We have our wits also waiting into B tower para sa magiging possible retake dahil ang mangyayari na lang dito is the wide swing romances and it will happen. There's also 9 battle of the manok here in B tower. So this is a good opening and a showstopper but unfortunately hindi niya napuntog yung ultimate niya. Daisy Bash goes in for 2. Natitira na lang dito si Papi Julo all the way from inside pero hindi niya in-expect si Borkom na nag-aabang sa kanya. We have our pro trying to get in that clutch but unfortunately kahit nakatukay pa siya, finisher ay magaganap na nga all in favor of Dispenser getting in that 11-point lead na laban sa SBE.
Ang consistent ni sidestep. Ayan o. Tap-tap lang. Waiting for those necessary angles at hindi sa always check your corners. Hindi mo alam sino ba ang pinakatotoong impostor. Hindi lang mula sa vents,
Amogus.
kundi sino ang manggagaling mula sa pillar. At yun na nangyari ngayon. Dalawa na lang before Team Secret can actually get this. Ito ba mga map ng comebacks? Icebox? Split? Ano ba yun? Kanina sa Icebox na comeback ng Bren. Pero dito, Team Secret, they've been winning consecutive rounds. Hindi talaga makagalaw ngayon ang SBE. Once na Team Secret nasa momentum, once na si Vil ay gamit na gamit ang kanyang skill set, mahihirapan syempre ang SBE against Team Secret. And ngayon, no, nag-save na lang sila. They might be taking the risk to get this into a overtime. Pero, worth it pa ba na ganito yung buy ng SBE? Dahil sinisimula na talaga ng Team Secret yung inaabangan. They want to go to Champions, they want to go to APAC. And itong improvement nila so far, kaabang-abang din. Pero SBE, as we still know, they're the current seat ng PH scene. Kaya syempre, kailangan nilang ngayon ang kanilang journey. Pero that was a good paranoia coming in from Flash. May momentum din si Aziz to take down na Jesse Vash. And sumunod na nga kagad si Dubstep, nag-crash down na lahat-lahat. And si Ja takes down the next guy, which is gonna be Borkum. And it's all upon Wits going up against 3. Maka-clutch nga ba niya to? Dahil pinaglalaroan na nga lang kagad siya. And yung spike, wala sa kanyang kamay.
Tatlo na rin kang nakaabang sa kanya dito, and with the sound cue na kinukuha niya na nga yung ultimate orb. We have here Papi Chulo with a wide swing. Even though na eco round lang ito ng SBE, they make it worth it. They can make it to an overtime. Hanggat wala pang 12 rounds, hanggang wala pang 13 points dito ang Team Secret, we can still hope for the best for SBE para mabawi ulit nila yung momentum na naging hope nila naging glimmer of hope nila dito in the second half na mabigyan nila ng magandang comeback dito ang Team Secret. But Split is just a good choice of map dito sa SBE para maipagpatuloy nila yung good holds nila in their sights, and this is a good decisions made for the side of Papi Chulo na nandito siya, and there's the trap wires, nandito rin naman sina Papi Chulo para makakuha ng magandang follow-up. And with that being said, meron pa rin naman tayong magiging info get all the way from mid. So this is a possibility na mid-take na naman at i-ready ang kukuhanan dito ng Team Secret para at least mabulagana naman nila dito sina Flippy and Papi Chulo from their holds to prevent Team Secret of committing into B-side.
Georgie versus Comsec! Mamaya pa yung laban ng APH saka Alpha Esports, guys. Easyhan nyo lang. Si Georgie at the Ching, easy nga lang Pero parang iba yung nakikita kong magkaka-tactical crouch later. Pero focus muna tayo. Kailangan natin i-focus sa gold. 11-10. SB is still winnable. Pero Team Secret, hahayaan pa ba nilang mawala sa kanilang kamay itong laban nila against SB here in Split na mapick ng SBE? Pero may paranoia, pero wala ng timing na nabura na nga nila. Kagad there's JC Vash together with Borkum takes ang Papi Chulo at si Flippy Aziz tumunod na ng Crispy. Ang Crispy talaga ng puno na vandal na yan. At dalawa na lang kagad ang natitira for the retake Pro at kay Ja Pro. Ang hinihintay nating tandem, walang ultimate available, isang ibon lang na pwedeng paliparili Pro ngayon to be able to counter the flashes din ng Team Secret. Pero medyo mahirap-hirap na to kasi nakaabang na lang sila kagad. Nag-aabang yung mga tito. I spot you! But si Japa nakakuha nun? What is that? He gets two? That's the trade coming from Dispenser. Si Pro na lang kagad natitira ang batang Pro pero naharangan ng yelo. Naging icebox. Kagad. sa spawn. And I think that's just it. It's gonna be the match point mula sa Team Secret. TS is back. Sabi nga ata ng mga miyembro nila at sabi nga ata ng audience natin.
Mainit-init ang Team Secret. Simula nung nagkaroon sila ng starting point ng momentum at sa 2v4, eto na ang match point nila. At may pagkakataon pa rin naman dito ang SBE na makahabol pa. They have enough economy para makakuha ng full-on rifles. They have anong armor, 1 lang naman kay Papi Chulo. So this is a good one for the side of SBE para makakuha lang din ng comeback. But this is very unfortunate dahil yung pressure ay may bibigay sa kanila. There's also the the momentum shift for Dubstep to make para makakreate lang din ng space at mga nangyayaring mga commitments dito pa nila Wits para sa mga ibon nila, para dito sa mga guiding links nila dito para makakuha lang din ng info. But with the Trailblazer, baka ma-hold back lang dito si Dispenser to get inside of mid. But there's also the Stars. So this is a good decisions made pa for Team Secret na para magkaroon sila ng delay dito sa mga gustong magbantay ng mid.
Gustong magbantay, Honey Glaze. Dubstep. Uy! Sabi sa inyo, wag kayo magpapa-audition kay Dubstep kahit siya ay nasa attacking side. At Flippy, waiting, and still gets him. Naglabas na mga repolyo ngayon ang katulad ni Wits. Tries to get information pero as he still risk it, high risk, high reward place na ang kailangan i-risk it all ng SBE. Nag-try din ako mag-risk pero walang nangyari. Pero buti na lang may respa mula kay JC Bash. Ja tries to approach them on a close contact but won't be able to. But Flippy, waiting! At Wits, napahintay ka talaga yung spike. Wala sa kamay ng ibang miyembro ng Team Secret. Kailangan na lang tapusin to against Flippy and speak up. They were able to take down. May release pa agad mula kay Dispenser with his ult. And he gets 1 by 1. And it's gonna be Aziz versus JC Bash. Hindi na malalagyan ng gasolina ngayon si Dispenser and yung oras. Uy! I-risk yung gasolinahan! Pero that's just it! Aziz gets the good clutch right now! 12-11! May pag-asa pa atang marirate curse. Tinantaran pa!
SBE with the clutch, with the ROG clutch na may bibigay natin for assist. It was a good start for Team Secret na makadalawa sila dito all the way from B-Main, and there was also the follow-ups na ginawa nila. Dispenser on the other hand, they were taken down immediately pero assist kasi dito, no? Nag-abang lang siya all the way from defender spawn, all the way na makakuha siya ng mga info dito laban sa SBE, and now we have a good lead for SBE. Now, there is also the turning point of momentum na sila naman yung makakakuha ng mga pick-offs. But with that being said, there's just the anime battle, the Pokemon battle na bibigay natin dito with the Trailblazers na nilabas sila here in A-Rams. They won't be committing in any further though. Kaya naman, magre-reposition na lang sila. Pero that was a good one for Borkum. Even though na gumagalaw siya dito, he was able to take down Pro. So no more guiding lights. Sayang lang din at pwede pa sana makagamit ng Seekers dito si Pro. So now we're down to a 4v5 scenario at TS. Inaabangan na lang din ni Flippy dito on that corner. But unfortunately, Flippy did not win out that duel laban kay Dispenser. At kumpleto Ricardos pa rin at Ray ang Team Secret para mapigilan nila ang SBE for having the overtime.
Ay, ang init sa Comsec! Nakita ko na! Doon na magkakast! Georgie versus Ching! May Gcash pa! Kay Phil! Naglabas na niyo tap si Papi Chulo.
30 seconds left.
Grabe yan si Papi Chulo eh. Talagang sinoutout ang kanyang bebe na Earth. Hoy! Jesse Vash takes Papi Chulo. Is this it? Is this it, Pansit? Meron nasa likod si Ja. At nakaibilang sagot. But then, tinamanan pa raw na yung lahat. Tinapon kay Wits. Sabi nila, nasa iyo na lang lahat. And it's up to Dubstep, to Sidestep. Nakaabang 2v1 with the Great One. Will Dubstep finally manage it? Pero hindi binibitawan ni Aziz. And we're gonna go to an overtime. Sabi sa inyo, walang panalo sa parehas na tito. 12-12. Ray Curse. First map curse, split curse, Team Secret curse, SBE curse. Lahat na. PTC. Kasalanan ni PTC talaga to eh. Kaya tayo nagkaroon ng 12-12.
Hindi ko alam ang nangyari doon, Ate Ray. Kaya naman ibibigay sa atin ang overtime kung saan nakapasok nga dito si Ja to get in that kill. Papichulo naman on the other hand was able to go in for the follow-up. Pero most likely kasi ito yung naging highlight ng game natin kung saan nakapasok na nga for the retake dito ang SB at hindi ito naging pabor sa TS to make it happen na ma-secure nila kaagad dito yung 13-11 scoreline. And here we are to an overtime. SBE, the ones attacking. Let's see kung ano ang magiging sagot dito ng Team Secret para mabawi nila man lang yung naipon nila momentum, yung mga naipon nilang rounds dito at lalo na't sumasapabor na sa kanila dito yung kanilang attacking side for the second half.
yung 3,900 viewers natin, hindi nakatutok yan sa laban ng Team Secret at SB. Nakatutok yan sa comment section dahil meron tayo susunod na bakbakan. VIL versus Taylor. Sino ang mas lamang? Sino ang mas sikat?
Face off!
Face off! Hey, easy. Lamborghini.
Ngayon ko lang din na-check yung comment section.
Yo.
Parang it's Georgie versus everybody in the comment section. So, mainit man ang laban dito ng magkakatagpuan ng TS at ng SBE. Mas mainit si Georgie sa comments. Nandito pa si AE Ching.
Masisisi na naman ako dito. Nag-OT, sorry. Sorry akin, kasalanan ko. Sorry, ito lang ako. Dalamari pigati sadness, I'm sorry. Sorry, Borkum. Ano ang next move? Ayun, Nawel done ni Borkum. Ang mga katulad ni Flippy and ni Pro, nakabang na rin kagad si Witserino. Takes him down, 1 by 1, 2 by 2. Papichulo still gets Wits. Pero nga lang, may hulog ng langit mula sa side ni Aziz. 2v2 at Jesse Bash will be able to take down Aziz. May rest pa ng kasama pero mga clash ba to ni Ja? Is it time already for Ja to take off the hands ng panalo sana na Team Secret pero nag-aabang through the smoke? He sees one! Pero Dispenser takes him! 3K! Don't tell me, my friend! Pero nagkakitaan sila ni Jesse Bash 1v1 with the Great One! Classic ang labanan! Yan talaga ang tunay na palaban ngayon pero pinaglaloroan niya, no? Nag-ahabol! Marunong mag-habol! But still Jesse Bash will be able to save the day! Buti na lang! Hindi pa oras ni Ja to take on with that clutch. And si Jesse Bash ang makakakuha ng round na yon at match point mula sa side ng Team Secret.
Okay na sana Ate Ray nakakuha ng 4 na ulo dito si Ja pero hindi ito pumapara sa kanya. Go into the instant replay kung saan naunahan niya dito si Borkum makapag-react and it was all up to Jesse Bash for the finisher. He was able to get in Papichulo pero ano nga ba ang nangyari dito? Ayun lang oh! It was a good play all the way from smoke na binigay dito ni Ja. Pero ano ang nangyari? Pinaglaruan niya lang dito si Jesse Bash at pinurusahan siya ni Jesse Bash dito. And finally, 13-12. So let's see kung magkakaroon pa rin ba ng habol dito, 13-13 ng SBE dahil nakikita natin SBE has been winning out the first few rounds in the making ng ating second half as they are the ones defending. So will it happen again? Dahil ang Team Secret, medyo nakakuha man sila ng momentum pero naputol rin ito agad. So now, this is a technical pause or a timeout for either of our teams. Pero ang mainit na lang din dito is hindi natin kung sino pa nga ba yung makakakuha ng win conditions dito dahil mas mainit pa rin si Georgie dito. Tingnan mo naman natin, Ray, 2 minutes ago yung mga chat niya na patuloy nang lumalabas dito sa ating comments, sa ating live dito sa VCT.
Yung 4K viewers na yan, ang inaabangan yung laban ni Chincha ni Georgie. Mainit nga sa Comsec. Yan ang pinakamainit na battle ng Pinas. Hindi na to Team Secret versus SB. Naagaw. Pero, 13-12. Isa na lang sa side ng Team Secret. Nasa attacking sila. So, ano lang muna. Medyo chillax. Chillax tayo, mga friends. Sabi ni Miss Yam Yam dito, pinaiklian lang daw ni Jesse Bash. Pero, Jesse Bash pa rin. Joke lang yung Miss Yam Yam. Sabi lang namin JC Bash. Pero Jesse Bash pa. Oh!
Jesse Bash.
May flash. Sabi ni Aziz, okay. Meron na. May flash lang. Yun na! Walang particular. Dahil tinutunan pa ng Team Secret. Saan ba tayo, guys? Saan ba natin balak? But they're actually trusting si Jesse Bash together with Borkum to actually somehow take off those pick-offs. Pero alam nila na may magpapaka-agree. At ginamit na nga kagad nila si Dogo, ang Samoyed ng Team Secret. Brand ng aso. Breed ng aso yan yung Samoyed. At
Samoyed.
Sama-sama sila. Stick together. All together. Pero si Aziz! Will he be able to punish Dubstep? Yes! Pero salo-salo na nga kagad ang pagpigil ni Aziz against them. Pero meron pa! Nahulog sa patibong ni Aziz ang mga miyembro ng Team Secret. Dalawa na lang natitira wits together with Jesse Bash. Ano ba ang next step nila ngayon? Napigilan ng ni Aziz yung oras Time is gold! Pero mapaplant pa ba nila yung spike dahil pressured na sila? No, but as Aziz gets the 4K. Pag nag-away pala, makakapag 4K. 13-13, second overtime tayo ngayon.
Hindi ko na alam halos sa mga pangyayaring nagaganap na dito. All in favor of the side of South Esports. Napigilan nila yung mga times na nagpa-farm lang ng mga ultimate orbs dito ang Team Secret para at least they have the second life to advance further laban sa side nga ng Southfield. Pero ano nangyari? Yung timing ng dito ni Ja at ni Assist with the paranoia para makakuha ng mga pick-ups dito na pumapasok na nga yung Team Secret all the way from A main and now nabiyayaan sila dito ng survivability in our first game ng best of 3. The first map natin, itong split na ito ay lagi pumapapar dito sa SBE. Kaya naman ngayon, will it be also the time na makuha nila ito? Pero yung timing, oh my gosh, konting-konti na lang para kay Assist na makuha yung pick-off na yon laban kay Dispenser. But Dispenser still thankfully was able to survive in for another day and he can still give off a lot of response dito for Team Secret na mapigilan pa yung pag-advance na forward dito ng SBE.
Ay! Nai-stress na ako. Mga tito natin, mas gumana daw yung maintenance ni Jessie. Grabe naman kayo. Tito Pro, paano ba yan? Mas namang yung maintenance ngayon, pero Flippy takes about. There's a play coming from Borco Pares na magaling sa defending side, pero ito na ata yung oras para sa SBE na makakapag-tackle, pero di nagawa talaga lahat ng Team Secret ang makakaya nila to take down SBE and there's the retake. Ayan na kagad ang mga setup ng Stars mula kay Borcom. Naghihintay sila ng momentum para makapag-trade off, pero kailangan na lumabas all together. Sama-sama tayo, we stick together. Jessie Pash tries to take off with a good pick-up, pero yan na si Vilstep takes down Pro. And it's all about Ja once again.
Na naman.
Sino ba ang makakuhain? Borcom will be able to spot him out. Biglang nawala yung Ecoms. And Team Secret, match point muli. Parating match point pag nasa defending at SBE. Isa na lang din para mag-third overtime pa tayo. Pag ito nag-third overtime, mahal niya ako. Hindi niya talaga ako mahal. Pero talagang, syempre, gusto manalo ng Team Secret dahil map pick ng SBE. Ito sa mga best maps ng SBE. Ng SB19. At pupunta tayo mamaya sa Breeze. Sa Boracay.
Oh, kung saan may enable natin. Mamaya pa pala yung Boracay jet natin dito. Kasi nakikita ko pa rin naman yung comments nila eh. Patuloy-tuloy pa rin. But now, patuloy naman din dito sina Dubstep para maging agresibo na nga here in mid. And will they be able to succeed in this one? Dahil nakaabang na kaagad sila. 3-4 dito. Unfortunately, nakaabang na si Assist to go in for 3. Borcom naman dito for the finisher. Laban dito kada Assist si Ja ang nakadalawa. That is the third overtime.
Mahal niya ako! Joke lang. Ang lakas parehas ng team sa defending. Umihintay lang ng angle. Si Aziz na naman yung next problema. Nagpa-audition. Aziz got talent. 3K with a dream. Diyos ko po. Wala nang humihinga. Lahat nag-maintenance na ulit. Nag-alaksa na muli lahat dito. May kasama pang Mefanamic. Medyo sumasakit na talaga yung kasukasuhan sa overtime. Ay, naku po. Hindi pa tapos ang Odnum. At, uy! Tinamplang ni Borcom, sumilip lang! Bakit ka naman ganun? Hindi niya pinakawalan kagad si Flippy. And 4 na lang muli ang natitira sa side ng Team Secret. Naghahabol ang SBE ngayon. Lahat nga eh. Lahat sa defending. O sige, lahat mag-defending side na. Turo mo! Ipapanalo ko.
Wakan mo nga sa tenga.
Wakan mo nga.
Pero ito Assist na naman. Mukhang mapapar talaga sa kanya dito. Yung B-Tower is able to win it out that duel laban kay Dispenser. So now, to 4v5, SBE dito. Uy, nakatingin lang si Vince. But unfortunately, that is a good timing then for the trade na ginawa dito ni Papi Chulo. 3v3. Numbers don't have any favor on the sides here. But still, with those utilities, masasabi natin na may pabor pa rin naman dito for SBE para sila naman makakuha ng match point dito sa Team Secret. Pero papabayaan ba sila? Dahil si Dubstep, look at our minimap
30
right now.
seconds left.
Inaabangan niya lang yung 8 hours. So he needs to get the skills na papunta na sa kanya dito and he needs to be aware of it, lalo na't wala siyang ibang kasama dito here in AB. At eto na, nakaano na sila, nakapag-dash pa dito si Dubstep. He was able to survive Inverter, but there's just 12 seconds remaining
10
for
seconds left.
the SBE to plant and the
enemy
spike.
remaining.
Nababawasan na that all thing to Jesse Bash and Dubstep for the 2K. 15 to 14.
Switching sides.
Sa TS na
Match
naman
point.
natin rin napunta ang match point.
Naghahanap na pala kami ng bagong caster sa VCT. Mababawasan na naman.
Guys, paganahin nyo na yung Honey Grace magic dito. Tama na tayo.
Wala, hindi gumana yung Honey Grace. Sa unang araw lang. Sa unang araw lang. Sabi sa inyo.
Ito na. Na-experience
Look
ko
at
na.
Team
First
Secret.
hand.
No. Uncle Roja. Ken. Pero, is it time na ba sa Team Secret so that they can actually take this? Or talagang SB, it's just, that's just it. Tapos, unboxing, GG Go Next Breeze. It is. Pero talagang patibayan na lang to kung sino hindi masasakit ang batok eh. Medyo,
batok.
Kailangan talaga ng mga tita ng buff mula sa kanilang mga gamot. Pero, ang Team Secret, ito na ba ang oras o magkakaroon na naman tayo ng overtime ulit? Diyos ko po! Ayaw patapusin! May next map
First
pa
game
naman.
pala.
First map, OT agad ang hatid sa atin ng parehas sa Team Sunny Glaze.
Hindi lang isa, hindi lang dalawa, kundi tatlong overtime na. Team Secret, ito na nga ba ang pang-finisher nila. 15 to 14, nakapasok na sila, B-Tower, at nakabang na lang dito si Flippy. Si Flippy na nakakuha pa ng dalawa. Dispenser, he needs to trade this out, and they will be able to commit in B-side, pero dalawa ang nakaabang sa kanila dito. We have your Pro, we have your Papi Chulo, at si Papi Chulo dito, makukuha niya pa rin ang ulo ni Jesse Bash. Pro gets it for the trade ng kanilang angle, but there is also the blind. May mga echoes dito makakatulong na ako para makatakas, pero hindi pa ito magiging sagana pa. Si TST makakakuha ng pantulong dito sa game
Overtime.
number 1, sa map number 1 natin laban sa SBE, at niripang apat na itong overtime. Tawa ng tugon.
Pag ito yung mabot talaga na 2022, ewan ko na lang. Lalalala. Grabe naman ang fight. Sino na lang talaga hindi unang sasakit ang batok dito eh. Pero hindi na gumana talaga ang 15-5 ang Honey Grace sa Rayrakers. Wala talagang makakatalo sa Rayrakers. Kahit siguro yung Team Secret tsaka SB, apektado na sila ngayon ng Rayrakers. Malala! Pero ganda ng boost dito ni Boss Jesse Vash. You know, talagang kitang-kita lahat. Atin future. Pero, Aziz takes him down. Borgum sumunod! Sa iba sila nakatingin! Dapat marunong kayong tumingin kung nasaan, pero hindi pa rin pakakawala ni Jesse Vash kagad yung rotation siya. Nga man, naririnig na! Sabi na pag naririnig mo to, nasa kabilang banda kami at Pro, bumagsak! Nadaan na naman ni Jesse Vash sa edad at sa maintenance. At ngayon, Dispenser at si Jesse Vash na lang natitira, pero si Aziz pumapalo. And it's all up to Dispenser with a clutch.
Pag ito siguro nakuha na ng SBE
Spike
for
planted.
the match point ng 16 to 15, ito na siguro ang changing of the tides para ma-secure nila itong game number 1 sa mapa ng split, but it's still up to Dispenser to have a clutch. We have Papi Chulo na may advantage with that camera, so let's see kung magkakaroon pa rin ba siya ng advantage dito, and no more lead ang pwedeng maging pangyayari ditong pabor pa kay Kuya Bo Dispenser. He will be seeing here the jump pick, Papi Chulo, wide swing, pero hindi ito magiging hanap sa kanya. Assist dito, popping up, the showstopper, and the blind sa mga isasagot dito ni Dispenser, pero look at this in 1v1 situation. Hahamon na dito kaagad. May
oras! Wala!
Get in that ROG clutch
Meron ba?
for the TK. Pero magkakatay pa siya para ma-defuse yung
Ay!
na umabot 16 to 14 for SBE. Match point. Laban sa
Switching
Team
sides.
Secret.
Sabi ng
Match point.
Aegis, sayang na sayang talaga. 15-16. Nakibangip
down A.
ng hangin. Walang oras to actually go for the defuse. Delay ni Aziz. The man of the game ata tayo ngayon. Pero kahit nakuha ni Dispenser, still the round win. Tapos OT naman na kasi. Isa na lang. Lahat palong-palo. Lahat palong-palo. Pero Team Secret, nasa attacking side sila. So, kailangan nila i-handle to. Kailangan nilang makapitas. Dispenser sees out. One, sisilip si Flippy! At nakuha na kagad ito. 4v4 Pro. Sa backstab, still gets Dubstep. He tries to spray it out, but Dispenser won't allow him to. At ngayon, balik tayo sa mga pitas-pitas. Nung bata ko, mahilig ako pumitas nang gumamela sa kapitbahay, kaya ako napalo. Pero 3v3. Ano ba ang gustong gawin ng Team Secret? Is it over 15-17 in favor of SBE? O may pag-asa pa as Borcom tries to lurk in here sa may A-Tower?
3v3. Nakita natin kung paano maging mainit si Jam mag-defend in ng site ng mag-isa. So will it happen this time? Lalo na may mga blind itong kasama and he will be getting in that kill naman dito kay Dispenser. Unfortunately, si Borcom nakaisa all the way from elbow naman and this is a 2v2. Still doable for SBE na may secure matuldukan na dito ang game number 1. Pero let's still see dahil may laser, may utility pang kasama dito. Ang TS, they won't be getting in the info pero Borcom ay wide swing na nga. Nagulat dito si Assist and now it's all up to one Papi Chulo all the way from A main and will he be doing it this time? Nandito yung mga blinds, gets an info. Borcom nakaabang na nga, there's the cage para mabigyan na nga rin siya ng opening but unfortunately there's no follow-up. Di Gravity, walang dalawa ang marumaragasa sa kanya. This is another overtime. 16 to 16. No, 16
na to.
Switching sides.
What?
Switching sides.
Panglima na ata ito, di ba? Ay! Panglima na! Tama, 12-12. 13-13.
Pang-welcome kay Honey Lake sa
15-15. Pang-anim na overtime! Round 33! Record breaker! 16-16! Pero feel ko aabot pa talaga to 20 eh. Feel ko talaga eh. Guys, kung may Vilblia, meron tayong Ray Rakers. Hindi talaga mawawala to. Uy, bakit? Parang naging TPP tayo, di na FPP ah. Naging third person ah. Parang sa iba yan. Parang ano yan, nag-crossfire sa Valorant. Kaya this, walang tao dyan, my friend. Wala, may na-concast, kumuha ng information ng Team Secret. Biruin mo na 2v4 pa ng Team Secret yun. Awit! Si Ja, sino ang mas maasim? Si Ja or si Dubstep? Pero wala, naghihintayin na sila, marunong sila maghintay. Disiplina. Pero to, Dispenser, Got Talent, DGT, dalawang natimingin. Nakakatawa yung motion doon. Tumalun yung dalawang cute. Parang Teletubbies. Si Papi Chulo naka-internet but Jesse Vash will be shotting him down. At sumunod, tatlo na naman na natitira sa Team Secret. Dubstep, sidestep, galingan mo.
3v3 or 3v4 rather. Assist dito, nag-aabang na nga lang din sa possible retake pero hindi ito mangyayari all in favor of Borcom. Meron ditong wall pero Wiz has the option na mag-crouch jump dito sa trash can all the way from that cube. Pero assist dito with the showstopper. Tatlo na ang nakukuha niyong pick-up dito. Si Dubstep na may operator na kasama. Hindi siya makakakuha na magandang segunda dito para makakuha ng comeback. But he was able to trash down Flippy all the way from that corner. With that line, si Pro makakakuha ng opening for the wide swing and gets in that kill laban dito kay Dubstep after niyang mag-upgrade ng gun. 7 to 16. Ito na ba? Ang pantuldok, ang panapos ng SBE laban sa Team Secret dahil masyado na mainit dito sa Pilipinas. Mainit pa sa comment section, dapat nang tigilan ang mga pangyayaring ito dahil meron pa tayong map number 2 entry at meron pa tayong game, meron pa tayong series number 3 ng AE at ng APH.
Eto na ba? SB 16-18 ba to? Tingin ko, hindi. Kanina lalakas sa defending. Ngayon, lalakas naman sa attacking. Nag-iiba. Ay, grabe. Yung kalaban ng mga tito. Pang tito talaga katumbas. 2 oras kada isang mapa. When kaya matatapos ito? Dahil mukhang hindi pa tapos ang Team Secret eh. They get good pick-offs sa A-site. It's gonna be over. Pero to, nag 5-man stack na sila. Mahirap na pag magkakahiwalay. Siyempre, mahirap pag maghiwalay. At mukhang oras na ba para kay Dubstep? Unleashes the cloud burst dahil alam niya na pick off siya kagad ni Aziz. Pero meron pa si Jana naghihintay sa may site mid. So nag-rotate na rin kagad ang mga taga-SBE. Sino nga ba mauna kagad? Pero there's Borkum taking out siya. Kapag nag-stick together, all together, happy talaga. Happy family, my family, I'm just 17 years old ang nangyayari ngayon. And looks like Jesse Bash was able to take out Pro at Papi Chulo na lang. Together with Flippy ang natitira sa side ng SBE.
This is what you get pag pinagtapat mo ang dalawang representatives ng Pinas. We have here a 3v2 scenario with a double pick. Magiging paborito para makakuha ng pick of si Flippy, pero that was a good trade-off. So welcome you to our 7th overtime. Pag ito talaga nag-2022, ewan ko na lang, Ate Ray.
Sabi sa inyo, first ever sa broadcast mismo, kasi balita ko nag-OT yung RR2 tsaka Team Secret 20-20 eh. So, ito yung first time na kayo makakita na broadcast. Ay! Record breaker na to! Ilang rounds na to? 17, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, pang 7th overtime na to at tunay na mapanganib ang Ray Rakers. Pero sino ba talaga ang patunay? Kanina parehas malakas sa defending, ngayon naman sa attacking. Sino ba talaga ang mananalo dito? Flippy, ikaw daw ang stage ng SBE. Pero Dispenser will be tackled on ngayon by sa SBE. So, alam na nila na nagsistick together lang mataga Team Secret. Pero mukhang hindi nag-work yung pag-push na. Pero si Dubstep, ay! Timing! Oh no! Safe pa nakatingin si Dubstep! Ay, naku po! Yung tito mo, Dubstep. Kailangan, abangan pa rin niya sana. Napaka-crucial nun. And now it's all up to Jesse Vash, Wits, and Borkum to actually save this Honey Glaze.
3v5 pa. Wala silang kaalam. Alam ko nasa dito si Jesse Bass. And Jesse Bass gets into. Bayan naligaw in for the trade-off naman dito sina Flippy. But that was a really quick one. Fortunately, hindi niya inabangan. Hindi niya inasahan na magiging 3 pala sila. Pero saan pupunta dito si Kuya Borkum? Papasok na ng B pa nga kapag plant in pa na spike dito ang SBE. And unfortunately, ang layo nang aabutin niya. So he needs to take the time pa para makapag-clutch para makakuha ng pick-off. At now, wala siyang ka-idea kung saan na nga ba nakapwesto dito yung dalawa. I think this is the double pick na magaganap na nga all in favor of SBE dito sa backside. And will it happen to them? Dahil meron pa rin namang stars dito si Borkum. He can place in those stars para sa mga gravity wells na. And he needs to check in those corners. Tapos, makakapag-overthink pa siya sa lahat ng mga camera angles dito ng Cypher. But now, look at the trades. He was able to go in for Flippy. Pero 7 HP win! Ang clutch! 3K for Borkum! 18 is to 17. At may time pa siya para makapag-defuse ng spike. 18 as the match point na ng Team Secret.
Switching sides.
My God!
And that's the ROG clutch! Alam mo yun? Alam mo ba every time crucial, it's Borkum time! Top 9 HP na dream. Nangyari na dati 2 HP na dream. May record breaker ulit tayo. 9 HP na dream mo kala kay Borkum. When it's its time, it's Borkum time. Na-chup-chup eh. Na-chup-chup yung miyembro na SB. Hindi nakagalaw. Tapos yung last shot, napaka-importante nun. Diyos ko po, nag-match point na Team Secret. Ito na ba? 19-17. Or may 18. Reboot! Di nyo sure. Di rin ako sure sa label namin. Ito tayo ngayon kay Dubstep. Ay! Naboga! Na-shorty sa ulo si Dubstep. Naku po, sakit. Mas masakit pa Sa breakup ang nangyari kay Dubstep. Anong nangyari, Vil? Ba't ganon?
Always check your corners. Always check your 6. 4v5. Ate Ray yung spike ay nasa mid. Let's see kung ano yung magiging decision made dito ng Team Secret para makatapos na tayo dito sa game number 1 na ito. At nakakaramdam pa, ang lakas sa pakiramdam dito ni Flippy, no? Parang babae lang na madalas mag-overthink. But unfortunately, we have the trade-offs. Papi Chulo, laban dito kayo na Jessie Bash, and now they have the lead. They have the advantage of the numbers, pero Pro dito, he knows where Borkom is and he will get in that kill. There's also 2 all the way from that corner. Nandito pa yung mga nades. Uulanin sila dito ng magpasabog. Give it to us by assist, and now it's all up to 1 and welcome to another overtime. 18 to 18 ng SB. At the PS, kailan nyo ititigil ang game number 1?
Tatandaan nyo? Game number 1. Paunahan sa leaderboards. Sino ang get that 40, bro? Malapit na si Aziz, oh. Malapit na si Aziz mag-get that 30, bro. I get that 40.
Right there.
Oh, pang ilan na to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Pang 8 overtime na to, guys. Iba talaga ang ganap ng Team Secret and SBE. Go, go, go! Ay, nako. Ay, talaga.
May freeze pa tayo, Ate Ray.
Tito Boy. Iba talaga ang OT ngayon ng Team Secret and SBE, Darla. Pero, what can possibly go wrong talaga ngayon? Walang room for mistakes. Ang galing parehas eh. Yan ang mga otits. Second take na nila ng maintenance ngayon. Medyo high blood na ata ngayon si Pro eh. Napapansin ko na high blood na yan si Tito Mo Pro. Kakanta na din siya ng side A songs. Ayan. Paborito ni Tito Mo Pro. Pero this walang nangyayari. Team Secret, disiplinado. Balik. Sa may balik. Sa may Fairview banda. At Papi Chulo, naglabas ng webcam. Talagang hindi na nag-aasim yung Team Secret. Kailangan na mas disiplinado ngayon eh.
Hirap na masabi dito. Parehas sila nagpapalit lang ng momentum, Ate Rere eh. Nung mga umpisa ng OT natin, pumapabor sila sa defending side. Ngayon naman sa attacking. So ngayon yung hirap pang sabihin dahil medyo separated naman yung magiging push dito ng SBE. They have the blinds para makakuha ng info, pero Dubstep dito, he needs to go in for those kills. Even though that he is on to that corner, pero Papi Chulo, he knows that corner, kaya he will get in that kill. He goes in for 2, he has the opening, at makakapag-plant in pa kaagad sila ng spike pagkalapag nila dito ng smokes ni Ja, and they will, we have heard the Waldo, papasok dito si Jessie Bash, and he will get
Spike
Pro.
down A.
Unfortunately, si Borkom na lang. Will it be the Borkom time na naman dito, and he will get in 1. Fortunately, 2 members are waiting inside of site. And there's also one pa na manggagaling pa dito all the way from A Heaven. So what is it going to be for Borkom? Alam niyang meron dito sa loob pero hindi niya alam kung nasan pa dito yung dalawa pang natitira. And that is the finisher. SB19 for the 19 points. Laban
Switching
dito sa
sides.
Team Secret.
Match point.
Woo! Ito na ba? Is this it, Pansit? 1820? 2018 nang una mo siyang nakilala? Or talagang hindi pa tapos? Wala sa Team Secret. Sabi ko sa inyo guys, naisusulat na 20-20. Di ko alam kung sino ang team. Ang dikit eh. Mas madikit pa sa glue. 4.8k. I-5k nyo yan. Pag daw nag-5k viewers, dun lang tatapusin ng Team Secret at SBE. Ganon kasi, ganon kainit. Shoutout nga pala sa YouTube tsaka sa Twitch. Wala pang katapusan to. May forever sa Valorant at dito nyo makikita between Team Secret at SBE. Dahil mainit-init pa rin ang first map. First map pa lang to, by the way. Hindi pa to second map, hindi pa to third map. Kundi, first map pa lang. Tapos nagkaroon ng third map na yun! Civilization ang possibly na mangyari. Oh, naglabas ng ibon na lumilipad. At ng aso. Mahilig siya sa zoo. I belong to the zoo. Sana sinabi mo. Pero out lang muna si Borkom. Hindi ako makapitas, sorry guys. SNS, sorry not sorry. I apologize. Sorry, Masen.
medyo naglag ako dun sa I belong to the zoo. Pero, uy, walang maglalag dito. Kay Papichulo, makakakuha siya ng kill dito.
30 seconds left.
Already boosted doon sa wall and he will be getting in that kill. Jesse Bashito was raided off by Flippy. With that one-way smoke, mukhang hindi sila kaagad makakaritig. Peso rin si Jam with Flippy. Will the finish it? Na lang ang natitira. 19 to 18. This is the final round. Na maipapanalo na nga dito. And they have it! Laban
Defenders
sa
win.
Team Secret. Hi, salamat. Tatapos na ang SBE. Laban sa Team Secret dito with just the amazing holds of Papichulo and their usage of utilities dito, makukuha nila yung such a long game laban dito sa Team Secret.
Napagod yung mga tito. Hindi natutuwa si Pro. Hindi natutuwa si Tito mo, Pro. And finally, natapos na yung grabing laban na yun. Sabi sa inyo 18-20 eh. Sabi ko na yan. Pero, ilang OT yun? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 OT. Mula. I think ito yung pinakamatagal. Hindi. Wala pa nakakapag 2022 eh. So, wala pa. 18-20 nangyari na to if I'm not mistaken. Pero sobrang dami ng games, nakalimutan ko na. Pero ang angas, ang ganda ng ginawa ng Team Secret together with SB. And tatandaan nyo this is a map pick by SB. Yet they were able to get in through. Ang init ni Jang, init ni Aziz. There were a lot of rounds where you can really see them pop off. But then, I think sa time ng Team Secret, medyo kailangan pa nilang come up with the coordination. Pero I think sa ganun ng mga OT, it's all about the mental fortitude already. But it's still a close game. I think both ang teams ito na deserve nila magkaroon ng draw eh.
Totoo.
Yung draw talaga dapat yung importante dito. But I still think dito sa Breeze, magbago ba ang ihip ng hangin dahil map-pick nga ng Team Secret yun, Honey Glaze. But then overall, ang ganda ng matches aside from Raiders. Sorry guys, hindi ko naman kasalanan to. Syempre nasa Team Secret at nasa SB ang kamay kung makakapag OT or hindi, kung hahabol pa sila or hindi. But there were just some good clutches. Lahat ata sila nagkaroon ng highlights.
Hindi ko makakalimutan yung naging highlight dito ni Botcom kung saan he was able to win it out A1v2 scenario. At ibang klase yon, ibang klaseng pagbibinyag sa akin ng VCT dito para makakuha ng opening score of 18 to 20. And now, with those kind of leads, para masasabi mo talaga na pareho sila talagang deserving manalo sa mga rounds na yun. But unfortunately, one team can just go ahead and win out this game number 1, this map number 1. We have the post-game stats kung saan, again, our round points here was 20 to 18. Ang laking labang kanina ng Team Secret doon sa first half natin, was able to have so much momentum din bilang attackers noong pumasok na tayo ng second half. But unfortunately, yung panandok, yung panapos nandito sa Southbuilt Esports. Look at the damage given na laban dito sa Team Secret. It's all to 30.k laban dito sa 25k ng Team Secret. Ayan, ito. Yan. Ito na nga. SBE still. Si Aziz 378 combat score. Sobrang palong-paloy. But I really do think lahat sila, it was really something. We've seen those Sage walls mula kay Jesse Vash. We've seen those particular plays kay Aziz. All in all, it was really beautiful. A beautiful 18-20. Both of the teams, they deserve to win. Pero as always, it will be trimmed up that there can only be one team who can actually win this. Ang init ng panahon. I think inabot tayo ng 1 oras mahigit sa OT na to. Totoo.
Pero, all in all, Team Secret still showed us this Team Secret formula already. Pero ayaw magpatinig pa ng SBE. Pero tatandaan nyo, it's just the first map. Hindi pa tayo nakakatuntong sa Breeze kahit na-feel natin na 3 maps na ata ang nangyari. Honey Glaze.
Nakita nga natin na parang team up kaya nangyari dito dahil papalit-palit lang tayo ng momentum eh. May nangyayaring favorable moments nung defending side sila. Pagdating naman ng attacking, mas doon sila nakakakuha ng magandang momentum. At yung mga popping off moments, wag natin kakalimutan yan natin, Rere. Sa bawat corners, ito yung isa sa mga rounds na pabor na sana sa SB19, SBE. But unfortunately, yun na nga na para saan sila dito ni Jesse Bashan. They were able to continue and further. At ito rin yung isa sa mga clutches na gusto kong makita for Flippy to have. This is a good one din for Jesse Bash. But unfortunately, for Team Secret, kahit na naumpisahan nila yung lahat ng efforts na binigay nila dito sa game na ito, sa mapa na ito, tinapos pa rin ito ng SBE dahil nga they were able to win it out noong sila na yung defenders dito sa ating overtime.
Ay, goosebumps all over. I think, pero mas marami pang surprises sa Breeze map that I'm sure talagang kailangan lang nila ng reset dito, guys. Pero talagang abangan nyo ba ang laro mula sa dalawang teams ito dahil we're just going on a break here in a PPGL VCTPH. Once again, ako si Ray, kasama ko si Hannah Glaze, guys. And see you right after.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZ's don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Alam ko yung lahat kayo nananabik, kaya naman kami ay nagbabalik. Honey Glaze nga pala, kasama ko ngayon si Ate Ray Ray. Hindi kumana yung grasya ni Honey Glaze kundi nanaig pa rin ng Rayrakers doon sa map number 1 natin in the pick of SBE. At Ray, hindi natin in-expect ito, pero at the very least, it was a very good off a game.
Grabe yung Rayrakers, hindi kinaya talaga ng Honey Glaze. Second day pa lang nabinyagan agad si Honey Glaze, guys. Pero big shoutout sa mga viewers natin kanina. Ang dami nangyari. OT, ilang OT yun? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 na OT. Tama ba? 7 na OT. Tapos, Georgie versus Ching versus ang mga bakit hindi nag-heal. Si Javi, Taylor against Vil, Bardagulan na talaga mismo sa ating Facebook page. Pero, all I can say, that was really good. That was really good coming in from Team Secret and SB. Tunay nga talaga pinakita ng mga SBE na si Pro ang panalo pagdating sa maintenance at pagdating sa Alaksan FR. Pero nga lang, on the other side, pupunta tayo sa Breeze. Reset ang kailangan. It was really draining sa side ng both of the teams. I think it was really draining sa kanila parehas. But, dito sa Breeze, na map pick ng Team Secret na usually di natin sila nakikita naglalaro dito. I'm really excited on their agent selection and how will they be able to play this one out. Pero I feel like may magkakaroon tayo ng chamber dito, Honey Glaze. Honey Glaze. Honey Glaze.
Pero yeah, with that expectations being set on forward at Ray, talagang ito rin talaga yung magiging possibility for our map number 2 kung saan na pwede silang magkaroon ng mga slow pace tactics between our teams bukod sa mga nangyari kanina na pwede silang pumasok at pwede silang mag-rush inside the sites kaagad dahil they have the capabilities to do it. But let's go and forward dito. Again, it's a map of freeze. Let's see now kung ano yung pwede nilang maging agents dito. Lalo na they can still have the advantage of getting in the neon at yun ang pwede kong gusto ko rin talagang makita dito. Lalo na hindi rin sa akin pumapabor ang jet dito. Ikaw ba, Ate Riri?
KO might be used here. I'm sure of that. And maybe Cypher also. So, or maybe they came up with something na. The baby, si SB, magaling sila sa Breeze. So, malay natin, nagpalit talaga sila ng kailangan nilang ipalit dito at the same time. So, maraming opportunities sa parehas na teams. Pero, pagdating sa uti nga ba ulit tayo dito? Or hindi, diba? Maraming katanungan ang kailangan nating solusyonan ngayon. Kaso, biruin nyo guys, sa pang-last series, sa last series ko kasi magkasunod ako na series, ganito nangyayari. Hindi natatapos, Tekpos, lahat-lahat na. Nasa yun na ang lahat, Riri. Salamat. Pero, I think I'm really happy to see if there's a KO. Yun naman usually na ginagamit ng mga teams here in Breeze together with the Chamber. Yan yung nilook forward ko sa mga teams or maybe they can come up with Sky. So, let's see if it's just gonna be the same as what they have nung nalabas nila yung strats nila sa APAC or maybe talagang itong Team Secret ilalabas nila si Jeremy dito.
Yun nga. Then there's also that possibility na pwede nga nilang dito makapag-rotate pa ng mga players sila. And Jeremy has the capabilities na mabigyan nila ng much better opening dito ang Team Secret na hindi na natin nakita kanina to enable here the members from SBE. Pero sabi nga natin, no, hindi lang Team Secret at SBE ang naglalaban dito, kundi yung comment section natin na kanina pa mainit between Taylor, between Vil. There's also the battle between AE and APH dito sa comment section. Pero ibigay nyo na ang lahat dito dahil this is a possibility na umabot na tayo ng game number 3 or a 2-0. So, we need to know what your thoughts are dito sa ating game na ito na kung saan ang Breeze natin ay pinili na nga dito ng Team Secret. But I can see here in our sets right now na may favoritism dito ang Breeze na parang mas mapabor dito yung advantage ng SBE getting in the percentage na mas mataas kesa dito sa Team Secret. Anong masasabi mo dito, Ate Riri?
Talagang I think it's really hard to actually predict kung anong meron sa kanila once again dito nga sa Breeze. But then it's good to see Team Secret trying out this map. Yun na lang yung gusto kong makita sa kanila. Are they gonna be effective against the best map that we have sa side ng SBE? Or is it just gonna be SBE taking that composure mula sa first map? Pero it's really draining sa team. So hopefully talagang they'll be able to come up with a good solution nga dito ni Glazer. But then, nakita ko rin dito pagdating sa performance ni Aziz is very consistent. Sa first map, will it be just the same or nawalan siya ng 100% lakas? Will Ja actually take on with that Jet? Once again, we've seen a lot of good Ja plays here in Breeze. The one-taps, nag-work talaga siya. Or will he go with that chamber? So, maraming pwedeng questions dito. Or, makita ba tayo ng fade? Na
Uy,
na pwede rin, di ba? Nakita ko na effective fades here in Breeze. I've seen a lot of matches talaga sa mga, di lang sa streams, kundi sa mga teams na nagsiscreams din. So that's also a good way to actually tackle this. And sino nga bang gagamit ng Neon? Will there also be a Neon here, di ba? Ang daming open spaces mula sa SB at Team Secret to actually get this through. But hopefully, it will be what we expect mula sa kanila. Pero talagang nakakatuwa na every time na itong mga dalawang tito ay parating naglalaban. Ang last na nakita natin naglaban sila ay syempre last time din sa split din yun.
Stage 1 pa.
Sila, stage 1 bago pumasok ng APAC. Pero I think yung debut na naglaban tong dalawang to after long while galing pa sa kabilang bang-bang data ay yung nag-VXD. And nagulat nga tayo, natalo nila ang Team Secret. At nagulat lahat na SBE can actually do this, di ba? Parang ngayon nag-go sila. And after that stage 1, naging champions nga sila dito sa mismong VCT Stage 1 natin, defeating Naos. And now, na pag natalo pa nila yung Team Secret dito sa Breeze, they're on a clean streak. 2-0 sila so far sa lahat ng series ever since kahapon when they defeated also Naos once again. So they're slowly getting there. And same, different styles, but same pa rin yung fundamentals na meron ang Southwind.
Yeah, bukod din sa mga na-mention mo dito na mga fundamentals nila, sa mga map picks nila, gusto ko yung pinaka-gusto ko dito is yung mental fortitude ng mga teams natin, yung mga players natin. Eventually, nakita natin dito na nakakapagod nga yung run-through nila dito in the map of Split. But unfortunately, yeah, we have the overtime na talagang pumabor na both of our teams with that kind of momentum. But this is again a different story. This is the map of Breeze. Will we be seeing here still the Jet? Will we be seeing here Jeremy? Mukhang nandito na nga si Jeremy at Ray Ray dahil makakasama na nila dito ng Team Secret na with Dubstep, with Jeremy, with Burko. We have here the chamber. There is the same amount of lineup din na mapupunta for the side of SBE. So what are your thoughts about this? Especially the fact na maganda yung mga naging equalizer nila kanina from so much overtimes in the map of Split. Will this be happening again? Lalo na they can change in the tides and the momentum na mapupunta tayo dito in the map of Breeze kung saan malawak na yung mga setups natin, malawak yung magiging rotations natin, malawak yung magiging setups and the pick-offs na pwede lang ganapin dito sa isa't isa.
Talaga, grabe, pati sobrang init talaga ng mga tao ngayon. Pati ba naman ako pag nagkakas lang ako? At sa akin pa yung sisi? Guys, it's 2022. Sabi nga ni Nadine Lustre, grabe naman kayo sa akin. Wala sa akin yan, guys. Umu-OT lang ako, pero wala sa akin kung mananalo. Hindi, tas kapag APAC, kailangan nyo ako? Grabe talaga kayo sa akin. Hinahanap nyo pag APAC? Ay, nako po. At pagdating dito sa Breeze, nakita na nga natin si Jeremy. At si Dispenser ang nag-iba. Wala ang Dubstep Dispenser connection natin, kundi Borkum, Jeremy with the chamber, Dubstep, Wits, and Jessie Vash. Oh, interest. Let's make it na si Tito Mo Micro instead of si Pro. Hindi naglaro si Pro. Okay. That's a good mix we have here. Pero Ja takes the top against Wits. Nag-iba kagad si Ja. Dalawa kagad. Nolan buff ang meron. Sumunod si Aziz with a Christine buff. Oh, diba? Nagsama na yung dalawa. Tapos biglang advance mag-isip yung HUD natin. 1-0 kagad daw. Naisusulat.
Ate Riri, pinag-usapan natin kung mapapagod ba dito yung dalawang teams. Mukhang hindi naman. Nakita natin ang bigla-bigla, agad-agad, dumiretso, nag-press W lang si Ja dito to go in for those 2 kills. Clean enough na magkaroon din siya ng mabilisang support lang dito. Give it to us by assist. And that is a flawless round number 1. Pistol round na paipanalo ka agad dito ng SBE. So ano pang ibibigay sa atin dito ng Team Secret? Lalo na yung expectations natin dito ay naiset na din kaagad ng SBE. But SBE here knows for a fact what they want to do next. Since we have Regum with that Marshall was able to get in for 1. Vash dito is ready down. With that 9, magkakaroon sila ng opportunity opening to go inside offside. But there is the pick-offs laban na dito kay Burgom. Pero nasabi dito hindi pwedeng, hindi ako makaisa pa. We have your 2 members remaining for the side of the enemy. Jeremy, on the other hand, all the way from the other side of the map, was able to go in for the trades, pero wala na siyang time para maprotektahan pa dito yung spike. At the very least, they were able to secure in 2K, make it possibly 3, pero hindi na dito papayag pa si Flippy with the 3K as well. 2-0 na kaagad dito for SBE.
Parang wala naman! Parang OT pa to eh! Ay, nako, shoutout nga pala sa gumagawa ng kung ano-ano mga account dito. Eto na si Flippy, mainit. Mainit. Natatawa talaga ako sa mga comment. And every time talaga na daming viewers ang nalakas mag-keyboard. Ato, hindi na to TPP. Kanina tumi-TP eh, yung spectate natin eh. Full buy ang Team Secret. Di talaga nananalo ng pistol ang Team Secret. Parehas di nanalo yan. But, uy, Papi Chulo! Takes down si Dubstep, naka-marshal lang yan. Pero pumalo pa rin si Papi Chulo as this takes them out, tries to take at least 1 piece of the cake, pero wala, hindi hinatian. Flippy gets the top. Ja na lang together with Flippy. Mag-iingat kayo sa sheriff ni Ja dahil pumapatay pa yan. Ay, di pala, Flippy pala to. Sorry akin. At Ja na lang going up against 3 members pa ng Team Secret.
Diyan dito na may Spectre, pero mga Vandal kasi ang makakatapat niya dito from Team Secret, and that is a good finisher for Team Secret. But unfortunately, dalawa yung nawala sa kanila. Pero good enough na yung Chamber at yung Jet yung nawalan ng capabilities na makabili pa ng full-on rifles nila, but they can still win it out laban dito sa SBE. This is a 2-1 scoreline, pero let's look back into our replay na nagmadali sila pumasok inside the side. They were able to secure in those retake angles na papasokan na nga dito ng SBE, at si Jana lang din ang natitira dito all the way from aiming, was able to dash in. But that is the opening and the welcome nila Jesse Bash and the Dubstep dito na makakuha na ng first round. And what will be the momentum shift na dito? We have here one already waiting here in mid. Siya dito with that operator. Pero look at that aggressive push ni Papi Chulo. It was quickly traded out. Ni assist naman dito, which is good enough para ma-equalize natin yung numbers advantage na pumabor kanina for a bit ng TS. But this is the decision ng TS. Napapasok na lang sila dito here in A. Wala kang idea. Si Michael na nakapasok na pala. Si Dubstep goes in for 2. They will be able to secure and commit into A side plant and the spike. May operator man dito si Jan. He will be getting in that kill. Nandito yung mga shoutouts. Yung ulo! Nakalitaw! Nakalitaw dito si Jan. But he was still able to survive. There's the follow-up ni Burkom all the way from mid, and he was able to help out his teammate, and now it's all up assist. Ano pa ang gagawin niya dito? He was able to get in Jezbash, pero let's see now here kung makikita niyo ba kung nasaan na nga si Burko. Makikita na nga, and that is the equalizer round na dito ng TS 2-2.
Ay! 2-2! Sabi na map trip. Pag eto guys, mag-map trip pa.
Teleport's ready.
No po.
That works.
But then, we're going with a 2-2.
That's a good spot.
And, kinakabahan na naman ang mga tao ngayon. Nag-anime ba? Kaya daw nawala si Pro. Sabi sa comment section.
Let's play.
Nagpa-check up, high blood daw sa 2018 ba naman yung scoreline, hindi ka ma-high blood doon? Kanina nakita ko, baka pwede nga gano'n ang mangyari, pero ngayon, on towards SB, it's an eco round, pero Dubstep will be trying to sustain himself right now here sa B side, pero, siya! Na-counter eco, Team Secret wins na lang kagad si Porco natitira, pero si Japo papalo talaga yan ang buff na meron kapag may bebe buff na 350. Gumamit lang ng Blade Storm. 3 kills agad. And nag-iba pa nga ang hihip ng hangin instead of Team Secret taking on with that advantage. SB pa nga ang nanalo, 3-2.
Nagpa-pop off lang talaga si Ja dito, Ate Riri, with those setups na pumapabor sa kanya. And the nick of the time na, ito, nakipag-anime battle nga siya dito, laban niya ni Dubstep. There's also Jesse Bash, pero look at that 3K from this guy. Kanina siya yung nagiging problem dito ng Team Secret kung paano nila yung ina-enable yung mga setups moves dito ni Ja with those paranoia nung gamit niya pa yung Omen, pero ngayon siya na mismo yung mainit, yung nagiging aggressive dito. So they need to take down Ja as their jet dito ng SBE, pero they need to have also their momentum para makuha nila yung pang-equalizer. They need to win out this one, Ate Riri, dahil ang laking damage ito sa economic advantage nila laban dito sa SBE after winning out 2 consecutive rounds.
Makikita na nga ba natin ang liwanag sa dilim mula sa Team Secret. Wait lang ngayon ang Team Secret. Pero good pick-offs na nga to. You take down Ja. That's really powerful. Jesse Bash, sumunod na nga kagad si Micro, but Flippy together with Aziz was able to take out si Barcom tsaka si Dubstep. Si Flippy's connection yan mula sa SBE side, and even if maganda yung execution ng Team Secret, sana papuntang A side. Looks like they were just denied sa hold ni Flippy together with Aziz sa may mid doors. So nakay-wits na naman at kay Vash ang kapangyarihan ngayon if they'll be able to take him down, and it's all up to Jesse Vash against Flippy and Papi Chulo, pero Papi Chulo! Chulo na nga! Papi pa! Still SBE takes this round against Team Secret sa retake. At talagang sa breeze, makuha pa rin talaga ng SB ang momentum.
Na-shutdown man nila yung may operator dito all the way from A main, pero hindi sila magwawagi pagdating sa retake. Hindi naging pabor sa kanila dito yung mga timing na pinabora na nga dito ng mga walls they have here as well. Si Hunter Suri, pero with that being said, there was also the trade-offs na nangyari na nga dito here in mid. Assist kasi was able to take down Jeremy before pa siya makatulong dito sa A site, and now we have here the Punisher laban sa TS. We have so much eco na natitira pa dito sa SBE. So ano ang magiging decision pa ng TS dito? Lalo na they need to step up with what they are doing at para maputulan na nila dito ng momentum ang SBE. Ray, they have been winning out the rounds kanina nung attacking sila. So what is happening now? Nandito ba talaga yung pag-change ng tides or yung naging momentum shift na binigay dito nila Ja after rushing in mid, makakuha ng mga pickups na hindi ito inaakala ng side natin from TS. And speaking of TS, nabawasan sila kaagad dito ng isa dahil si Ja nakapag-pick through all the way from mid. We have Papi Chulo taking down their controller. Dubstep dito was able to compose himself to get in that pick-off as well. So now we're down to a 3v4.
Tablang kakaiba pa ang 3v4 pero rather than 2v4, but then nakakapasok ng site parate ang Team Secret. Pero nga lang, parati silang mapipick off ng SBE tapos na-underman sila. That's how good SBE when it comes to the hold. And kita mo, mahirap talaga pag konti na lang kayo. And especially right now with how composed SBE sa clean retake sila sa breeze. And this is it. 5-2. SBE winning consecutive rounds na naman against sa Team Secret. At mukhang nawala medyo sa momentum ang gustong i-execute ng Team Secret once again. Kita mo naman si Ja, nakahold na kagad ng operator. Si ano talaga eh, si Ja talaga ang pinili ni Jet. Yun talaga yun. Ang inotolak ni Jet ay si Ja. Ang mga
Baliktad
letter
na.
J.
Yes.
Wala akong sasabihin, ang mga letter J lang. Period.
Walang sasabihin.
Wala na ako idadagdag sa letter J.
Si Ja at si Jet lang. Pero assist dito ha, with that blind. Oh, nababawasan sila ng isa. Pero dito, kahit naka-operator siya, he was able to react on time. Mapatay niya man lang dito. Sinawits. And now, they don't have any flash here. Mababawasan sila ng isa dito. TS, they can still have their winning advantage. Pero nabulaga dito si Dubstep ni Flippy. He was able to take him down and still TS. They can still have the advantage for the post plant. It's a 2v3 scenario. Numbers all in favor of them. They still have the possible lineup for Jesse Bash. Pero tingnan natin kung makakapasok pa rin ba dito si Flippy. Will they go in or will they have the save? Nandito yung mga utilities silang inuulan na all the way from backside. Micro dito. With those snake bites, pwede nilang mapuwersa dito yung mga nasa backside na iba mag-reposition na nga kaagad. Pero with that being said, there's also one all the way from window. Jeremy dito gets in micro. Flippy, on the other hand, with that trade, it's all up to Flippy to finish this off. Pero unfortunately, he doesn't have any time to make. Even though that he was able to go in for 3K, nagpakamatay na lang siya dito to have enough save. And that is a 5-3 scoreline. Will it be the starting point na ng Team Secret para magpatuloy na sa kanilang momentum?
Ay, naku po. This is gonna be a big problem that Team Secret somehow has to face. But I think all throughout, buti na lang mas na-handle na nga nila ang post-plant nila. Slow-mo! Slow-mo! Sa highlights! But Team Secret, think trust the process na. They can get this. Pero nga naman, ginabibigyan talaga ng angle si Ja kung saan pwede siyang magpaka-straightforward. He gets dubstep. Artcom also is gonna go down kay Papi Chulo. At sa isang iglap on long angles, subok na naman ang Team Secret against SBE. Sa close contact, Team Secret can get it eh. Pero SBE, because of this one, technically para tayong may double operator setup that they're using against Team Secret and malagandang paggamitin to. Pagdating sa bigger maps like Breeze when you have your open sights, diba na pwede na lang paglaruan. And speaking of, Papi Chulo na naman, takes them on. Papi Chulo got talent! At si Vash na lang, going up against 4 members ng SBE.
Scout destroyed.
Naku, ano pa ang gagawin dito ni Jesse Vash? He will be able to plant the spike pero matititigan siya dito ng Recon Bolt and that is the defuse. Another point, another lead for SBE. Ano ba ang nag-fulfill dito for the attacking side ng Team Secret? Tingin ko rin at Ray na nagkakaroon sila ng matinding confusion on where and what is Ja committing in forward. Look at that. Kanina nasa mid siya to go in aggressively and Papi Chulo dito. Nandito na nga yung ating Papi Chulo got talent. Papi got talent to get in 3K immediately dito sa mid side and that is good enough momentum for the rest of SBE na ma-eliminate na isa-isa dito ang Team Secret. Akala ko pa sa oras na ito, sa situation na yun ay masasaksak pa dito si Jesse Bash after planting the spike. Pero now, this is a different story na. Si Ja ay pupunta naman dito sa B para maiba naman din yung situational advantage natin dito. Pero na-welcome to the head siya dito ng headhunter lang ni Jeremy, enabling him to use in the tour de force. Then, rendezvous out and he was able to survive and further 5v4 -1 for SBE.
Talagang minus na naman ang SBE. Maybe 350 is shaking pero micro. Hintay lang niya kagad. Nakabalik ang Team Secret once again pero buti na lang kagad si Jeremy. May 2d4 na. This is gonna go down. And maybe makukuha nga nila ang mga anchor angles na ginagamit ng SB against them. And speaking of, sabay-sabay na nga nila ginamit ang lahat. Pero it's up to Micro to suddenly pop off. Pero hindi pinayagan kaagad ni Jesse Vash. Every time talaga nag-hot is Fury siya. Sure na meron eh. And speaking of, Dubstep gets flippy at Team Secret manages to secure this round into Thrifty once again. Maraming Thrifties ang SB together with Team Secret. May mga nasasayang na rounds, but at least that was very important sa Team Secret to actually make this into a tie.
Still a good lead for SBE, pero doon sa mga opportunities na yon, nanaig na dito ang Team Secret. They were able to even out the score. They were able to even out the numbers advantage na pumabor kanina sa Southland Esports. Pero kasi magkakaroon pa rin naman ng composure dito. Confidence lang din ang kailangan dito ng Team Secret to get inside the site. Pero with that being said, with just the operator at hand na naman dito ni Jai was able to take down one, goes in for two assists dito. He knows for a fact na nakapasok na inside the site pero hindi niya natulungan dito si Jai dahil nga sa Dubstep. He was able to sneaking in the site here and the only man remaining. Ano kaya siya makakaligtas dito? Mukhang hindi na nga yata pagbibigyan pa ni Papichulo getting in that 7-4 lead laban sa Team Secret ngayon.
Si Phil nagko-comment, alam ba naglalaro ka dito? Bayan. Phil, wala naman. 14-7 mula kay Jack. At ang Team Secret, kailangan nilang mag-ball ng 3 rounds. Pero wala na talaga silang pag-asa para makahabol ng 3 rounds. Dahil last round na para sa first half. At isa na lang, make this 7-5. That's gonna be a big possibility for them to take this one out. Pero nga lang, problema nila si Jai. Isa lang ang problema ng Team Secret ngayon. Si Jai, ang naman naman Borkum is gonna go down. Wala na silang pang-echoes papunta ng A-site. Nilabas na din kagad si Jai ang kanyang Blade Storm. Pero buti na lang may sagot pa kagad si Dubstep. At makakapag-go in pa nga sila with the Seekers. So right after Wits was able to get that, may mga angulo na din kagad ang SB na nakaabang sa kanila dito sa may cave side. So hindi talaga sila makapasok at all. Pero they can actually rotate papuntang B kasi marami pa naman silang oras.
50 seconds remaining at pwede pa nga dito makakuha ng kill. Si Jeremy, once he gets in the head here of Jesse Vash, or rather ni Papichulo pala dito all the way from Nest, but he won't be able to do it. So, pero at least, you can still have the time para ma-open up nga nila dito yung B-site. Ang kaso nga lang dito is, paano mo malalaman kaagad kung nasan ba dito sina Papichulo? Paano mo malalaman kaagad kung nakapag-rotate na ba dito sina Assist? Unfortunately dito kay Vash, hindi naging successful yung pag-take niya ng hole. So now, we have a 3v3 scenario here. Still doable for the side of Team Secret para makakuha sila ng scoreline ng 7-5 and finally have the momentum that they need laban dito sa SBE. But will it be happening in favor of them dahil si Assist dito nakaabang with the ADS of this guy. He can go in for the head pero hindi ito ibibigay ng Team Secret. Hindi sila mag-pick through. Hindi nila ibibigay yung info na kailangan ng SBE dito para makapasok, para makakuha ng magandang retake. It's just Jeremy with the TP. He's available to go away and reposition himself. There's the sound cue of the operator. Pero with the follow-up, unfortunately, dito naman yung magiging trade-off. We have a 1v1 situation. Jeremy, kailangan niya makapag-play through time dito. Very low nation na lang naman na dito si Assist, and what can he do next? Lalo na wala ng time for him to defuse in the spike. He gets in the 3K. Pero 7-5, parang deja vu lang. At Ray dahil kanina in the map of split was also a 7-5 in favor of SBE.
Grabe naman yan! Sayang para kay Aziz, no time left. Pero buti na lang, good decision eh. Dapat hindi na sila mahirap na pumasok ng A-side. They have all the time to rotate. And even if Aziz wants to si Aziz gusto niya i-stick yun, hindi na nga magiging posible sa kanya. And SBE been popping off really. Inaagawan nila ng kills kasi si Micro. Diba? Si Aziz, kasi Micro, guys, even if it's just 1-6, ang ganda ng setups niya, it's perfect timing. Every time. the walls has been going down and they can pick off Team Secret tas mag-wall up bigla mga basic strats for the Viper. Pero ang ganda kasi ng performance ni Ja together with Aziz every time we see them popping off right now. But as for the side of Team Secret, 2 round lang naman ang layo ng SB. So, they win the pistol? It's okay. And it's alright sa Team Secret side. So, kung nakuha nga nila, it's gonna be a good tie. And maybe makabawi nga ang Team Secret and possibly we're gonna go into the third map.
2 rounds na lang din yun, Rere, no? They can have the advantage dito na mapigilan nila si Ja sa mga momentum na naipon nila. Parang si Ja versus everybody na lang ito. Tingnan mo naman yung KDA ni Micro, no? We have here a 1-6 for Micro, pero nagagawa niya naman din talaga yung trabaho niya bilang controller, bilang Viper dito, na ma-hold niya lang yung mga sides, magagamit niya dito yung mga walls niya to prevent invision from the other team. Kaya naman ngayon, they were able to secure in that advantage. 2-point lead for SBE. They can still have their momentum shift out pagdating natin dito sa ating attacking side for this team. Pero kasi feeling ko hindi magpapanaig si Ja dito with the aggressiveness na naipon niya throughout the first half dito sa second half. Kaya naman ngayon, they need to shut this guy down. Tapos, hayaan natin na magkaroon tayo ng magandang crossfires dito para mapigilan naman din nila yung magte-trade off lang din sa kanya. Dahil this is again, the body-body system na gagawin ngayon ng SBE. SBE here won't be rushing forward into a side, pero gusto nila munang kumuha ng objectives. And what are this? Yung mga info na magpo-push through aggressively dito ang TS. Nakikita natin na our minimap na nasa elbow na agad dito si Dubsteps. So, will he be successful sa paggamit, sa pagkuha ng mga pick-off na ito? Lalo na't hiwa-hiwalay ngayon ang SBE.
Talagang SBE, they're on a roll. Buti na lang, there were just chances to actually get things through. But then Team Secret, importante nga sa kanila tong pistol round. At hinihintay na nga, there's the setup coming in. Dubstep tries to move forward sa mid pero wala. Kaso nga lang unang babagsak ay si Jeremy. At susunod na nga ba kagad si Dubstep. Yep, he will be able to take down a Ja. 4v4 is on the retake. May heal pa naman mula kay Wits to be able to get Borkum. But then, napakalaking information kagad na nakita nila through the Aldo na nilabas kagad ni Jessie Vash. And here it is. Trap si Aziz ngayon, but there's just the echo mula sa wall ni Viper, and Wits will be able to take him down. The post lineup nga lang mula sa kanila, but here it is si Micro versus 2, nagtalunan! Buti na lang, Jessie Vash was able to take him down ng jumping lasso ng SB na si Micro. Yung dura ni Micro. At it's gonna be a 7-16 Secret. Sabi ko nga, very important ang pistol at malaki ang probability that it's gonna be a tie.
Magugulat na lang tayo talaga dito if hindi pa rin nila mapigilan ang SBE sa pagpasok inside the sides dahil they are just leaning toward the eco round na meron sila. They're holding onto the Sheriffs and Classics and they will be trying to secure in the second one. Look at this, Ray, no? We have here the Vandal na sinecure kagad ni Dubstep. Half an armor, tapos Spectres na lang din from the other team. So, let's see kung magiging worth it nga ba ito, lalo na't ngayon na dalawa silang nag-aantay here in B at bubulaga sa kanila dito is yung mga blinds, pero they're just waiting patiently. SBE here just sneaking into B main, not getting info pa kung ano yung mga corners na hahawakan nila, but with that being said, alam nila na may na-blind na nga all the way from backside. With the Vandal, magiging worth it ito kaagad for Dubs. Dahil nakakuha na siya ng isa dito, this is a go signal na tuloy for SBE. Dahil nabawasan sila ng Pabichulo, they need to reposition back to have a good amount of attack laban sa...
Oh, Secret, they need to come up with everything. Dubstep, Ja, saka si Aziz sumunod na. Micro na lang siya ka-flippy ang natitira. Talagang all aggressive ang Secret. Nothing to lose. Pero Micro makakapagtagtas. Baka ng Frenzy! Uy! Yung Frenzy! Pumapalo pa! Dalawa! Ano ba naman yan? Don't tell me may pag-asa pa pag si Micro ang katapat. Nakahawak na ng Vandal ang koya mong si Micro. Kung may Borkum time, may Micro time. Borcom versus Micro. Oras ang kailangang tapatin. Pero Micro nag-aasim. Pero buti na lang Borcom was able to take him out. 7-7. Not bad of an eco sa side ng SB, but still importante pa rin ang round win sa Team Secret.
Pero sobrang costly nun. Ray, ano? Lalo na ilan din ang nabawa sa kanila. I think that was a 3-member down for TS. Dahil hiwa-hiwalay dito, yung naging advantage ng SBE to go in forward into B side. And this was a good one, lalo na kay Borcom na nakapag-react on time dito, especially na naka-vandal kasi dito si Micro. And now, oh my gosh, look at the positionings na kino-commit ngayon ng TS. They know for a fact na kailangan nilang i-rush ito dahil wala naman mawawalan. They have the eco, so they will be trying to punishing here the members of SBE, and they will. Papichulo goes down, 1-member lead, pero ang mangyayari naman dito is ma-open up yung B-side for SBE to take. With that Marshall, hindi siya makakakuha ng kill. Assist dito ang makakapita sa kanya. With those blinds, they have a clear opening and a clear commitment here in B-side.
Welcome to my world.
Naglabas ka agad ang Viper's ult si Borcom. Ang tanong, ay natter, ang SBE, nagpalit na nga pala ng side. Dahil kay Micro. Pero, sticking together, Team Secret, I guess Borcom takes him down. Time is ticking. Kailangan nila i-pick off kagad. Wala silang choice. So, dalawa na lang kagad natitira dyan together with Micro. Pero time will really matter. May swings. Wits together with Jeremy is ticking. Pero na kay Wits at kay Jeremy ang kamay. At may oras pa ba sila to actually go for a defuse? Hindi binitawan. And that's it. Ayun. Meron ngang oras. 0.45! At napaka-importante sa Team Secret to win that round dahil full buy ang SBE.
Costly lang round for our teams. Kaya naman ngayon, mapapunish na Ray ang SBE. Finally, kailangan nilang pigilan dito ang SBE sa patuloy na momentum na kinecreate nila and even have you the popping up potential ng mga teams natin, ang mga players natin ngayon. Dahil sa mga usage nila ng mga utilities, they have for a fact the timing, they have for a fact the synergy kung paano sila mag-push in together to have those possibilities na mai-secure nila yung site, makakuha ng mga bait na members dito from TS. But TS, they were able to win out the round, they were able to have the lead advantage at kailangan na nila ipagpatuloy ito. They need to be consistent at kailangan nila maging maingat. This time, we have here the eco round again for the side of SBE and Papichulo goes down. Even though na naka-headhunter siya, he has a good possibility na makakuha siya ng pick-off. But now, with that info na nakita nila kung saan ang galing yung toxic screens, they can for a fact have the advantage na mapigilan na nila yung micro natin dito ng pagpasok all the way from holes. But we still have here the numbers lead for TS. 3v5 at the very moment. Si Jana lang dito ang natitira laban kay Dubstep, and will he be able to win out on time? Kaso nga lang, kahit Bladestorm dito si Dubstep, hindi pa rin talaga ito magiging sapat pa. One tap to the head ang ginawa dito ni Ja. It's a 3v2 right now. Ja dito all the way from mid, very low on HP, yes, pero at least he can still have the advantage of the one tap to the sheriff, but unfortunately hindi na ito mangyayari. With Borcom's HP, tingin ko pwede ba siyang mapatay dito ni Assist, but with that specific fundamental and even have the jiggle pick, he was able to win it out dahil low on HP na rin dito ang SBE. That is our 2-point lead na finally pumabor na ngayon sa TS.
At Borcom, sabi ko nga, we're seeing the potential ng Team Secret. They really want to bring this into a map 3. Ayaw pa! Talagang aabutin tayo hanggang alas 7 ng gabi or kaya alas 8. Pero, ang importante talaga sa Team Secret is to really get those important rounds. And ito yan crucial ang round 17, 18, 19. Pag napanalo ng Team Secret yan, sunod-sunod, oh no, we're gonna head on to the next round. At napaka-importante yan. At
Right here.
pupunta tayo sa best na map ng mga Pinoy. Haben.
Haben. Decider map na.
Here it goes. Slow push mula sa SBE side. Takes off already that pop flash. Buti na lang sumakto sa mga pagmumukha ng Team Secret ang alangit. At Borkum na lang kagad na natitira sa isang iglap.
Spike planted.
Will it be Vorcom time? Riri, 4v1. He can take in that kill laban dito kay Ja, pero sobrang liit niya na dito. Pixel, katitingnan lang ng pixel niya dito. Ang nakadungo sa ulo dito ni Vorcom. Pero tingin ko, kailangan na lang din mag-save dito ni Vorcom. Kundi magkakaroon ng maganda pang economic lead dito. Ang assist, finally, first point in this half. Napunta na ngayon sa SBE, but this is still a good economic lead kasi para sa TS. Look at this, full-on rifles pa rin naman and half an armor pala dito ang mapupunta sa isa. Pero quick play lang tayo for a bit dahil si assist dito. He was able to create so much space dito para kay Jan na makapasok na inside at makuha niya rin yung advantage dito sa mga following members natin from TS na hindi nila mapipigilan yung pagpasok at pag-commit nila into A. And now, with that happening in favor of SBE, kalat-kalat na ngayon ng TS. They need to get in this mid-control para mahirapan na dito si Nadja and even have your Papichulo sa mga nagiging lungga nila, magiging lurk nila dito dahil he's already trying or having the acknowledgement na gusto niyang kuhanin at secure dito yung halls.
Nawawala si Vil kasi seryoso na siya. Medyo seryoso na yung laro. Umoti kanina eh. Pero Wits denying the possible push ng SB against them from the attacking side. Kaya siya nag-take ng kanyang mga repolyo pa palabas. Pero Jesse Bash may pa-line up mula sa kanyang Shaku Dart. Kumuha ng info si Wits. Napigilan ng pag-plant kagad. The location has been revealed yet they will be starting already to use the utilities para lang ma-pick off nila ang mga taga-team Secret. Sinimula na nga rin Dubstep and takes down Micro. Sunod-sunod, Flippy is gonna go down. Diyan na lang together with Papichulo. Mahirap silipin yan si Papichulo. Bakit? Eh, naka 2 force eh. Haba niyan eh. Eto, may nakayoko oh.
30
Si
seconds
Jessie
left.
Vash. Pero ito na ba ang SOL? Buff. Oh no! Nakita siya ni Dubstep. Takes him out. Team Secret. Tatlo na lang at lilipad tayo papuntang Haven. Ito na nga sinasabi ko. Ang pagbabalik ng mga tito ng Team Secret. Gumagana ata mas lalo ang maintenance ni Jessie Vash dahil kailangan magpa-doktor ni Pro.
Ang sabi pa dito sa comment section, Rere, no? Kaya pala tahimik daw si Vil. Kasi nagsiseryoso na sila. Finally getting in the lead of 2 points na laban dito sa SBE. Kapag nasa-shutdown nila dito si Papichulo, kapag nasa-shutdown nila dito si Nadja, this is hard enough for SBE na makapag-decide kung ano yung gusto nilang atakihin na site. We have here the Poison Cloud na naglanding sa harap na mismo ni Vash. So let's see kung makakakuha ba ng mga kills dito. Si Borcom, I think na dahil naka-Bladestorm na nga dito para mo dyan makakakuha ng isa. This is a good opening. No smoker, no controller dito for TS. There's no one to control in the vision dito ng SBE so they can freely have a site. B-site dito, open up for grabs pero ang mangyayari kasing push dito is the double push na gagawin dito nila Dubstep and even have their Wits. Pero mamaminosan kaagad sila dito. Wits was able to trade them down. There's also the blind pero makakasunod naman din dito yung Headhunter or rather yung Hunter's Fury ni Jessie Bash won't be tagging anyone pero at least makakapasok pa rin naman sila ng side dahil mapapatay nila dito si Wins all the way from backside. There's also the Trailblazer na makakagat pa dito si Jessie Bash. Dalawa na lang natitira, 4 laban sa dalawa and there's still the smokes, there's still the utilities. May blind pa tayong kasama dito for assist. Ano pa ang gagawin nila ngayon? Lalo na't mahihirapan silang makakuha ng mga trade-offs. Jeremy for that kill. It's all up to him. It's all up for this guy para makakuha lang din ng advantage dito. But unfortunately, matatag-in siya ng Aldon. So, he needs to save his gun. He needs to save himself dito para makabili pa sila dito ng mga following guns natin in the next one.
Waiting for the next opportunity. That's the answer. Mula sa SBE against sa Team Secret. Pero sabi nga natin, no choice for Jeremy. He needs to save that. And that's just it. Ito na yung crucial rounds, guys. Yung mga moments na nakakalamang yung Team Secret. They need to keep up with the consistency. Dahil SBE, parang ano lang yan eh. Parang sa pro scene na ng Valorant mismo. Sabi nga ni Hotsos, diba? Huwag titignan yung mga rounds na advantage na pala. Stick to the strats! And SBE, they've been really a team that's really solid. Well, solid din naman ang Team Secret, pero kailangan ito na yung kailangan mag-ingat na sila eh. Hindi pwedeng maging mix-up na kailangan pa i-puzzle pieces ang mga movements sila. Kailangan concise, sticking it all together, trusting the process. Dahil ito na lang eh. We can finally go into the next map.
Or will we? Kasi SBE dito, they have the eco lead. Meron silang mga rifles dito, full-on armors. Ang kabilang team naman, Team Secret dito, naku po, half on armors lang ang peron sila. Pero, worry not, dahil meron pa rin naman silang mga tutok dito. With just the Marshall, he can still go in for the heads dito. Nila dyan, nila assist. Pero let's hope for the best to happen. Especially that this is already the double-digit lead dito ng TS. 10-9. They have the specific lead na pwede nilang maipagpatuloy pa dito laban sa SBE, pero syempre, titigil muna ang lahat. Titigil muna ang mundo ng lahat dito dahil we are going in for a technical pause. Dahil ba na shutdown nila dito si Ja, ay nakakakuha na ba dito ang Team Secret ng kanilang momentum, or talagang nakakakuha lang din sila ng magandang spots dito na nagkakaroon din naman ng mga mistakes na nakocommit dito ang SBE.
Tech pause agad! Ang bubungad ngayong araw. Ito na naman tayo sa mga tech pause. So, Honey Glaze, tatanungin kita. Sino ang favorite mong agent?
Pagdating sa mga maps or talagang agent?
Isa lang.
Siguro, Astra pa rin talaga kahit na nurse na siya sa apat eh.
Ang hilig! Pero Dubstep, unang silip. Putok ang ulo! Ni Ja! Na yung mga jet natin ngayon. Kung kanina nakakabawi si Ja parati kay Dubstep, si Dubstep naman ngayon na the defending side. Ayan, mga controller mains naman pala ang nais ni Honey Glaze. Ako, sawa na ako sa controller mains na yan.
Sawa na ba? May reason ba dyan? Pwede ko bang tanungin?
Bakit
Hindi
ba?
na,
Kasi
hindi
gusto ko na mag-Sova. Yan.
Yan.
Initiator na muna tayo.
Lipat pala sa
Pero
Sova.
sabi
Mali
ni
ako,
Link
mali
to
ako.
X, ang mga initiator main daw ay ghoster. Ay, ewan ko. Basta ako, faithful ako. Ayan.
Paano kapag duelist? Ray, paano pag duelist? Paano pag
Ay,
Jet Li?
duelist!
Nakikita mo rin
Di
sa
ko
ano
alam
eh.
sa mga walang experience.
Walang PH
Sorry. Pero pinaka-faithful ay yung mga Sentinel main. Yan daw ang balita.
Kasi nagsistay sila, nag-hold sila sa
Oo,
site.
nagsistay kasi sila at marunong sila mag-hold. Tama. Pero mas tatama ba to sa side ng Team Secret dahil si Flippy, ginewang-gewang lang ni Borkum na ilagan, pero di nila alam na si Papi Chulo sana magagaling na sa holes, pero pinaglalaroan pa rin sila. Jesse Bash takes down na Ziz, pero may follow-up pa mula sa mid, pero pwede nang nalang i-delay ngayon ang mga taga SBE and SB19. Isa na lang ang natitira, Micro all by himself. Dubstep takes him down. 9-11, 2 left sa Team Secret.
Nagiging kumpiyansa na ngayon ng Team Secret sa mga playstyle nila, sa mga tutok nila. Imagine, it was just a save round for Vash. Kay Dubstep dito, Marshall lang ang ginamit nila, pero they still had the lead. Dahil nga hindi naging compose dito ang SBE sa push nila here in Hall. Kaya naman nag-factory nila. Sayang din yung ibon dito ni Assist. Nakita ko na medyo nagkaroon ng flaw, nagkaroon ng mistake dito yung ibon niya. At hindi niya na na blind dito yung hall at magkaroon sila ng opening. And with that opening canceled out, this is a good one. Uy! Ginamit nila yung Trailblazer dito. Nag-hold siya. Si Wiz dito, that was a good decision made by him na hindi niya agad pinadiretso yung Trailblazer niya para at least hindi ito mapatay at makuha niya yung info na kung sino ba yung nag-hold dito ng B main. Pero nakikita naman natin ngayon, one member down already for SBE. At kalat sila dito here in mid. Nakaabantay dito si Dubstep, pero Dubstep hindi siya na nakareact on time. Jao with just one head. With that Sheriff, they can have the opportunity na makapasok dito in B, pero Wits kasi hindi ito pinapayagan. 2K for this guy. One member remaining in mid, pero it's all up to Flippy na makakuha ng follow-up. Micro dito nakapitas ng isa. Walls na dito, ibibigay niya na rin na we have here still Flippy. Kaso ang magiging problema niya dito is the Seekers na magiging advantage or attention seeker dito ng Wits natin from the side of TS. And with that being said, they have already compromised in the spike. Wits is already down. Micro dito. With it will just be the clutch na magagawa na ngayon ni Micro laban dito sa dalawa. Parang ito na yung nangyari kanina. We have here the lineups, yes, pero makakapag-plant in nga ba siya ng spike? Malayo pa naman dito ang panggagalingan ni Jeremy, pero hindi niya alam kung sino ang nasa loob ng side. 14 seconds remaining for this guy. He needs to plant in. Hinahanap siya ngayon ni Vash. He can plant in the spike. 9 seconds remaining. Pero si Jesse Vash ay nasa loob ng side. He was able to take him down. 12-point lead and a match point already for Team Secret laban sa SBE. At nalalanghap ko na, Ray, ang mapa ng Haven for our game number 3.
Nalalakap na amoy ko rin sunog dun eh.
10 seconds left.
But then, Team Secret, buti na lang Tito, sobrang composed pa rin sila on their defending side. They really need that. Dubstep gets an angle. Ja is being shot down ngayon by the members. Wits also is popping off. They needed this. Jeremy also, ang lakas ng inad niya na firepower. At meron na ba muling sisilip kay Dubstep? He bails out of it. There's the smoke sa SB side. Isa na lang. Team Secret might be winning this. And pwede na tayong mapunta sa last map against SB. Draining first map yet. Team Secret is having that great reset, pero kailangan pa rin nila manalo dito. Dahil kapag pinahabol pa nila yung SPE, it's gonna be hard sa kanila, Honey Grace.
Honey Grace. Narinig ko na yung R doon, pero will it be the cancellation na ng match point dito ng TS? SBE, they have the rifles, yes, pero they are leaning towards the opportunity na mapigilan na nila yung TS dito. So pagka-cancel sa kanila, pagpasok inside the side, dito goes in for 2, take off naman yung win si Flippy. Dito goes in for 3. And now finally, isa na lang ang natitira si Jeremy all the way from mid pa. And they might be expecting this one na manggagaling na nga siya dito sa gitna or go in for the flank dahil ito yung usually nang nagiging play dito ni Jeremy. It's up to Papichulo na makakuha ng info all the way from that corner ng ating side, and he will. And now the crossfire will begin for assist to make. We have also here very low na HP all the way from aiming, pero wala siya ka-idea dito kung nasaan si assist. Finally, a double-digit scoreline na for SBE, 10-12 already, and will this be the starting point na ng SBE na umabol pa tayo ng overtime?
Oh, starting point na yan! Sinasabi ko talaga sa inyo. Pag ito emote, ewan ko na lang talaga. Okay, good call, good call. Yung mga ganitong moments, round 23, round 24, hindi na pala round 24, syempre panalo lang Team Secret. Pero sa mga round 23, round 22, it's important to call a timeout now. Why? Para lang, hindi. Para lang, one is kind of destroy the momentum, and second is to actually plan things out. Ano bang next na plano ng Team Secret ngayon, di ba? Will it just be them giving the next round to SB, or talagang paabutin pa nila ng OT to? Siyempre hindi na, di ba? Siyempre gusto na nilang mag-next map kagad. Na kailangan nila, to be honest. And here, agad na ng equally distributed yung kills ng Team Secret, really. Dubstep is having the highlights, but I think with si Vash, si Jeremy and Borkum has the contribution. But on the other side, SBE, kahit ganito yung scoreline, kahit pumapabor sa Team Secret, nakakabawi sila and yun yung dangerous thing about it.
And once na pagpatuloy nila dito yung pagte-take advantage nila ng timeout na ito na makahinga saglit, pigilan nila yung momentum na nagiinit, nagbabaga na dito sa Kinadja and his friends. They can still have this map number 3, but now we have the Seekers. They have a lot to think about. So much probability dito na makasecure na naman ng round na sinadya, but still, they will be giving up B-side para makapig-play na lang sila dito ng retake. They are already positioned here in mid. They're just waiting in kung sino ba yung mag-e-exit dito here inside para makakuha sila ng advantage na hindi nila ina-expect dito from TS. TS dito with Jeremy with the tour de force. Will he be able to clean out that Papichulo waiting for him and further? And now we have our 2 members already down for the side of SBE. 2 members here in cave. Nandito pagbalaga pag white female na Jejifas. Pero si Jan na lang dito ang natitira. Will this be a clutch 2v1 scenario with the Blades Arm? He will be using in the after. Tatalon siya dito ng tatalon pero hindi siya makakakuha ng kill. Will be able to stick it out to defuse in the spike. Dubstep dito. Pinigilan niya na yung pagbibigay ng momentum dito kay Ja. And that is our goal signal to go for our game number 3 sa mapa ng Haven.
Omoti, first map, dikit na breeze map, and now, we welcome you Team Secret. Happy na ngiti. Nakakambak sila. Bumunta pa ng map 3. Hindi pa tapos ang laban against SBE. Maraming ang secret ang pinakita ng Team Secret dito sa Breeze mismo. I love the lineup that they have. They use Jeremy, additional firepower with Wits. Even if hindi nga nakalaro ngayon si Dispenser, I think this is a good roster that they have sa Breeze to tackle on against SB's powers. And confident sila. All I can say is they're really confident in their Breeze comp talaga. At game changer yung pag-iinit na hinawakan nila. Although SBE tries to come up with new plans, I think all over again, nung nag-switch na tayo ng sides, nasa-shutdown pa natin si Ja, Aziz weren't able to come up with the trades to his duelist, which is si Ja nga. At talagang, hindi makapaniwala ang SBE sa remaining rounds na kailangan nilang itapon against Team Secret. Hindi talaga gumana yung firepower na hinihintay natin mula sa kanila. So, pupunta talaga tayo sa third map, guys. Kahit nanggaling tayo sa maraming OT, ang SBE, ang Team Secret, pupunta pa nga tayo sa Game 3. I'm actually expecting this yung mga titos of Valorant, pupunta ng map 3. Hindi na imposible to. Dahil malaki talaga ang probabilidad na manangyayari yun.
Yeah, exactly. Ray, we have here the difference of the frags ni kinuha dito ni Ja, laban dito kina Dubstep, pero mas nanaig kasi dito yung composure ng TS. Alam nila mapapagod din sa mga habulling rounds dito ang SBE. Kaya naman ngayon, let's look back into the highlights kung bakit nga ba ito naging favorable sa side ng TS. TS dito, they were just sneaky enough with their utilities para makapasok inside the site, even though na sobrang init ni Ja sa mga times na gagamitin niya. Yung kanyang operator, yung kanyang Blazer was able to take down few members here from TS. But unfortunately, hindi sila yung nakapanapos dito. SBE, they lack the timing, but TS has everything pagdating sa pagiging composed ng pag-abot natin in the last few rounds in the making nung second half natin. And this is a good momentum shift paano napunta for TS. Nung umabot na tayo ng second half na secure nila yung pistol round at ang patuloy sila doon sa mga back and forth, sa mga tug of war momentum laban dito sa SBE. I gotta say na sobrang favorable ng mapa na ito for Jeremy na nakakakuha siya ng magandang flanks, nakakakuha siya ng mga magandang lurks.
Talagang the thing that Team Secret has it, wala tayong nakita parang highlight plays. Unlike sa split map kanina, wala sa kanila. Dito, they're more on that form na we get the trades, we get the impact kills, and hindi na naman, it's not about the highlight plays anymore. It should be the team plays, diba, that they're covering so far. And that's really important sa Team Secret side. Kasi medyo nag-fall short sila sa split Pero okay lang yun. Dahil alam natin SB is also strong in split, but this is actually a record-breaking one pagdating sa Team Secret. Kasi finally, they at least unlock itong Breeze powers ng SB, which is one of the teams that is actually really, really good. Pero our next map is going to be Haven, a PH map. Ganggaling yan sa mismong Chinatown. Pero ngayon, guys, magbe-break muna tayo here in VCTPH Stage 2. Ako si Ray, kasama ko si Honey Glaze, guys. And see you sa third map.
Showed up at the right time, put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Guys, welcome back! Nasa second series pa lang tayo. Last map between Southbuild Esports together with Team Secret, ang mga titos ng Valorant. Sino nga ba ang tunay na nagbe-maintenance? My name is Rere. Kasama ko ngayon si Honey Glaze. And the performance ng Team Secret in Breeze, one of the strong maps din ng SB, was really phenomenal. Pero hindi pa tapos. Dahil 1-1 na nga ang dalawang teams at masusubukan muli ang mas malaking stamina between the both of these teams as we're gonna be heading off to Haven, Honey Glaze.
Haven, nako, mas madami pa dito mga mind games na ibibigay dito ang pareha sa mga teams natin. Kung saan doon sila magaling sa mga mind games na ibibigay nilang synergy within the team para magulantang dito ang kabilang team kung ano ba yung lalaroin nila. Especially na tatlong sites ito. They just need to decide kung ano yung mga info na magagather nila in one site, kung ano yung mga agents niya, especially the fact na pwedeng sumecure na dito ng breach yung mga following initiators natin, or even have your A Killjoy para mapigilan nila yung mga pagpasok nila dito at manalo sila sa mga bawat retake.
Lagay mga kailangan. What will be the final answers when it comes to retakes? What will be the decision? Syempre, ng teams right now. And maglalaro nga ba muli si Jeremy or hindi na maglalaro si Wits? Those are the questions. Si Tito mo Pro tapos na ba pumunta sa doktor para magpa-check up dahil medyo mahaba-haba rin naman yung breeze. Malamang nakapag-maintenance na siya for the third time today. So, baka makuha na rin natin kung maglalaro ba si Pro or hindi. But on the other side, I think this is still an open game. Hindi ko pa rin alam kung sino pwedeng manalo dahil pagdating sa SBE, minsan syempre, kayo yung best team. Yung mga teams, mababasa na kayo. And remember, it's already the second day. I think the teams are quite prepared already. Unlike yesterday, may mga onting kaba pa. I still think on those matches na natalo APAC together with Naos. It's just the first day jitters, di ba? Medyo may konting lamig lang. Pero as the day goes by, I'm sure that the teams are actually heating up already. They're getting the strategies. They're getting those plays in which they can actually take a good lead and do their homework against sa mga kalaban nila. So, ngayon, sa Haven, mag-iiba ba tayo ng comp? Will we see not anymore with the Sky? KO na ba this time around? Will we see a Chamber once again? Or is it gonna be the same compositions na meron silang ina-apply dito sa mapa?
Ang daming speculations dito, Rere, kung ano ba dapat talaga. Dahil kanina nag-iba yung timpla ng laro dito ng Team Secret. Nung pagpasok dito ni Jeremy, sila yung nakakuha ng mga magagandang holds dito when they have the defending side at nakakuha sila ng magandang momentum throughout our second half. Dito din nag-iba yung momentum ng members natin from SBE. They have here dyan na nakakuha nga ng magandang aggressive plays. Nung pumasok na siya bilang duelist, bilang Jet, he was able to counter out the aggressiveness din naman dito ng Team Secret. On the other hand, we had here also Micro na hindi man siya nakapag-perform well laban dito sa Team Secret, but he did his homework, he did his role para ma-hold onto the sides. He was able to counter out the vision, pero the exclusivity kasi na nakita natin na gustong makaka-secure dito ng Team Secret ng isa pang game. Hindi nila ito ibibigay lang series na ito agad-agad, easily enough for SBE to have a 2-0 dahil gusto natin ng third map. Ibibigay ito ng Team Secret, pero ito lang talaga yung katanungan na sino ba ang papasok sa kanila? Will it still be Jeremy? Will it still be Wits? Or Borcom? Papasok ba siya dito in this map? Dahil makakakita tayo ng mga ibang klaseng spicy plays from the Borcom clutches, from the Borcom time. So, mabibigayaan ba si Honeyglaze? Mabibinyagan ba siya dito na mga Borcom plays in this map of Haven? Let's still see dahil maya-maya lang din ay papasok na tayo in our agent selection.
I'm so excited with this agent selection that we have. Honeyglaze, is it gonna be different? I think it is. Kasi this is how we've seen itong Breeze map. It was really different. The composition itself, it's very perfect. Wait, nagiging blurred ako. Ayan, okay na. Diba? Magiging Japanese na naman ako. Pero on overall, I think it's just a surprise for all of us. But hindi hirap eh. Nung nalaman ko, naglalaban ng SB and Team Secret, I still can't predict. Pagdating, I think so far sa lahat ng mga teams na lahat ng stages, itong stage 2, this year yung pinakamahirap mag-predict kasi it's everybody's game now. Last stage, pinakitaan tayo ng mga teams na hindi natin nakakalaig makakapasok. Diba? SB, they had a tough time where they were able to secure the champion. Naos has been Naos has been the dark horse, and now they're part of the top 3 teams here in PH, APH, and also with their roster before. Pero ngayon nag-roster sila. You have Abatman, you have the Doctor playing with them. So, a lot of compatibilities na meron tayo right now. But then, with how the meta changes, with how mga additional agent na meron tayo ngayon sa Valorant, talagang maraming possibilities na hindi lang isang team ang magiging consistent na malakas all throughout sa makikita natin in this stage. At tatandaan nyo, second day pa lang, and yet, ang dami na nating nakikita na bago sa mga teams right now.
Yeah. They're just giving it everything kahit pangalawang araw pa lang ito ng ating group stages. Pero as I can see here, we're finally going into draft ng mga teams natin. We see here a bridge. Mabibigayaan tayo ng mga pagbubuli dito ng bridge with all of those fault lines, those blinds. We have here double initiator setup for SBE. Pero magiging kasagutan naman dito kasi ng TS is dispenser with that Killjoy. Even have your Borcom with that Astra. So hindi sila magiging that much aggressive with this lineup, pero they can still have the passiveness na makokontrol nila dito yung possibility na umarangkada kagad ang SBE. They have Pro with that Sova. They even have here Flippy with that Ridge. So, without Jeremy in line ng ating game number 3, will it be changing for the better dito for TS? Or dahil bang nawala si Pro? Or dahil bang nakapasok na si Pro dito, SBE naman na makakakuha ng magandang lineup here in the map of Haven. Let's hear out your thoughts here in our comment section dahil ito na ang 1-to-1 scoreline do or die match between our teams, ang mga titos of Valorant, Team Secret and SBE. Maganda yung game number 2 natin, all in favor of Team Secret, pero mapagpapatuloy na nga ba nila ito in the map of Haven?
Oh... This is really harsh on the side of SB if this is gonna be something ba na kailangan nilang protectionan or talagang ngayon na happy to see. It's gonna be Vash Dubstep Dispenser with Borcom once again. At si Pro! Hi!
Tapos na.
Nandito na ulit. Nagpa-BP check. Okay na ulit ang BP. Kaya ito na ngayon. SB versus Team Secret. Borcom and Ja. Walang omen ngayon.
Controller.
Astra ang i-utilize. And ang standard ng compa, kita mo, oh, I love it. I love the comp between two teams. A lot of variations pagdating sa KO versus Data Bridge. Pero Dispenser, nandito na nga muli. Sinimulan na and is just gonna take down Ja.
-1 na kagad. No more smokes na makakapag-agapay dito for the side of SBE. But there's still the blinds na magbibigay dito ni Flippy. They have the shock darts. They can still have this one. It's a 4v4, pero naka-post plant positioning na kasi dito ang kupunan natin from the side of Team Secret. There's the smoke para maligtas nila dito out of the way si Wits, pero hindi ito magaganap all in his favor. There is the double pick na magaganap na nga dito all the way from Garage, but Dubstep was able to go in for the 2K. There's 2 remaining members na lang din dito for either of the team. Parehas pa sila low on HP. They can go and defuse in the spike, yes, pero will they be having enough time? But unfortunately, nandito yung mga sprays dito. Give it to us by the frenzy of the Dispenser. That is a pistol round once again won by Team Secret laban sa SBE.
Yung dalawang sim, nag-English. Lakas naman pala maka-English. Pero, Team Secret, nanalo ng pistol. Here. Pero, wow. Wow, wait. Sorry, hindi ko napansin. At habang hindi ko napapansin ang mga pangyayari, nagpalit-palit sila. Si Wits ang duelist ngayon. Hindi si Dubstep. Pero, well, technically, Qeon naman parang duelist din. Pero, nakakagulat. Nagpalit. Sabi ni Wits, kaya naman pala nag-jet ko sa Radiant Q.
Pala, no?
Kaya pala ready. Pero I think when you put Wits also in KO, ang ganda din talaga ng mix ng Team Secret. So, but I'm really loving Wits as that Jet. I'm interested to see how will he flourish talaga all throughout. But on the other side sa SBE, waiting lang sila. Side ng Team Secret.
Waiting in for something to happen dito for Team Secret. They have the guns. They have the firepower. They can secure in a site at Killjoy lang naman ang nandito sa site. They have the info pero ang sagot na lang dito ni Papi Chulo sige, in yun na yung site. Makapag-plant kayo pero we can still play in for the retake. We have the eco round dito kasi sa SBE. Ray, they can have kills. Pero I doubt na makakapanalo sila dito. Lalo na takabang na dito si Wits kaagad. And Dispenser pa for that crossfire all the way from those gates. So now down to 2 members. Hindi pa nakakapitas ang Southbuild Esports as is still trying to go in all the way from garage. Pero hindi ito magiging favorable of them dahil nakaabang pa rin naman dito sina Dispenser and Wits. That dynamic duo will be securing in our 2-point lead for this first half ng Haven.
Talagang Team Secret starting it all good in the hood. But then SB, kailangan lang nila ditong mag-relax. That's what we can really see up ahead. And kita mo naman, kapag ang SB, they just take their time to actually adjust against Team Secret.
Placing swamp grenade.
Mahihirapan talaga, most probably, ang Team Secret sa pag-adjust against SBE. Pero, balik na tayo ngayon. Kailangan mag-init ni Aziz. Kailangan mag-init ni Jack. Dahil nga, they're focusing on this one duelist lang and looking at it, Flippy is on that bridge. Ako kasi mas fan ako ni Flippy sa sky niya. So, I still find it weird that he's on the bridge cop, but wins! Sabi naman niya, RNG is the key. Spectre na rumination. Gusto ko color orange yan eh. Pero may magka-cut off. May magka-cut off si Dispenser! He takes down 1! May follow-up mula kay Tito Mo Pro. Pero napakalaki nung ginawa kagad ni Dispenser. They already know where Pro and Aziz will be coming from. At nilabas na ba kagad ang Blade Storm ng Team Secret. Ito na ba ang hinihintay natin? Bootcamp buff! Wix tumama! Tumama ang kanyang mga kuko. Ang mga knives against Aziz. And we only have Pro. Maybe going for the exit frags. Most probably. He's gonna save already. Okay. Good way. Mahirap na. Ipaglaban kung hindi naman na para sa'yo.
Kung hindi na karapat-dapat. Mahirap nang ipaglaban ang alam nating hindi naman maipapanalo pa. It is a 1v3 and there's no time intended for Pro to try and defuse in the spike. Kaya naman ngayon, may isa-survive na pa rin naman dito yung Vandal, pero it is a good run of a show dito for TS. They can still have those saves. Meron pa rin ngang hawak dito si Wits na Spectre. Mukhang i-upgrade niya na ito at ibibigay ito kay Dispenser. Hayaan niya nang ito magwala pa. Inside of these sites na gusto nilang poteryahin dito sa Southbuild Esports. Ano ba ang nangyari dito sa Southbuild? Parang ang feeling ko dito, Ray, no, na hindi lumalabas yung pagiging aggressive ni Ja from what happened in the map of Breeze. Parang naputol yung momentum niya given the fact that he was using the jet earlier. Ngayon na Astra siya, kailangan niya kasi mag-ingat at siya yung isa sa mga viable member dito ng Southbuild Esports na gamitin yung mga stars niya, gamitin yung mga smokes, pero Dubstep, hindi niya inasahan dito yung tatlong push na magaganap na nga dito ng SBE. But here we have C-site already taken, committed by Wits and the rest of his friends. Kahit 4 na lang silang natitira.
Team Secret. Ang ganda ng push nila parati. They're really aggressive, but dapat di na nila pakawalan to. Mahirap mag-asim. Momentum-based. Ang Team Secret minsan, okay. Buti na lang. Medyo naging disiplinado na sila doon. Kinakabahan ako dahil hindi mo alam kung ano pwede mangyari. Pro takes the third! Ace na ba to mula kay Tito Pro? Papi Chulo, ginugulo ang buhay ni Jesse Bash. And he takes it down. Eto na! Sinong mas matunay na nagme-maintenance? Jesse Bash or si Pro? Eto na ang oras Alam na revealed, oras na lang kakalaita na shout out to HP, pero Jessie Bash ang mananalo. And still, 4-0, Team Secret. Wala sa edad yan. Nasa high blood yan.
Nasa ulam yan. Ano bang kinain mo today, bro? Bakit nanguna pa rin si Prosa? Bakit nanguna pa rin si Jessie Bash dito pagdating sa matchup na ito? So now, with those following leads, 4-0 ang naging punishment. Ginawa niyang distraction kasi dito, yung shock dart. Alam natin na nabawasan na yung damage ng shock dart dito, kaya naman he was able to utilize it as a distraction na hindi naka-aim ng tama tuloy dito si Pro. So now, sino na nga ba ang mangunguna pa dito kundi ang Team Secret? 4-0, parang ito lang din ang nangyari in the first map of split and this game in our series na nangunguna nga sila sa mga rounds natin in the first half, pero mabilisan naman itong mahahabol ng Southbuilt Esports once na makuha nila yung momentum na magsasnap and forward in favor of them. They just need to have that certain amount of conditioning na assist. Kailangan mong gumawa ng mga plays. Kailangan mong gumawa ng mga action plays dito laban sa Team Secret para ma-hold on to guard dito ang Team Secret at mabawasan na yung eco advantage nila. They have the rifles, yes. They need to make it work na binili na nila itong mga full buys na tayo with their utilities and with their armors, with their rifles. Pero once na matalo sila dito, Ray, I think it's hard enough for them na mag-i-eco na naman sila at 2 rounds din yun na may ipapanalo possibly ng Team Secret.
And here it is. What can possibly go wrong sa Team Secret side now that they're winning like this? Talagang hindi ma-timing yan. I think nagta-timing din talaga to sa comp na meron yung SP. Kaya for Team Secret, if they just know sino yung mga kailangan na lang i-eradicate within a site, they can clear up and continue the momentum that these guys have. Even if I'm thinking talaga that Jeremy will be the one taking over that jet. Gusto ko lang talaga mangyari. Pero I think the scope na meron ng Team Secret sa Haven is actually working when you go up against SBE. Kasi palabanan talaga ng mental fortitude between these two titos na marami ng experience sa lahat ng mga FPS games, particularly mga dating magkaka-teammates to eh. And here it is. Retake is on sa SBE side. Papi Churi is ready with that lockdown. But then, looks like mahihirapan ang Team Secret dito. Jessie Bash bago pa siya makalamang. Hindi pa nga mangyayari to. Pero nagsabay-sabay lang lahat. Pro destroying the lockdown. Kay Dubstep dispenser na lang at kay Wits ang natitirang kasagutan. Pero magpapadali lang ngayon si Wits. I-risk it all na niya. Pero nga nabuti na lang nakasaklolo si Ja. At hindi makagalaw at all. Talagang ini-stick lang nila and they were able to half it out. Tama ba? Na-half nila? Yep, na-half ata nila. Ay, wala! Hindi! Hindi pala nila na-half! Sorry, wala kasing nakalagay sa overlays. Pasensya. Sorry, akin. Dalamhati pigate. Sorry, Masen.
Sadness.
And walang oras sa SB to actually defuse that. Buti na lang ang laki ng pressure na binigay ni Dispenser kasi kailangan na lang i-clear out. Pero yung oras At umalis na lang kagad si Pro together with Papi Chula, if I'm not mistaken. And it's on Team Secret. Is on a streak. Sino ba nagsabing malas ako? Nagkakas lang naman ako!
Talagang timing lang. Nagiging situational lang ang mga OT, ang mga game 3 natin dito. Pero, it's another round. Katulad nga ng sabi natin kanina, mababasag ang ekonomiya dito ng SBE Southbuilt Esports. They just have here 2 members na meron ng full-on rifles. Hindi nga rin ganong madami pa yung mga utilities na mapanghahawakan nila. Pero let's still see kung ano yung gagawin nila. Gusto na lang i-sandwich dito yung Team Secret at mangyayari na nga ba ito in favor of them. Welcome dito, he knows what is happening dito SBE, si Ja, nauna na kagad tumumba. We have also here the follow-up Papichulo. Assist naman dito, very low on HP. We have here the Bladestorm, yes, pero hindi ito magiging sapat para sa kanya makakuha ng kill to Vito. At the very moment, mapipigilan nila yung nag-defuse and spike. We have here Papichulo all the way from window. Mukhang hindi ito makakakuha pa ng time para makapag-defuse. So another round in the making dito for TS to secure laban sa SBE.
6-0!
Right here.
13-0 ba to? Ito na ba yun? Team Secret is back?
Right
Is
here.
back? Oh, really? Pero this is a nice way. Si Aziz, naka-out na nga kagad ang kanyang operator. Ito na ba yung solusyon sa mga problema ng SBE ngayon against Team Secret? Sabi dito. Ano yan? Elaxan FR versus Centrum Complete. And sabi ko nga sa inyo, magiging problema din talaga na Team Secret to dahil nag-audition sa kanila si... Uy! Nag-audition lang ng isang beses pero hindi pumasa si Aziz. There's the refrag coming in from Wits. Ganda na to, Wits, Aziz. Mga letter S naman letter Z. May mga ebe buff. Pero, nakapag-control na kagad yung Team Secret. Nakabawas. Si Wits palong-palo, letter W!
Oh my
Nabubura
God.
na yung letter W sa keycaps niya. Ganon kalakas. Si Wits ata ngayon, pero si Ja nasa flank. Kasama si Papi Chulo. 2v1. Pero yung spike, wala sa kamay, pero Wits! Nag-press W lang. Pumitas ng isa sa B, nagkamakas sa may A-Link, pumitas ng dalawa, with a 3K! Team Secret is on a speed 07. South build. Ano na kaya ang pwede nilang gawin? I tried that operator, yet punish na naman si Aziz.
Kaya nga, Riri. Nakakuha man siya ng isa dito, pero he was quickly traded off. Ito yung gusto kong play na pagka-blind ko, pasok tayo. Dubstep was able to secure in so many space and momentum dito for the rest of his teammates na makakuha ng pick-off. Kaya naman ngayon, with so much punishment, 7-0 na kagad ang ating skill, ang ating round lead advantage. Points here given to us by Team Secret. So what is it going to be? Naging question na natin ito, Ray, kung ano ba ang dapat nang gawin dito ng SBE dahil hindi gumana yung operator nila, hindi gumana yung mga momento na bubuo nila with those sound displays na nangyari na nga yung flank sila all the way from C and A na ipets ang TS and window pero nanalo sila pagdating dun sa duel dahil nga naka-save round lang sila. But with that being said, they just need to use the utilities wisely para mas magkaroon sila ng win condition dito at ng timing para makakuha nga din ng mas maipanalo nilang mga duels. Pero now na nakikita natin our minimap na hati ang push dito ng Team Secret, this might happen all in favor na naman ng Team Secret na gustong mag-push in ng C-site or i-commit lang pala yung mga utilities sila here in C habang iiwan nila dito si Burkum inside of C-site. No members
30
in
seconds left.
SBE ang nagpa-bait out sa ultimate na ito at si Wits and the rest of the gang will be trying to secure in A main at wala sila makukuha. May mabablind sila, yes, pero 3 members from the side of TS was able to get in each one head from the side of SBE and finally 2 members na lang din na natitira. Papichulo is down also as well from the hands of which pero siya with those skills ng kanyang sheriff. Mukhang kailangan niya na rin makakuha pa ng mga execrats dito but unfortunately hindi na ito magiging sapat pa. 8-0 for this first half. Ibang klaseng larong ito, Ray. Hindi ito nangyari kanina sa mapa ng split, sa mapa ng Breeze. Ngayon in Haven, inaangkin na nila.
Inaangkin na new and improved Haven Comp. 14-4 si Witserino.
Right here.
Buhat. Well, on the other side, it's really having, I think SB is having a trouble. Napagod ata sila kahit na panalo nga nila yung first map. At ito na nga sa second map, nahirapan sila i-close yung series, yung map rather against Team Secret. So yung mga tito natin, may mahanap na atang Kryptonite. Oh, press W, Wits! Naipit! Pero Papi Chulo, sinagutan na rin kaagad niya ang minamarka ni Wits for C4. Talagang maasim din si Dubstep. Ito na, Team Secret sa full pick. Alam mo yung kapag nagkagay punching technique ka, times 2. Tapos ito na yung 100% ng lakas ni Bakugo. Ito yun eh. Naka-ano na yan eh. Naka-Rashengan na yan. Sinasabi ko sa inyo yung Team Secret. Final form. Mga ganun.
Spike planted.
Alam mo, nag-upgrade.
Ang dami kong anime na narinig doon. May Bakugo pang nakasama dito. Pero mas mananaig pa rin naman ng mga duels dito. Di Burkum in favor of him getting in those skills. Dalawa na kaagad na nawala dito. Flippy, he needs to get in another one at least. Pero hindi pa rin ito ibibigay ni Dubstep. Dahil alam nilang nasa garage lang nagpe-play dito si Dubstep. Wala na siyang ibang masisecure pang info with that 0 point. Pero at least, they still have the lead. Mag-iipon, magsisave na naman dito si Pro. And what is he planning to do on next dito sa mapa ng Haven? Lalo na't malapit na rin tayo mag-change of sides. Change of sides dito sa mapa ng Haven. 9-0 na kaagad. Ang ating scoreline still in the lead, ang TS.
Talagang Team Secret! What is happening? Bootcamp buff? Bebe buff? Tita buff? Lahat na!
Time out.
Sabi nga ni Daniel Padilla, nasa iyo na ang lahat. Walang nababawas ang SB, sabi ni Vil, kahit armor lang. At ngayon naka-eco na naman sila pag ito na 13-0. Oh my goodness gracious, ganon. Si Witzy! Wala kinakatakutan, napakainit! Talaga tingin mo, press W, ayun, na-headshot sa ulo ni Papi Chulo. Pero nga lang, may answer si Burkum. It's Burkum time together with Dubstep. Even if Witz is dying, pero may mga refrag. And that's important. No highlights unless it's gonna be the team comp na kailangang ipakita ng Team Secret ngayon. Aziz na lang together with Pro. Pero may hold na din dito si Dispenser. Mga tito maglalaban na naman. Dispenser versus Pro. Hindi nagwagi si Tito mo Pro and si Aziz na lang. Exit frags can be, pero it's really hard. Ang meron lang siya, yung kanyang sheriff.
Kaya nga, Riri. Kaya nakakangiwing isipin na ano pa yung hahanapin mo ditong duels na pwede mong maipabor pa for your team to have. Especially na pang 10 point na ito, pang 10 round na itong naipapanalo ngayon ng Team Secret at wala na iba pang option dito si Aziz kundi magpakamatay na lang and that bomb, and now that is already our double digit scoreline at kahit isang puntos hindi pa rin talaga nakakakuha dito ang SBE. So ano pa ba ang meron dito for them to win out their rounds dahil kahit ano namang ibigay nila dito, they have the operator, they can play in for info, they can play in aggressively, pero hindi pa rin ito nagiging pabor. Dahil lang bang nagbago yung mga roles nila, ay pumapabor na kaagad dito ang Haven map na ito for Dubstep na kumuha ng KO, na ina-enable niya pala dito si Witz na kumuha ng mga kills dahil akong bahala sa mga refrags, akong bahala sa mga blinds if you want to go inside the site. So now, with that wise usage of the Aldron, matatagpuan nila kaagad dito si Pro, trying to get an info or even use in the shock cards para makuha nila yung early game lead. But unfortunately, nakapasok na kasi dito ng sewers si Burkum. There's also the follow-up nila Pro and Assist, and will this be the time para makakuha na nga ba ng comeback dito kahit isang puntos lang ang SBE operator at hand dito ni Assist, pero nakapasok na ng site dito si Witz dito gets in that kill. Walang kaalam-alam. Hindi naging ready dito si Aziz. So now this is a good opportunity for that lockdown. Kahit 3 na lang silang natitira. Pero look at those lineups already inside the site. Nagmadali dito si Witz para matayin na nga si Papa Chulo. Pero Papa Chulo was able to win out that duel. Quickly traded out by Jesse Vash. At natitira na lang dito si Jao with the stars. Even we win out this round. Mukhang hindi na nga ito ibibigay pa ni Jesse Vash. At Ray 11 points.
Last round in the half.
Nakaagad dito sa round na ito, sa half na ito. Ano pa isasagot dito ng SBE? Mukhang we're closing it out to a 12-0 scoreline.
Alam mo, may kanta yung Team Secret eh. Kirameku aseka don deru yo sa oboete nai koto mo kakusau nang tadaro Naging Naruto yung Team Secret!
Grabe.
Si Wits! Ano yun?
Ano yun?
Pero, SBE, kailangan nilang gumising. 11-1? Baka yan yung 11-1 curse na kaabang-abang, pero kailangan nila mag-reset talaga. Sobrang hirap tapatan, Wits! Tumututok lang! May frag parate! Pero may pag-asa ang SBE ngayon na Honey Glaze dahil medyo nag-aalangan ng mga pwesto ng Team Secret. Ito si Ja. Makakalamang nga ba siya ngayon pero dinututuran ng ni Borkum. Pero buti ng si Flippy is on towards there but there's the trade. As is na together with Pro muli ang natitira.
Spike planted.
Oh no. Nagmamadali na dito si Assist with the right click off that Blazor. Makakakuha naman siya ng free upgrade dito with that Phantom. He needs to use in the Cloudburst pero hindi pa rin pala ito naging timing sa kanya dahil yung Recon Bolt ay na-spot and siya.
Match point.
Ito na ang pag-welcome ng Team Secret sa lahat ng mga players, sa lahat ng mga teams na meron tayo dito. Yung nag-stages 12 is 0 for the first half. Pero balikan natin yung replay kung saan napakainit ng Wiz pumasok. There was also the good follow-up ni Borkum pero nakuha lang siya caught by timing ng pagre-reload niya. Pero nakita din natin dito na hindi pumabor kay Assist. Yung pag-retake niya dito with that Phantom, minadali niya ito. So now, changing off the sides. Isang puntos na lang kailangan dito, Ray ng Team Secret.
Ang mga bida daw, nagpapabugbog lang sa una. Bumawi. Naging action star yung Team Secret. Tingnan mo si Wits, 18-8. Ano na? Bukas 2 series pa naman ulit ako. Nakuha ko pang sumigaw. Yeah. Ang kakas ko, guys, everyday okay din parang lahat ng SBE kakas ko, de joke lang. SBE versus RRQ, tsaka Bren versus Nawas. Ayan, yung mga kakas natin bukas.
Heavy team sulit.
Sulit na naman.
Sulit
pero
na
mas
naman.
sulit si Honey Glaze. May OT na nga, may third map pa. May 12-0 pa. At meron pang game 3. O yun, halftime pa. Halftime pause nga muna talaga. Akala ko patapos na eh. Pero kailangan mag-reset ng SB. Ano nangyayari? Natatimingan sila ng KO. Hindi makagalaw si Ja at all sa defending. But maybe right now that we're gonna be switching. Hopes up sa mga fans ng SBE dyan. At yung 13, hindi pa tigil yan.
Feeling ko nakikita ko dito, Ray Noy, is sabi nga dito sa comments, kung anong hinaba ng game number 1, yun naman ang kinabilis dito ng third game laban ng SBE. Ang nangyari lang dito talaga is parang in-enable nila talaga, binigyan nila ng sobrang spasyo, sobrang effort si Wits na makapagbigay ng mga kills na yan. Bilang duwala siya yung nakakapasok inside the side, siya yung nakakapagwala, siya yung nakakakuha ng mga highlight kills. At si Papichulo dito, hindi na makagalaw, hindi na makasigaw. Talagang nakukuha na lang din siya ng timing dito nila Dispenser. There's also Dubstep with all of those 0-point advantage niya. And now, as the ones defending, will it be in favor of SBE na meron naman silang breach dito. Pero speaking of the breach, magkakasama sila dito here in A side. Hindi sila nakareact on time to eliminate in that recon ball. So, bahagya sila matatagpuan dito. Magta-try. Susubukan nilang kuhanin dito yung A. Pero, tatlo kasi ang nakaabang sa kanila. Ray. Shoutouts already raining dito kina Wids. Pero they still survive and for a bit. Nandito naman din yung flashpoint. Pero he still survives and in that very corner. So, let's see kung makakakuha nga ba siya dito ng kill. Dahil Papichulo nakikuha na ng isa. Pero, makakahabol pa nga ba sila? Iikot ba ang SBE?
Mukhang time is gold lang. So, kalmado lang. Pero dispenser na pita si Papichulo. Wala nang available for the flank. Pero buti na lang Pro does his work. Underman na kay Vash. Na-reveal ko nasaan sila. Pero no way in for actually getting that. It's all up to Dispenser. He still gets it. 1v2. Makakash ba nito? Biyang palabas. Yes! He gets this! He gets the frenzy! And Team Secret is on a roll! 13-0! Naisulat! Ano yung sabi ni Corix? Malas daw pag ako kasto sa Team Secret? Parang hindi naman! Pinalamang pang manalo, umoti 18-20, 13-10, 13-0. Team Secret is back. Team Secret to Masters. Team Secret to Champions. Team Secret going up against the current seat ng best team in PH. Ang daming surprises sa atin ng Team Secret. Pero mainit. Mainit pa sa hot. Ilang oras yun? 3 oras. Ang kanilang laban mahigit. Pero it's good to see that Team Secret is also back.
Yes, indeed. And that is a statement na Team Secret. Ito na yung bootcamp buff na meron sila ngayon. Lumalaganap na. Guys, pinagod nila yung SBE dito from the first game dito ng series na ito. And the map of split, mainit na yun. Grabe yung naging tug of war nila at grabe din yung naging sagutan nila. Binigyan nila ng magandang highlights nga dito si Ja. Pero ano nangyari? Pinunish lang nila ang bawat kupunan natin dito from SBA. And look at that finisher, Ray 13-0. I think this is really the first time na nakaabot tayo sa ganitong punto na umabot man tayo ng overtime pero walang naging sagot. Yung kabilang team laban sa kanila without any point lead dito sa ating third map, and that is it for this series ng SBE at ng Team Secret.
No words. Every time that it's Team Secret, may mga last time they went up against Oasis, it was 13-0 in split. And right now, meron naman silang record-breaking na 13-0 here in Haven. And even it was heartbreaking na natalo nga sila sa playoffs last time, hindi talaga sila, maraming problems externally. Nagpahinga sila, nagkaroon ng bootcamp, na polish yung mga plays, the 6-man roster, naiikot nila ng maayos sa iba't ibang maps. But I'm happy to see na ito comp nila here in Haven, that Wits is popping off, that there's the trade coming in from Dubstep. Dispenser is back with cutting off yung mga flanks, mga angles kung saan niya makikita yung rotation. And that Frenzy is konti na lang yung bala, yet he was able to dictate the pace. Man, ito ang Team Secret na talagang inaabangan ng mga tao. And what is happening right now, lahat ay impressed sa performance nila. And nakakatuwa na hindi lang SB ang strong, kundi yung mga teams na hindi nakapasok papuntang APAC in just a month or so, ay nandito na muli.
Totoo yan, Ray. Parang nag-set out foot na kaagad dito ang Team Secret na eto na kami muli. You can have all of your eyes on us. 0-13, ang laking pagbabago nito within the changing of the tides, and also giving out our highlights. Balikan natin yung mga certain possibilities na dapat nakakakuha na ng winning rounds dito ang SBE, pero composure is just truly the key. Sobrang dami ng warm na ginawa dito ng TS para makakuha na nga ng ganitong klaseng result in the last game. At nakikita ko din kasi sa mga stats natin na pumapabor ang pick ng Haven for SBE, especially on stage 1. Pero ano nangyari dito? It's just, they were obliterated by Team Secret with Dubstep, KO, with the timings of the blind, 0 points, and even have their decision making at pag-iinit ni Wits bilang isang jet in this Haven map. And now with that being said, sobrang laki ng expectations natin set on foot dito for Team Secret to have so much of a good rounds pa dito sa ating group stages dito sa VCTPH Stage 2.
Really? It was beautiful to see Team Secret like this. Pero ito is the dispenser. Diruin mo, dalawang bala lang. As this is just gonna go down. And really, ang dami surprises. It's just the second day, and this is just like the 4th series overall sa set ng matches na kinakast natin. But then, pagdating sa mga teams right now, nakakabilib yung improvement nila. Hindi lang SB, hindi lang yung mga current na teams na nakaupo at na-invite ang malakas, kundi din yung mga nanggaling sa open qualifiers. The amount of time in just a span of 4 to in just 2 weeks, ganito yung naging powerful na kinalabasan ng kanilang practice. But guys, meron pa tayong susunod na matchup. Syempre, it's between APH together with AE, guys. Ako si Nene, kasama ko si Honey Glaze, and makikita nyo sila ni Terror na mag-cast. Once again, guys, see you after the short break at pupunta tayo ng fan.
To navigate these problems, I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying right back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know I
Welcome back, you guys. You are watching VCTPH Stage 2, where it appears Team Secret is back with a vengeance. And Raph is right, I am having the time of my life. No, okay, really, wait. Our second series, rather, of day 2 goes to a game 3, and we had 8, right? 8 overtimes.
8 overtimes.
Just about a perfect Haven map with an ace for the cherry on top. I'm gonna throw this to G10 first as we jump into our series highlights, because I think Raph needs a little bit of a
not
breather
fair.
after what happened there. But G10, I know you're in disbelief as well.
I am absolutely floored. 8 overtimes on the first map. 8. So it was the closest series that I've ever seen, that I've personally witnessed in my Valorant casting career. It was absolutely insane, so wild, so even, and then we get to map 3 on Haven, where it seems like Team Secret had just figured out every single move that Southfield had ever made. It seemed like they knew what they were going to do before they even did it, and it was like, you know what, we'll just take round after round after round. I thought it's got to stop somewhere, but it didn't stop. 13-0 on the third game. A third map. How does Team Secret do that on their first appearance in VCT Stage 2?
I mean, when we regrouped for the panel, you were just basically reiterating, what did I just see? What did I just see over and over again?
I haven't processed it.
Pretty much everybody's reaction, right? And I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a team so comfortable on Haven. I mean, it was pretty much like clockwork every single round. Raph, congratulations, by the way, on making it through that series. How did that feel?
I don't know. Like, okay, first off, again, big congratulations to Team Secret, because like I've mentioned on the cast, in what universe would SBE get 13-0 so convincing? And apparently it's this one. But Chica, before I dive into anything, I'm so sorry. I was wrong. I was wrong.
We both are wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And there was just no way the ace would have come, right? But it did. And I did mention that stage 1, it was incredibly shaky for both these teams on Haven. But whatever R&D they've done, whatever the support staff has showed to them, it's really come to light. And all these players have really capitalized and maximized on all of that. And I just have to say, I know you guys are very avert to the word but man, Secret is absolutely timeless. No matter what roster they put on the floor, no matter who they field, it seems like the refinement is absolutely there now. We did mention that they have no excuses this stage, and with perfection, well, we should have no reason to doubt anymore.
I don't think so. I don't think there's any doubts coming in. I mean, especially after a 13-0. My goodness. I mean, come on. But we can actually see how Secret themselves feel. I think it's pretty good indeed, because we do have Dubstep joining us for a quick interview on the panel. Let's welcome him onto your screens right now. Dubstep, thank you so much for taking the time. I'm sure you guys are going off to a little celebration afterwards. Congratulations on pretty much one of the most amazing series that we've seen so far. It's your first day of stage 2, by the way. It's your first day. You guys had a lot of doubters after stage 1. You guys had an instant series of overtimes against Southfield Esports, and then just about a perfect map against them in Haven. How is the team feeling after all of this?
I mean, this should be us like months ago. It's like another day at the office, and I feel like, I mean, look at me, I'm not even that happy, but I want everyone to be, like on par of what the standard we should be having here in VCTPH. And I feel like we're back, I guess, but like I said, it's another day at the office.
Look at that. Team Secret just talking like as if they just submitted something late or something.
I can't take this anymore. Hello. So yeah, we are really happy. I don't know if I can keep the bad boy persona, but I tried NT, but yeah. So we did something different right now, and we tried something new. I guess what we was doing were kinda outdated as I should say, because yeah, we've been doing the same thing for like maybe 1 year or 1.5 years. So we tried something new right now, and I think it's really working. I mean, obviously we can see the scoreline is really working, but yeah, I'm really happy that we finally found ourselves, especially on the early stages of the tournament, because we were known also, same as SBE, that we are to start slow on these kinds of tournaments.
But I mean, if that's a slow start for you guys, I can't wait to see what you guys look like for the playoffs. But of course, we have to talk about that overtime. I mean, please let us know what was going on in your heads when you guys got into overtime again and again and again and again.
I mean, going into 8 overtimes on map 1 is really exhausting, but I believe we have the experience that we can just recover from the mental exhaustion we had from the map 1. So as you can see, we had a mental reset for map 2, especially on map 3. So yeah, it's really exhausting, but these are the things that make competing so fun.
Yes, indeed. And I think our casters share the same sentiment, of course, having gone through that journey with you guys.
Yeah.
Now, I love your background, by the way. Of course, I think everybody knows where you are. It's all over social media. So I have to ask, how are you guys loving Secret's new home?
I guess I could say finally we have a boot camp, and it's really nice. Team Secret has been very supportive of what we need and what we are expected to have in this training area. So yeah, I'm really happy that Team Secret are supporting us and giving us the bootcamp that we especially need, especially on VCT Stage 2. So the thing is, it's up to us if we want to use it like to our advantages. So we don't want to disappoint Team Secret and everyone, all of our fans. Thank you for still believing in us, even though we look really shaky last stage.
Dubstep, any additional shout-outs that you'd like to give to wrap up this interview?
I mean, shout outs to all the people who have been supporting us, my team and my family as well, my teammates' family, all of their partners, and also their loved ones. And I'm really happy that people still believes in us, even though we've lost a lot of times. This is actually one of the first time we won on a live stream tournament against SBE. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dubstep. Congratulations once again to Team Secret. And boy, oh boy, are we looking forward to the rest of your games. Man, that bootcamp looks really, really nice, I do have to say. But yeah, it looks like, Team Secret, this is a new chapter for them. This is their chance to actually reclaim that throne and possibly, head on over, fly on over and represent us on the world stage once again, Raph. I mean, have you recovered? Are you okay? Are you okay now? Got a breather?
I'm hearing my name so much. Yes, Mika, I got my prediction wrong. I was wrong. Mika was right.
I think Raph here has still had to has to find his voice or at least we can't hear. There you go.
Okay, no, I was just saying that yes, Mika, I've heard my name many times. Yes, Raph is wrong. I was wrong. Forgive me. You were right. You were absolutely right. That smile on your face is very, very telling. But again, as I mentioned, the Secret Boys, Team Secret themselves, I talked about so many of their problems from stage 1. It seems like they've addressed absolutely everything, and Dubstep is just a little too wholesome to go full villain arc. I would have absolutely loved for him to go full bad boy, but I think Asterai has to give him a few lessons in that, that specific area, because we all know that Asterai is a rule breaker.
That's content right there. I would watch. G10, any final thoughts to wrap up the series other than watching this new content that we have planned?
Yeah, just Asterai teaching pro players how to be bad boys. But anyway, that was, I think, for Team Secret's first match in VCT Stage 2. That's a very big indicator of how they're going to be going. Coming into this entire stage, they just kind of rang the dinner bell, basically, with such a commanding victory in that map 3 against South Build. They just showed everybody that they're not here to play, they're here to compete. They got their heads on straight, and even though Dubstep, very wholesome, just very excited to compete, and he was just excited to beat South Built in a stream tournament for the first time. Below that, behind that like friendly facade, there is just an absolute killer waiting to take down everyone and be at the top of VCT, and that's just kind of Team Secret as a whole. You don't expect them to. You secretly expect them to, but you don't have like super high expectations for them at first. But then, and it looks like this season or this stage, they're going to be bringing the heat from day one, just like we thought South Bolt was doing. But then, that last series had to happen.
Well, like Dubstep himself said, I mean, if this is a slow start, quote unquote, for them, oh, I can't wait to see what is up next. But what is up next for you guys? We have got our final series of the day. We have Alpha Esports versus Action PH coming at you guys after this very quick break.
place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket.
You're watching VCTPH Stage 2, and we're on our final series of the day, Alpha Esports versus Action PH. And breaking down the action with me are G10 and Fluffy. So far, gentlemen, we've got Bren Esports and Team Secret as the big winners for today in some explosive ways as well. Fluffy, how are you liking the matches so far?
Answered.
Yeah, pretty much. I know that Team Secret was a little secretive and we weren't exactly sure what form they would be in today. But after that, I think, G10, there is no doubt about it. There's no more question about it, even though you had no words at that time. He had 2 words. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was muted, but I was saying that just because you
He
guys
literally
couldn't
had
hear
no
it, I
words.
forgot to
I think we all
unmute.
have
I
no words
had
right
no
now.
words. I literally had no words for a while just because I was talking about how impressed I was. Well, not just impressed, but shocked and taken aback by that series between SBE and Team Secret. I absolutely thought SBE was going to give them a really good run for their money in that game 3, but then it just 13-0. Team Secret, man, for their first appearance back, they are incredible. Absolutely.
Pretty intense indeed, and I suggest if you guys didn't catch that series, you can go and catch it another time, maybe after this live ends or something, because ooh, it was a banger. And we also want to thank, of course, all of our sponsors. We want to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. Also, all of our official sponsors, just like Globe at Home, Fiber Strong, Family Strong, with the new G5 Unli 2099 ng Globe at Home, game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. And also, our official hardware partner, Asus ROG. VCT 2022 is brought to you by Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the powerful ROG Strix Scar series, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. No holds barred performance with a crisp QHD 240Hz esports ready display and improved intelligent cooling design with liquid metal. The ROG Strix Scar is the only choice for the best competitive advantage in any esport title. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT2022 for more information about the ROG Strix Scar series. And now we are on to our final series of the day, Alpha Esports and Action PH. This is the first time, G10, I believe, that these teams are going up against each other on the VCT stage, right?
Yep. The very first time we're going to be seeing these two teams that have been absolutely slamming it, in the amateur and semi-pro Valorant PH scene. This is the first time we're going to see them on the big stage on, VCT, and I'm very excited because these two, they may not be, quote unquote, the strongest teams, but they have some real talent in them, some real amazing aimers, some people with some really good mechanical prowess as well. So I do really want to see this game to see, who gets to frag out the most.
I have heard a lot, actually, about these two teams, especially Alpha Esports. Let's take a closer look at this team. Some very familiar faces over there in that roster, and we know these guys have the firepower. But G10, can it translate to success for them here at Stage 2?
Man, I really hope so, because this is looking pretty impressive, at least. Alpha Esports Pro, as I said earlier, they have been absolutely grinding the amateur and semi-pro tournament scene of Valorant here in the Philippines, and they have gotten some pretty impressive results. Qeon Sanity, of course, being the core of this team. Absolute insane player. I want to see quite a few highlights from him, especially in this match, which I think is going to happen. A little bit of a question here is, for me at least, is Jin. He is a new player here for Alpha Esports Pro, and he's actually a foreign, what's it called? A transplant?
A what?
An
import? Sorry,
an import. Sorry, there it is.
import.
I was import. Yeah, I was looking for the word import. It was on the tip of my tongue, and I was like, implant.
No. I was like, oh, what?
I don't know, but yeah, he
It's
is
okay.
an import. He's
We're-
not native Filipino, so he's gonna be. There's a little bit of a language barrier thing. that they
We're
have to
all
deal
still a
with.
little stunned. I know from that previous series, so things are kind of jumbled up. But in talking about Alpha Esports, Fluffy, we have to talk about Qeon Sanity, him being one of the aces of this team, but there is another. And this could be, as G10 mentioned, Jin.
Right. So with the new lineup that this team is bringing to this tournament, Qeon Sanity, of course, that core that everyone's been talking about, always a solid player, especially if he can make moves for his team. Normally, it ends up with his team winning the round, if not the map. But with the addition of Jin, a player from Big Bam, who is like as G10 mentioned, an import, he brings that secondary firepower and might be the new dynamic duo for this team to propel them forward. And speaking of, the reason why that he got in is because not necessarily import, more like a transplant. We have a Batman who's on the opposing side this time. Normally, he was last seen in the in the Alpha Esports Pro roster, but now that he's playing for APH, I wonder if that's going to be a key factor for them for this series, because obviously as a former teammate, you know some of the habits, some of the little callouts, because changing one player doesn't necessarily mean that the strategy overall is different. So it might be a lot of insight for them.
Well, hopefully they are insightful indeed, because they will be up against Action PH, another team that can pack quite a punch. Let's take a closer look at Action PH. So Action PH may not have had the victory yesterday, but Fluffy, the question is, can they change that as they face off against Alpha Esports Pro?
For sure. I mean, all teams obviously aim to improve, and that's not just something you do bringing into the tournament, but it's also something you strive to do while you're in it. So yes, unfortunately for them, their momentum was cut short. It's not the best opening match that you'd want yesterday, but coming into today, it is a new day, and they have every opportunity to show it, especially now that we've seen the flashes of brilliance that a team like that can present, even though the score did not necessarily reflect it. They have those Batman clutches, holding those off angles, getting those picks on the Haven map from yesterday, and I'm sure that the team has more in the bag for today.
Yeah, and G10, knowing the kind of players that are on Alpha Esports and knowing what we saw from Action PH yesterday, what do you think Action PH has to watch out for in this series? What do they kind of have to rework facing this new opponent?
All right, so what they really have to watch out for with Alpha Esports right now, as I see it, is they need to watch out for Qeon Sanity being a little too big for his britches. They have to basically challenge him whenever he tries to go for an ego peak. And, half the time that might do so well, it might not turn out the way you expect it, but if you do it enough times, Qeon's gonna stop, ego peeking that. You're gonna have a little bit more control of an angle. But definitely, it's still a very star power oriented team, Action Esports Pro. So if you do take out the star or the 2 stars that they have right now, which is Qeon and Jin, things are going to be a lot more winnable for Action PH. So I think that's really what they have to be looking out for, trying to hyper target, the jet that Qeon Sanity is probably going to be playing.
It's going to be really interesting indeed to see if they can, catch that early on, if they can catch Qeon Sanity early on. Yes, he is related, by the way, to VIL. In case you guys were wondering, I think we've confirmed that already. Let's head into our map vetoes right now and see, gentlemen, what you guys think about how the series might play out. Are we getting another Game 3 as we check out the map vetoes? Which team do you guys think will come out on top? And, which team do you think has the has a great advantage coming into this series? Let's bring it up. We have Bind, we have Haven, and we have Split. G10, any thoughts on this?
Still no Ascents in if I'm not mistaken. Oh wait, no, we've had one Ascent yesterday, I think. But no Ascents here.
Not today, though.
Not today, yeah. So still no Ascents. Bind, Haven, and Split for some very, very decent maps. We just saw an excellent Bind game in our last match, as well as that insane, absolutely mind-boggling Haven by Team Secret. So I'm definitely not expecting the same things to happen here. But, these are some maps that I think will exemplify the playstyles of Action PH and Alpha Esports Pro.
Yeah, I really think it's a great pick for APH, picking that Bind. It's one of the stronger maps overall. So going to that map, start of the series, you only need 2 out of 3 to win. Going in very confident with something that you've practiced and is really good. But on the Haven side of things, unfortunately, we saw yesterday that APH didn't do the best on Haven, although they had a very good shot at winning that game. Today, they have to bring their A game because that is the pick for Alpha Esports.
I'm just gonna interrupt this a little bit and just give you a little commercial break by saying, production loves me when I'm the tallest person on the panel, and I'm next to Fluffy and G10. I just want to point
that's
that
true.
out. I just want to point that out. True. I'm now the
Fluffy
tallest person. That's very, very rare for me. So I just thought
you're much taller now. So well done, congratulations, Mika,
yes.
The Overlord.
Hooray, hooray. But gentlemen, now I need to ask you for your predictions. Which way do you think this is going to go? Are we going to get a win from Alpha Esports, or is Action PH finally getting that victory? Fluffy, we'll start with you.
I think that on the side of APH, they're probably very hungry to get that W. It's like we said, the new format allows them to play against every team, and this is their only shot that they're going to get against Alpha Esports, being that the first map is one of their stronger maps. I feel like that confidence has to be surging. And of course, after yesterday, even though they lost the Haven game, I'm sure that after that fact, or because of it actually, they would be reviewing and bolstering up wherever they think the holes are in that Haven gameplay. So I think the first 2 maps are something that they can confidently say that we're going to be okay in. The question for me is, can they be able to stop the Qeon Sanity and Jin duo, shut them down? Because generally speaking, Alpha Esports playstyle is the type that when they get the ball rolling, they can really roll over the team. So the job is to stop them, and if that can happen, then they can take the series, in my opinion. So my pick, I think, would be Action PH.
G10, agree? Disagree?
Okay, for this one, thing is, I've had 0 correct predictions so far. Absolutely nothing. So right now I'm going to be betting against Fluffy. We're going to be going with Alpha Esports Pro. I don't think they're going to be able to shut down Qeon Sanity and Jin. I think if one of them goes down, the other will pick up quite some slack. And I'm betting against the fact that I don't think that Action PH is going to be able to play against those specific 2 and form a plan against them every round. So there it is. I'm going to go against my fellow panelists here. We're going to be going with AE.
Well, let's see which one of these 2 gentlemen will be correct. Will it be Action PH or will it be Alpha Esports Pro? Casters, over to you guys.
Isang nakakapangtindig balahibo ang napanood natin kanina sa series number 2. Pero let's take the chance to have and welcome in back Alpha Esports Pro dito sa VCTPH. Taylor, nakita natin sila last year pa sa VCT Stage 3 kung saan natalo nila ang SBE. But this is again Honey Glaze with the double kasama ko ngayon si Taylor, your casters for this last series.
Nandito na nga tayo sa huling series para sa araw na ito. Napakainit ang matches natin kanina, no? Kung hindi nyo napanood at hindi nyo nasubaybayan, Team Secret just 13-0'd SBE from that previous match para lang i-close off yung third series natin. Pero para sa araw na ito na nga yung huli. At Honey Glaze, ito ang tunay na talpakan. Kanina pa to sa comment section eh. So feeling ko dito na yung tunay na labanan eh. Dito magkakaalaman kung sino ba talaga sa dalawang teams na to yung mas malakas.
Para silang nag-warm up na sa comment section na pinapainit nila yung lahat ng mga nanonood. Ngayon na mainit na at parang napakuluan na itong mga taong ito sa viewers natin. Ngayon, we're finally heading into our game kung saan ito nga ang series na kaabang-abang dahil nga nagkaroon na shaky start dito ang Action PH. Pero will they be able to come back stronger or magugulat sila sa mga plays dito ng APH?
When we look at it,
when we look at it, nakita natin kasi yung mga playstyle na pinanood natin from APH that they were able to have their momentum, yes, pero hindi nila kayang tuldukan pa yung mga plays natin dahil nga sa mga pagkakataon na Oasis Gaming, they know how to prevent that from happening, na maibaligtad nila yung mga momentum, maibaligtad nila yung mga possibilities na magkaroon din ng momentum dito si Georgie. Pero Georgie, this time, he needs to step up para magkaroon pa ng slot dito, ng spot, ang Action PH, umarangkada sa ating stage 2.
Lalo na itong dalawang players yung mas mainit dito kaysa sa mismong talagang matchup ng dalawang teams na meron tayo. But going here sa ating unang map nga, it is gonna be bind on the attacker side. Mangunguna nga dito ang Action PH at para naman sa kabila na defenders syempre ang AE. Naglalaki na nga sila dito ng kanilang mga agent na. And so far for APH, they got the chamber and finally pulling out the fade.
Nakakapagkabagabag ang mga magaganap dito, especially the fact that we have here two agents na mai-welcome natin ngayon. Yan, Sanity holding on to that Neon, tapos si Oreo kaagad ang gagamit nitong Fade. This is a good one, lalo na't pwede nila ma-counter out kaagad dito ang Neon pagdating lang sa Prowler, pagdating lang sa mga hunt lineups dito ng kabilang team. So with that being said, will this be a game changer? A different storyline for Action PH to secure in every amount of lead that they need dahil kailangan nila ito, kailangan nila ng pangputol, kailangan nila ng magandang panimula laban dito sa AE or magkakaroon dito ng slam, nagkakaroon dito ng line slide, all in favor of Alpha Esports Pro.
Now, we are also seeing a Neon pick pagdating sa map na to, no? So I'm quite expecting para sa side ng may Neon, and if I'm not mistaken, AE yung meron niya. They might go for a fast take, lalo na meron pa silang kasamang raise dito. And we all know the satchel in play, sanay na tayo dyan. But once you put in a Neon, lalong nagiging fast pace yung ganap pagdating sa mga teams na meron tayo. Here on Bind, it's a pretty small map na pwede ka makapag-rotate, obviously with the help of the TP as well. So marami silang factors na pwedeng gamitin dito. Actually more artistic kung ano yung gagawin nilang sistema pagdating sa mapa na to, no? But it all boils down on how it will play out, lalo na may hawak siyang Fade kasi kaya rin nilang maging aggressive na meron din silang kasamang Sky. But we are now here on number 1. Naman sila dito ng kanilang mga orb. Pero may kaunting push na nagagaling sa AE as well. And the slow trademark from the chamber, they detected some people already. The push, Honey Glaze.
Imagine yung fact na pwede sana sila makapasok na kagad dito in A side. And they are already in A side. Pero na-hold into a spot ang Action PH all the way from the back. Tingnan natin magkakatagpuan ba sila. Ito yung gusto ko makita from AE na aggressive talaga sila dahil kaya nila ngayon na makakakuha sila ng info mula sa the doctor. We have here the fadings, we have here Ching goes in for those kills. APH dito nakakuha ng 3 and it's all up to one remaining member. RU goes in for Georgie pero hindi pa rin ito magiging sapat pa dahil nakakuha ng ganti dito si RU. That is the pistol round given to us by APH.
Cleaning it up, parang clean up crew lang. 1-0 na nga ang score natin. At si Ching, si Ching pag nanalo to dito sa match na to, balita ko manlilibre daw siya ng Starbucks. Papakape, mahilig magpakape yan si Ching, lalo na yung mga madaling araw, gano'n, nag-grab delivery. Tsaka may nagsasabi na nga dito sa comment section, mukhang masarap daw lagi ang ulam sa AE. Kasi sigla mga players natin But going back here sa ating match na makakabili sila obviously ng kanilang mga Spectre. Meron ding halo na dito na magmumula naman kay Eman. But this is another opportunity as Ching was able to shut down one player already. Andito na yung guiding light and nakita pa nga ni Chris M ang ating isang player dito na nagmumula sa APH. Just with a shorty para sa kanya and Ching yet another pick off para sa kanya and this is now the doctor killing one more down. 3v2 situation, the spike has been planted.
Sino kung anong magiging sagot dito ni RUU pero mukhang hindi na siya kaagad makakasagot pa. Pinatikom kaagad ang bibig niya but still we have here the doctor almost mapping out that shot pero that is a good one for Qeon Sanity to secure in this equalizer round. Isipin mo na ang dami ditong naganap here inside pero flank lang din pala ang magwawagi dito. All in favor of Qeon Sanity here. That is a good one. Lalo na it was a buy round pa for APH laban dito sa AE to try and secure in their second round advantage. So now, ang AE Taylor mukhang makakakuha pa sila na magandang eco lead laban sa APH.
Kaya no? Alam nyo guys, di lang si Ching tsaka si magkakalaban dito sa comment section. Meron din yung mga dito si Abatman, match lang. Andito rin si sa kabila naman. Sa bandang, sa blue side, mga ganun. Parang boxingan yung ganap dito sa Valorant ngayon. Pero, ito na nga, for the third round, that anti-eco definitely worked out on the side of AE and now APH as well. 1-1 score. Pasok sila sa site. The wall has been put up as well. Pero wala pang plant ng spike na pa-plant completely. Si Jin, umiikot lang din, sine-check kung ng showers as well. But this is still a 5v5. It's still anyone's game at this point.
Sa dami ng mga echoes na lilatag nila dito, makakakuha pa rin sila ng opening dito. RUU biglang naragasa dito using the Spectre. Qeon Sanity makakakuha ng gante. We have your RUU going down for the count in the hands of Georgie. Pero with that lineup, no time intended for other team. Pero para dito kina Qeon Sanity to try and defuse in the spike. Palit-palitan lang sila na momentum dito, Taylor. Pero let's see here kung ano pang gagawin nila dahil no time intended for Qeon Sanity to defuse and battle it out laban sa APH. So unfortunately, may isisave nga na dito yung Vandal niya pero yung round na ito ay mapupunta pa for APH and free upgrades pa. They have 2 Vandals rifles para sa APH.
Quite an expensive round. Gaya nga ng sinasabi natin para sa APH, they have the ultimate as well from the chamber. Pero makikita mo medyo yung pag-take ng mga more of a reactive gameplay so far for the players. Kung ano nga ba, nagpapakiramdaman pa rin sila. Heading to this next round, which is round 4, makikita natin there's certain upgrades gaya na sabi mo ni Glaze and also they still have that 2 Bulldog. Mukhang magiging sila dito. Sobrang ipupush na nila to. Qeon Sanity was able to take 1 pero ang kapalit niyan ay 2 patay. That is a 2-to-1 trade. Was it worth it? Probably is. But at the other hand, para sa side ng APH, kompleto sila sa AE, kailangan nila mag-push dito para makakuha sila ng pick. Kaya nila ginawa yun. But this shorty para collect or rather connect mula kay Chris M. Kailan si Chris M? Down. Kung may Chris B, merong Chris M. Chris Brown.
Free upgrade din sa kanya, no? Isang hit lang ng shorty niya dito. It was enough to gather himself a free Bulldog. Pero tingnan natin ngayon kung makakakuha ba sila ng retake. Especially na nat-detect na sila dito ng Fade. It's a 3v2. Unfortunately, may makakagat na muli. Batman pa dito makakakuha kay Chris. Ching na lang dito ang natitira with the 34 pero mukhang hindi niya na to mamamake out pa with the wide swing of the Batman. He clears it out with the 3-2-1. Laban sa AE. Unfortunately, may buy round pa rin naman dito ang AE pero still, this is half an armor. So, ang laking risk nito. Pero will it be worth it? Lalo na't kanina, naging reckless sila sa push na ito. With that highlight, with that replay, 2K ang nakuha nung Fade.
Sakto talaga sa mukha ni the doctor doon, no? But on the other hand, gaya na nga nang na-mention ko kanina, they were on an eco. Si Qeon Sanity lang yung nakapag-save nung Vandal niya kanina. And they have to play it right. So, kailangan nilang mag-advance ng kaunti doon with the help of a teammate as well para kung sakali makaroon sila ng trade-off. Nakakuha naman sila ng isang kill kahit paano. So, nakapitalize nila yung Vandal na yun, 1 kill. But still, around APH got it away from them, and this is yet another new round para sa lahat ng players natin. Georgie, naghahanap siya dito ng pwedeng mapatay kung sakasakali man. But the Sova drone already detected one. That is Eman. Nandito na rin yung Prowler ng isang RU. May kasama pang Trailblazer. Grabe naman.
Mga parehas na tumatol. Naghahanap na makakagat. So, with that being said, mukhang ang magiging decision made na lang dito for the side of APH. So, huwag na lang natin ituloy dito yung bilong, kundi magragasa na lang tayo here in A. They know for a fact na ang hirap in contest dito nila Qeon Sanity. There's also the so-called with those shoutouts. Kaya naman ngayon, hindi na sila mag-aanalangan pang diretsuhin na ang A side. Hindi na makaka-TP away dito si Ching. There's the doctor finishing him out. Nandito naman din yung pang-secure nila here all the way from bats, and they will be able to plant in the spike with all of the smokes. Kahit saan na lang dito bumabaril for the free fire. Kaya naman ngayon, jump-hated lang ang AE. Magti-TP away na lang dito agad ang APH. Batman na huli pero unfortunately, he won't be able to get in those frags na magro-rotate sana from AE. So now, what are they going to do now with a retake na possibly pang pwedeng manalo dito sa side ng Alpha Esports?
Kung nakat ni Batman yung rotations dito ng AE, laki sana ang opportunity for that opening, no? Kaso nabawasan agad sila ng isa and no trade-offs at nangyari doon because siya na lang natitira. But Georgie, your day, Emo na rin as well with the concuss. Pinabagsak siya ni Jin dito. 2v1 situation and Georgie will spot the last remaining player, making this into a 4-1 score line. At para naman dito sa mga players ng APH, last time na nagkatapat tong dalawang team natin, kung di ko napansin kung na-mention ko, APH the 2 times that they played together sa isang best of 3, 2-0 sila ng APH. Last remaining best of 5, nag-3 naging score nila. And looking back, of course, with the statistics and everything else, pagdating sa past history nila here in VCT, clearly on the same thing or tier itong dalawang teams.
Tapos magkakatapatan pa sila dito in our group stages. So mainit-init yung mga naging results from the previous ones. Pero will it be a different story this time? Dahil Batman dito, nakaisa na kaagad against Jin. Si Georgie naman dito ang bahala all the way from A main. He won't be spotting in anyone besides that chamber all the way from backside. Pero bahala na lang din dito ang APH to get in those pick-offs all the way from B. Pero with that being said, Jing agad ang nakakuha ng kill with just the headhunter, but with the seekers, this is a good opportunity. Pero hindi na naman siya naka-TP. Ang Batman dito makakapag-rest, but unfortunately kay Georgie, naabangan siya dito with the orbital strike. They can plant in the spike. 2 members remaining na lang dito for AE at mangdediretso na lang dito sila RU. There's also Qeon Sanity with the ultimate. There's the recon. Nandito yung mga balls, pero ang dami rin kung kakagat sa kanya. Qeon Sanity gets it. Cancels out the third kill and the doctor ang makakapag-finish dito. Walang nangyari sa pang-zit-zit niya, hindi nakakuha ng clutch, but secured naman ang following rounds natin dito for APH.
At least namatay siyang lumalaban. Mahirap yung hindi niya nagamit yung ultimate niya. At paano nakakuha siya ng 2 kills doon, no? Making some damage on the economy side. Ganun talaga, Niglis pampalakas yung mga sound effects na ganyan. Tingnan mo, naka 2 kills siya agad-agad dahil sa akin, guys. Pero nasa with the last 2 remaining kills just to clean things up as of the team. Looking at the economy on the side of AE, makakabili naman sila on this specific round. Sumakto yung flash na yan. And Qeon Sanity, hindi pa rin siya tapos dito. The concuss comes in, the one came in, and Jin was ready to take on the action as well. Talagang inubos nila eh, no? Talagang hindi nila pinaligtas yung nag-iisang player doon na nasa labas ng bats. Now, 1 player remains, and that is...
Mainit si Qeon Sanity at si Jin dito with that alley-oop play. Imagine, nag-slide dito si Qeon Sanity para makuha niya yung attention dito ni Eman FPS. Pero ano nangyari? It was a follow-up, good enough for Jin. 8-1-9 para ma-secure yung pick-off na yon. So this might be a starting point na for Alpha Esports Pro na maipagpatuloy itong naipanalong round na ito. They have enough economy pero mas mananaig yung economic advantage pa rin dito ng APH. They can still win out or even lose out a round na may isa pa silang round na pwede mabilhan ng mga rifles and full-on armors and utility, pero hindi sila pwede makampante dahil once ako magbuo dito ng momentum, sina Qeon Sanity and even Jin, speaking of Qeon Sanity, he was able to diminish out Georgie immediately out of the map.
Orbital strike coming in. Mukhang na mga players dito ng APH. Talagang nagiging masyadong aggressive yung players dito ng AE. Minsan nagpe-pay off pero minsan hindi rin. So there is a wall coming in from the Sage na kailangan nilang basagin agad-agad kung ayaw nila ma-stuck dito. Obviously, there is that Hunter's Fury as well. It connects to 1 player but this showstopper will definitely be stopped. Tumakbo na nga dito si Qeon Sanity but he spots the player but a Batman was able to secure that. A Batman versus Qeon Sanity. Naku po! But a 1v2 remains. Ito na nga si Emma na lang ang natitira. 2 guiding light pa. Pakukuha lang ng info. Pero walang tao sa lamps. Kaya kailangan niyang hanapin to. Nasa kanya yung spike. Kaya niya pang ma-plant. Pero nga lang kailangan niya makakuha ng Chrism. Getting the final. And this is the 3-5 scoreline. Feeling ko, Honey Glaze, pag ilang rounds hahabol tong AE.
Yun na nga din ang nangyayari talaga, Taylor, no? Paulit-ulit na rin ang nangyayari na pag nabigyan ng momentum dito si Qeon Sanity, he will continue in immobilizing here the members from APH, and this is a good lead. Lalo na't ngayon, medyo magiging komplikado na kung paano nila gagamitin yung mga utilities nila dahil sa magiging alley-oop plays na naman dito nila Qeon Sanity and even have here Jin. They're playing in hookah this time, so let's see and hope for the best to come dahil ang magpe-play na lang dito going into B is 3 of the following members of APH, pero mukhang B long ang mas gugustuhin nilang i-push bukod dito sa hookah na alam nilang masikip yung mga utilities sa pwedeng ibato dito ng mga bolts and even have the paint shells here of Qeon Sanity.
Ito napakanipis pero Eman was able to secure the kill. Ito na ang Qeon Sanity combination. Kaya ba nilang pigilan yung mga tao na nasa bilong? There's 1 down on the 3rd kill. Inubos na nga nila pero Aryu was ready to take on the action and secure 2 kills that he needs to open up the site. Ang problema nga lang, masyadong madaming casualties. Nag-iisa na lang siya. Dito yung secures that final kill and cruises to secure the round for the rest of AE. Ito ang problema ngayon ng APH. Yung pagiging aggressive na laging nagpipay off na so far.
Katulad ng mga nangyari dito, even though na nag-line up sila for RU, hindi pa rin natin maikakaila na maganda yung round na ito for AP or AEP. So this is a good one, especially na gusto nila yung ganitong klaseng momentum na pumapabor yung mga aggressive picks dito kina Jin and even have your Qeon Sanity. So it's enough lead for them na ma-immobilize sila dito ang APH. So now, their decisions is a site naman ang gusto nilang i-push in. There goes the Mollies para madali sila further. Si Beacon, but unfortunately, they're hold off. But the ultimate here from Fade is going to secure in every position na ginocommit dito ng ating defending team. Orbital Strike para ma-defend, para mapigilan sila makapag-plant in the spike. Even though ang dami nilang dito, we have our Ching to eliminate in Emma. So 2 members are already down. They have already broken out the wall and they have pinned down a Batman from that certain point of the site. Mukhang yung wall pa dito ng Neon ang magiging favorable moment for him to get away, but unfortunately lumapit sila dito sa crosshair ng Qeon Sanity. Goes in for 2K. At naku po talaga, 5-5 na kagad ang habol dito ng AE.
Grabe yung Qeon Jin connection eh. Hindi yung mga pigilan. And just like that, tayo na yung score natin. And it's already a 5-5. And looking at this replay, naabutan nung orbital strike yung Brimstone as well. And obviously, forced out yung mga nasa A short. Ang kaso nga lang, ang ganda ng spray transfer na nangyari din dito from Qeon Sanity. And just the angle that he was covering, perfect din naman. Dahil nga rin, meron siyang kasama is yung Sova natin, si Ryu. But on the other hand, new round, new day, new life. Hindi nga lang nakatingin. Alam nyo naman na umabante lagi si Qeon Sanity dito sa Long B. That is an easy 2K from Qeon Sanity and they just go back. Ganun lang. Hit and run.
Nakakapanibak si Taylor eh. Sova, bigla yung kasama dito ni Qeon. Most likely kasi ang nangyayari dito is si Jin, yung nakakasama niya. Kabady-bady niya kumuha ng trade-off. So, hindi nila in-expect dito na makakapag-push pa si Qeon Sanity. So, we're finally down to 2 remaining members from APAH. 3 naman dito from AE. Jin dito, talagang hindi niya ibibigay yung Gordon at hindi nakaabang dito si Eman. Pero Eman still gets in the kill. He's very low on HP, pero may heal naman siya dito ni Batman. Now, 2v2 scenario. Magkahiwalay dito yung defending team. Isa sila ng sides. So, mas favorable siguro kung umabante na kaagad sila dito here in A since they still have time.
Dami pang oras, 39 seconds remaining. They have the spike as well. In a 2v2 situation, kumbaga 50% chance of success ang meron sila dito dahil ang nasa B for the side of AE, just covering the side in case. And kung sakasakali man, ang kailangan nilang unahin dito is obviously si Chrism. And they probably have the wall. They still have the wall from a Batman. They can close counters or close off yung ibang mga spots dito, especially on A side. And this is just a default plant coming in from APH right now. More than enough time to plant the actual spike. Ang hindi nila alam is Chrism is already waiting here. Ayun na nga, nalaman na nila dahil lang dun. 3-5.
Ang ganda ng ginawa dito ni Eman FPS. Since hindi siya sure na may na-blind siya dito here in Lams, he was able to jiggle him out. Eman FPS gets in 1, pero with the double pick, he gets in 3. And now, with that being said, that is a lead for APH Bomb in this series and this half. Pero they can potentially have a 6-6 scoreline. Wag lang talagang maunahan sila ni Qeon Sanity dito na magiging agresibo pa doon sa magiging aggressive push sila. Dahil sila naman ang magkasama dito here in A-site with that Sova. But now, with that replay, itong mga naganap kung saan pumabor dito kay Eman, yung mga subtle push, sayang lang din for Kisem na hindi siya sumabay doon sa double pick na yun na pwede niyang gawin with Ching agad. So now, this is a lead, a punish ng APH laban sa Alpha Esports.
Pre-fire lang pagdating sa Ecoms. Walang matatamaan do para sa kabilang side ng team. Georgie, he's just waiting kung meron pick-off dito pero tumatanggap siya ng damage para dun sa pre-fires na nilalabas naman ng AE. On the other hand, ang magandang ginagawa dito, syempre ng Alpha Esports, is sometimes they go aggressive and sometimes they don't. So, ang nangyayari is sing around with the thoughts of the other players from APH as well. Na sure kung mag-push ba antayin natin yung aggressive ng ibang mga players. And that just drains time basically for the rest of the team of APH.
Sayang lang din yung prowler dito ni Faye, ni RU. Won't be connecting into anyone. But now, let's see now here if what is the possibilities here for APH to come here in A-site. Lalo na't ang dami pang mga utilities dito. Pag nakarinig ng katiting na sound cue dito si Jin, at ito na nga, he will be using in that showstopper. Pero ito na yung ilang beses na makikita natin. Hindi na naman makakapatay ang showstopper. Jin will be securing in that kill, will be compromising in the spike. Qeon Sanity, makikipag-sap in ng laban dito sa mga kupunan natin from APH. And with that wall, they will have already compromised in the spike. Georgie gets in. Qeon Sanity with the flick of his fist. Pero na dito naman yung trade-off ni Ching agad. That is our 6-6 scoreline. Sayang yung round na ito na pwede sana may panalo yun ng APH.
Ganda sana ng opportunity nila doon. But on the other hand, masyadong naipit na yung Chamber League. Jin, though, this double kill, or rather this kill that he got, at least stop one of the players na pumush from the side of AP. Pero on the other hand, si Qeon Sanity talaga ang isa sa mga tumatrabaho dito pagdating sa AE. dahil dun sa kulit na dinadala niya sa team, naguguluhan din yung ibang mga players ng APH. Kaya naman, para sa side ni Qeon Sanity, lalo na kung tutulungan siya ni Jin dito, talagang masakit yung duo nila kasi parehas pwedeng lumikot eh.
Totoo yan. Talagang hindi mo malalaman tuloy kung sino yung uunahin mo dahil para sila fast entry. Uunahin mo ba yung lumulundag or uunahin mo ba yung nagsislide na nanakbo lang to get your attention? So, with that, sobrang ganda ng mga possibilities dito for AE. Yung pang-diverse nila ng mga plays dito, laban kina Georgie, as well as RU. Pero syempre, wag nating ikaila na mahirap din naman pasukin dito ang kabilang team, which is APH, that they have here the doctor with those smokes, samahan pa natin ng mga blinds or rather ng mga hunt and the prowler skills here by RU. Pero they need to make sure na on point yung gamit na lang ng utilities. Lalo na nandito tayo sa halftime pause na paano ba natin pipigilan yung pagpupush, yung pagiging aggressive ni Qeon Sanity. Kung ma-aggressive siya bilang defending, kanina in our first half, dito natin mas gugustuhin makita yung ganong klaseng dynamic duo within Jin and even Harry Qeon Sanity here in any side of the map na gusto nilang i-plant at i-commit in yung side.
Dito ka ngayon kumulit. Qeon Sanity, yan ang sabi ngayon ng players ng APH. But on the other hand, despite that kills that Qeon Sanity has, yung mga explosive gameplays na niya, yung mga players ng team ng APH, it's still a tie for the rest of the players here. 6-6 pa rin yung score natin dito at hindi pa rin nagkakalayo. And gaya nga ng sabi mo, ni Glaze, if Qeon Sanity is able to take that aggression towards this, lalo na attackers na sila, it can definitely be a shocker for APH. Ang problema nga nila dito, o yung tanong na lang natin, is magugulat ka ba yung APH sa style nila? It seems like it's gonna be a shower push. They get that info with obviously with the rendezvous from that chamber. At aantayin na lang nila lumabas yung mga players na natitira dito. With the help of the Sova Drone, baka sakaling merong mas pataan. That is only one player that trademark detects the people already on showers pero hindi pa rin totally nakakapasok talaga. Georgie securing that kill will open up the site right now. Jin with a double, napakabilis lang. Guiding Light will definitely connect. Tamang talon lang para kay Jin and he still survives with the help of Qeon Sanity.
Pero wala sa kanila dito yung spike, hindi sila makapag-plant to V2 at the very moment. RU will be using in that prowler, pero nick at the timing lang din. Jin gets in 3. It's all up to the doctor. He knows for a fact where they are with those sound cues na mga yapak nila, pero he wants to go in B side. Dahil parang nakukutuban niya dito na magpe-play in B na lang dito ang AE. Pero AE dito has a different story and line. Gugustuhin nilang mag-push na lang dito in showers. Kaya naman nagkasalisihan sila. Taylor.
Okay lang. Tanggap ka naman eh.
Trinay ko po to.
Sige lang.
I dropped the spike.
3 rounds din. 3 series din kasi.
Salamat.
OT pa yung isa.
Okay.
Almost mag-20 pa. Pero ito na magpa-plant in sila. Magpa-plant in na dito. They still have your Jin and Sanity. But still, the doctor, wala siyang ka-idea na nakapag-plant in na pala sila and they can still have it, the time and everything on their hands, everything in all their favor. Dahil the doctor dito, wala siyang ibang utility na mapanghahawakan, kundi yung frenzy niya lang.
Need the doctor. And now the doctor is in on A side at naghahanap siya ng pwedeng mapatay dito. Push it on, the double kick is there from AE. It was inevitable. Talagang mamatay din kung hindi talaga mag-transfer. On the other, here's advantage for the side of AE. Now that they got that pistol round, syempre meron silang advantage towards this specific round as well. They chose to buy a Marshall na pwede nilang gamitin ng mabilis na pick-offs lang. On the other hand, gaya na nga sinasabi natin, importante na makuha ng isang team ang isang pistol round for the second half dahil ito nga yung magsiset ng momentum na meron tayo. On the other hand, dito na nga tayo with the buys coming in from AE. What are they gonna do? Mukhang nagsasalit-salitan lang Honey Glaze eh. May bilis, meron ding mabagal.
Para hindi sila masanay na ito pala talaga yung gusto nilang effort. Pero Georgie just wants up with the headhunter laban dito kay Chris. Hindi siya nakareact kahit segundang nakatingin, nakapag-pick dito si Georgie. So, no controllers. And this is a problem for AE kung paano nila i-control pa yung vision dito ng kabilang team. APH, they can still win out their eco round, pero they need to be sure to have that consistency na hindi sila pwedeng makampante dito dahil again, this is Qeon Sanity, this is also Jin, na yung mga duo combos sila dito, they have to secure in those pushes na gusto nilang i-secure dahil they have yung specters, pero they need to be sure na ano ba yung magiging angles na i-secure nila. But look at that follow-up ni Ryu Ryu. That is one member down. Then, for the other side, Jing agad with the use of Marshall gets in one. Pero look at Qeon Sanity!
Nagalit!
Dinerecho, in-slide niya lang.
Sinabayan pa siya ni Jin. Jin Sanity. Ang nangyari dito, the duo is definitely making headaches mula dito sa side ng APH. And also, Georgie, on the other hand, is just on point with the shots that he's taking right now. And ito nga yung sinasabi ko, kayang gulatin ngayon, Sanity, itong mga players ng APH. Talagang mahihirapan sila kasi nga kanina from the start, we were seeing a reactive gameplay style kung saan pasok sila and let's see kung ano yung mangyayari and labanan kumbaga ng target practice kumbaga yung labanan kanina, but this time around it's all up to kung paano nga ba nila iti-take yung mga site. And looking at it, Qeon Sanity is just pushing and pushing. Press W kung kas diretso lang.
Kaso lang ready dito si Georgie. Parang hindi nila nabigay yung info na Georgie pala ang nag-aabang dito. With those walls kasi they were unable with the vision. They have the smokes, yes, pero Prowler dito will be trying to get in an advantage. Pero that is a diversion of attention para sila the Doctor dito makakakuha ng kill. Qeon Sanity zapping them out. 2K for this guy but was cancelled out. Nandito naman si Nadine para ako na bahala dito for the trade-off, but unfortunately hindi pa rin pala ito magiging enough with the Vandals at hand ng APH. Isang round na lang ang kailangan nilang abulin laban sa Alpha Esports.
Alpha Esports, APH, halos na ng mga pangalan. Ito mga teams natin dito sa VCT. Pero syempre, with this matchup din naman kasi, kung maga parang 50-50 mga nagaganap ngayon. Lalo na kung hindi kakayanin nila yung duo na pinapakita dito ni Jin tsaka ni Qeon. Mahirapan at mahirapan talaga sila. Isa to sa mga kailangan nilang i-shutdown. But other than that, on a defensive standpoint, meron naman silang Fade that could definitely use up yung mga utilities kagaya nito. Kasi anong tagal ng mark niyan kapag nahuli mo parang yung hunt.
Yun nga eh. Ang problema pa dito, hindi pa sila nakapag-react on time to eliminate in that hunt. So now, with that info given, pwede tuloy dito makakuha pa ng decision si Ryu kung kailangan niya bang dumis-engage, kailangan niya bang mag-hold into hookah, kailangan niya bang mag-push in para makakuha ng kill. Dahil sa nagbabadyang push na ito all the way from our minimap, this can be all in favor of AE. So with that being said, magkakasagutan naman sila dito with utilities. There is Georgie with the backup ng Tour de Force. So this is a goal signal. This is another reason kung bakit kailangan pong umexit na ngayon ng AE from that casualty. Pero ngayon, nag-aabang na, timing lang din si Qeon Sanity dito. The Doctor was quickly traded out by Crystal though. Pero Georgie is just too hot in this round. Together with the Batman para ma-secure nila ang 8-8, equalizing in this half.
Ready ka na sa susunod mong mga overtime, Honey Glaze?
Mukhang,
eto na yun.
Okay naman.
mukhang ito na ata. Talagang meron kang good morning at welcome to VCTPH ang magaganap dito. It's still a tie right now for the players and for the teams that we have right here. Tandaan nyo guys, game na palang to may bigyan. And ito na ang huling series natin para sa araw na ito. Pero syempre, may mga ibang araw pa eh. Ilang second day pa lang at first day pa lang natin. And obviously, itong mga natin gustong-gusto na maglaban-laban. On the other hand, going back to the game, we are seeing the chamber getting that info tapos aatras lang muli. They're being careful now dahil papalapit na tayo sa dulo ng matchup na ito with the Neon pulling up the wall. Maaaring pumasok na sila pero ang daming nasa long B. This is the battle para tayong nagde-deathmatch sa loob ng B side. Showstopper out para kay Jin. Naghahanap siya ng pwedeng makonekta nito kung sakasakali mang maspatan niya ang ibang players pero nag-connect pa rin kahit hindi nakikita.
Ang unfortunate nito kay The Doctor. Imagine, nag-iingat na siya doon from that push na magaganap na nga dito. Pero kasi kinutuban niya na. A Batman na lang ang natitira and there goes down that kill and the finisher dito ng AE. Galit na galit ang AE ngayon para maihabol na ang lead na ito to a 9-8 scoreline. Pero with that being said, it was again a save round para kina Qeon Sanity. Press W lang din talaga with those walls, with those smokes. Balikan natin yung replay dito kung saan na bigyan ng isang magandang showstopper dito. Mabulaklak pa showstopper dito si The Doctor. But unfortunately, yun na nga ang magiging finisher na ito. And the lead for AE. So let's see kung makaka-comeback ba dito ang APH. Especially that they are trying to have a push. 3-man hold all the way from Garden. 1 member down sa kamay ni RUU. Pero this is a fast entry. Nagaganapin na ngayon. Pero he was cancelled out by Georgie. Georgie goes in for 3. At si Chrisem na lang ang natitira dito. At nasa kanya pa ang spike. Ano pa ang pwede mong gawin dito? Lalo na't pare-pareha silang nasa Garden ngayon.
Winnable. Basta makakutas lang. Kirsten was able to take one out. That is Georgie. 1v3 pa rin. And there is still that opportunity para makaikot kumbaga dahil swarmed in na ang B-side from the players of APH. Kung sakali man na masahay ko niya at malikuran niya itong mga players ngayon ng APH, may chance talaga. But the double peek is there from APH. They're being too secure. They're being too careful. And yet again, 9-9.
Mukhang trinane ako kanina ng SBE at ng PS Ito na ang possibility na magkaroon ulit tayo ng overtime. Pero ready naman na din tayo. Ready pa rin naman ang mga bosses natin. Pangalawang araw pa lang ito at mainit na kaagad ang naibibigay nila sa atin. In that replay, masasabi natin that it was a unfortunate entry for our duelist ngayon dahil hindi nakaagapay dito yung mga following members natin from AE all the way from Garden dahil ang bumungad sa kanila dito is 3 members from APH naman. And there was also the good follow-up of Georgie na he was able to react on time na narinig niya na si Jin na mag-satchel inside of B and he was able to react and kill him out. Now, an equalizer round, 9-9 scoreline. Talagang hindi mo pa kaagad masabi kung kanino ba talaga dito pumapabor yung changing of the tides.
Wala. 50-50. Mainit parehas na team natin dito. Makikita mo, parang kakasimula lang nung match natin pero we are already past or way past the halfway point and this is a 9-9 score. Kung iisipin mo 18 rounds na yung napanood natin pero it seems like kakasimula pa lang. Ganon kabilis maglaro itong dalawang teams na meron tayo. Parehas silang medyo explosive game style eh. It just, honestly, kung mapapolish nila yung pag-check ng corners, lalo na kapag umi-entry dito si Qeon Sanity and hindi talaga nila napapunish agad, mahirapan. The guiding light will definitely connect here on B long. They know they had that information. Yet again, wala pa naman silang ginagawa. With the help of the Prowler as well na binaril, obviously, alam na nila yung impormasyon na yan. Ang ginagawa nila dito is they are playing for speed. Kachaw lang, kumbaga, ang sinasabi ni Lightning McQueen. This Hunter's Fury will definitely connect with 1 HP para kay Qeon Sanity. He gets the information anyway.
Nako, naunahan sila dito kagad ng ultimate RU and now we're finally down to 2 members. Qeon Sanity and Jin, no more duelists, no more fast entries. Wala nang malilikot dito. Wala nang kachaw-kachaw to go inside the site. So it's all up to the utility usage here from AE to just get in, to have those pick-offs. May orbital strike sila, yes. Pero situational na lang siguro kung gagamitin niya pa ito. And will he be? Dahil they have already the site. B-site dito is open up for grabs pero kailangan nila mag-king cautious dito kung sino ba yung nasa hookah dahil meron isang nakaabang si Georgie pa ito pero wala siyang ka-idea kung sino na, kung nasa loob na ba ang AE At yun na, yung sound cues, parang naririnig niya na gumagalaw-galaw na siya, Taylor, at possibly pwede na siyang lumipat dito at makakuha ng pick-off. Pero he was smoked out already by that Brimstone.
Nilapag na nga yung smoke, nilapag na rin yung orbital strike. A Batman was able to secure 1 kill with the help of Georgie, and they just cleaned up the entire site bago man makapag-plant pa ng spike ang players dito ng AE. APH, they have that 1-point lead up until when magkakaroon ng pantayan pagdating sa score. And tingnan natin kung meron na bang isa na magkakaroon ng 2-point lead dito kasi talagang dikit na dikit sila eh. But looking at economy rather, para sa side ng Alpha Esports, hati na or kalahati lang ang pwede nilang mabiling armor dito, specifically to Jin and Ryu. So, taka-specter lang din siya. Kaya naman, you can definitely see that economic damage that APH was bringing to the table, and aside from that, may kaban pa ang APH dito. Marami pang laman. The swap, bait and switch sana. Kaso nga lang natamaan na matindi. With the heal of the Sage, maaaring makabalik ang players dito. May kasama pang wall para makaiwas lang. Jin, on the other hand, gusto niya talagang basagin to dahil pumapasok na yung mga players on A short. That is Qeon Sanity hopping out, and Georgie was just shocked to see him around this site. In a 5v4 situation, make that a 4v4 as the doctor comes in and Ryu secures that kill on a 2K. Para sa kanila, 4v2 na lang at isa na lang ang kailangan nilang patayin dito at si Ching ang natitira.
Si Ching na nasa kabilang mundo pa. So very unfortunate nga lang dito at hindi siya nakatulong, hindi siya nakaagap dito laban sa APH. APH with their holds fantastically happen here in Lams. Nangyari ito lahat in favor of the Doctor and even Javier Ryu. 4 tuloy silang natira dito. So let's see kung ano pa pwedeng maging shots given here by Ching. There's 2 all the way from Lams. So let's see kung magkakaroon nga ba dito na possibly double pick. Parang 3 na nga rin na magpipick dito laban sa kanya. And 3K already for the Doctor. What a round indeed. Nagka-momentum sila from the previous one dahil nga hindi naging reactive ang AE sa possible holds ng APH to counter out their entry and even have the possible retake. At hindi man sila makapasok in the site, nade-delay sila kaagad dahil lang din sa usage ng utility, and they know what angles they need to confront laban dito sa Alpha Esports Pro.
9-11. Ito na yung inaantay ng lahat eh. Sino nga ba yung makakaangat kahit papano ng score na meron para sa side ng dalawang teams? But it seems like APH has that advantage. Lalo na AE is still forcing the buy right now. They're not going on an eco, but instead they bought the Stinger. They just stick with whatever Ching has with the utilities that he has as well. Pati na rin sa ibang mga team members, medyo delikado tong balak nila ha. Pero Crescent was able to secure 1 kill already to open up and make presence on A side. Nandito na rin yung mga smoke niya na tinutulungan din naman yung entire team. Ang hindi pa nila nakiklear out dito is merong showers, meron ding nasa pocket. Yun nga lang magiging problema ng APH ngayon. Hanapan, kaso ang laro ng AE ay tagu-taguan.
They are trying to defuse in the spike. Look at them. Ryu is just getting in those kills. 3K for this guy, but unfortunately, nandito naman si Qeon going in for the sap. Goes in for 4K. He just slide off laban dito sa APH. But unfortunately, they were able to defuse in the spike. Hindi nagkaroon ng magandang timing dito si Qeon Sanity for that finisher. At hindi sana nila makuha dito yung match point. But that is it. What just happened, already happened, all in favor of APH with their numbers advantage and the smokes na ginamit dito wisely ng ating Brimstone.
When it comes to the frags, hindi naman nagkakaroon ng issue sa side ng AE with Qeon Sanity making it happen. Ang kaso nga lang is once they are on site and they don't have the other information as well, nakapagposisyon naman sila for the post plant eh. Kaso nga lang talagang when APH just goes in, they have this certain order, they have this certain system as well. On the other hand, Georgie, dito napatay na nga ni Jin. Qeon Sanity connection lang para sa pag-push nila. Wall is up from the Neon and they're just waiting for the right timing. Concuss, pero may kasama ring Raze na sumunod. On the upper hand, FPS, second kill na niya dito in a 3v4 situation. Napakadaming nangyayari on site. May Prowler pang lumabas. Pero yung ibang mga teammates dito ni AE, hindi pa rin lumalabas on site. So may time pa naman, 56 seconds kung sakasakaling gusto nilang mag-rotate.
Pwede pa rin naman ito, no, Taylor? 3v4, still doable for AE, pero kasi they need to get info kung anong ang kung anong angle yung kukuhanin ni dito. And Insanity, nakuha niya
Tumakbo
na
ng
nga dito si
nakaupo.
Eman. Yun lang din ang problema.
Huli siya eh. Tumakbo nang nakaupo eh. Wala na siyang nagawa dun eh. Naiwan tuloy yung mga kakampi niya dito sa B-side. Pero 2v2 naman na. At pantay pa rin ang laban. This eye would just be shut down immediately. Napakadali na lang i-shut down yan. Pero mabilis din yung pag-detect nung Hon.
Mauna na lang talaga sa react eh. Pero
Naku po.
napatay pa ng volley.
Naku po.
May orbital strike pa. And that is the finisher na already for APH. Kung ano ang kinatagal ng laro ng SBE at ng TS kanina. Ito naman ang pinabilis.
What an
na
ending.
rounds and the series for APH.
Sabi ko sa'yo, Ray-Rakers lang talaga yan eh. Tignan mo yung isa, umiinom ng milk tea, walang laman. Diba? Ganyan kabaliw ang mga players natin dito sa VCTPH. But we are looking at APH right now. Si The Doctor yan. Yan ang sabi niya, dito daw ang tunay na paraan. But you just seen game number 1 of AE versus APH. Wrapping things up. Obviously, kung titignan natin, pantay naman when it comes to the frag potential. Kayang-kaya nila. Kung napansin niyo yung scoreboard natin, I'm not quite sure. Are you Ryu? Didn't have that enough kills to put into perspective na nasayang, 'di ba? Kasi kung hindi ako nagkakamali, yung huli kong tinignan na scoreboard, he only basically got 3 kills in total. Pero syempre, in a major setting, hindi naman kailangan ng frags lang para manalo, 'di ba? And napatunayan 'yan in this specific matchup because APH, they were able to shut down AE on that specific map.
Maganda yung naging panamula dito ng APH at sila din ang nagmagandang tapusin na ang round na ito. Ang game na ito in the map of mine. Look at our results right now. Taylor, damage taken dito ng AE is just too much para makita natin dito na masyadong malaki yung naging impact ng APH. Huwag natin kalimutan dito sina Georgie and na Batman dahil sa mga pagka-cancel out nila dito kina G Insanity and Jin. That was a good dynamic duo given to us the strategy ng double duelist setup pero hindi ito naging sagana dahil nga alam nila kung paano ito ika-counter out. Alam nila kung paano i-hold yung mga sarili nila pagdating sa mga retake and pagdating sa mga post-plant takes laban dito kina G Insanity. But all hail Georgie to get in that combat score of 313 and 25 kills. Laban dito kina G Insanity na there are also times na talagang lumalapit sila. Parang namamagnet sila dito sa crosshair mismo ni Georgie.
Makikita nyo naman, sabi nga ni Qeon Sanity dito, saan ako nagkulang? 2.6 KDA para sa kanya, 28 kills in total in a 342 combat score. With the help of Jin kanina, ang ganda na sana nung duo nila. It seemed like it was an unstoppable force coming in here on our map number 1. But obviously, looking at game highlights, mapapanood natin. Kasi minsan masyadong mabilis yung nangyayari on site na hindi na natin nakikita lahat. Pero ang mga ibang pagkakamali dito is sometimes, yung mga maninipis, nasisilip din nila. Yung mga corners lang na kahit balahibo lang ng isang player, nakikita pa rin ng ibang mga players dito. Also, the performance of Aryu is just phenomenal on this specific game as well. Ikaw man yan or meron siyang barel, kaya niya makapatay and kaya niya makapag-buelo into making a disadvantage for the other team.
Ang gusto ko rin dito, yung mga timing ng paggamit nila ng orbital strike eh. Hindi lang siya basta-bastang nilalapag para makakuha ng kill, kundi gusto nilang mai-delay yung pag-plant nila ng mga spike. Ito yung timing na nga na pumabor kay Qeon na basta-basta na lang siya mag-hold on to his W and he's going to get the kills. But this is also a good one for Aryu na kahit may prowler siya dito to get in those info, there's also the probability na maunahan siya dito within the reaction time. Ito yung mga entry na nagustuhan at very commendable dito kina G Insanity and even have her Jin na fast entries lang, kuhaan lang attention. So kung sino yung hindi makakuha ng attention from that corner, yun naman din ang agapan niya. So now, ang naging problema lang dito is that ang nauna lang din with the momentum is that APH was able to clean things out with a 13-9 scoreline.
Even the finale, yung specific natin sa last round, magpaplanta sana sila doon ng spike. But because of the molly of the Brimstone, yung lineup, na-cancel out yung pagplant na yon at kailangan niyang lumabas doon pa sa orbital strike. So obviously, hirap talaga yung AE doon into actually taking in the site and preparing for the post-plant situation. But when it comes to fragging potential, there's a big possibility na yun talaga yung isa sa bubungad pagdating sa ating second round or second map later on. And speaking of that, gaya nga nasabi ko sa inyo guys, this is a best of 3 series. Hindi pa tapos ang labanan dito sa VCTPH. When we come back, it is still gonna be AE versus APH. Kaya huwag kayong aalis because VCTPH Stage 2 will be right back.
The Matrix, you need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah.
Welcome back sa VCTPH. Nandito pa rin tayo, syempre. Game number 2 na nga. At ang score natin, mga kaibigan, Georgie 1, Ching 0. Para sa ating comment section yan. Pero dito sa mismong laro natin, APH nga ang nakakuha ng first game natin against AE. The problem was, during that first game, there is that certain advantage na nakikita natin for AE, no? Yung pagiging aggressive nila. Kaso nga lang, sometimes it doesn't pay off. Yung hyper-aggressiveness na yon na nakapasok na sila pero nasa stock yung ibang mga players sa showers, kagaya kung sakali. And they need those people to actually go in with them as well. Kaya naman, I feel like onting polish when it comes to the entry for AE might be quite a difference heading here sa ating second map.
Yun nga gusto ko makita dito na parang maging favorable yung mga ganong klase moments. Para kasi silang nagte-take role as the double-edged sword for AE. So they need to make it work Kapag hindi nila ito na-control, ang mga following hyper-aggressiveness dito nila Qeon Sanity and also Jin, magiging magiging flaw ito at magiging favorable ito for the side of APH na sila yung makakakuha ng following momentum within the team. Hindi man sila yung nanunguna sa mga frags, pero nakita naman natin na pagdating sa team synergy to cancel and counter them out, nakakakuha sila doon ng mga rounds at doon natin masasabi na hindi magmamatter talaga dito kung ilan ang naipanalo mong mga duels, kundi yung mga rounds talagang mahalaga for your team to secure in that 13.
I really feel like once we step in to map number 2, makikita mo explosive si Qeon Sanity. Pero ang problema, yung ibang mga team members din is hindi rin sana nakakakuha ng mga kills. So nafa-funnel in dun sa dalawang duelist na meron tayo, which is already an advantage. Because once a duelist obviously works out, nakikita yung presence on site and it opens up the site. Nagkakaroon lang talaga ng problema when it comes to the post plants as well. And I feel like if, of course, Ryu performs on this next map, na makikita natin at makakuha rin siya ng mas maraming kills as well, it will help a lot. But yet again, I wanna say, of course, Ryu is not in a duelist role or not in a position syempre sa isang team play or pro play na kagaya nito. Hindi naman importante yung kills mas importante yung rounds na makukuha mo. So yung polish talaga kailangan manggaling sa post plant position and also dun sa mga entry na nagagawa nila kanina.
Kung babalikan nga natin yung mga rounds na itong naging favorable sa APH is nananalo sila pagdating sa mga retake na hindi inaasahan dito ng AE dahil there are times na nag-hold back yung APH to have that certain amount of consistency pagdating ng retake. So once na kompleto sila doon sa numbers advantage laban sa AE, hindi tuloy alam ng AE kung paano sila makakapag-counter out after maputol yung momentum na nakapag-slide in nga sila, nakakuha sila ng 1 to 2 kills inside the site, pero ano ang magagawa nila once na mapigilan sila ng orbital strike? There is also the mollies, pero with the next map, I think this is a different story. Wider map, if I may say, this is another good advantage for either of the teams para makakuha ng momentum, or will it be AE na mafe-fuel out yung double duelist setup nila?
Itong dalawa parehas mabibilis maglaro Nakita nyo naman, game number 1 natin, medyo dikit yung scorings natin, pero napakabilis nung laban. And para sa mga nanonood, nakaka-tune in lang, kaninang mapa nilaro natin is obviously Bind. But this time around, Alpha Esports Pro, pumili sila dito ng map which is Haven. So yung first map na napanood natin was actually a map selection or map pick ng Qeon PH. But heading into this game number 2, it is now a map pick coming in from Alpha Esports Pro. So obviously you have that comfortability and you have that comfort pick kumbaga para sa isang mapa na kaya nyo talagang butasin yung defense na meron ng Qeon PH, pati na rin yung offensa nila na meron sila.
Yung momentum pa nila, nabuo nila ito from the early stages ng round ng game number 1 and the map of Bind. And Haven naman, gagana ba yung ganong klaseng holes nila, Georgie? Gagana ba yung mga blinds and even have those hunters na makakuha ng mga pick-off opportunity and the space given for the following members naman dito ng APH? Since Haven, tatlo ang mga sites na ito, nakita natin kung gaano kainit yung Haven kanina from the previous series, but this time around, this is a different story between Georgie, between Shing. So, mainit pa yung kasagutan nila dito sa comment section. Pero let's hope for the best to come dito sa ating game number 2 dahil gusto ko makakita ng game number 3. I'm excited for the last map na pwedeng ibigay dito ng ating mga teams.
Na-mention mo nga kanina, 13-0 yung Team Secret. Kumbaga, binalik nila yung titulo na sila yung nagmamay-ari ng isang mapa kagaya ng Haven. Nasa kanila nakapangalan ng titulo. But this time around, Alpha Esports wants to also put their Haven into their hands as well. Ang pakiramdam ko dito, Honey Glaze, Qeon Sanity might go for the Jet this time. But it seems like he's really still sticking to that Neon. Gusto niya talagang sabihin lagi yung, "Hoy, I'm pissed."
Tas go, go, go!
May tanong dito,
Dapat yun eh.
Honey Glaze. Ano ba daw dapat talaga ang nilalagay sa tinola, sayote o papaya?
May mga nagiging sagot dyan na bakit ka maglalagay ng prutas sa ulam, di ba? So, sayote ang favorite ko dun eh. Parang ang weird lasa.
Masarap yung papaya, ha? Matamis kasi siya kapag hinalo mo siya sa tinola. Na-try mo na ba?
Na-try ko na pero mas favorite ko pa rin talaga ang sayote.
Mag-aaway ang comment section. Para sa akin, mas gusto ko yung papaya, pero ang mas gusto ko, itong map number 2, which is Haven. Tingnan natin yung agent selection na meron tayo dito. We are seeing as the smokers, on both sides of the teams, we have an Astra, we also have an Omen as well. And it seems like, nagpalit ba si Qeon Sanity? Naging Jet ba? I'm not sure kung ano yung sides natin dito ngayon eh.
Mukhang Neon pa rin ang hahawakan dito ni Qeon Sanity. Jin naman for that race. If I am right or am I wrong, tingnan natin kung ano ba talaga yung kukuhanan nila. Pero this time kasi controller pa lang yung may isi-secure natin dito. Even the Killjoy, pero may Jet ako ang nakikita and Reyna for the both teams. But now, ito na yung sure na magiging lineup nila.
Ayun.
For both
Qeon
of our
Sanity,
teams.
it seems like it's gonna be a Jet.
Jet na ngayon ulit.
Ito ang magandang labanan ngayon. Back to basic muna dahil itong si Georgie versus Qeon Sanity ang mangyayari for the Jet. We also have the Doctor as the Astra, a Batman naman on the Sentinel role with that Killjoy, at syempre nandun pa rin ang Sky. And babalikan naman natin mamaya yung mga agent picks na meron tayo dito. May Sovereign silang kasama na napaka-importante lalo na sa mapa kagaya ng Haven. Hindi nawawala yan.
Will it be the same aggression kaya once na Jet naman yung hawakan niya? Dahil nga medyo na-hold tayo with the nerf onto that dash ni Jet. Pero with the specific timings din kasi pwede niya pa rin makuha yung ganong klaseng aggressiveness eh. So, with that, kailangan natin makita dito yung following setups na maibibigay nilang space for Qeon Sanity to have a lot of momentum, to have a lot of aggressiveness. Dahil yun nga, as we mentioned earlier, para siya lang double-edged sword na kapag hindi niya siya nagamit ng tama, ikaw talaga yung mapupuruan, ikaw yung masasaktan. So now, in a map of Haven, I think this might be still in favor of APH, pero ikaw ba, Taylor?
Based on statistics on the previous matches that they've been with and also on during map number 1, I also feel like I would be siding here sa APH, pero depende pa rin talaga eh. Kasi with this time around, you have the Jet coming in. It's not a Neon anymore. Will there be certain changes? Magiging aggressive ba ulit ang AE dito? Ang kaso nga lang, from the previous way back nung nagsisimula pa yung VCT, Alpha Esports, they are known for this kind of explosive gameplay na talagang si Qeon Sanity yung kumukulit sa kanila. So, I feel like it's not gonna change because that's the comfortability of the players. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi tumitingin si Ching sa napakatagal na panahon. Georgie was just able to shut him out. Wala man nang lumaban na nasa A short kanina. Dalawa sila dun.
Ang galing ng push nito ng AE, oh. They went inside of B. They have the time to plant the spike. Pero, pumeso pa rin sila to try and secure in A. Narinig na yata sila dito ng APA. So, let's see kung ano ang mangyayari dito. Mukhang sila ngayon ng defenders, ah. We have here one waiting into sewers. Ryu dito gets in the kill. Laban kay Ryu. Nandito naman din sina Chrisem for the follow-up. And that is a good distraction na ginawa dito ni Ryu. Going in for the 3K, possibly going in for 4. Low HP na lang ang meron sila dito. And Qeon Sanity is just going it. Nandito yung mga dash and cloudburst niya. But the spike is already been compromised. So, he needs to take this one out. Dalawa yung nakaabang dito for the crossfire, and what will his decision be? Lalo na he doesn't have any time to have para ma-secure niya itong round number 1 in this game 2.
Alam mo, sa totoo lang, nakakalito tong dalawang teams na to tsaka mga players nila eh. May Ryu, merong APH, tapos yung isa pangalan Alpha Esports Pro. Pare-parehas lang eh, parang same-same, pero Batman ang pumasok, shutting down Qeon Sanity, may kasamang upo pa from Ryu. Kalam talaga oh. Hindi, joke lang. Magkakaibigan lang naman din yung mga yan, guys.
Nga. Tibag-tibag na lang sa isip nila. Ganun, konti sila.
Placing swarm grenade.
Mainit man sila sa comment section, pero at least, di ba, it's just the friendly banters. We have 1 round lead for APH as the ones defending. They have been doing a lot of win conditions nung nakaraang mapa natin. So, parang napupunta, naibibigay lang nila ang lahat nila dito in the second one dahil Georgie dito gets in two with just the
pindot lang.
Oh my gosh, naka-ABTS siya dito but still, with that lead 3K
Isa pa!
for Georgie. Sige,
Papindot na na. Pipindot lang ako dito saglit ha. Si Aryo Ryu, nakaupo na lang dito, nagpapanggap na ding-ding, mga kaibigan. Pero si Aryo ang pumasok to finish him off. At sabi dito sa comment section, bakit daw nagtatalo pa? Hindi na lang ilagay yung sayote tsaka yung papaya ng sabay. Para di mag-away. Di ba?
Parehas pa healthy, di ba?
Pero si Georgie doon parang tumrabaho lang eh, no?
One enemy remaining.
Tap. Talagang ADS power lang mga kaibigan para sa kanya, para makakuha ng mga kills na napaka-importante. Insta ROI pagdating sa kanyang bulldog dito. At for the side of APH, 2-0 na nga ang score. By round na naman para sa Alpha Esports.
Magiging worth it nga ba ito? Though, dahil bulldog na naman ang nakabigay na casualty dito and the availability of the Bladestorm, but he will be missing this out. We have the follow-up naman dito, may bibigay ng mga blinds, pero madadamage naman siya dito ng wall bang. We have here the sprays. Ryu goes in for 1 member each, still down. Insanity for the trade. Dismiss dito kay Jin, pero hindi pa rin naman dito matitigil ang kainitan ni Georgie. 3v3 at the very moment at makukuha pa rin naman nila yung spike dito. They still have time to rotate and give it off dito sa dito sa C site, pero mukhang magiging ito pa rin naman ang magiging decision nila. But with that smoke given, mukhang hindi na lang din yata since they have a lot of time dito at nakapagbigay na ng info si Insanity na walang tao dito sa A.
3v3 na nga ang labanan, and kung tutuusin, bonus round to ng APH, no? So if they manage to actually win this one, of course, making the lead bigger and the gap getting bigger as well. Para naman sa side ng APH, meron nang nag-aabang on Heaven, no? They don't know this information right now, but obviously the rotations are coming in still mula sa side ng APH. Mahaba-haba pang lakarin ang kailangan gawin ng Sova, pati na rin ng Astra dito. Pero si Georgie talagang tumatrabaho lang ulit mula sa kanyang bulldog. The smoke comes in, the dash comes out as well, but Jin is here to take on the action with the 2 kills. Isa na lang ang kailangan dito ni Georgie to get that ace, but it's not gonna happen. It's gonna be stopped by Insanity completely.
Grabe ang pag-ROI niya dito with the 2-round advantage ng bulldog ni Georgie. He gets in 4. Nandun yung mga dash-in niya, but unfortunately enough, nandun kasi si Insanity to close this round off. Pero it was a very costly round. 4 na nawala sa kanila, si Gian na lang ang natira. Yes, they have rifles, pero look at this punishment. Half an armors lang compared dito sa Action PH. They have 1 judge, yes, pero alam ko kasi yung mga laro dito ng Doctor and they can play through smoke using the judge. Mabulaga dito ang AE. Tingnan natin kung makaka-react ba sila on time dahil si Ching dito nakakaramdam na pwedeng ito ang maganap laban sa kanila, and they know for a fact that there is one all the way from window. So, parang ang ginawa dito ni Abatman is he just played in for contact.
Back to basics lang muna daw talaga si The Doctor habang jumajudge lang sa Gedli. Ching on the other hand, nandito na rin sa mid. Trying to take on the action kung sakasakaling meron siyang mapitas. At least mabuksan niya yung B-side completely. Pero kung makikita mo, yung mga players dito ng APH really playing close counters. Insanity was able to punish 1 already. A Batman, silang dalawa lang nagkakatapat dito. Naku po!
Naku talaga, ang kate na lang din makita na meron ng isang natumba. 5v4, the heads are already popping and have a pick advantage kay Eman, pero with that certain amount of numbers.
Ito na!
Nasa smoke dito si the Georgie. We have here also as well that Sova. He goes in for the pick. Aryu dito is already down by Chris M. Street. And now it's all up to the Doctor all the way from B-side pa.
Spike planted. Yan ang sabi ngayon ng team ng Alpha Esports. Habang si The Doctor, pwede pa siya magpalit dito ng baril. It is still actually winnable. He still has more than enough time to make a play happen. On the other hand, kaya niya rin maglapag ng mga stars kung sakasakali man. May dalawang charges siya na pwedeng gawin dito and he can play around those smokes or even a concuss. But he's not gonna choose to do so. Swinging out, he sees Chrism. And of course, may crossfire na nangyayari sa Valorant, mga kaibigan. Killing him off. 2-2 ang ating score ngayon. Pantay pa rin ang laban. Parang deja vu lang nung game number 1.
Kaya nga pero tingnan natin kung kanino yung magiging favorable moments ng momentum nila dahil kanina APH 2 consecutive rounds pero ito naman yung ganti ng mga naape Alpha Esports Pro. They just know for a fact how to counter out Georgie with those picks. But speaking of Georgie, since he is using in that jet, kailangan niya ng alalay dito. May it be the blinds of Evan, may it be the recon bolts na may bibigay dito ng ating Soba, pero 4 na Blade Storm yun. Pero nakakuha pa rin naman siya dito ng kill laban kay Georgie at magraragasan na lang din dito si Jin. Goes in for 2, a Batman for the trade. Makakapasok sila here in A side and they can still win this out. Dahil dalawa na lang yung natitira matandog.
Naku po, naubusan.
Naubusan na ba yung maubusan dito with those shadow skills? Oh my gosh, it just happened so well for the Doctor in that corner. Hindi sila nakareact on time. Kaya naman isang tap to the heads lang ang ginawa niya dito just to eliminate in their numbers.
Kala nila masapsycho nila si Qeon Sanity with the smoke doon. Kaso sila ang na-psycho dahil sa smoke na yun. Updraft lang sa kalam para sa kanya just to get those kills from the Blade Storm and clearing out the angles. Alpha Esports, they are now on a lead with a 1 point. Qeon Sanity on attack. Buying an operator, this can change things. Dahil kapag na-drop niya tong operator, pwede ring mapulot. Operator versus operator, Qeon Sanity wins that duel.
Mas mabilis ang naging reaction dito ni Qeon Sanity. So, -1 for APH. There's a Saber Cage, kaya naman ngayon, this is a go signal. Batman, gamitin mo na yung ating mga swarm grenades dito. But unfortunately, yung mga corners talagang pinaplay dito ni The Doctor. Followed up by a Batman. And now, 2 members na lang ang natitira. Nandun pa rin siya sa corner na ito. And he still wins out that duel. 3 ang na-pick off niya. Isa na lang ang natitira. Qeon Sanity dito with just the short ako. Hindi talaga magpapatinag dito si The Doctor. And just that specific corner na hinold niya. Kinomit niya yung corner na ito. At now, that is our equalizer round to 3-3 scoreline.
Nabitawan na yung operator on the side of Qeon Sanity. Pero kung titignan nyo naman guys, ang daming laman ng kaban ng bayan dito. Talagang makakabili pa rin siya. And he will choose to do so yet again. Gusto niyang tapatan talaga with an operator himself itong mga players ngayon ng APH. At kung sisilipin natin, this is actually even an eco or half-buy na nagmumula from Alpha Esports. Imaginein mo kung dinarapan niya na lang yung ibang mga members. Pero hindi. Gusto niya talaga ng op
Ayaw niya Sheriff na lang tuloy ang hahawakan dito nila Chris M, nila Jin. Siguro kung binigyan niya dito ng rifle, then si Jin, he can go and rampage in a site immediately laban dito sa dalawa. Pero gusto niya kasing mangyari dito is ma-open dip niya si Georgie. At this is the second time around na naunahan ni Qeon Sanity si Georgie dito. So now, 1 member down, operator pa ang may hawak dito kay Georgie. So let's see kung makakakuha pa siya dito ng pangalawa dahil there is one already waiting in sewer. Hindi naging reactive dito si Chingaga. There's also Qeon Sanity being taken down. There is the sheriff kills na gagawin na nga dito ni Qin. There is a follow-up lockdown as the reason kung bakit sila mag-hold back away from the site. And this is just 3v1 scenario. The Doctor is the only one remaining pero may madedetain na isa from that knockdown pero makukuha pa rin naman nila yung site.
30 seconds left.
Pasok na nga sila sa site completely. Nagsisimula na rin sila mag-plant dito. At makikita mo, no, for Alpha Esports, it seems like it paid off specifically on that operator because those 2 rounds that Qeon Sanity used that operator, talagang na-pick off niya agad-agad si Georgie. Naiwasan nila yung pagpapunish ni Georgie dito with the operator himself. And kita mo naman, ang laking ROI nun for the rest of the team. They were able to get the Vandals that they need. They were able to get everything that they need. At binitawan nila yung operator because they know they completely punished the economy of APH and they don't want that away para sa kanila at ayaw nilang mapulot ni Georgie yung op na yan.
Oo, hindi na magma-matter dito kung nakapatay ba sila or nakakuha sila na magandang objectives dito. Kundi yung mga subtle pushes na lang nila and the impact given to APH. Punish na sila dito. Taylor, Sheriffs na lang ang natitira sa kanila. Look at that push na ginawa dito ni Georgie. Free upgrade and he was able to compromise in the spike. Let's see kung ano pa yung dapat na maging decision na dito. And hello, my friend! The Insanity is down with just the doctor shot off the Sheriff now. It's a comeback from Eco to Eco. Thrifty, 4-4 scoreline. Still in favor of APH. Georgie with just the push na ginawa niya dito sa mid.
May kasamang exercise eh. Papalakas ng tuhod si Kuya mo, Georgie. Makikita mo naman with the knife specifically, just the right click at sabay pulot lang din sa barrel and it completely changed the momentum of the game. A thrifty round kung sakasakali and you can see it's a 4-4 scoreline right now at kung sakali man, mapapansin mo, Honey Glaze, no? Binitawan nila yung operator kanina. Imagine mo if they actually didn't and they would have the operator in the hands of APH right now. It could change the game. But right now, pantay pa rin ang laban because they have that utilities that they need. Qeon Sanity, on the other hand, is holding onto a judge. So expect natin once na makapush to, talagang i-check niya yung mga corners na kailangan niyang i-check.
Tapos pasasabugin na lang nila yung mga bungo dito. Walang tao nga lang sa site. So parang in-expect nila dito yung full-on rush ng AE. Maiiwasan nila ito at maipapanalo nila yung pwedeng maging retake nila. And that is the go signal for them to go in. Dalawa nga lang dito mapapatay ni Qeon Sanity with just the judge. At may follow-up pa dito si Aryu with the usage of the Hunter's Fury. Pareha sila dito naglabas ng kanang ultimate and now we have your two remaining members down to 1. Eman FPS sila dito ang natitira at na-compromise pa siya dito using in that recon mode. Galit na galit si Ching with the right click off that classic 5-4 na ang ating scoreline. Mainit.
Kala mo nagsiscream lang tong dalawang teams na to eh. Kanya-kanyang kuha ng upuan pagkatapos ng mga rounds na nakikita namin. Pantay naman yung laban. Ewan ko ba. Pero on this specific round, Blade Storm is up and online for Qeon Sanity already. But we wouldn't see him use that dahil by round naman nila to. Kung sakasakali na matalo sila, baka sakali. Pero ito na nga ang inaabangan ng lahat, ang Technical Pause Podcast.
Diba ang pananaw na yung may bibigay dito nila Qeon Sanity and nila Georgie? It just goes up to the fact na pwede silang manalo in either ways na pwedeng makapag-thrifting nga dito yung isang team, APH and Alpha Esports. They are capable of it. Pero pagdating sa mga gun rounds, katulad na lang din ng may hawak ng operator dito si Qeon Sanity, talagang ina-establish niya yung statement na mas mauuna ako makapag-pull onto that trigger even though na nakaabang na yung crosshair dito ni Georgie laban sa kanya. And with that being said, this is a good matchup between our teams na talagang aabangan mo for the next few stages pa dito, for the next few rounds here in VCT Stage 2. So, just gotta hope for the best for those teams na kaya nilang ibigay yung best nila with their lineup. Lalo na't gumagana ulit dito yung double duelist setup. Pero will it be a deja vu lang na nauuna nga yung AE pero magkakaroon naman ng composure yung APH pagdating sa mga situational advantages nila laban sa AE?
Right now, at this point, it's still not sure kung sino nga ba ang mananalo for the two teams right now. And APH, this is just a one-round disadvantage na meron sila. Kasi we are just seeing both of the teams as well on the economy side. It's not that far off. So if AE loses this round, obviously they will still have money to buy as well. But para sa ibang mga players, for example like Jin, di siya magkakaroon, no? Ang maganda dito sa problema nila is si Qeon Sanity, merong Blade Storm na pwedeng gamitin kung sakasakali. Kaya pwede siya makapag-drop. Pero kinalculate ko na agad yung susunod na round kung sakali man na matalo yung AE, pero hindi pa naman yun talaga magiging resulta. And once APH loses this round, obviously they're gonna go on an eco and We saw the thrifty rounds. It can happen. Anything can happen. It's anyone's game at this point. Habang technical pause, Honey Glaze, ready ka na ba sa German word of the day mo?
Gusto ko matututunan
Lagi,
yan.
nung nagka-technical pause last time kasi wala akong German word of the day, hinahanap nila. Sabi ko pag nag-tech pause lang. So tuturuan kita ngayon. Kasi si Ray Ray, madami nang natutunan si Ray Ray sa akin eh. Ready ka na sa German word of the day.
ready.
Entschuldigung. Totoo! Ang ibig sabihin nun ay excuse me.
Excuse me.
O, diba?
Entschuldigung.
Entschuldigung.
Okay pa pala ako sa German words. Kapag kasi Bisaya words, pinagtatawanan ako ng boyfriend ko kung paano ko siya binibigkas eh. Sige, German na lang.
Wala. Ganyan talaga. Kasabot ka, Bisaya? Dili. Ay, nako. Ito na, guys. Pagdating dito sa matchup na to, habang nag-aantay tayong lahat, ito na ang chance nyo kumuha ng snacks. Habang pinapanood natin kung sino nga ba ang tunay na nyet dip.
Nyet dip. Init sila sa comments.
Sino nga ba ang may jet dip?
Pero tingin ko hindi rin talaga siya jet dip talaga eh. Parang nauuna lang talaga si Qeon Sanity pagdating sa mga reactions na ganong nangyayari. Dahil tingnan mo naman yung mga frags natin dito, still in favor of Georgie with that jet. At mga situational na mga pushes na lang din ang mga nagaganap dito here in AMA. Since alam niya pumapabor siya doon sa mga places na yon, magiging kasagutan niya dito is reposition na lang. At ang daming mainit dito. Hensewers, narinig na nila dito na nag-judge yung The Doctor. Immediately, nag-pre-fire na sila dito, hoping na mawallbang nila dito yung Astra. With the neutral theft, makakakuha sila ng info kung sino na nga ba yung nasa site. And they can possibly take and see. Pero hiwa-hiwalay pa rin dito ang AE. They just want to get an info. They just want to get in the heads. But unfortunately, sila ang nakuhaan. A Batman dito with that pick. Georgie is down with the bullets given by Qeon Sanity. He was quickly traded out by a Batman though. So now we have here a 3v3.
Eman was able to secure 1 kill pero may trade-off din kasama. Si Abatman ang tamang sasalo niyan with the 4K for himself on this specific round as well. Insta-defuse din para sa kanya. Tamang 3 orbs lang agad-agad. Pero mukhang bibigyan niya to. Kasi puno na eh. May lockdown na ulit eh.
Pwede na. So good enough for APH na wala silang ma-experience na eco round. Pero it was a costly one since Georgie dito taken down together with the Doctor and Eman FPS. They have full-on advantage pa, pero kailangan pa rin nila manalo dito in the specific round na patuloy pa sana yung kanilang momentum dito. On the other hand, ready na kasi dito yung Bladestorm ni Qeon Sanity. Kanina kahit isa na lang yung natitirang kutsilyo tinidor niya na napitas na pa rin dito si Georgie and he was able to completely destroy APA from that round. At tignan mo naman yung aggressiveness dito ng AE. They want to have garage. They want to penetrate and truly laban dito kana Georgie. Pero Georgie dito, pwedeng makakuha ng isa. Lalo na hindi ito yung mga plays na specifically kinukuha niya laban dito sa AE.
Naku, buti hindi na-detect si Kuya mo Georgie dito sa garage. Kung sakasakali, wala na siyang dash na pwedeng gamitin doon. But the updraft from Qeon Sanity, he wasn't able to get the kill and reset his knives. That means classic lang sa kalam para sa kanya. And this all depends kung paano nga ba. Wala siyang pakialam, may entry pa rin kahit classic talaga. There is no fear para sa side ngayon ng Alpha Esports, and they just completely dominated a site right here. And meron namang play for retake ang APH because of the lockdown from the Killjoy. Because of this Sova drone, syempre pwede ring makadetect kung nasan yung ibang mga players. Si Georgie nag-aabang pa rin kung meron mang lalabas. But Qeon Sanity already getting a kill with the classic nga lang nabantayan kung saan yung mga shots na yun.
Galit na dumiretso dito with those shots. Isa na lang ang natitira. Chris M, ano pa ang mapapala niya? We have a very low on HP Omen, but unfortunately, mawawalbang na lang din siya ni RU, getting in that lead of 1 point dito ng APH. Pero ito nga ba ang magiging lead ng APH? Dahil AE dito, they still have the uptime na makuha nila yung 6-6 scoreline as what happened from the previous map. Half an armor for Qeon Sanity, full on utilities and rifles dito for APH.
Isa pa. Hindi na pinakita. Sumusubok lang naman si Abatman eh. Alam niyo naman yung mga problema ng Killjoy main. Yung mga turret, hindi umaakyat. Mga ano natin dito. Yung Facebook natin, si Super MJ, big shoutouts to you. Nagtatanong daw siya ng maayos, walang sumasagot na maayos. Nag-expect ka pa! Georgie, on the other hand, in-expect niya na rin na datakan yung mga players dito. From the side of AE, he was able to take down, of course, the players. And this is now a 2v4 situation. Yung mga 3v3 rounds nyo kanina, hindi na mauulit ngayon kung sakasakali man. Pero ang kailangan nila dito is to just relax a little bit more. They have the spike on their hands as well. Cheng was able to get one kill. Are you PU for the next? And this is now a 2v2 situation. Masyado silang na-excite. Sinugod nila eh.
Ready pa naman din sana sila. They have the advantage. Pero Ryu just patiently waiting. But unfortunately, si Ching Gagad pa ang nakakuha sa kanya. But the doctor just finishes out this half. A good one indeed for APH. Nice timing for the rest of the members from APH. Pero ang problema dito kanina is na isa-isa sila ng sheriff lang dito ng APH. Look at this. This is just, or ng AE rather, it's just good enough to see na magkakaroon sana ng lead dito ang AE. But yun na nga, numbers advantage. And the unfortunate event na hindi nila in-expect dito, yung whereabouts ng isa pang natitirang member dito, which is RU from APH. And that is it for that half. This one, changing of the sides, kanino na talaga mapupunta yung titulong jet namin to, haven namin to, ng AE or APH?
Boracay Jet, sino ang tunay na magwawagi? Mga kaya ano dito, APH, they are on a 2-round advantage right now. But obviously, that can change up really quick, specifically on the pistol round para sa darating na second half natin. At makikita nyo, hindi nagkakalayo yung score, pati na rin yung kills na nakikita natin from the players themselves. And it's not too far off. Talagang dikit yung laban nilang dalawa, no? It's just a matter of if they make if they make basically a good entry, makuha nila yung site. And they typically do that on the AE side a while ago. Yung napapasok nila yung site, walang tao at all. But at the other hand, dahil nga dun sa pagiging aggressive, nasasalo din yung habit na yun on the side of APH. Nakita mo naman kanina, 4v2 situation, they had the spike on their hands and also just waiting na talagang lumabas yung ibang mga players. But sinilip at sinilip nila, muntikan pa silang maubos. But moving forward, it's anyone's game right now talaga.
Talagang hindi mo siya hindi mo siya mabibigay na disadvantage na sheriff lang yung hawak ng mga members na ito na they want to go in for the eco round dahil they know for a fact how to angle themselves, how to aim to the heads. Nakikita natin yung clean of headshots dito nila. The Doctor, there's also the Insanity, especially here, Georgie. Pero pares lang sila na frags dito ng the Insanity natin from AE. So with that being said, as the ones attacking, mauuna ba sila pagdating sa momentum or makakakuha naman, mabubulaga sila dito ng mga good holds nila Ching and Ryu. Since we have here the smokes of that Omen, this is fast enough for him to secure and those vision. Pero makakatapat niya kasi dito is the utilities ni the Doctor dito with those cosmic divides and even have the concuss, yung mga concuss and even have the gravity well pa na magiging advantage makakapag-clear out ng angles dito once na makapag-decide na ng site dito ang APH.
Remember the days na puro Astra lang nakikita nating mga smokeries this time around. It really differs from the respective players and the respective teams. Ang kaso nga lang dito, syempre, yung mga flashes eh. They have a flash from the sky, coming in from the sky, but other than that, there's nothing else. So, if mapapunish nila si Sky dito, wala na silang flash, wala pa silang smoke. Diba? So, mga entry, yun yung kailangan nila, isa sa mga problema nila ngayon, kung makaka-entry sila ng maayos for APH. But I guess and I bet that the Doctor will be playing almost as if behind the teammates. Kasi nga siya yung nagsiset-up nung mga site natin, no? And obviously, with controller mains, they have complete control over the sites, over the smokes, kung ano yung mahaharangan, ano yung nakikita. And it's a big factor to consider heading into this next following rounds, yung second half natin. Kung magagamit ba nila, may-utilize nila ng maayos. For Alpha Esports naman, will we be able to see the same thing from game number 1 kung saan kahit sila yung nasa defender side, umaabante pa rin sila?
Probably yun din talaga ang mangyayari dahil Gian Sanity kanina kahit sila yung medyo deficit pagdating sa eco at naka-thrifty lang or rather naka-eco lang sila, they will immediately push in dahil alam nilang kaya nila eh. Alam nilang kaya nila makapag-push dahil sa mga body-body system nila, sa mga trade-off systems nila dito. At there are also times na hindi ito ina-expect ng APH pero nung nangyari ito sa mapa ng Vine, it can be expected na. Worst cases, maubos dito ang APH pero once na makita nila na ito pala yung gagawin ng AE, pwede silang maghintay na lang in the attacker spawn and have Indian Sanity wonder kung saan ba sila nakapwesto, saan sila nakatungo, or nakapasok na ba sila ng site at magbulaga na lang sila dito to pick them off one by one. Pero with this halftime pause, I think this is also a breather na rin for both of our teams na mahaba-haba yung mga nagiging games natin and this is a following pressure pa laban sa AE na 1 game lead na kasi dito ang APH, ang Action PH dito kung saan this is already the finisher ng series natin. Kung maipanalo nila ito at makuha nila yung first round and the pistol round laban sa AE or once naman ng AE dito makuha yung pistol round na ito, we can go in for an overtime and even possibly a game number 3.
Posible, no? Game number 3, kung sakasakali man na mangyari yan, syempre, map pick to ngayon, di ba? Ngayon, right now that we are looking at, it's a map pick or map selection na nagmumula from the side of Alpha Esports. Later on, though, syempre mag-iiba na naman yung map natin kung sakasakali nga abot tayo ng game number 3. And that is gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, split. Sanity, on the other hand, tsaka itong si Georgie, parehas sila dito eh. Parehas silang duelist natin from both sides of the team. And obviously speaking, they do both of their jobs quite surely and quite competitively for each other's teams as well. Qeon obviously can open up a site, especially with the help of Jin a while ago. On the other hand, for APH, Georgie has the backup of everyone, especially Eman. Kasi Georgie Eman connection yan lagi na nakikita natin for APH. And if Eman specifically pops off on this specific match as well and si Abatman na kaya rin kumuha talaga ng napakaraming frags, mag-iiba yung ihip ng hangin dito.
Nakakatuwa dito sa comments. Tinatanong nila kung may coach ba ang APH. Sabi nila si Coach Freddy Roach daw. Coach ka rin naman. Kasi
pagkalokohan, magagaling yung mga comment section. Mga commentator natin yan eh. So, extended lang ng saglit itong halftime pause. Naging halos technical pause na rin. Pero, may naayos lang sila. Relax lang naman kayo, guys. So, anyway, Honey Glaze, ready ka na sa susunod na German word of the day?
Yan, gasa ka yan. New learnings. Kanina may mga natutunan din ako. Hindi ko alam yung word na uban kahapon. Or
Uban?
kanina ba yan? Oo, uban.
Ha? OMG!
I'm a disgrace to this family.
Parang nararamdaman ko na yung age ko Diyos ko. Di mo alam yun? Seryoso?
Tinanong ko sa comments kanina.
Oh my God. Guys.
Si Marcos Pratley pa yung nagsabi
siya pa yung nagturo sa'yo. Educational tutor natin yan eh. Yan yung nangunguna natin sa tutoring, guys. Pero, ang susunod kong German word of the day para ulitin mo ay Dankeschön.
Dankeschön.
Yan. Thank you so much. Ang ibig sabihin yan.
Galing.
Dankeschön.
Na-mention ka kagad.
Diba? Ayun. Pwede na yan. Dito sa PPGL, hindi lang puro kalokohan ang matututunan nyo. Hindi lang puro Valorant. Next thing you know, ano ka na? Fluent ka na sa German. Pero puro words lang, no? Hindi mo kayang bumuo ng sentences kasi nakuha mo lang lahat sa German word of the day.
Parang ikaw na bahala kung ano yung ipagtatagpi-tagpi mo.
Oh, ikaw na bahala gumawa ng sarili mong sentence, men. Basta ako, tagabigay lang ako ng mga words.
Pag
Kanya-kanyang script.
tumagal pa si Honey Grace dito sa VCT, makakabuo na siya isang sentence. Sa
Onti na
word
lang.
of
Si
the day.
Ray malapit na yun eh. Lagi kasi,
Malapit na.
alam mo naman si Ray, pag si Ray ang kasama ko, laging may technical pause, kaya laging may German word.
New
Kulang na lang,
learnings.
mag-usap na kami ng kumpletong German, mga ganon.
Isang buong sentence na ituturo. No?
Oo, ganun talaga, guys. Siyempre, educational, dapat tayo maging educational habang umiikot-ikot lang tayo sa mapa natin at inaantay natin yung mga players natin. Relax lang kayo dyan. At para sa ating mga viewers, of course, we are live on Facebook. We are also live on Twitch. Live din tayo sa YouTube. At nanonood ako kanina sa YouTube eh. Ang dami rin nating mga analyst doon na kasama yung mga tropa natin sa YouTube. Tapos, para sa English broadcast natin, syempre live yan for Twitch, Valorant Esports 3, at saka sa YouTube din ng Valorant Esports. Mahahanap nyo yung mga broadcast natin. Kung gusto nyo makita sina Asuray, sina Dax, sina yan sila. Nandun sa kabila. Pero wag na kayo umalis dito.
Yeah. Stay na kayo dito. Mga magaganda at pogi lang naman ang pagpipilian nyo. So,
sabi dito, nakapagsaing na daw siya, meron pa ding pause. Ang bilis ng sinaing mo, no? Parang wala pang 5 minutes, luto na. Diba?
may mga tanong mga dito ano daw yung mas comfortable pick dito in Haven? Kung dalawang duelist daw ba or dalawang initiator? Pero kasi parang yung answer na rin nasa APH na, no? 7-5, tapos double initiator pa. So, kayo na mag-decide kung ano yung magiging decision nyo or yung haka-haka nyo dahil double duelist dito ang AE. They are trying to do it fully pero nasasagutan kasi dito sila ng mga info and the timing sa mga blind and mga recon bolt dito nila Aryo eh.
On the other hand din naman, if you think about it, the double duelist setup that AE has, ang isang Reyna, ano yung mga utilities niya? It's the blind, it's the heal that she has for herself kung sakasakali man. But for a double initiator, and it's actually a pseudo duelist anyway, with M and FPS having the blind, having the heal as well, and it's even an AoE heal, so hindi lang isa yung may heal kundi yung ibang mga kampe. Ang kaso nga lang, the downside is he can't heal himself. And I think hindi nagkakalayo yung choices ng dalawang teams na to. It just boils down basically kung ano nga ba yung playstyle ng mga teams, yung mga respective teams. If you're like AE that you just wanna go press W, go in on site, and you just do whatever you wanna do as well and just head in, get those kills, talagang Reyna, when it comes to the dismiss and healing capability, napakalaking factor, and Qeon sanity as well. But if you are like, of course, playing around with the respective teammates or other teammates as well, like M and FPS, na gumagamit ng mga blind and guiding light to get information or maybe try to push in with the rest of the team, napaka-doable.
Situational talaga, no? Saka magmamatter pa rin talaga dito yung synergy mo within the team. Kung comfortable ka na ganito yung lineup na gamitin mo, hindi lang siya magre-rely kung ano ba yung meta eh. Kailangan mong mag-rely sa mga teammates mo to make your teammate happen, to enable every lineup or every role that they have. Especially the fact na kaya mong maipanalo yung mga duels na ito basta't mai-secure mo na meron kayong mga utilities to make it worth it, to make it happen, to make it work. Lalo na may mga times na kinukuha nila yung parang ginagamit nila as pang bait yung mga recon bolt dito, yung mga blinds, then they will immediately push in. Yung nakikita natin kina M and FPS kanina, natutunan ko dito na mabilis dapat yung maging reaction time mo once na may gusto kang objective to cut off the numbers agad on your enemy team. As they are the ones defending, most likely ganun yung mga nangyayari, lalo na kanina sa mapa ng bind, and yun yung mga possibilities na pwedeng maging favorable in your lineup and in your playstyle. Basta't alam mo yung magiging risk and consequences kapag hindi ito naging worth it, hindi ito naging favorable on your side.
Totoo. And ito guys, no, sabi nga nila, hindi ito half-time pause, half-day pause to,
Half
mga
day.
kaibigan. Lutuin nyo na ang ulam. Kakain na tayo maya-maya lang pag nag-start na yung laban natin. Pero matagal-tagal pa eh. Sabi dito, nagtatanong ano daw yung German word para sa pause. Pause? Ata. Ang ano nun. Pause. Yung German word para sa isang pause. So, nandito tayo ngayon sa halftime pause. Guys, hanggang bukas, aabot tayo dito. Sayang daw kasi yung bayad. Masyado mabilis yung laban.
Sulitin na natin. Kanina pa tayo dito, ha? Kami ni
Minsan lang
Riri
tayo
kanina.
mag-cast.
Overtime pa. Pero ngayon, halftime ang makikiging overtime, resulta ng overtime. So, yeah. Uy, first time pa naman natin mag-cast dito, Taylor.
Kaya nga eh. Baka ikaw talaga yung may curse.
Atay, ayan na, lumalabas na.
Napakita na natin yung buong mapa. Oh, pwede na nating silipin yung underworld. Pwede ba yon? Lahat na eh, no? Inikot-ikot na lang eh. So, anyway, habang nag-aantay tayo na bumalik yung mga players natin dito, kamustahin natin yung bago nating caster sa Tagalog broadcast. Si Honey Glaze na isang araw pa lang nandito, Honey Grace na ang tawag.
Ginawa nila akong banal kahapon. Para akong naging grasya sa mga members natin or sa mga players, sa mga viewers natin kahapon na lahat 2-0. Pero ngayon, na-disgrasya tayo sa lahat ng mga overtimes at sa half-day post natin ngayon in APH and AE.
Ganon talaga, guys. Kailangan ang mga marunong maghintay, binibayayaan. Tandaan nyo yan. There are things worth waiting for. Aabot tayo nito hanggang 10 p.m. Puro tech post lang, mga ganon. Tapos na nga daw magluto yung isa ng kare-kare. Isipin mo, napakatagal lutuin ng kare-kare. Pinipressure cooker. Nakalimutan ko na eh. Pero pinapalambot pa yon, guys. Okay, kabisado nyo na yung Haven dahil sa room tour. Room tour. Welcome to my vlog, guys. So, ito, makikita nyo dito, ito yung aking bedroom. At meron akong mga plants sa Gedli. Habang ito yung kapatid ko na padaan lang, si Astra.
Tas,
wala eh.
Nandito naman yung yung
baka may delivery pa yung yung tumawag yung Lazada, men, kaya nag-pause. May order, may delivery. Kaya hindi pa tayo bumabalik sa mismong match natin.
Nga eh. Parang lahat na susulitin talaga, lalo na nandito na tayo sa half-day pause na talagang lahat pwede mo nang gawin. Magsampay ka na, magluto ka na ng ulam, magkaroon ka na ng dinner dito habang kasama nyo kami dito. Pero I have this one question din na nakita dito. Any thoughts daw on fade lineup, especially nang nangyari kanina? It was honestly good. Talagang nakakainis yung mga pang-defen niya na expected mo na sana na malalaman mo kung saan yung mga footsteps na gagalawin dito ng kalaban mo within the certain corner. Pero with those defen and with those mga times na magiging available sila, ito yung magiging times na talagang masasabi mong nakakagulat yung mga skillsets dito ng isang Fade.
And going back to what you were saying, no, very much doable sa meta ngayon yung Fade. And I'm expecting that in the future, we are also gonna see Fade more being integrated sa scene natin, sa Valorant natin, especially dito sa VCTPH. Not only that, internationally as well. So, anyway guys, nasa tech pause pa rin naman tayo at habang hindi pa nagsisimula ang match natin, pupunta muna tayo sa napaka-iksing break. Huwag kayong aalis because once VCTPH comes back, magsisimula na yung second half natin. Matu-2-0 nga ba ng APH ang AE or AE will take this to game 3? Let's find out later on. Please stay tuned. This is VCTPH. We're gonna see you in a bit.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Muli tayong nagbabalik dito sa VCTPH Stage 2. Nandito pa rin tayo sa day number 2 natin. Siyempre, ang match na nangyayari pa rin ay Alpha Esports Pro versus APH. Pero bago magsimula ang lahat, kami nga pala ang inyong mga shoutcasters. My name is Terror. With me is Honey Glaze na naging Honey Graze na. At nandito tayo ngayon sa ating pangalawang map. 7-5 ang score last time before tayo mapunta sa tech pause. At kung hindi ako nagkakamali, it's on the side of APH kung saan yung advantage yun nandoon.
7-5. Ibang klase yung panimula nila dito, Terror. And I gotta say na sobrang laki ng mga nagiging advantage dito nila Gen Sanity pagdating sa attacking side. But will it change the tides? Especially dito na tayo sa second half natin kung saan yung APH naman dito, yung pwedeng sila yung maramagasa dito using in their abilities and even have their skill sets on point. Basta't makuha nila yung tamang tipla para pabulagan na naman nila dito yung double duelist setup laban sa double initiator setup dito na APH.
Nakita natin the aggressive play style, the aggressive game style that the side of Alpha Esports basically is showing can definitely pay off from time to time, but it also has its disadvantages as well. Ang body system nandoon naman very much intact for the respective teams. Kaso it's just really a 50-50 chance for both of the teams because they play the same. Kung ano yung fast pace ng Alpha Esports, ganun din ka-fast-paced yung APH maglaro para sagutin kung ano yung dinadala nila or what they are bringing at the table. But speaking of what they bring to the table as well, sana nakapag-dinner na ang mga ang mga viewers natin dyan habang nanonood at habang nag-aantay ng ating susunod na matchup. At itong dalawang teams na to, Nako, way back, history-wise, no, kapag sinilip natin si Georgie tsaka si Ching ang nag-aaway sa comment section lagi, magka-teammate naman yan dati. At dati nag-share lang sila ng Starbucks sa isa't isa at isang straw lang. Ngayon, nag-aaway na sila sa comment section.
Oo nga parang ang bilis ang pag-iiba ng panahon dito between our teams. Kaya naman, sobrang comfortable nila dito, no? Kaya pala dito, equalize din talaga yung kanilang mga skill sets, yung kanilang mga gameplays dahil magkakakilala na sila. They know how to counter each other out. Kaya naman, ang bilis ang mga nagiging pangyayari dito. It all comes down to the fact na sino yung kukuha ng momentum, yung makakapag-grasp dito ng consistency dahil there are also the times na nawawala yung momentum nila, nawawala yung pagiging agresibo nila or rather parang nasosobran sila sa pagiging agresibo to the point na hindi nila ito na-maintain at nahihirapan silang ma-secure yung following rounds na halos pumapapor dito sa kabilang team kahit hindi sila manalo sa mga duels, kahit hindi sila yung may mas maraming mga frags.
Yun nga yung problema, yung lagi na nanalo sa duels yung mga respective players natin dito. And gaya ng sabi ko sa inyo guys, no, ang score natin bago tayo pumunta sa break kanina, 7-5 in favor of Action PH. I actually take a look a little bit on the stats as well. And remember, this is a map selection or a map pick coming in from Alpha Esports Pro. And they have a total of around 63% win rate on this specific map. And on the other hand, para sa Action PH is around only 50% mark or percentage. So we can definitely see that Action PH, this is not one of their best maps to play out, and Alpha Esports can take advantage of that as well. Is it better? Is it clearer para sa kanila? Mas okay ba na ito talaga yung map selection, yung map pick na makukuha ng Alpha Esports against APH? But it seems like it's still 50-50 rin naman kung kahit anong stats yung pagbasehan mo. It's just a matter of how reactive the play style is for both sides of the teams.
Ito pa naman yung piniling mapa ng AE laban sa APH. It doesn't look good within the stats pero it's looking good already within the game. So, there are also the reliance na pwede kang mag-rely dito sa winning advantage or sa stats nila, sa mga percentage nila of picking out that map, pero makikita pa rin natin dito yung consistency kung sino ba yung mas may lamang pagdating sa kanilang mga playstyles, pagdating sa kanilang mga angles. Dahil there are also the times na, nagiging jet diff nga yung situation ni Georgie at ni Qeon Sanity with those OP shots. Pero nakikita mo naman yung follow-up. Kapag napatay si na Georgie, hindi naman din si Georgie yung nagiging isang binti lang dito ng kabilang team ng APH, kundi there's always the follow-up na kaya pa rin naman nila dito ma-secure yung mga rounds dito basta't makuha lang nila yung info all the way from Georgie's aggressive picks. At yun yung nagiging favorable ngayon at nagiging hard work points dito for APH to secure in those rounds. 7-5, hindi na pa rin naman malalayo dito for AE to have that comeback. Manalo lang sila dito sa pistol round na ito at yon yung magiging starting point nila dito as the ones defending in this map of Haven.
Sa pangang factor yun, no, since na-mention mo rin as well, is during that time na may specific rounds, 2 rounds if I'm not mistaken, na hindi natakot si Qeon Sanity to buy an operator despite knowing na nasa attacker sila. And he is the only duelist. Remember, ang setup nila as a team is a double initiator that we are looking at. And holding off, of course, with the operator that he has, it's a make or break. Kumbaga, kasi ikaw yung kailangan para mag-open up ng site. Kaso, kailangan mo mag-antay ng saglit. But because of how the movements of Qeon Sanity is and because he moves so fast as well, hindi ganun katagal yung rotations ng teammates niya na nakakasabay niya, basically. And on the other hand, napapatay niya pa yung kayang makapag-pick off. Specifically, na sinabi natin, minention natin, which is si Georgie na naka-operator din as well. So, punishing that player immediately will gain you a lot of advantage trying to take on a specific site or a specific round as well.
And we just gotta commend din dito yung mga nagiging follow-ups once na ma-pick off dito ng AE si Georgie. Sino na nga ba yun? It's always RU, it's always Emma, and then there's always the doctor na may mga timing yung mga smokes niya para maprotektahan niya yung mga duelists niya. So, it comes to the awareness of the other players na hayaan yung maging aggressive yung duelists niyo, pero make sure yung mga utilities niyo ay pwedeng makapag-back up sa kanya once na kailangan niya na ito. So, with that being said, parang doon makikita yung pagiging komportable ni Georgie going into that aggressive picks, makakuha man siya ng mga pick dito, pero once they do know that Georgie has the advantage, backup mismo ang mangyayari. There's also the cover up ng mga angles na pag umatras si Georgie, yun ang hahabulin na mismong angle ng kabilang team, AE. And there's always one corner na hindi sila may secure, at yun yung nangyari kanina, kaya nawa-one tap sila dito ni The Doctor, which is the Astra on APH. So I'm very excited to see kung ano yung magiging playstyle nila, yung strategies nila here as the ones attacking, since yun nga, pagdating sa defending, they have that synergized play and they need to be this composed pa rin pagdating sa ating second half to have the security of the second game dito sa series natin.
O diba, napag-usapan na namin lahat, hindi pa rin nagsa-start. Ano na? Oh, wala eh. Ganun talaga, guys. Wala tayong magagawa kung hindi magantay, no? There's technical issues on the side of the teams. So, we have to give them time to fix it kung gusto natin na maayos yung labanan ng dalawang teams natin dito at para fair lahat ang ano natin. Yan talaga ang disadvantage kapag wala pa tayong LAN event, diba? So, once we are back at it, syempre, ang gagawin lang muna talaga dito ni Georgie ay magko-comment. Diba? Sabi nga dito, Diyos mio, Marimar. Oh, nakapag-comment na, nakapag-Facebook na siya, nag-check na siya ng DM ng Twitter lang, lahat-lahat na, hindi pa rin daw nagsa-start. Pati siya nagreklamo na rin, siya yung player.
Hinahanap ko nga siya kanina kung mag-a-out ba siya once na pumasok na tayo sa mahaba-haba nating half-day pause. Pero,
tapos na yung TV Patrol, wala pa din. Ano na? Start mo na, Georgie. Si Georgie ang sisihin kasi siya yung player eh. Di ba? So, ito, habang nag-aantay pa rin tayo, guys, it's still not yet there. So, we have to wait a little bit more. Kaya konting tiis na lang, guys. Pasensya na kayo. Pero this is VCTPH. Kami nga pala magiging casters nyo, of course, for later on as well. Taylor at Honey Glaze. Muling magbabalik ang VCTPH. Don't go away.
One in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick,
grind. I had to beat the odds. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session, cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in, we can slow up and you never catch us. Working in 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. And no matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working in 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real
Isang subok muli para sa ating lahat kung makakapasok na nga ba tayo sa game natin, guys. Gaya nga nasabi ni PPGL, pasensya na kayo, nagkakaroon ng technical difficulties on the side of the players and inaantay lang natin sila maging ready ulit para sa kanilang halftime or para sa susunod na half natin. Kung kakatune in nyo lang, maraming nagtatanong actually, no? Ano na nga ba ang score natin? Honey Glaze nga pala, Taylor, para sa inyong mga casters. Honey Glaze, anong score?
7-5 guys, one game lead na kaagad ang APH. Pero ngayon ko lang nalaman na hindi ko pala nasabi sa kapatid ko na caster na ako ng VCT. So hi sa'yo Alex, thank you for dropping by dito sa Twitch. Nanonood siya sa Twitch eh.
Naku, nagulat na lang siya eh. Pagkita niya, ikaw na pala, yung kapatid ko na pala yung nagka-cast ngayon sa VCT. Pero ito, guys, habang nag-aantay tayong lahat, alam kong nakapagsaing na kayo. Lahat sila nagsasabi, nakapagsaing na daw sila, naluto na yung sinigang, nakapaglaban na daw. Yung yellow, titigas na lang, hindi pa rin daw nagsisimula. Pasensya na kayo kasi kasalanan lahat to ni Georgie tsaka ni Ching eh. Nag-aaway pa ata sila kaya hindi pa sinisimulan ulit yung laban natin eh. So, ang kailangan lang natin gawin wala tayong magagawa kung hindi mag-antay. Guys, patience is a virtue. Yan ang sabi ng lahat.
Ayun, ito na ang pagbabalik ni Meral. Kung kanina ka pa namin hinahanap baka ikaw rin yung isa sa mga reasons kung bakit tayo na-delay dito Pero now, let's all welcome back sa mga viewers natin dito. This is again the battle between APH and AE. Kung hindi nyo po naabutan kanina yung first game natin, it was the battle in bind. Nakuha ito ng APH and it is really a good one, 9-13. Dito naman sa mapa ng Haven, it is going in favor of APH dahil parang nakukuha natin yung theory na nakuha nila yung momentum, na-manifest nila yung momentum in game number 1 at naibigay nila ito hanggang game number 2. Pero this time around, nagkapalitan na tayo ng mga signs sa second half na ito kung saan, again, it was all in favor of APH pero syempre, baka mapigilan pa sila dito nila Gian Sanity.
Hindi ko nga alam kung sino yung may momentum dun sa dalawang teams kasi nagsasalit-salitan lang sila minsan and even on an eco, we can definitely see that the teams are capable of doing thrifty rounds. Napanood natin yan, witness din natin yan during the first few games that we saw. At para sa mga nanonood dyan is maraming salamat syempre sa pagsuporta sa PPGL sa Twitch. sa Facebook, sa YouTube. May nagtanong kanina kasi nakita yung English casters natin eh. Kung
Oo.
nasaan daw yung dalawang lalaking casters, bakit merong ibang broadcast? English broadcast po yun. So, pwede nyong silipin sa Twitch din yan, Valorant Esports 3. Aside from that, we also want to thank our sponsor, syempre, ang ating number one gaming PC brand worldwide, which is Asus Republic of Gamers and Globe at Home as well. While we are waiting for the remaining games na mapapanood natin. Sa tingin mo mag-game 3, Honey Glaze?
Most probably, Taylor, no? Dahil nakita natin kanina na sobrang equal lang din. Basta't ma-manifest ng AE dito na kaya nilang gamitin yung mga aggressiveness dito ng Jin Sanity combo, Jin Sanity and Jin combo in this game, in this half. Pero tingnan natin kung yun ba ang situation natin.
It really depends din naman kasi kung paano ba yung playstyle, no? Welcome pala sa podcast namin ni Honey Glaze. Sana masaya kayong lahat. At habang inaantay natin ang lahat dito, syempre gusto ko na rin sabihin na may PPGL cooldown pala guys. May totoong podcast talaga. Si Ray at ako yung host nun. So every Tuesday yon bago magsimula or kinabukasan nun VCTPH. Ayun yung pre-game namin yan bago mag-VCT kung saan pinag-usapan namin lahat ng mga bagay-bagay. So, etong mga viewers natin, alam kong naiinip na kayo. Pero, ang isa sa mga importanteng tanong dito, inaabangan din kasi nila tong lahat yung APH versus Alpha Esports. Alam ko maraming or malaki yung fan base on respective teams. Both teams have the huge fan base as well. And sabi nga dito ng mga viewers natin, may kanya-kanyang mga fans to APH ba o AE? Yan ang gusto kong tanungin sa mga viewers. Sino nga ba ang sinusuportahan nyo sa dalawang teams na to? Ito na yung oras nyo talaga para maging tunay na analyst rather, na sabihin nyo na kung bakit APH, bakit AE. Gusto ko rin malaman ng mga iniisip ng mga viewers natin dito.
Ako din since this is my first time casting for AE and APH, let's see kung ano yung masasagot dito ng mga viewers natin. Dahil syempre, matagal na sila sa scene. Nabasa ko din dito sa mga sets nung nag-aaral pa ako is that stage 3 pa huling nagkatagpuan dito ang APH at also yung AE. So I'm very excited kung ano ba talaga yung win points advantage dito ng Qeon Sanity tandem natin with Jin, and there's also Georgie from the side of APH. Georgie, alam ko ang ganda ng run nila nung stage 2 pa
Yun nga Kaso nga lang, during the times na, of course, the qualifiers, etc., everything's just dwindling down. Imagine, even Team Secret at one time, hindi sila nakapasok dun sa qualifiers natin. But right now, they are back in the game as well. So, just the whole entire scene of Valorant in the Philippines, you just never know who's gonna take it away. Kasi imagine, even with Team Secret a while ago, nung game number 2, nabawian pa, diba? Na reverse sweep pa nila. Na 13-0 pa nga nila Samantalang nung first game, medyo nahirapan sila against SBE. So, anything can go, anything can change live. In the meantime, we are still waiting for the matchup that we are looking at. APH pa rin versus Alpha Esports Pro. Isang mabilisang history lessons muna sa mga viewers natin dito. Ang si Jin, na nakikita nyo obviously for the side of Alpha Esports na laging nakakasabay ni Qeon Sanity. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, Vietnamese. So, may iba silang, may import tayo coming in here from Alpha Esports. And the other hand, ganun din naman for APH. The doctor is, if I'm not mistaken, from Malaysia as well. So, there are different members here that are from another country as well na nagsama-sama sila dito ngayon sa Valorant PH. Pero isa sa mga matitindi dito, Honey Glaze, syempre, dating magkakakampi to Georgie, Eman, tsaka si Ching magkakasama from NGX way back. Wow. And we have a Batman from APH na dating ka-teammate ni Qeon Sanity. So, how will this all fall down? Ano yung magiging main story dito? Because the old member right now, which is a Batman, playing for the other team and fighting for the spot as well. Ang magiging story ba dito is, ako ba ang sinaing mo, mga ganon? Ako ba yung sinayang mo na klase pagdating kay a Batman? Malalaman natin yan after a bit, of course, when we get back to the game.
Ito daw yung mga bagong luma na narinig-rinig ko nung mga nakaraang stage pa. Pero let's welcome back Vil. Naghahanap siya kung nasan daw yung
Naghahanap
away
ng
dito
away.
sa comments. So, thankfully wala pa masyado. Pero kanina meron. Mainit pa rin sila dito eh. Pero nakita pa rin naman dito sina Georgie. Again guys, naghihintay pa rin naman tayo ng following updates kung ano yung mangyayari na between AE and APH dahil we're just waiting in for whatever can happen next in the following matchup natin dahil we all have to hope for the best for here dahil nga gusto ko makita yung mga comeback potential pa dito ng AE dahil they have been doing well as Qeon and Raze nung nakaraang map. Ano ang nangyari? Parang bigla silang na bulldozer dito ng APH na kaya silang kontrahin sa mga full-on rushes nila, sa mga satchel in and out sila dito, especially yung mga dash in and outs, mga pang zap-zap ni EG and Sanity. But as the Jet this time, mas comfortable agent pero medyo na-nerf ng bahagya. So, is this a reason kung bakit siya parang na-hold back sa full potential as the Jet player of AE or talagang maganda lang din yung mga placing, yung mga strategies na ginagawa sa kanila dito na APH?
Like I said, it's boils down basically on the reactive game style of both respective teams. Kung ano yung makita nila, yun yung una nilang susolusyonan. Kasi nga masyadong mabilis yung mga ganap, yung masyadong mabilis yung mga pangyayari. No? So now we're seeing yung voice ng ating mga audiences dito. Si Call Me Skit, sabi niya, APH daw ang kanyang sinusuportahan. Yung isa nga, APE eh. O, pinaghalo niya na yung dalawa, APH saka AE. APE daw ang sinusuportahan niya dito. May nagtanong na rin, casters, nakakaon na mo. Dili pa kami nakaon. So, sana kumain na kayo, guys. Dahil inaabangan lang naman natin tong susunod na matchup natin eh. Maraming supporters dito ng APH. Sabi nga ng isa rin dito, AE pa din, malakas, manifesting 2-1.
Oo, dahil hindi naman sila makakapasok dito sa group stages nang basta-basta lang. Imagine wala silang coach, wala silang manager, and they were able to secure a slot here in our group stages. So malaking factor yun dahil they believe in themselves. They have the synergy that can have the momentum to secure in those games and the possibilities na makakuha ng spot into our knockout stages. Pero syempre, dapat na nating makita itong game number 2 following up our lead from APH. Kailangan nila itong makuha para makita na natin yung game number 3 which is again the map of Split, the decider map for this series. It was all a good lead and a good start for APH pero ito ang decision ng AE kung kaya pa ba ng Metal Fortitude nila na makuha itong game number 3 or talagang napapabigay na lang din sila sa mga sarili nila dito sa mga kamay ni Georgie.
Yun nga eh. It takes a toll on the teams as well. If ever na nagkakaroon ng ganitong mahabang pause, mga technical pause or even a timeout. Even a timeout works. Siguro minsan you can see when it comes to pro players and even the Valorant scene in general, worldwide, makikita nyo, even the pause that the players do, kagaya nung timeouts, malaking factor to actually consider pagdating dun sa momentum. It's either you pause for the stop of momentum and anything else, o talagang magpo-pause ka lang for just to breathe, no? Just to take a breather. But this time, of course, it's a different story. You're facing some technical issues on your side. So, medyo pagbalik, ganun pa rin ba yung magiging scenario natin? Is it gonna be the same team that we are looking at? O magkakaroon ng difference kasi nagkaroon ng maliit na time on dwindling down?
Yun nga, yun pa yung isa sa mga factor dito dahil nga may mga timings, diba? Yung i-call nila yung mga timeout dito for our teams para maputol nila yung mga following momentum dito. Umiinit na yung tutok nila, umiinit na yung momentum dito, yung mga specific runs nila dito and those rushes from their sides na parang kuha nila yung tamang pwesto, kuha nila yung timplang kaya nilang gamitin. So, yung mga cutouts natin dito, yung mga timeouts is a big lead and a big game changers kung ito ba talaga yung makakapag-iba ng flow within team or ito ba yung magiging pahinga pa ng mga players natin na syempre, kailangan natin ng mga breather, kailangan natin magpahinga, kailangan natin mag-cool down muna for our players to have enough specific gameplay at para makakuha tayo ng syempre, fresher aim, fresher tutok para makakuha ng mga pickups na ganun.
Sana all, no? Nakakapagpahinga. Sana all, may mga players, nagpapahinga muna sila para sa second half. Hindi, pero inaayos nila yan for sure. Hindi pahinga ang nangyayari for the players ngayon. Taranta ang naka-feeling siguro nila dito, no? But again, like I said, itong dalawang teams, 50-50 still. So, ano lang parang ano lang, circle of life lang tayo dito sa broadcast. Siyempre, kailangan talaga nating antayin. Pero mga estimated time natin siguro mga 2 minutes, babalik tayo sa game mo. Hindi ko alam. Balay nyo, bukas na lang, no? Nandito lang kami ni Honey Glaze hanggang magdamagan. Matulog na muna kayo. Pagising nyo, Alpha Esports pa rin, tsaka APH pa rin yung naglalaban. Mga ganun ba na pwede natin gawin. But anyway, in real talk muna tayo. Uy, bumalik!
Yay! Finally!
Ready na ako matulog eh. Pero nandito na. We're finally back into the game. 7-5 ang score. Tama na ang tanungan dahil balik na tayo sa labanan as APH is on the attackers. This is the pistol round. Hindi pa nagsisimula yung second half natin. Ito pa lang yung unang round natin dyan. So, APH now, nasa kanila. Nasa palad nila ngayon kung paano sila mag-e-entry. At para kay Georgie, nakaspot na nga siya ng isa. He sprayed down but it doesn't connect at all. Aryu on the other hand, sees people flanking already. At talagang diretso plant ng spike. Trabaho lang. The blind connects but the shots from Ching wouldn't. A Batman secures the kill instead. 5v4 situation make that a 5v3.
Nandito pa kaagad and backside si Chris M. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to react on time and there was also the pick-off na ginawa na nga dito nila the Doctor and a good flawless round. Ano ang pinag-uusapan natin dito kanina? Makakakuha ba ang AE ng shift of momentum in this half or APH talagang nagbabaga pa yung win condition na nabuo nila from the early game of this map? In Haven, Georgie able to create enough space for their team, followed up with the Blinds and the Trailblazers, and ngayon, 8-5 na ang standing natin. Tatlo na tuloy ang hahabulin pa ng AE, and will it be favorable of them? They are down to an eco round. We can see here na shorty yung hawak nitong dalawang ito, so they need to get that specific angles kung ano yung nirarush nila in B. Ito naman yung irarush ng APH sa A side.
Naku po, 8-5 na nga yung score natin. No? Nakabubuelo na naman sila papunta dito sa A side. Georgie was able to secure the kill on Qeon Sanity. Galit na galit na si kuya mo Georgie habang pumapasok. Rumarachada lang dito mga players ng APH. Knowing na sila yung may advantage and especially na sila naman talaga yung merong buy on this specific round. So less casualties, mas maganda para sa side ng APH so they could play out the bonus round later on.
Sa bonus round na ito ng APH and an eco for the side of AE. Parang mas maganda talaga kung makasecure sila ng ilang kills muna bago sila makapag-plant in the spike. Pero unfortunately dito for AE, yun na nga, isa na lang ang natitira. He's just hoping for the exit frogs. Pero Chris M dito, parang hindi siya magbibigyan ng APH. With that recon bolt, he needs to die from the spike. And with that, there's also the exit na lang na gagawin na dito from our following members from APH na may secure na nila yung 9-point lead nila dito laban sa AE. Very unfortunate dito for AE dahil yung momentum ay nagbabaga na talaga dito for APH at mahaba-habang habulan ito. Especially the fact na 9-5 na ang scoreline.
Lalo na sila kasi yung nakakuha nung pistol round on the second half So, there is that certain advantage. Ang maganda naman dito for Alpha Esports is they still have that chance knowing that this is finally their buy round. Ang kaso nga lang, half armor lahat ng players halos aside from Qeon Sanity only. So, this can take effect especially on those headshots as well. Lalo na itong mga pro players, talagang headshot. Kung headshot, speaking of, Qeon Sanity takes a headshot towards RU. Kaso nga lang may kasamang whiff para kay Georgie towards Jin. 7 HP remains para sa kanya and he's still alive and kicking. 5v3, merong naspatan.
Oh, no.
Si Kuya Mo Chrism. 2 players, kaso nga lang hindi nag-connect yung shots na yan. This is also the Nano Swarm being thrown in on backside just to check off kung meron bang tao at pwede nilang i-force out na lumabas. Sinasalo lang lahat yan ng Omen para barilin at i-shutdown din agad-agad. 3v5 pa rin ang labanan, but the Doctor is making things a little bit even with the 3v4 situation right here. May kasamang heal mula sa players dito ng APH. Very much doable since low na ang 2 players ng AE.
That's a big problem, lalo na't wala na silang pang-control ng vision dito, pero this is a good amount of control and first contact plays nila Qeon Sanity and even have your RUU to secure in that first point here in the second half. Good enough para at least meron pa rin naman sila mga bundle dito, pero what happened in that game is just going in favor of the side of APH. Kung hindi siguro nakapitas si Chinggad dito, mga hihirapan silang makuha yung round na yon. So with that being said, 6-9 na ang scoreline natin and it is very nice.
Nice. Ekin, kasi baliktad. Yan ang ating sasabihin, no? But 9-6 nga at Alpha Esports, they were able to take that round away from APH. But what cost? Si Chrism dito, walang pambili ng kanyang Vandal, no? So yung 4 na players lang ang meron. Para naman sa APH, buo pa rin ang kaba ng bayan as they are able to also buy the specific guns that they need. Slowly but surely, itong mga players ngayon ng APH gumagapang na on mid at playing for picks pa rin hanggang mayroon silang ma-pick off dito. Hindi muna gagalaw masyado yan. But the guiding light will try to detect someone. No answer though. Qeon Sanity nag-iiba na rin ang posisyon. Nasa gong na siya. Makikita niya si Georgie doon. Yet dip ang nangyari. Qeon Sanity for the triple kill already as he shuts down the Doctor as well. In a 4v1 fashion, APH, it's all in the hands of RU right now.
They just went in fully with the timing and also the waiting game na ginawa dito nila Qeon and Qeon Sanity all the way from the links here in B side. Kaya naman ngayon, they have finally compromised in the position of the spike. One all the way from flank. Kaya naman, hindi na talaga makakakuha pa na magandang pwesto dito si RU. Pero it can be good once na, makukuha niyo yung timing dito kina Cheng. But unfortunately, yan ang quick reaction time from Qeon Sanity. 2 members down lang ang natamo dito ng AE for that round. Pero ano nga ba ang sinasabi ni HG kanina na makakakuha nga ng magandang advantage dito yung APH. Pero look at this right now. This might be the momentum shift na papabor na nga ngayon for the side of AE.
It definitely can, lalo na ma-force out sa eco itong APH right now, no? So they only have those sheriffs to play around with. And for Alpha Esports, you don't see that much of the aggressiveness anymore, knowing that they are on the defense as well. And Qeon Sanity is still on point, especially with the triple kill on that specific round, made possible by Qeon Sanity right there. Jin was able to get one already. Tamang dismiss lang din para to reset. And Jin, yet again, another kill para sa kanya, and that is a Batman down. 3 players pa dito ng APH ang buhay. Gawin mo ng 2 at isa na lang. This is all up again to RU to try and pinpoint the enemies with only a sheriff. It's not gonna be possible anymore. Jin, 4K. Ito na ang Jin-Gian combination. Tumatrabaho, Honey Glaze.
Jin-Gian combo with also the backup pa ng mga smokes dito ni Chris M. Dagdagan mo pa dito ng quick attention, awareness ni Jin to get in those skills na nagmula na nga dito sa garage, and that is a good lead for AE. Momentum is just staging off well for them to take 8-9 ang scoreline natin. Pumapabor na ito for AE, pero at the very least, bahagyan nilang nababasag ang economic advantage. Kanina pang nabubuo ng APH, but this is a rush going into garage. Georgie, hindi niya pinatawad si Ching agad. He's already down, pero wala rin ditong kawala si Chris M. Nakapasok na sila ng side, makakapag-plant pa ng spike. There is the updraft to get in info. No one inside the site dito. However, this is a 3v5. They have here the ultimate. They have Jin with the Empress. Mapasok na dito si Qeon Sanity with the dash. Nasa loob siya ng Cloudburst niya. Mabubuhay pa rin naman siya with the scope of pick. Makakakuha pa rin naman ng 3K dito si Georgie, and that's all up to Qeon Sanity. Pero Mawawalbang lang siya dito ni Eman FPS, finishing that round with a double-digit scoreline, finally getting in those lead na hindi agad mahabol ng AE.
Pakahirap na posisyon para sa side nila, no? In a 3v5, it's almost as if it's quite impossible. But Qeon Sanity, he made space for himself at least. Hindi nga lang talaga kinaya with all the other members knowing his position already at talagang siya na lang ang kailangang abangan dito. Wala nang katulong, wala nang kasama at wala nang kakampi. Yet again, another round here. 10-8 na ang score natin. APH only needs 2 more to actually reach that match point. Itong guiding light, walang madedetect on short. Kaya naman pwede maka-forward si Georgie kahit pa paano. But the 2 players right here from AE is waiting around the corner on A long.
Oh, play for contact agad dito si Ryu. With that owl drone, he diminished it already. But there is also the push na assault na lang nangyayari dito here in sewers. 2 of them waiting game ang magiging situation here in A side. Tatlo halos ang nakaabang sa kanila. Whatever that they wanna do, they need to have that certain push. But unfortunately dito, tama lang din yung gamit nila ng gamit ng utility nila dito. Taylor namatay kaagad sa mga kamay nila. Yung swarm grenade, Jin and Ryu is also down. 3 members na lang ang natitira. Qeon Sanity though, hindi siya magpapatawad pero mapapatawad naman siya dito ni Batman. Goes in for those kills. Chris M dito for the follow-up. We have here Chris M na makakakuha ng Batman. Ching agad dito. Low on HP, 10 HP and Dream. Dalawa na lang ang natitira. This is still doable. May neutral set pa siya. Pero ang layo nitong isa, the Doctor. May kanya-kanyang trabaho dito. May kanyang manda dito si Doctor. He will be planting in the spike. Pero ang layo pa ni Eman FPS. He can retreat back into Silong dahil hindi naman nag-full on rush dito si Ching agad sa mga reason na meron siyang or he is just very low on HP and that is the finisher for that round. 11-8 naban sa AE.
Good usage and good decision making coming in from the side of Alpha Esports here to actually force out Jin dun sa positioning niya. Just 1 nano swarm grenade and it automatically is equivalent to 1 kill dahil nga mafo-force siyang lumabas doon sa corner na tinataguan niya, no? And because of that, 2 players were actually peeking already to help kill after that nano swarm grenade. And on the other hand, Alpha Esports, they are on an 8th. Unti lang naman ang kailangan nilang habulin dito kung sakasakali para sa side ng APH. Qeon Sanity securing that first kill already towards Jordy. Talagang silang dalawa nagkakatapatan dito habang si Ching nag-aantay lang. That operator will be shot down immediately as a Batman is gonna go in and try to pinpoint the enemies. Meron nga lang ditong cyber cage and on the other hand, meron din namang lockdown na ginamit. May kasama pang paranoia. Jin hops out, gets the kill, going for another one. Tamang dismiss lang para makapagtago. Hugas kamay, but yet another kill for Jin right here on Garage. There's that camera, but curse him to shut down the final player. That is Eman FPS. 11-9, napakalinis na round mula sa AE.
Jin dito, ginagawa talaga yung trabaho niya to go in aggressively dahil nga once na makapatay siya, he has those orbs to dismiss. Look at this timing. I really like it na nakakuha siya ng micromanagement and he was able to compose himself to win out that duel laban kay RU. So with that being said, dito na nag-iinit yung AE. They need to control themselves dito dahil once na sobrahan sila ng aggressiveness dito, it can be the punishment. It can be a casualty ng APH laban sa kanila. And APH dito, mukhang hindi pa rin naman sila tatantanan ang Garage, ang B-site. There's the smokes, there's the B-site, or there's also the spike already planted here in B. So let's see kung ano ang magiging retake dito ng side na nga ng AE.
Plant of the spike is there. Paano nga ba magiging retake nila? But it seems like the Reyna, which is Jin, is already on site. 4 na players na nga ngayon dito ang nakapasok on site. Paano nila lalaroin to? Specifically that every player that APH has, it's playing, or rather playing outside of the site. iikot sana dito, no? Yung jet para patayin yung nasa likuran o para mag-flank. Ang kaso, hindi nag-connect. Yung paranoia na yan, itong ultimate naman ngayon, Aryu, tamang anime battle lang here on mid as well. Qeon Sanity, it's now all up to him. He has the operator on his hand. He's gonna knife a Batman. Sumusubok pang bumawi dito, but MNFPS will shut down as well. 2v1 situation. Qeon Sanity secures the kill and secures the win as well para sa side ng Action PH. Naubos siya lahat ng kalaban pero yung round hindi napunta sa kanila.
Highlight over win. I gotta say, the Qeon Sanity dito.
Hello, TikTok.
Yung nag-o-boy. Pero
Feeling
yes,
ko,
hello.
gusto lang
TikTok.
sumubok saksakin eh.
Oo, a Batman.
Anong ano? Ayoko na sabihin.
Walang knife dito, walang tondo things dito dahil nasa kanya yung tunay na knife, nasa kanya yung tunay na kutsilyo. 4K for Qeon Sanity. It was a quick anime battle laban kay Aryu, pero unfortunately, this is already the match point. 12-9. What are they going to do next to stop this momentum? Keep on coming from APH. Mukhang mid-take na naman ang gaganapin nila dito, kaya naman they have changed in the positionings of their agents. We have here Qing agad na nag-aabang na nga dito here in Garage na hindi usually nangyayari dahil he's always seen in A and even in C side, pero random times natin siya makikita dito here in Garage, and this is a good one lalo na they can slow things down at yun na nga yung nangyayari. Na-delay nila ang APH at they need to just get a hold of the info na ano ba talaga yung gustong maging commitment dito ng APH to plant in the spike.
Pag merong nahuli tong si Aryu, kawawa talaga. 3 HP remaining para sa kanya. But the knives to Georgie will definitely connect on Ching. Umatras siya ng saglitan doon na habang Ryu finally getting the shots. And this time around, Crescent to get a kill as well. Isa na lang o dalawa rather ang natitira. That is Georgie and that is Ryu with a very low HP. Gonna try to make it happen and Ryu just shuts them down completely. Triple kill para sa round na to. An amazing kill of course with the shock dart on that ladder as well.
Tingin ko parang na-pressure sila dito sa pwesto ni Qing agad here in Garage. With those one-way cyber cage, hindi siya kagad nag-fully on aggressive dito. Georgie, yes, he was able to get in that kill. Pero ano ang nangyari doon? Unfortunately dito kaya Batman, he wasn't able to check in that corner. At yun yung corner na nilaruan ni the Doctor kanina. Kaya nila na-secure yung upper lead advantage within the first half. But now, di pa rin pala sila magpapatinag dito, Taylor, no? Matatalian bahagya si Georgie. Ryu is already down. We have here a hello. Ahay, laban dito sa isa all the way from the smokes. One member lang naman ang nawala dito, but Qeon Sanity gusto niya ng pangalawa. We have here the following shots pa ni Jing. There's also MPS with that classic laban kay na Qeon Sanity, and unfortunately that operator was down, pero matatakot pa rin naman ni Chris M. Still a good one, gotta say, for APH, pero AE was just ready enough to say, sorry, amin na tong round na ito, and they can potentially have the overtime.
Isa pa. Yan ang sabi ngayon ng Alpha Esports dahil isa na lang kailangan nila para mapunta sa overtime. And ito na yung make or break situation nila. Because if you think about it, para sa series na to, APH has that upper hand already. 1-0 na ang score nila dito. And they only need one more point, one more round to actually secure that 2-0 para sa series natin. Series point na to mga kaibigan. It is a make or break right now. Guiding Light, nilabas agad. Baka sakaling makakuha ng information. Hinati ang mundo gamit ang Astra, ang Cosmic Divide niya. And this is now Chrism just deciding kung ano nga ba ang gagawin niya kasi wala pa naman pumapasok eh. But he can't find that recon. Where is it? But the players right now are already on site as the Guiding Light comes in. Chrism will go down. 3v2 situation right now. Ching was able to secure a kill. Ito na nga ba ang pagbangon ng api? Alpha Esports will take this into an overtime.
Gotta say na sobrang reckless ng AE doon. Ang ganda ng mga playthrough smokes dito ni Chris M. He was tagged in by the smoke, pero hindi ko alam yung mga hindi ko alam at hindi ko nakita kung ano yung nangyari dito na naka 3K si Ching agad which changed of a lot of perspective dito na bakit nakapasok nga dito ang APH pero nabawasan sila, nakapag-plant in sila, yes, pero hindi sila nakapalag dito kay Qeon agad. 12-12 is already our scoreline, and again, HG, welcome to another overtime. Let's give it all to APH and AE. AE dito, masyadong mahaba yung kanilang naging habol, and this is going to be worth it, lalo na they are the ones attacking. This time, laban sa APH.
Grabe, from 12-9, naging 12-12 na ang score natin. Kumbaga, under pressure, lalong nag-shine itong Alpha Esports. And finally, this time around, no, the other teammates of Qeon, Sanity, and Jin as well are working around kung paano makakuha ng kills. Jin was shut down immediately here on Garage, pero nandito naman si Qeon, Sanity para i-cover siya on that refrag as well. Meron lang nasa taas, hindi napansin ni Kuya Mo the Doctor, kaya naman makakapasok lang dito ng libre ang players ng Alpha Esports. Na figure out na nila ang APH. Drive C lang guys, punta lang tayo ng C.
Mahingang malalim talaga dito para kina Georgie. He was able to dash inside the site pero wala siya matatagpuan dito ang AE members. There's one in garage smoke dito para makadistract ng mga following members natin trying to defuse in the spike. This is the blind. Yan Sanity was able to go in for 1 M and FPS. Goes in for 2, but this is Chris M and RU. They were able to defuse in the spike. APH secures in the 13 and a match point.
What?
Laban sa AE. What just happened?
Nasalisihan gang na yung mga players dito ng Alpha Esports. Nagagalit na, oh. Nananaksak na pati ng mga dingding si Kuya mo, Jin. Bakit naman gano'n? Napatagalog na siya. Ganon kalala, men. Make or break na to. Isa na lang talaga, literal. Kailangan ng APH para manalo sa series natin. This is it, mga kaibigan. Let us find out. This is the guiding light. Ginamit na rin ng Astra kung merong mga machup-chup. But on the other hand, Georgie, baka magkakitaan dito. There is that Soba drone. Georgie was able to spot Jin and get the kill. Aryuri on the other hand, a double pick with Georgie on the triple kill. Bladestorm up and online para sa kanya. Qeon, Sanity, and Chrism to be shut down soon. Pero itong operator na to, hindi mo madadala sa hukay yan, sir. Kung sisilip ka para sa retake, mahihirapan ka. Pero kakayanin nga ba? Meron pa siyang dash, siya na lang nag-iisa. And even an ace to finish things off. Georgie lang sa kalam. Jetif daw ang sabi niya dito. APH takes the win, making this a 2-0 honey glaze. Ang ganda ng laban.
Ang ganda sa hinaba-haba ng ating tech post kanina. It's all worth it for APH. Sigaw kung sigaw. We have here our teams. We have here our players na sobrang ganado doon sa second half na yon. Pinasarap lang. Gusto pang tapusin. We have your APH creating in our clean 2-0 in the series. Mapa ng Haven. Mapa ni Georgie with that ace. With that late storm.
Grabe. So, nakita nyo naman, no, it is still APH's game. And you definitely saw it here. 2-0 nga ang score natin. At isa na lang ang inaabangan ko, ang comment ni Georgie para kay Ching. Dahil Georgie 1, Ching 0 na nga ang nangyari para sa series natin ngayon dito. But on the other end, let's just talk about the matchup real quick. During that latter part, or not even on the latter part of the map, even dun sa ating game number 1 and game number 2, it was quite obvious that Qeon, Sanity, and Jin was working out kung ano nga ba yung ma-pick off nila. Dun sila naglalaro sa space na yon. Ang problema nga lang is sometimes off yung nagiging timings din ng ibang mga respective players na natitira. So hindi sila nakakakuha ng kills. Nauunahan lagi sila ng APH. And because of that, it's always up to these 2 players remaining. And typically, natitira din dito ay iisang player na lang, no, to make that clutch moment happen. But APH, it's more of a teamwork makes the dream work kind of scenario para sa kanila. And it really just goes to show that for this stage of VCT, anything can happen. You thought it was rather AE trying to make a comeback, but it didn't happen. It's still APH. Gusto lang talaga nilang patagalin.
Talagang iba yung klase ng tagal dito ng APH. Parang pinarusahan nila yung AE dito sa lahat ng mga gusto nilang habulin laban dito sa APH. And we're gonna give you our post-game stats here. APH winning it out with a 12-14. Look at this. They roar. It's a 17k damage output na naibigay nila laban sa APH laban dito sa 17-5. Hindi ito ganong kalaki pero masasabi natin talaga na mas malamang dito talaga yung naging synergy of plays ng APH. Isipin natin dito yung mga Tyson ginamit nila yung mga blinds with the guiding lights and even have the Sova, yung mga recon balls niya dito para makakuha lang ng mga info and even have here the space for Georgie to make a good amount of resist laban dito kay Qeon Sanity. And look at this matchup comparison between our Jet players. Yet indeed outfrag siya dito ni Qeon Sanity, pero sino ba ang nakatulong kasi kay Georgie? It's always the doctor, it's always RU and Eman FES. There's always the possibility na magkakaroon ng magandang sagutan yung bawat members natin dito for APH to control in the aggressiveness dito nila Qeon Sanity and FES. Pero this is one of the rounds na favorite ko talaga. Sobrang sulit, terror ng ating Bulldog, all in the hands of Georgie.
Totoo, itong si Georgie talagang nag-perform on this specific game that we have right here. He really made it possible para sa side ng APH na talagang manduhin itong Alpha Esports Pro, no? Makikita mo yung mga press W play ngayon dito ni Jin eh. Pero on the other hand talaga, kung sisilipin natin, it all boils down again, nag-overtime sila, meron silang time doon na ninja diffusean sila. So, there is that, dahil lang doon sa isang smoke, hindi na nakabuelo, and obviously, para sa ibang mga players, maraming rounds na nasayang. For example, of course, Qeon Sanity was trying to clutch this moment. On the other hand, na-diffuse na yung spike. So, it doesn't matter, even if you get all the frags in the world, but if you don't get the round, it's not gonna happen.
Exchanging of the contacts talaga yung mga piniplay nila dito. No? What a finisher, especially for Georgie with that ace. Imagine all of those comeback
Galit si
potentials.
Georgie. Ano? Galit na galit. Akala mo talaga may kaaway, no? Pero mag-hug din naman sila pag nagkakitaan sila. That is finally it for game. Our last game of the day. Our last series para sa araw na ito. That was Alpha Esports Pro. And that was, of course, Action PH. They won against AE right here on VCT. Not only that, pati din sa mga previous matches nila recently, hindi pa nananalo ang Alpha Esports against them. So, ang exciting lang dito makita sa VCTPH, syempre mapanood ulit sila kung sino nga ba talaga ang mas malakas sa dalawang teams na to. But other than that, later on, magkakaroon ng panel at interview. Yan ang dapat nyong abangan para sa ating susunod na ganap dito sa VCTPH. But that's finally it for us here sa caster side. My name is Terror. With me is Honey Glaze. Maraming salamat sa pag-stay tuned. And don't go away. When we come back, it is gonna be panel show, interview as well, at para marinig na rin natin to wrap up the show as well. So, maraming salamat and see you later on after this break.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2, where Action PH gets the final series of the day, a 2-0 against Alpha Esports Pro. I just noticed, G10, did you lower yourself on purpose with what we discussed? I just got distracted. I was like, oh hey,
The height buff.
thanks for giving me the extra. Hey, it's only here on the panel where I get that buff. But yes, lots of flashy plays all around from all of these players. As we jump into the series highlights, Fluffy, I think we can definitely say it was worth the wait.
Yeah, this match was such a battlefield for both teams, knowing no one wanting to give up any ground, just going shot for shot, go for trade. It's one of those matches that, like Dax mentioned earlier during the cast, that they really prioritize going for the kills and going for the team play in that aspect compared to necessarily playing the objective, or maybe it's just because the defenders, every time that the attackers come in, don't give them enough time to plant the spike. They do something where they try to interrupt their push, and it just results in this big clash every time.
Yeah, G10, what about you? What did you think of the series? You know, I know we had a little bit of a pause there, but I think like the last few rounds were definitely, definitely worth actually staying and waiting and being entertained by our lovely casters for holding it in there.
One enemy remaining.
Love it. Yeah. I think we're getting a little bit of a. I think G10 is on a another dimension at the moment, if I'm hearing this correctly from production. So I think we're gonna wait for him to traverse through the multiverse first before we get his thoughts on this series. But don't worry, we have a lot of time. Fluffy, though, I'm curious on the side of Alpha Esports, because we did point out that GN Sanity and Jin being the the duo, being the aces of this team, and I think they did deliver. However, there's still something missing from this team that I think everybody on the panel, the casters, are looking for.
True, I think it really showed, especially on the second game, that how important that core of GN Sanity and Jin just working together, running that double duelist reminiscent of something like the Paper Rex comp that we saw in last Masters, doing something on the Haven map that's very important, trying to control A lobby every time. But because of that double duelist comp, it also allowed APH's utility focus comp to actually move a lot more. Things like that Astra and the Killjoy having no breach on the opposing side allow them to use the ultimates for retakes, like we saw in round 10, a great ultimate by a Batman taking out all the space that they needed so that they could get the site back.
And I just want to check if we have G10 on the line. Ready? I think we have you back. Yeah?
I believe so.
No objections? No objections means we're good, but that's just about right, because we have here MVP Georgie and G10. I think we saw from that final round that nice little cherry on top.
Yeah, man, Georgie, I've been seeing him for a while now. Absolutely cracked. He is just it's hard to like describe how the Boracay jet flows into action, but it's better to see it with your own eyes. And fair enough, he did win out on this occasion against the Filipino jet himself. But at the end of the day, what's interesting is that their stats, GN Sanity was still doing a little bit better in terms of stats than Georgie. So Filipino jet better in terms of individual skill, but it's the Boracay jet that gets the win. So I would rather go for slower stats but higher and lower stats, but you actually get the win is what I'm trying to say.
I really did enjoy the duelist battle. I really did. It was Aces, probably my favorite from all of the series today. The Georgie and Qeon Sanity face off, even on the first map with the Neon even coming out. But for now, we do have a representative from Action PH joining us. I believe the Doctor is in on the panel desk, as we can bring him in for a quick interview. The Doctor, here he is. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you and congratulations on Action PH's win. So, just to start things off, who did the team have their eyes on, like going into the match against Alpha Esports? Like, who was your top priority to counter?
So we know how Qeon Sanity plays. So we just revolve around that kind of plays, you know. Like we know that he's not the main entry, and also he's not the guy that will always contact first or anything like that. So when we know that he is there, it's not like what you usually would think. Oh, Jet is here, they're gonna hit here. No, but we think otherwise because of his play style. So yeah, how he plays, we just counted how he plays.
And of course, that strategy seems to have worked with that victory. Now, you guys are officially the first team that we're getting to interview here on the panel that has done 2 series so far. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on stage 2 compared to stage 1.
Stage 1 stage 2 compared to stage 1. I've just been here in the stage 2 in the Philippines scene, so I'm not too sure about stage 1.
Speaking of that, because you do come from another region, what is your experience like, here in the Philippines and playing with all of these Philippine teams?
So the difference between the MYSG region and the Philippine region is that Philippine region, the players tend to take fights a lot more compared to MYSG. I would say MYSG has teams that play that way as well, but a lot of the players are really, really sharp, really, really cracked. That's the difference. But a lot of teams, they don't play more methodically. Yeah, but they are all very, very sharp players. Like, that's the difference for me.
Any players so far that do stand out with that? You mentioned that a lot of players here are cracked. So are there a few that you can name just off the top of your head that you definitely have your eyes
on? Georgie, Eman, Aryu, Abatman. All these 4.
Oh, those are great guys.
Yes, sir. These 4 are
Those
cracked.
are wonderful guys.
Yes.
And you can actually extend your shout out to them. I'll give you the floor now for any shout outs or messages that you might want to give to, of course, all of the supporters of the team and yourself too.
Okay, shout out to all the believers. This is just the start, but we are gonna get there. So don't stop supporting us and trusting and believing us. We'll get there.
There you have it, the Doctor himself. Thank you so much. Hope you have a great rest of your evening, and congratulations on your win. We are looking forward to seeing you and the rest of Action PH in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, that was the Doctor himself. And Fluffy, he mentioned that, playing here in the Philippine region is, a little bit more, you have to take a little bit more aggression into your battles. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, for sure. One of the strengths of the PH region in general, or of all time, has always been how, like he mentioned, the players are very on point individually. What we lack, I think, in the region is a bit more of that structure that you might see from other regions like CIS or, like you mentioned, MYSG. But I think that it balances itself out in a way, but moving from one environment to another also does change your mindset a bit about how the pacing of the game goes. But I'm sure that top players like him can easily adjust to these small changes, and I guess it shows this game because it's a very big and important win for them, coming off yesterday, coming off strong today, and hopefully into the future as well.
As we check out the results from today, G10, I know we're still, actually even now we're still reeling quite a bit from that Team Secret win. But I think, the series today, they all had some excellent moments from all of these teams.
Yeah, 100%. Action PH versus Alpha Esports Pro, just an absolute frag fest, and that win for Action PH was definitely just what the doctor ordered. Team Secret, that was an absolute banger of a match versus SBE. They went 2-1, but it was simultaneously the longest and shortest 2-1 I've ever experienced in my life. RRQ versus Bren, definitely just was Bren showing us that they're back, they're ready to party. And RRQ, they did impress quite a bit in individual rounds, but Bren was just really solid as a team compared to RRQ. A very, very good day two that we just had. If you guys, if you found a lot of joy watching this, I think tomorrow's going to be an even bigger doozy.
Oh yeah, no, the matches today definitely sparked joy for me. So I think tomorrow's matches are also going to do the same. And Fluffy, Team Secret seems to be back in full force. We're going to see if they can do the same up against a familiar team to you.
Yeah, for sure. Oasis Gaming coming off strong. First win of the entire tournament, 2-0, and TS showing that they're back in form today. It's going to be a very exciting match. It's going to be down to the wire, I think, but it could be in anyone's game if I'm being super honest. And the next game after that, SBE versus RRQ, another great game that can come out. SBE showing that they are also not the team that a lot of people, they're used to thinking they're a slow start. And even though they did not win today, there's always opportunity tomorrow, and it shows how strong their adaptations are and how willing they are to be more flexible in this tournament. And lastly, we have Bren against Naus, another very interesting matchup because both of these teams have played each other a lot. So aside from the familiarity aspect, I think it's gonna be one of those series that could possibly end in a 2-0. Honestly, I don't know for which team though.
What about you, G10? Who do you have your eyes on tomorrow?
Well, of course, Oasis and Team Secret. I'm going to be on panel with Fluffy then tomorrow. So I want to hear him spout all about Oasis, and then I'll predict it's Secret 2-1, and then he'll eat his words at the after show panel. But, that's for tomorrow. Today, I'm still sporting a 0% win rate on my predictions.
Yeah, it's not looking good for you, at least. That's where I add the addendum there. It's not looking good for you.
You know what? It's 100%. It's 100% if you just reverse it. It's fine.
It depends, right? If the glass is half empty or half full. It's just a matter of how you look at things. But of course, I think, here with regards to VCT Stage 2, I think it's safe to say that our teams are definitely back and the glass is definitely looking also shiny. Never mind if it's half full or half empty, it is definitely looking explosive here on Stage 2. But of course, this wouldn't be possible without all of our sponsors. We have PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here to the Philippines, and also our official sponsors just like Globe at Home, Fiber Strong, Family Strong, with the new G Fiber Only 2099 ng Globe at Home, game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na and unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband. And we also want to thank our official gaming hardware partner, Asus ROG. VCT 2022 is brought to you by Asus Republic of Gamers and the ROG Strix. This is, I do have actually another, oh my gosh, I do have another spiel over here. My bad. But the ROG Strix Scar series, haha, save, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i9 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. No holds barred performance with a crisp UHD 240Hz esports ready display and improved intelligent cooling design. With liquid metal, the ROG Strix Scar is the only choice for the best competitive advantage in any esport title. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT2022 for more information about the ROG Strix Scar series. You didn't see anything. Nothing happened. It was fine. It was all fine. And gentlemen, the panel, do you have any closing thoughts for the matches today? I know it's been a long one. I know it's been a very surprising one. G10, we'll start with you.
All right, closing thoughts. The best match today was obviously our second match, Secret versus Secret versus SB. Can't get past that. I am still hung over that. But, the other two matches were still very, very telling of the level of skill that we'll see here in VCT. I, for one, from the things that we've seen today, are even more excited about the things that we may be seeing tomorrow, especially. I think Fluffy and I are pretty excited about that first match, Oasis versus Team Secret.
Yeah,
right.
Fluffy,
And
what
to
about
add
you?
on G10's point, I think I would have to agree with him and say that the second match was the most interesting today. But coming from the pro background, for me, the small adaptations that happened during the third game is the highlight for me, because there are small things that when you notice it, make a big difference of how the story of the game comes out and how the rounds are being played. For example, I think one elephant in the room that we haven't mentioned so far is that we finally got our Fade, and I'm a big Fade supporter. Coming out on Bind, it's a great map for that agent to be picked in. It has a lot of chokes and a lot of U-Haul control. And although maybe from the point of view of the broadcast, it's not as apparent because she's not a very flashy agent. I mean, she has cool looking abilities and stuff, but it's not something that you can really see how valuable the impact is, but just the ability to not only have a drone effect in the Prowler to clear out corners, but also, unlike the other drone effects, you don't have to actually pilot it, turning it to like a pseudo man disadvantage because you're using the drone. And it allows them to not only clear the corner or get the angle advantage, but also have enough manpower to take all these fights that we see from both teams. It also gives them the space that they need so that they don't have to risk a player's life to enter and take control of a certain part of the map. So it's one of the interesting things I think that came out from the last series. And even on the opposing side for Alpha Esports, you can see that we're seeing that Neon and Raze combo. But when you look at the comp in its entirety, they lack that flash to take that angle priority. So they were doing this really smart thing where when Neon puts up the fast lane, the Raze, who normally would satchel out normally, and because of the high skill and caliber of the aim of a lot of these players, can hit someone mid-air pretty easily. It covers the movement of the Raze, allowing the Raze to catch up with the Neon on entry. So it's like these small things that make a big difference and allow them to just... It really shows the difference of, the average player and the professional mind.
Well, Fluffy, I think it's safe to say that's not the last we're going to see of Fate. That's not the last we're going to see of all of those flashy plays. So it's only day 2, ladies and gentlemen, and we've already got all of these overtimes. We've already got all of these series. So we're going to call it a night. This is Mika Favs, G10, and Fluffy on the panel. And on behalf of the rest of the panelists and the casters, stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 3.
Turn cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed. I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say to myself, look so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my eyes see your hands. Delilah, don't you know my... Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you